I am a great demon. She, affectionately known as the Gluttonous Mouse and formally recognized as the Purple-Boned Celestial Devouring Mouse, is the progeny of the fearsome Purple-Boned Golden Crystal Inks and the ethereal-winged Celestial Devouring Mice. In her ascent to immortality, she encountered the unprecedented 9-9 purple-gold celestial thunder tribulation, a calamity that shattered her corporeal form and left her demon soul on the brink of annihilation. In that dire moment, her former master, an ancient figure, reached across realms and, with a gentle touch, propelled her into the tumultuous NTS of time and space. Fortuitously or not, she emerged a millennium later in the interstellar age, utterly exhausted and famished, on the verge of succumbing once more. Fate led her to a gravely injured pregnant woman, who bore within her a spirit fetus perfectly attuned to her essence. Alas, the fetus too was gravely wounded, teetering on the brink of miscarriage, with its fragile soul dissipating into nothingness. Save my child. Who will save my child? I am willing to pay any price, please. Save my child. 6 years later, Xiang Xiaoyu emerged from beneath a thick blanket, her fluffy little head poking out, her cherubic face pouting adorably. Outside her room, the sounds of her grandfather cooking and her brother practicing martial arts in the yard filled the air. Irritated, she tousled her hair, for she had once again dreamt that dream. In it, she transformed into a colossal creature with golden eyes and purple bones, her fur as smooth as SILK in hues of azure and gold, adorned with a pair of wings that, when unfurled, seemed capable of enveloping the very heavens. In her dream, she soared through the realms, traversing the void, as a whisper echoed in her ears, "Awaken, awaken. Have you forgotten who you are?" The great demon. Yes, soon as the word demon was mentioned, Xiaoyu suddenly became fully alert. She found the dream rather peculiar, however. Upon waking, nothing seemed amiss. After confiding in her grandfather and brother, they suggested that she had been too engrossed in animated series Search for the Divine lately, leading her to have similar dreams at night. Quite amusing, indeed. Interestingly, her previously frail body, which often succumbed to illness every few days, had shown remarkable improvement over the past year. Yo-yo, are you up? If you're awake, hurry and wash up. Join your brother in the courtyard for some martial arts practice, her grandfather bellowed from outside. Without further hesitation, Xiaoyu quickly donned her clothes and proceeded to freshen up in the courtyard. A 12-year-old boy was already clad in his training attire, practicing his punches vigorously, beads of sweat glistening on his brow. His cherubic face, still retaining a hint of baby fat, bore an exceptionally delicate appearance. Today, becoming a martial artist is regarded as one of the trendiest professions, offering generous remuneration and outstanding benefits. Competing in professional leagues can lead to fame and adoration from countless fans, while those who opt out of the leagues frequently find lucrative opportunities as interstellar exploration mercenaries in various enterprises, earning salaries that leave ordinary individuals astounded. Consequently, anyone with even a modicum of talent strives earnestly to become a professional martial artist. However, it is worth noting that the risks associated with this path are substantial, with a significant proportion of practitioners meeting untimely ends. Her grandfather operated a small shop in the quaint town of Qingmu, specializing in crafting protective gear for mercenaries that was said to be a processing business, with dedicated personnel delivering materials for manufacturing protective clothing each month, along with the orders for the following Montana. They would then collect the completed items and settle the processing fees. Although the income is modest, supplemented by my grandfather's pension, is sufficient to support a family of 3, leaving us in a relatively comfortable situation. Yet, despite our manageable living conditions, my grandfather, Xiang Anqing, is resolutely determined to cultivate both his grandchildren into formidable martial artists. It would be a dream come true if they could eventually join the interstellar exploration mercenary group that he once belonged. Get to Xiang Changjing, my elder brother, practices a set of low-grade martial techniques known as the Tearing Tiger Fist, which he learned from our grandfather's time in the mercenary GR. At just 12 years of age, and notably slender, Xiang Changjing struggles to embody the fierce momentum required for this technique, often resembling a clumsy imitation wrath, rather than a true practitioner. Meanwhile, I, Xiang Xiaoyu, trailing behind him like a little shadow, am even less capable, merely engaging in a form of exercise for fitness. However, unbeknownst to me, while I typically falter after a few moves of this routine, today I found myself executing the entire sequence with surprising ease. As I completed the set, I was momentarily taken aback, lost in astonishment. Not only I, but Xiang Changzheng, who had also noticed my unusual proficiency in completing the entire set, turned to me in disbelief. With a look of joy, he exclaimed, Xiaoyu, you've always said that you struggled to maintain the flow of this routine, finding many aspects difficult to execute. How is it that you managed to perform it all so effortlessly today? Still in a state of surprise, I replied, I don't know, it just happened. Let's try it together once more. All right. Once more, little Yu successfully executed a round. Not only that, despite her petite stature, a subtle force of energy accompanied her punches. Long Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment as he eagerly inquired, Little Yu, do you feel a gentle warmth flowing within you when you practice this tiger strike technique? It seems so, she replied. Once more, concentrate and see if you can feel it. All right, Little Yu, is it truly there? Yes. Little Yu gestured to a specific part of her body and then pointed to another area, continuing to indicate several places. Long Zheng, now gripping her hand, exclaimed with excitement, Wonderful! Little Yu has cultivated internal energy. With this internal energy, your tiger strike is no longer merely a technique. You may indeed have the potential to become a professional martial artist. Long Zheng, why are you shouting? I could hear you from the kitchen. Elder Xiang Anqing rushed out, worried that something had happened to the two children. Grandfather, Little Yu has cultivated internal energy. Long Zheng proclaimed with uncontained joy and excitement. Is that true? Elder Xiang Anqing expressed his delight. Let me examine this. He placed his large hand on Little Yu's back. As he did so, his expression shifted several times, a blend of gratification, regret, and nostalgia, culminating in a deep sigh. If only your mother could witness you cultivating internal energy, she would be overjoyed. Chapter 2. Gene Beast Eggs. Not long after the birth of Xiaoyu, her mother succumbed to her deteriorating injuries. Xiang Anqing appeared to be in his 50s. Exuding a robust demeanor, yet in reality, he was already in his 80s. However, due to years of martial practice, he appeared much younger than his actual age. With not a strand of white hair in sight, he was ever so tender toward Xiaoyu and her elder brother, Changzheng, primarily because both children had lost their parents. Children, hurry inside for dinner. Soon, we must buy a gene egg for your brother, he called out. Yes, Grandpa. The two children chorused in unison upon hearing the elder's voice. Will we be able to procure a quality gene beast egg this time? Changzheng's voice trembled with apprehension. A superior gene beast core was essential for cultivating powerful gene beasts and achieving a high compatibility with gene armor, making such treasures quite elusive. Since the age of 6, he had yet to acquire a suitable gene beast egg. This was particularly disadvantageous for Changzheng, who aspired to become a professional martial artist. Lacking appropriate gene armor would place him at a considerable disadvantage. Of course, my dear, Grandpa has received insider information, the old man reassured, gently ruffling Changzheng's hair with a loving smile. Changzheng was a wise and considerate child, often helping to care for his younger sister. The old man held him in high regard, and he could never bear to disappoint Changzheng whenever a glimmer of opportunity arose. Yay! Changzheng exclaimed excitedly, making a triumphant gesture, while Xiaoyu joyfully echoed his enthusiasm with delighted cries. In their home, apart from their grandfather, there was only the brother. Xiaoyu had always cherished being her brother's little shadow. The voice of Xiaoyu grew increasingly jubilant, admitted. The culinary skills of the young chef are the very reason why little Yu adores being a shadow. A plate of cola chicken wings and a plate of spicy chicken wings, please. Upon hearing a certain smacking sound, the young chef, Zhang Jing, was rendered speechless. This is undoubtedly a glutton who loves to make demands. The genetic egg is the initial form of the genetic armor crafted by geneticists. Shaped like an egg, the crystal is translucent, and in its initial form, it encases a white shell within. This type of genetic egg is in a state yet to be unsealed. Genetic eggs are accessible to almost everyone. However, they are categorized into civilian and warrior types. Generally, mercenaries utilize the warrior type, while the military employs specialized variants. Here we are, at last. Xiang'an City. He gently set down his granddaughter and, taking his grandson by one hand and his granddaughter by the other, entered a 2-story wooden house. Shihai Star is a first-class ecological planet, regarded as the least prominent within the Silver Hua Federation. The population here is sparse, and even the homes are crafted from locally sourced timber. In the quaint Qingmu town, this two-story establishment is the only shop selling genetic beast eggs. The shop, named Qingmu Town Genetic Beast Egg Shop, has its first floor designated for commerce, while the second serves as the owner's living quarters. As the trio stepped inside, the shopkeeper greeted them warmly. "Happy New Year, old sir. Wishing you all the best." Not long after the traditional Lunar New Year of the Huazu people had passed, the host appeared to be a robust man in his 40s, with a yellow complexion, a square face, and a tall stature. His visage adorned with a certain ruggedness that suggested an intimidating demeanor. However, before the elderly Mr. Xiang, his tone was remarkably amiable and warm. "Happy New Year, Boss Wang. Wishing you prosperous business." Mr. Xiang greeted the host with a respectful gesture, encouraging the two children beside him to join in the celebration. The shopkeeper laughed heartily, producing two small red envelopes to present to the children. Despite Mr. Xiang's numerous refusals, the shopkeeper insisted on placing the envelopes into the children's hands. A small red envelope for good fortune, just a little something for the children to enjoy. "Please, Mr. Xiang, do not hesitate any longer." Delaying would be seen as a lack of respect. Being descendants of the Huazu people, Mr. Xiang had no intention of causing offense. So he signaled for the children to accept the gifts and expressed his gratitude once more. "Boss Wang, I trust you are aware of our purpose here. We have heard that you recently acquired a remarkable box of gene beast eggs." Upon hearing this, the host's expression turned somewhat conflicted. "Old sir, it is indeed you who possess keen insight. I shall speak candidly. I have obtained a box containing 20 gene beast eggs, which are somewhat superior to the usual stock we can procure, yet I would not dare to label them as extraordinary. Your discerning eye is unmatched, I assure you. These gene beast eggs did not come from legitimate channels. Thus, should you choose to take it away, even with the use of a specialized nutrient solution designed for the incubation of genetically engineered beast eggs, I cannot guarantee that it will successfully hatch into a genetic beast. Furthermore, I cannot assure you that it will eventually evolve into a mature genetic armor. The genetic beast egg represents humanity's most significant artificial genetic achievement in the past 3 millennia. Its growth cycle typically encompasses several stages: the egg stage, the juvenile stage, the growth stage, the mature stage, and finally, the aging stage. Once it reaches the aging stage, the genetic beast enters a phase of deterioration and eventual death. Should the genetic beast perish, although the genetic armor may not vanish, its power will substantially diminish, and many of the unique abilities of the genetic beast may become forever inaccessible. Is it concocted by a private alchemist? Essentially, the genetic beast is an artificial creation. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Xiang Anqing could not help but furrow his brow. Indeed, there is no certification of quality. Old man, this genetic beast egg not only requires nourishing with fresh blood, but also demands a significant amount of nutrient solution for absorption. The cost of incubation is exceedingly high. If any mishap were to occur, the losses would be considerable. I acquired this box of items through a friend, and I was informed that the quality is commendable, with a reasonable procurement price, which is why I accepted it. Had it been someone else seeking to purchase it, I would have easily persuaded them. However, you, sir, are certainly not just anyone. Upon hearing his words, Xiang Anqing could not help but smile at him, then pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps you should first show it to me." The shopkeeper swiftly retrieved a square, flat box within which were arranged 20 silver-white eggs, each the size of a chicken egg, resembling artificially crafted metallic eggs. Old Master Xiang is already here, without a single exception. These 20 silvery eggs emit a faint glow, and upon seeing them, Xiang Anqing's heart leapt with joy. The ability to radiate a subtle luminescence even in their egg form suggests that they will likely hatch into formidable genetic beasts in the future. This is undoubtedly a treasure. Chapter 3. The Crimson Blaze Fox Shopkeeper Wang. We are old acquaintances. Do name your price, for we are determined to acquire one. Well, rest assured. If the genetic beast does not hatch, I will not hold you responsible. After all, you have informed me of everything beforehand. Xiang Anqing patted the shopkeeper's shoulder, conveying an understanding demeanor. Very well, since you insist, let us settle on 100 federal coins. What? 100 federal coins? That wouldn't even suffice to purchase an egg carton. Am I to believe this? Such a precious item must have cost you a considerable sum. Alas, the old leader has not forgotten us. Initially unaware, As soon as shopkeeper Wang quoted the price, he immediately connected the dots regarding the presence of these genetic beast eggs. The old leader is a man of deep loyalty and has an esteemed reputation within the group. Even though he has entrusted the management of the mercenary corps to the eldest son in recent years, in the hearts of the old guard, the leader will forever remain their leader. Upon hearing this, shopkeeper Wang's eyes momentarily glistened with unshed tears, quickly suppressed and concealed. Indeed, I stumbled upon these while seeking friends. The old leader, so far away, can only wish to protect everyone, though his reach is limited. Old Xiang has already stepped down from the mercenary group. How he addresses the captain and the young master is of little consequence. However, those still in service must remain vigilant. The young master is now the captain, and the venerable captain has become the elder captain. All right, I understand. Here are 10,000 federal coins, which should suffice for the cost of a single egg. Please do not disdain the modest amount I offer. This is the utmost I can provide. As he handed over the money, old Xiang felt a slight flush of embarrassment. His fortune had been significantly depleted by his son Mingqing, and he truly had little left. That is far too much. Truly, just 100 federal coins will do, insisted the shopkeeper Wang vehemently. If you continue to be so polite, I shall reconsider my purchase, old Xiang retorted stubbornly. Upon hearing this, the shopkeeper quickly grasped his arm and exclaimed, "Oh, Mr. Xiang, please do not be upset. Whatever you choose to give, I will gladly accept. Now let us not delay. Have Changzheng select a gene beast egg without further ado, as that is of utmost importance." Aside from the elder captain, old Xiang, known for his loyalty and deep connections, held considerable esteem within the original group. Many of the current battle leaders were his former subordinates, and no one within the group was unaware of Brother Xiang. That is more like it. Old Xiang's face brightened as he affectionately ruffled Changzheng's hair and encouraged, "Go on, Changzheng. Choose wisely, and may fortune favor you." Changzheng, feeling a bit anxious, hesitated as he touched the 20 gene beast eggs, contemplating each one with a furrowed brow. To him, 10,000 federal coins represented a significant sum. With his grandfather providing this amount and now allowing him to choose, he felt a twinge of worry. What if he made the wrong selection? Curiously, Xiaoyu observed her brother hesitating, unable to make a decision. Tilting her head, she inquired of her grandfather, "How should one choose?" "Select whichever possesses the strongest vitality." He replied, "The strongest vitality? How does one discern that?" "Simply feel with your hand. The one with the most robust life force will reveal itself to you. A more formidable vitality indicates that the gene beast hatched in the future will be even more powerful. Of course, whether this powerful gene beast is suitable for my grandson is not a concern for Xiang Anqing. After all, for families like theirs, the strength of the gene beast suffices, and they do not possess the means to be selective about the species. The compatibility of physical condition and personality with the gene beast is a privilege reserved for the scions of the affluent in the Federation. Nevertheless, the mere mention from grandfather piqued Xiaoyu's curiosity. Was there an air of mystery surrounding it? Seizing the moment while grandfather was distracted, she stealthily approached her brother. "Go on, touch it. If you like it, I shall give you one." Mr. Wang, with a sly grin, suddenly moved, lifting the box and placing it between the two children, presenting it to Xiaoyu with an inviting gesture. "Mr. Wang, Xiao Wang," Xiang Anqing exclaimed, raising his voice and widening his eyes in discontent. Yet, Mr. Wang remained unfazed, offering increasingly affectionate encouragement to the two children. "Each of you select one. Consider it an early investment from your Uncle Wang. My son has never been one for martial pursuits, but I still hope to eventually send him into the regiment for logistical support or something of that nature." However, the former leader had established a rule. Only those who had obtained a small trophy from the Cup Tower League before turning 18 could be admitted into the group. Uncle Wang had no one else to rely on but the two of you. If you could acquire any additional small trophies in the future, simply selling one to Uncle Wang would suffice. Dismissing the notion of selling as too mundane, she cheerfully offered, "I'll give you one." Little Yu flashed a sweet smile at the shopkeeper, instinctively extending her tiny hand to touch the items on display. "Ah, these little eggs seem to have a heartbeat," she mused, feeling that some throb with vigor while others pulse faintly. Curiously, she reached out again. Wait. It felt as though she could discern the contents of these little eggs merely by touch. Inside, there were playful puppies, adorable bunnies, tiny eagles, and little lions, all curled up within their shells. This left her quite perplexed. She tilted her head, staring dreamily at the eggs in the box. With a chuckle, the shopkeeper found amusement in her innocence. The child, with her rosy cheeks, was even more enchanting when she smiled, endearing herself to all. "Little you," sighed Xiang Anqing, a tone laced with both exasperation and affection. "This child is still so young. Please don't mind her." "What is there to mind? Children are simply delightful. Besides, it's rare to encounter such a bold little girl, clearly well taught by old Master Xiang. Even if Uncle Wang has made a promise to you, you should each choose one. It will serve as compensation for the small trophy Uncle Wang is providing." "Little Wang, one shouldn't indulge children so excessively." Xiao Yu swiftly selected 2 small eggs from a box, one for her brother and the other for herself. "Xiao Yu, did you choose this for me?" her brother inquired. Xiao Yu gestured for him to crouch down, then whispered softly into his ear, "Inside is a little fox, its entire body ablaze with a fiery red hue, resembling flames in their fervor, and it possesses eyes that glisten like rubies. The Crimson Blaze Fox. It is a mutated genetic beast known as the Crimson Blaze Fox," Xiang Changzheng murmured, his excitement barely contained, his lips trembling as he spoke. Unbeknownst to him, their conversation had already been overheard by 2 adults, Xiang Anqing and the shopkeeper Wang, who simultaneously froze in place. Chapter 4. Extrasensory Perception. Xiang Anqing and the shopkeeper Wang exchanged a knowing glance, then instinctively directed their attention to Xiao Yu. Humanity, having evolved to this point, had long acknowledged and commenced research into the diversity of evolution and mutation within the species. Certain individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities had been recognized by science long ago, leading many scientists to engage in related research through scientific induction and training. Some of these unique abilities could yield remarkably favorable outcomes, particularly in the realm of genetic armor. As Xiao Yu stood there, Xiang Anqing suppressed the tremors of astonishment within him. He took the box from Wang's hands and placed it directly before Xiao Yu. "Yo-Yo, tell Grandpa how you knew there was a little fox inside this genetic egg." "By touching it," she exclaimed. Xiao Yu pointed directly at the genetic egg nestled in her brother's palm, declaring, "Brother, this one contains the little fox. My choice is a little flower mouse. The box also contains a small lion, a small wolf, and I selected a fox along with the little flower mouse." Old Xiang looked at his little Yu with confusion, wondering why she chose a little fox for her brother while opting for a little flower mouse herself. "It is quite charming." Apart from Yu, the others wore peculiar and awkward expressions. When selecting a genetic beast, one must first consider vitality. A genetic beast with robust vitality is paramount, followed by its combat capabilities. Genetic beasts like lions and tigers possess greater combat prowess upon hatching compared to foxes and flower mice. The shopkeeper Wang hastily interjected, suggesting that if Yu could discern the nature of the genetic egg, it might be prudent to select a different one for her brother, such as a lion or a small bear. "However, I believe that the little fox is the best fit for my brother." "What does the best fit for my brother mean?" Old Xiang was perplexed, and Wang, too, was confounded, prompting Chang Zheng to voice his curiosity. "Yu, why do you say the little fox is a better match for your brother?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu stammered, "It just is better." Could it be a matter of compatibility? Wang's eyes flickered as he suddenly articulated his hypothesis. Old Xiang quickly followed suit in realization. "But how do we ascertain this compatibility?" Glancing at Wang, Old Xiang transformed his genetic battle armor into a juvenile wolf, while Wang converted his into a raccoon and presented it before Yu. "Yu, please observe these 2 genetic beasts. Which is a better match, Grandpa with this little wolf, or the shopkeeper Wang with that raccoon?" "The shopkeeper Wang is a better match with the raccoon." The shopkeeper Wang inhaled sharply, murmuring to himself, "Indeed, this is a perception of compatibility. How remarkable." It is said that in the current interstellar realm, apart from a few exceedingly rare and precious detection instruments, it is nearly impossible to assess the compatibility between genetic eggs and their human hosts. First, there was the perception of the material form of genetic beast eggs, followed by the perception of compatibility. Could it be that Xiao Yu's innate talent is that of super-perception? Wang gazed at Xiao Yu in astonishment, contemplating the immense utility of such an ability. It is akin to having a living, breathing eye. Should this talent be developed, it could significantly benefit future mercenary groups. Even though humanity has advanced to conquer numerous planets within the starry seas, countless unknowns and adventures still await discovery. Moreover, no matter how sophisticated machines may be, they remain machines, inherently prone to shortcomings, especially in areas where specialized equipment proves ineffective. The exploration of these domains often relies on the prowess of human warriors, which is one of the reasons why the martial profession is so fervently pursued. The importance of such super perception, if harnessed, to a team is immeasurable. With her, the team would effectively gain an additional formidable eye and ear. Brother Xiang, I believe you should take Xiaoyu to a psychic development institution for evaluation. If it turns out her ability is indeed of the super perception variety, you could save on future training expenses for this child. I am confident the team leader would be more than pleased to assist you, he concluded with a chuckle. Naturally, Xiang Anqing understood his implication. However, he was not devoid of concerns. Firstly, Xiaoyu was still very young, even if he were to develop his abilities. It would be wiser to wait until the child matured a little more in a few years. Secondly, he was apprehensive about the risks of taking Xiaoyu to have his abilities examined. Should they be discovered, there was the possibility of being detained or, worse yet, having Xiaoyu abducted. Many individuals among humanity possessed abilities, and several organizations or factions secretly sought to collect those with useful powers. The Central News Channel often reported on the disappearances of young ability users, highlighting the growing dangers. As humanity occupied more planets, the race became increasingly dispersed throughout the cosmos, making the issue of crime more difficult to combat. This dilemma could not be resolved solely through rapid technological advancement. The development of social and cultural aspects was equally essential. Xiang Anqing's underlying worry was keenly perceived by Wang, the shopkeeper. Brother Xiang, if you are uneasy about taking Xiaoyu for an examination, it could be perilous. Why not reach out to the old commander? I believe he would be more than willing to assist you. After all, in matters of ability assessments, he is perhaps the only one who can genuinely help. A glimmer of realization lit up Xiang's eyes. Indeed, how had he overlooked the old commander? While this situation might pose a challenge for them, it would not be insurmountable for him. Thank you, Xiao Wang. If it weren't for your reminder, I might not have considered that the old commander could be of assistance. Haha, who could forget that you are my dear brother Xiang? The title of Xiao Wang has certainly become more respectful. Particularly, the shopkeeper Wang possesses a profound understanding of Xiang Anqing's esteemed reputation within the group. He toils away on this desolate, remote planet, and should he aspire to alter his professional circumstances in the future, he will inevitably require the assistance of the venerable Xiang. It could be said that Wang approaches Xiang with a deliberately cultivated mindset. After all, individuals of their former captain's caliber are not easily forgotten. They often linger in the thoughts of those who have shared significant experiences. Having stepped back to care for his children, Wang reflects on the passage of 5 or 6 years since he last laid eyes on their former captain. Once he has settled matters at home, he intends to pay his respects to the captain. Upon hearing this, the glimmer of surprise in Wang's eyes could not be contained. The former captain is not someone one can simply meet at will. Having been part of the mercenary group for decades, he has only glimpsed the captain from a distance once and has never approached him closely. Brother Xiang, the captain has never forgotten you. You remain in his thoughts. Wang reassures him. A warmth envelopes Xiang's heart. Setting aside other matters, he feels genuine gratitude for the captain's thoughtful gesture in procuring a box of genetic eggs for him. The bond forged through shared life and death experiences has not diminished with the passage of time. Brother Xiang, as you prepare to visit the captain, I happen to have recently acquired a peculiar item. Could you assist me by delivering it to the captain for his evaluation? Chapter 5. The mysterious crystallized hand-bone genetic beast egg must not only possess robust vitality and formidable potential for future combat, but also be chosen for its high compatibility with the individual. Naturally, such meticulous selection is a privilege reserved for the scions of affluent families. Initially, old Xiang merely intended to select a genetically robust egg for his grandson, Xiaoxing, one that possessed formidable potential for future combat. However, upon discovering that his granddaughter, Xiaoyu, could perceive the genetic beast's form within the egg and gauge the compatibility levels, the old man's heart was filled with hope. The more vigorous the genetic beast's egg, the greater its energy, a truth he could discern by touch alone. He first examined the other genetic beast eggs within the box, then proceeded to feel the one designated for Zhangzhang, followed by Xiaoyu's chosen egg. Xiaoyu made an admirable selection. Although the beast's form did not suggest overwhelming future combat prowess, its vitality was commendable, ranking among the most energy-rich of the eggs. Yet, this led him into a perplexing dilemma. On one hand, Xiaoyu's perceptive abilities rendered the selection of a genetically powerful beast feasible. A lion-shaped genetic beast would undoubtedly possess greater combat strength than one resembling a fox. Not to mention the flower mouse, which, though appealing to little girls, would have limited future combat capabilities. However, when considering compatibility, it seemed that the fox and flower mouse selected by Xiaoyu might resonate more harmoniously with the two children. In the event that genetic battle armor were to emerge, those with higher compatibility would be able to unleash greater power and prolong the host's loading time. A lion-shaped battle armor that lasts 5 minutes versus a fox-shaped armor that endures for half an hour presents a conundrum, as the superiority of combat strength becomes ambiguous, along with the question of who could fully harness the armor's potential. During combat, the dynamics of advantage and disadvantage are fraught with unpredictable variables. Yet, the red crystal fire fox remains a mutated variety. The blaze fox is a superior genetic beast, its eyes possessing a vibrant green hue. In contrast, the crimson blaze fox is a variant species, typically exhibiting additional innate abilities not found in the original genetic beasts. Generally, variant species tend to showcase multiple attributes. However, these attributes often lack offensive capabilities, rendering them somewhat redundant. Yet, should any offensive traits indeed manifest, they would be remarkably potent. It is noteworthy that the multiple attributes of variant species usually only emerge during their maturation phase. Old Xiang pondered deeply, contemplating the pros and cons, ultimately deciding to convey all of this to Changzheng, eager to see his choice. Then let it be the crimson blaze fox. I have faith in Xiaoyu. Changzheng decisively concluded, making his selection with alacrity. Old Xiang was left speechless. And what of you? If you choose the flower mouse genetic beast, it won't be able to assist you in battle in the future. I will choose the flower mouse, he replied. The decision has been made. Let the fortunes of the next generation unfold as they may. Old Xiang shook his head with a resigned smile. Having settled the affairs of his 2 children, Old Xiang then turned to engage with Wang, the shopkeeper. Very well, young Wang. Please present the item for me to inspect. What is it? Is there any danger? There is no danger. It is merely a peculiar energy substance. Once I reveal it to you, Brother Xiang, you will understand, Wang responded enigmatically, turning to retrieve a pure black wooden box. Ah, this is purple flagwood, exclaimed Old Xiang in astonishment. The purple flagwood, exhibiting a deep violet-black color, is a rare material known for its ability to isolate energy. This particular wood is frequently utilized in the crafting of boxes designed to isolate energy and contain extraordinary items. Just by the presence of this purple flagwood, Lao Xiang discerned that the contents within were far from ordinary. It was only upon the appearance of the luminescent membrane that Wang, the shopkeeper, dared to open the box. As soon as the lid was lifted, a blinding beam of light surged forth, colliding with the green membrane on the shop's wall, dispersing into a myriad of luminous particles that swiftly vanished into the air. Wang, taken aback, paled instantly. He had just assured there was no danger, yet here was this unforeseen ray of light. Was it hostile? Lao Xiang was here with his children. Any harm that befell them would spell disaster. I cannot comprehend the origin of this beam, Wang stammered, feeling a surge of embarrassment. I thought you were clever and astute, but this seems quite reckless. There are children present. How could you dare to produce such a mysterious object that may possess dangerous or aggressive capabilities? What if my child were to be harmed? In a swift motion, Lao Xiang shielded his 2 children behind him, glaring at Wang, who appeared flustered and awkward. I have possessed this item for several days, Wang explained, his expression one of shock and embarrassment. Each time I opened it, nothing of the sort occurred. There has never been any danger. I truly did not anticipate today's events. I am sincerely sorry, Lao Xiang. I did not mean for this to happen. Hastily, Wang closed the box once more, realizing he had inadvertently helped himself. Though Lao Xiang was indeed displeased, he had no intention of overreacting. Is there a suitable room available? He inquired. Let the children rest there for a while I examine the contents of this box. The shopkeeper, Wang, intended to request an appraisal. Yet his true motive was to discreetly facilitate the delivery of an item to the old leader's hands. Should the item be deemed valuable, with a few well-placed remarks from him, perhaps he could capture the old leader's attention and secure a bright future within the organization. However, Old Xiang was not one to be easily exploited, especially given the item's peculiar nature. First, let the 2 children rest in my bedroom. It is equipped with multimedia, where they can watch animated films and enjoy some snacks. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. With eager little hands, she grasped the fabric of Wang's clothing, her round, glistening eyes radiating a palpable yearning. Oh, how embarrassing. You had breakfast before you left this morning, didn't you? Zhang hurriedly pulled his sister behind him, awkwardly grinning at Wang. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Old Xiang chuckled heartily. After all, Xiaoyu was merely 5 or 6 years old. Wang couldn't help but smile as well. It seems our little darling is hungry. Come now, let us go enjoy some snacks together. With warmth and enthusiasm, Wang ushered the two children into his cozy, well-decorated bedroom within the shop. He then presented an array of delightful treats and small cakes. Your Uncle Wang has a little brother who particularly adores desserts and cakes, so I learned to make a few just for him. These are all homemade by your Uncle Wang. How about you two sample them today? Are they delicious? Long Ji, feeling shy and embarrassed, offered a timid smile towards Wang. The shopkeeper, however, Xiaoyu, exhibiting a bold demeanor, directly seized a piece of cake and popped it into her mouth. While the two little ones were indulging in their snacks, Wang and Xiang Anqing reopened the wooden box. At the bottom, lined with crimson velvet, lay an object resembling a skeletal hand of some creature. Yet this bone had astonishingly transformed into a crystalline structure, emanating a faint pale yellow hue. Chapter 6. You have entrapped me. As he gazed upon the relic within the box, old Xiang's expression grew grave. He recalled a mission from long ago, one in which he had accompanied the former captain. How did this come into your possession? How many are aware that you possess it? Old Xiang's eyes flared with intensity as he posed the serious inquiry. At this juncture, he had begun to grasp the gravity of the situation. This Wang shopkeeper had likely unwittingly brought calamity upon himself. That particular leg bone had led their team into an ambush by over a dozen mercenary squads from rival factions, even involving personnel from the federal military. Brothers from their squad had perished one by one to divert the relentless pursuit. Such an artifact could undoubtedly incite tremendous upheaval on this planet. What has happened? Xiang Anqing's countenance shifted abruptly as Wang, sensing the ominous shift in atmosphere, turned pale. Trembling as he replied, I acquired this from a rustic lad at the nearby antique black market. I found it peculiar, almost as if it were a crystal of energy. Perhaps a valuable item, so I decided to purchase it. Old Xiang, what precisely is this? Shopkeeper Wang, you have landed yourself in trouble. This object can subject you to 100 different forms of demise. Lao Xiang approached the wooden box, and without even touching it, he could faintly perceive the energy coursing through the crystalline bones. What? The color drained from shopkeeper Wang's face. It must be noted that he was not a frontline mercenary but merely a logistics personnel. Individuals like him, even if they were martial artists, possessed neither high ranks nor formidable combat prowess. Yet, they found comfort in the shadow of the mercenary group, enjoying a more secure existence than the average person. However, today, Lao Xiang had informed him that the item he had unintentionally acquired was a harbinger of calamity, and shopkeeper Wang was instantly gripped by terror. Who was Lao Xiang? A seasoned veteran mercenary, once the right hand of the former captain. His warning about this object being a menace could only mean one thing. It was indeed a significant threat. This was bad. He was in peril. The exact name of this object eluded me. However, I had encountered it once before. We nearly faced total annihilation in our quest to obtain it. And had it not been for the former captain's presence, we might have long since perished there. Let me tell you, as long as others remain oblivious to your possession of this item, you might be safe, but should it be discovered, it would attract relentless pursuit from numerous factions. Do you truly believe you have any hope of survival? Alas, shopkeeper Wang, I have truly been led astray by you this time. Lao Xiang, having traversed a lifetime filled with bloodshed and turmoil, never imagined that in his retirement, while raising his grandchild, he would find himself embroiled in such misfortune. Who could have foreseen that he had merely come to purchase a genetic beast egg for his grandson? If things go awry, those individuals may suspect that he is here to rendezvous with the shopkeeper Wang to handle this matter. Xiang Anqing's gaze turned piercing and cold as he regarded Wang. For this predicament had ensnared him as well. Has he fallen into a trap? The shopkeeper, now in a state of disarray, felt genuine fear at the mere mention of death by Xiang Anqing. Relate to me how you came into possession of it. Remember, not a single detail must be omitted. With a decisive snap, Xiang Anqing closed the box once more, taking a seat beside it, his expression resembling that of a statue. Brother Xiang, you must save me. With a thud, Wang knelt before Xiang Anqing. Brother Xiang, we have known each other for 6 years. You are aware of my character. I possess no remarkable abilities. Merely a desire to live a simple life with my wife and son. Were there many people in the market at that time? Xiang Anqing asked, his face darkening as he pressed on. Not too many, but there were several hundred, Wang replied weakly. Did they all witness your transaction? Wang nodded feebly. It has been 7 days. I fear you have already attracted attention, and I have been dragged down by you as well. The outcome remains uncertain. Xiang Anqing exclaimed angrily. Brother Xiang, please help me. I have elders to care for, and young ones too. My son is merely 11. The shopkeeper, a grown man, knelt on the ground, weeping profusely. Xiang Anqing looked at him, his eyes narrowing, and shouted, "Stand up. Look at yourself. Is this how a man ought to behave? Brother Xiang." The shopkeeper Wang's timid wife stood up, resembling a meek little creature, positioning herself beside Xiang Anqing, her body slightly bent and her eyes tinged with red. What is there to be flustered about? Even if you have never embarked on a mission, you are still a member of the mercenary group. Pull yourself together. Perhaps the situation has not deteriorated to that extent. Chapter 7. Incubation. Brother, what are you doing? Little Yu, with her tiny milk teeth exposed, nibbled on her snack with great delight, resembling a little hamster in the act of eating. She took quick bites, leaving small tooth marks on the treat, then lifted her head to glance at him. As long as he remained, she could continue to munch contentedly. Zhang Jing looked at his little sister with a fond expression. This silly girl is simply a glutton. This bottle of nutrient solution, specifically designed for incubating genetic beast eggs, was entrusted to me by grandfather before I set out. Zhang Jing placed the 2 genetic beast eggs into a small, 3-inch high cylindrical glass vial, which contained a little over half a bottle of milky liquid. What is the purpose of this nutrient solution? Why place those 2 eggs into the vial? Zhang Jing hesitated for a moment, then earnestly corrected his sister while pointing at the genetic beast eggs in the vial, saying, "These are called genetic beast eggs, not just eggs. The formidable genetic battle armor of grandfather evolved from them. Genetic beasts represent humanity's greatest biological invention, ushering us into the cosmic era. The genetic beast eggs are their primordial form. When immersed in the nutrient solution and provided with sufficient nourishment and energy, they will eventually hatch. The growth cycle of genetic beasts consists of the larval stage, growth stage, mature stage, and aging stage." "Ah, Xiaoyu, are you truly listening to me?" His scientific explanation fell short. Fortunately, Chang Zheng is an exceptionally patient child. If he cannot comprehend now, he may continue to share his thoughts with Xiaoyu later. "I am uncertain when the gene beast egg will finally hatch. The information I found online is rather incomplete. Some sources claim that with ample nutrient solution, it can hatch within a month, while others suggest 3 months or even half a year. There is yet another perspective, asserting that the hatching of the gene beast relies not solely on the nutrient solution, but also on the owner's care and affection for the egg. Each day, apart from dropping a drop of blood on the egg, one must converse with it, fostering a connection and intimacy. It is said that approximately a year later, the gene beast will emerge, closely bonded with its owner. I inquired with my grandfather, who recounted that his gene beast egg took a full 3 years to hatch due to insufficient nutrient solution, leaving him uncertain about the most effective hatching method. Xiang Anqing is a professional martial artist and mercenary, not a scientist. There are certain matters he comprehends, while others lie beyond his grasp. What is hatching? Xiaoyu's cheeks puffed up with curiosity. It is the moment when the tiny creature within the egg breaks free from its shell. Breaking free? She pondered. Does that mean it emerges from within? She recalled the animated film Chick, Run, where chicks hatch from their eggs. Yes, precisely. The gene egg absorbs the nutrient solution, and with the addition of blood, the little beast inside grows, eventually leading to its emergence. Is that so? Is it really like that? Xiaoyu stared at her beloved brother with a dazed expression, appearing to comprehend little of what was being said. Zhang Jing felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Well, it seems that I will compile the convenient hatching information I found online and ultimately apply it to our genetic beast eggs. Zhang Jing mused. Perhaps my gluttonous and foolish sister is the reason for this precociousness and wisdom? Indeed, great individuals are often forged from a young age. In light of my brother's good mood today, I shall grant you a promise. As long as these 2 genetic beast eggs successfully hatch, I will prepare a sumptuous meal of braised pork for you, served in a grand bowl. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately set aside her snacks and dashed to Zhang Jing, tugging at his clothing with eager anticipation for the promised dish. Not yet, my dear sister. We must wait until the genetic beast eggs have hatched. Xiaoyu, undeterred by her brother's words, seized the small vial. Her eyes fixated on the genetic beast eggs within as she began to implore them to emerge. If you do not come out, I shall devour you. Zhang Jing sighed. Even the genetic beast eggs were subject to her threats. He worried for his sister's future. Would she end up forever single, deteriorating at home? Xiaoyu. These are genetic beast eggs. They require a nutrient solution and a drop of blood to nurture them for hatching. Just as Zhang Jing spoke the word hatch, he found himself utterly speechless, confronted by an astonishing scene. The 2 genetic beast eggs, held in Xiaoyu's hands, began to crack, emitting faint cracking sounds. He felt an overwhelming urge to scream, to vent his frustrations. Had he known that the threat of being consumed loomed over the useful items? Why had he been so frugal, meticulously saving his allowance to secretly purchase the nutrient solution for hatching. Hatching, breaking free from the shell, where was the little one? So persistently murmuring? Displeased with the 2 gene beast eggs that had already hatched, he even shook the small bottle. Observing this, Zhang Zheng's lips twitched in response. With a crack, one egg shattered, revealing a fluffy little head that resembled a miniature dog, or perhaps a fox. Clumsily, it emerged from its shell, first devouring the remnants of it. Before Zhang Zheng could fully comprehend the scene, the little creature puffed up its belly and inhaled, transforming the entire bottle of nutrient solution into a stream of liquid, which it swallowed whole. How could such an inconspicuous little belly consume an entire bottle of nutrient solution? Zhang Zheng's eyes widened in astonishment. The tiny creature, having ingested all the liquid, swiftly grew larger. Just then, another egg cracked open, and a small head peeked out, also clumsily crawling out of its shell and munching on it. Following suit, it puffed up its belly and attempted to inhale, only to find that the bottle was already devoid of any nutrient solution. The little creature emitted a pitiful cry, utterly forlorn. Zhang Zheng could already ascertain that the first hatchling was indeed his own red crystal firefox, its eyes glimmering like red crystals as they met his gaze. The subsequent hatchling was the flower mouse chosen by his sister. This little flower mouse appeared significantly smaller than the earlier hatched fox, exuding an air of frailty. Brother, the hatchlings are here. What about the braised pork? Xiaoyu held up a bottle in front of Chang Zheng, her small mouth pouting. Her chubby little face resembled a tender, white bun. Particularly, she wore an expression that radiated a determined pride, as if to say there was no room for negotiation, which elicited a soft chuckle from Chang Zheng. Rest assured, we shall indulge in braised pork tonight, served in a grand bowl. You won't even need a reminder. You'll be filled to the brim. Chapter 8. A Call for Help. I seem to hear the sounds of 2 children bickering. Lao Xiang set down the communication device and, under the odd gaze of shopkeeper Wang, remarked, "Let us go see what troubles them." With that, he stowed a wooden box into his spatial pendant. "You should gather your belongings. This place is far from suitable. We will leave together shortly." A hint of hesitation flickered across shopkeeper Wang's face. "This shop is the property of our group. If I abandon it, how shall I explain to the leader? Am I to thank you for granting me a mere moment of escape?" Upon hearing Lao Xiang's words, shopkeeper Wang turned pale, fervently shaking his hands. No, that is not what I meant. I shall gather my things at once." As he lifted his leg to depart, Lao Xiang swiftly reached out, grasping his arm. His gaze turned serious. "Hold on. How do you intend to gather your belongings? Are you planning to stash all the important items from the shop into your spatial equipment? Isn't that how it's done?" Shopkeeper Wang replied in a flustered tone. "Are you foolish? Where do you think there is so much time for you to fiddle around? If you make a big commotion here, those outside will surely notice. When they rush in, we will be left with one fully capable fighter, one severely weakened, and 2 mere children. How could we possibly stand against them? Are we just waiting to be slaughtered?" Lao Xiang glared at the shopkeeper Wang, thinking him to be rather dim-witted. "So what should we do? Gather food, weapons, first aid kits, and money. I truly do not understand how this fellow managed to join the mercenary group, given his ignorance of basic escape gear." As soon as Lao Xiang released him, Wang rushed into his bedroom like a clumsy duck, only to freeze at the doorway. Lao Xiang quickly approached, only to find Wang gaping in astonishment at something inside the room. Alarm bells rang in Lao Xiang's mind, and he dashed in, only to encounter 2 small children within. He was about to berate Wang for his frightful demeanor when he realized that the room contained merely 2 youngsters. "What on earth are you doing, Wang? You nearly gave me a heart attack, making me think a formidable foe had entered and captured my children right under my nose." Just as he began to relax, he noticed the 2 children huddled together, their tiny hands seemingly engaged in some sort of play. Upon closer inspection, a chill ran down his spine as he gasped. "Those are hatching genetic beasts." This was not a question but a statement of certainty, with his seasoned eyes. He recognized that the 2 children had indeed managed to hatch the genetic beasts they had selected. But how could this possibly be? "Have you tampered with the belongings here?" Old Xiang strode into the room, confronting the 2 children with an air of indignation. He had always been strict in disciplining them, having long instructed them not to meddle with others' possessions, and such an incident should never have occurred. While little Yu was still quite young, Chang Zheng had always been perceptive and responsible. It was inconceivable that he could commit such a blunder. Upon hearing their grandfather's inquiry, both children shook their heads in unison. "Then what is this?" Old Xiang demanded, pointing at the small object in Chang Zheng's hand. "It is a hatching genetic beast. My red crystal firefox, Changzheng replied. And how did it hatch? It came out on its own, Changzheng asserted. Grandfather, it truly did hatch by itself. He emphasized. How can that be possible? Xiaowang, are there any items in this room that could accelerate the hatching of genetic beast eggs? Owner Wang quickly shook his head. If such things existed, I would have used them on my own son long ago. You seem utterly clueless. Old Xiang, having known this creature for several years, felt that if he did not know better, he would have considered discarding it immediately. Are you implying that my two little ones hatched it with their saliva? I haven't tested that, but perhaps it could work. Otherwise, how would they have managed to hatch it? Old Xiang felt a pang of frustration. Just take your things and leave. Owner Wang hurriedly exited. And old Xiang refocused his attention on the children. Changzheng, do not leave out any details. Tell me everything about the process of hatching the genetic beast egg. Chang nodded and recounted the earlier events. Upon finishing, Lao Xiang remained utterly perplexed. This world was too fantastical. Could it be that shouting at a bottle could actually cause the genetic beast eggs to hatch? Lao Xiang turned to the chubby little girl beside him, gazing into her innocent, wide eyes. He had nurtured her for 6 years, yet had never realized she possessed the ability to control the hatching of genetic beasts with her voice. Could it be that this little one was a wielder of multiple abilities? Suddenly, a melodious chime resonated throughout the room. Someone was at the door. Lao Xiang immediately grew vigilant, transferring the little girl, Xiao Yu, into Chang's care. Chang, you are still her brother, the only other martial artist in the family. Follow Grandpa and protect your sister. Confusion flickered across Chang's youthful face. Has something happened? Just listen, Lao Xiang replied tersely, offering no further explanation. At that moment, Wang, the shopkeeper, dashed to Lao Xiang's side like a startled quail, gripping his arm in panic. They've come. They've come. What should we do? Quickly. Check the store's surveillance to see who it is. Perhaps it's the help I've been seeking. Wang hastily activated the split monitor on his arm, a small device resembling a wristwatch, with a viewing screen no larger than a cross-section of an egg. The figures appearing at the door were neither robust men nor similar-looking mercenaries. Instead, they were dressed as emergency medical personnel, and outside, an ambulance appeared to be waiting. Lao Xiang pondered for a moment before instructing Wang. Quickly, get in touch with them. Express our gratitude for their arrival and inform them that the patient is in critical condition and requires their assistance. Which patient is unwell? Her. Old Xiang's little girl. Shopkeeper Wang's face twitched. Just now, wasn't it a bearded man who contacted you? Why is it an ambulance that has arrived? Given the circumstances, how can you still allow people to enter casually and even have your granddaughter feign illness? Hurry up. Are you slow to react? Old Xiang glared at Shopkeeper Wang. No. I was concerned for their safety. Could it be those who wish to take something and harm me? Hurry, while those who are watching you have yet to react. We have a good chance of escaping. These are the ones who contacted us for help just now. Help from the Jianghu? Chapter 9. Whose child has died? Standing at the entrance of the small shop were 2 tall young men dressed in medical attire. One of them possessed a distinctly angular, charismatic face. His thin lips curved into a subtle smile, giving him the air of a gentle gentleman, yet beneath that exterior lay a stubbornness akin to an impenetrable fog, occasionally revealing itself and piquing curiosity. He is a rare blend of inner and outer beauty, capable of stirring emotions. Since his appearance, it was evident that all female creatures in the vicinity, regardless of age, could not help but cast their glances his way. The other young man stood opposite him. Even in the presence of such a strikingly handsome figure, attracting the attention of numerous females, he remained unfazed, standing as he pleased, indifferent to the attention surrounding him. Particularly, this gentleman, despite donning large sunglasses that obscure his visage, exudes an unmistakable aura of distinction, causing many females to inadvertently linger in their observations of his striking presence. It is worth noting that although these 2 men are attired in medical garb, their athletic physiques appear more striking than those of professional martial artists. One bold woman, unable to contain her admiration, discreetly drooled when she noticed one of the handsome men casting his gaze in her direction, prompting her to throw him what she considered her most enchanting glance. Startled, the handsome man quickly turned his head away, displaying a flustered demeanor as he lowered his voice to address the man beside him, saying, "Boss, I apologize for the trouble I've caused you. If it weren't for my father insisting that I assist, you wouldn't have to waste your time here." "Not at all. I originally ventured out to seek solace," came the response, rich and melodious. "Thank you, boss. Once I conclude this matter, I shall accompany you to Taihao Star." It was understood that the boss had sustained significant injuries on this mission, yet he insisted on embarking on this journey. Consequently, The team was compelled to send their accompanying physician along with him. I am not in a rush to reach Tai House Star. Boss, while you may not be hurried, I am. If the deputy team leader discovers that my delay is the cause of your extended stay, I shall surely face his wrath. The normally composed young man exaggeratedly feigned distress. The man in sunglasses merely smirked. The deputy team leader may be stern, but his intentions are always for your benefit. The man in sunglasses was acutely aware that his deputy was referred to as the living king of hell by the team members. The handsome man, with an air of indifference, seemed to convey that he had no intention of engaging further, as they were not kindred spirits. It appeared that the area had been cordoned off. The man in sunglasses casually surveyed the surroundings, noting that at least a dozen control points were manned. Upon hearing his words, the handsome man's expression darkened. His father had mentioned that an old friend might have become entangled in serious trouble, and he urged them to provide assistance, facilitating their relocation to a safe haven. Are you planning to take them to the hospital in this town? He queried. My home is nearby, and my father has connections within the town's hospital. With the constant flow of people there, it would be more convenient to ensure their safe departure. He added, lowering his voice. The plan was feasible. He continued to ring the doorbell. The individuals inside the shop remained unresponsive, as it was hardly his fault. Boss, you did agree to let me take charge, didn't you? The handsome man pressed the doorbell once more. Finally, the shopkeeper, Wong, opened the door, exclaiming, You've arrived. The child is ill, and we're all beside ourselves with worry. Just moments ago, this individual had appeared panicked, yet now he donned a mask of genuine concern. Much like a skilled actor adept at changing faces, the handsome man's expression shifted as he caught sight of the child. While he cautiously observed the interior of the house, remaining vigilant, he muttered in frustration, Why on earth did you involve a child in this? It was an accident, purely an accident. If it weren't for Brother Xiang's arrival, I would have remained oblivious to the trouble I was in, Wang replied. Hearing this, the shopkeeper was now certain that these individuals were indeed sent by the old Xiang. Several individuals arrived, and Brother Xiang remarked that we might have inadvertently attracted significant trouble, having already caught someone's attention. There are 4 of you. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Members of the Bear Mercenary Corps? I am indeed the owner. And this establishment has always been a property of the Bear Mercenary Corps. I am also one of its members. You have brought just 4 people. I wonder if that will suffice. Here, apart from Brother Xiang, who possesses some combat capability, I am of no use, merely a hindrance. There are also 2 children, a 12-year-old boy and a 6-year-old girl. To be frank, they are burdens. Should we need to flee, it would pose a challenge. The young man suffers from a toothache, and in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, the hindrance could become a real problem. Look at how much the old man dotes on him. Just then, the door to the inner room opened, and a capable-looking elder emerged, holding a child by the hand. I am Xiang Anqing. At his words, the man in sunglasses momentarily froze. You must be the young Yang from the Shin family, correct? Brother Xiang observed the young man, noting how he resembled the younger Shun. The one referred to as young Yang suddenly appeared flustered. Everyone says I resemble my mother, yet you, esteemed elder, say I look like. Brother Xiang, greetings. I have often heard my father speak of you. It is my first time meeting you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shin Tianyang, currently an active duty soldier in the Federal Army. This is our captain, Su. The young man formally introduced himself and saluted, clearly establishing his identity. Brother Xiang regarded him closely, pondering that this young Shun had made his position clear from the outset, perhaps fearing I would not disclose the true reason behind his entanglement in this predicament. As for the items within that wooden box, old Xiang felt a throbbing headache. He could assure himself that if the old commander were to learn of their existence, he might very well come in person. Thus, the revelation of this matter by Asus to Xiao Shun and the others could potentially prevent the item from falling into the hands of the Savage Bear mercenary group. Moreover, he had just utilized Tianxuan not only to urgently contact Brother Shin, but also to discreetly relay a message to the old commander. If that item were to change hands while in his possession, how could he possibly explain it to the commander? Yet, if he were to conceal the truth and allow them to discover it for themselves later, it would also lead to a difficult explanation. After all, if they were not active duty soldiers of the Federation, it would be much simpler to negotiate terms, whether with money or other desired offerings. Old Xiang, you are indeed under tight surveillance. You must find a way to leave soon. Just as thoughts raced through Xiang Anqing's mind, contemplating various strategies, Xiang Xiaoyu swiftly dashed over to the man in sunglasses, clinging to his leg and attempting to climb up. How audacious! Whose child is this? Boldly embracing the captain's leg, and daring to climb him as if he were a tree. Shen Tianyang was taken aback and hurried to catch the little girl, fully aware that the captain had never been fond of children. Wait, what? The captain is actually lifting the little girl. What is your name? Chapter 10. Is this development too early? My name is Xiang Xiaoyu, but Grandpa says I shouldn't tell my name to strangers. Uncle, I just smelled something so fragrant on you. Do you have something delicious? This little foodie certainly speaks rather bluntly, doesn't she? Shen Tianyang gazed at the chubby little creature, pondering that if she were to be frightened to tears by the captain, he could comfort her with a few delectable candies stashed in his pocket. Alas, he was not particularly adept at handling such little ones. The alluring aroma caught his attention as the man in sunglasses momentarily paused, then retrieved a fist-sized fruit with a purple-black exterior from his jacket pocket. Upon sighting the fruit, Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. She extended her tiny paw, seizing it and taking a small bite. A wave of fruity fragrance enveloped the room, invigorating his senses. This fruit was undoubtedly extraordinary. In no time, a sixth of the fruit had vanished with crisp crunches. Suddenly, the man in sunglasses tapped the little one's forehead and swiftly snatched the fruit away. Shen Tianyang swallowed hard, realizing that this fruit had been painstakingly sourced by the higher-ups to mitigate the captain's internal injuries. Little one, you can't have any more. Too much will upset your stomach, he cautioned. I shall keep this fruit for you. You can enjoy it later. With that, the man tossed the diminished fruit to Shen Tianyang, placing it in a preservation box for the little one to consume once she had digested her earlier bite. However, Xiaoyu was unconcerned with such reasoning. When denied, she commenced to cry. Her tears fell freely, as if they were of no cost, leaving the man in sunglasses utterly flummoxed by her weeping. There, do not cry, he soothed. It is not that I am unwilling to share. Truly, you cannot have any more. Yet, her tears only flowed more profusely in response. The man in sunglasses found himself at a loss, holding Xiaoyu as though she were a scalding hot potato, yet he was reluctant to let her go. Lao Xiang observed him with suspicion, pondering whether this fellow had a particular fondness for children. Uncle, don't be nervous. Allow me to assist you, Changzheng said as he hurried over upon noticing Xiaoyu's escalating cries. Yo-yo, if you stop crying, I promise to prepare 3 meals of braised pork for you. With a mere whimper, her sobs abruptly ceased. 3 days of braised pork, and you'll have a generous bowl every day, the little girl bargained, leaning towards her brother. Shen Tianyang couldn't help but chuckle. This little one was remarkably quick to dry her tears. The man in sunglasses also exhibited a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, regarding Changzheng with a newfound warmth. Very well, from now on, you are not allowed to cry. The little girl pouted but ultimately nodded in reluctant agreement. Younger children are often more challenging to manage. This old man's little granddaughter has certainly caused you, Team Su, some trouble. Here, let me take her, Lao Xiang said, extending his arms to hold the child. The man in sunglasses instinctively recoiled, evading Lao Xiang's embrace. I'll handle this child. Xiaoyang can take care of the boy. Are you both prepared? We shall leave immediately. Once we step outside, you two will board the vehicle first. Xiaoyang and I will provide cover from behind. After these words, the man in sunglasses tightened his grip on Xiaoyu. What? Although they had come to assist out of friendship, they had not fully understood the true situation before becoming entangled in someone else's troubles. Boss, are you still our original boss? Let us vacate this insecure location first. As the 4 individuals stepped out of the house, a barrage of lethal energy beams from various energy guns converged upon them. Not only were the 4 under assault, but even the emergency hovercraft parked nearby came under fire. The intensity of the energy directed at the hovercraft far surpassed that aimed at them. Boss, get in the vehicle quickly. The shield is about to reach maximum capacity. The urgent voice of a comrade echoed through the earpiece. The man in sunglasses hastened his pace, delivering a sudden kick to the rear of Wang, the shopkeeper, propelling him into the open rear door of the hovercraft like a cannonball. Ouch! Wang yelped in pain. Before his cry could fade, the man in sunglasses, with one arm around Xiang Xiaoyu and the other steadying Xiang Anqing, boarded the vehicle. Behind them, Shen Tianyang secured Xiang Changzheng under one arm, while forcefully shutting the door with a bang. The hovercraft shot forward with a swift whoosh, akin to a rabbit leaping into action. Xiang Anqing, pale and astonished, gazed at the man in sunglasses who was supporting his arm. Thank you, General, he managed to utter. The man's agility, seamlessly maneuvering them into the vehicle with a mix of urgency and composure, suggested an impressive military rank. If he were aware that the man in sunglasses was currently recuperating from an injury, his astonishment would only deepen. You may call me Xiao Su. The man in sunglasses replied, releasing Xiang Anqing and placing Xiaoyu in a child's seat, fastening the safety harness. We came to assist. Fortunately, this is the town's hospital vehicle. If it were our own, it certainly wouldn't be equipped with a child's seat or safety belt. In this moment, and Chung sensed that the man in sunglasses was perhaps being excessively courteous and fervent towards them. Active duty soldiers of the Federation are typically the elite among martial artists, often displaying a distinct arrogance towards regular civilian fighters and mercenaries. Boss, over 10 flying cars are tailing us. I must shake them off, so hold on tight. Upon hearing this, the man in sunglasses instinctively leapt to shield Xiaoyu, enveloping her in his protective embrace. Lao Xiang's lips twitched. Were it not for Xiaoyu's tender age of merely 6, and the fact that the man, though his age was indiscernible, was at least in his 20s. Lao Xiang might have suspected that this individual harbored a romantic interest in his little granddaughter, akin to a guardian of a beloved. Lao Wang, quickly take your seat. With that, he pulled his child, Zhang Zheng, to find a secure spot. Shen Tianyang, brimming with curiosity, dashed over to the boss. Could it be that the myriad of women in the military district failed to captivate the boss? Is he still fond of nurturing games? Has he taken a liking to someone so young? As the speed of the flying cars escalated, accompanied by the jarring vibrations, they began to trace bizarre trajectories through the air. Brace yourselves, we're about to roll. With the driver's urgent shout, the vehicle collided with something, sending it hurtling through the air, flipping over several times with a sudden drop in speed, as if it were on the verge of losing its grip on gravity. In that critical moment, the flying car abruptly roared to life, executing an extraordinary ascent, much like a colossal cobra, its body undulating and with a swift motion. It surged upward into the sky. Ma Ge, this cobra maneuver is quite impressive, Shen Tianyang exclaimed enthusiastically. The flying cars on the planet amalgamate the advantages of automobiles and aircraft from Earth's primitive era, serving as a prevalent mode of transportation for humanity in the interstellar age. The driver, affectionately referred to as Ma Ge by Shen Tianyang, humbly downplayed his skills, claiming, I haven't piloted a flying car in quite some time. I've grown a bit rusty. The once proud driver suddenly appeared deflated. Chapter 11. Surprised, aren't you? After evading the pursuing flying vehicle, Shen Tianyang proposed that the group head to a temporary base belonging to the Shun family nearby. Lao Xiang concurred, but midway through their journey, he received a phone call that darkened his expression almost instantly. It took him a moment to respond to the caller. What is the issue? My father must be chuckling to himself, he said. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianyang couldn't help but smile. However, he added, but Lao Xiang, is it not too dangerous for you to go alone to the planetary spaceport? Should we escort you? That won't be necessary. Someone will be there to meet me. Lao Xiang replied with a wave and a smile. Observing Lao Xiang's reluctance to disclose any details, Shen Tianyang felt a twinge of displeasure. We fought tooth and nail to bring you out and saved your lives, yet you refuse to share even the true reason behind your troubles. If this turns out to be a significant issue, we might all unwittingly become entangled in it. Shen Tianyang involuntarily glanced at his captain, who appeared to be staring blankly, seemingly lacking expression, yet in reality, he was serving as a cushion for the little girl beside him. He lay in a deep slumber on the chest of another, drooling without a care, yet he dared not move a muscle. Shen Tianyang swore that his boss was undoubtedly acting abnormally. In truth, had it been anyone else, escaping from such a relentless pursuit, an airborne vehicle faced with adversaries numbering several times its own, would have been nearly impossible, though he had not witnessed it firsthand. The individual seated in the cockpit was undoubtedly a master of aerial maneuvers. Wang, the proprietor, cast his gaze over the man in sunglasses, Shen Tianyang, and the others within the cockpit and the auxiliary cabin. These individuals were far from ordinary. It was evident that the current active military personnel of the Federation were indeed the elite among elites. Yet, how had Elder Xiang established a connection with them? Wang was filled with questions. In fact, it was not only Wang who was perplexed. Xiang Anqing also harbored a myriad of inquiries in his mind. However, with a task at hand and others present, including Shen Tianyang's superior, it was not appropriate for him to voice his curiosities. Just drop me off at the purple alfalfa plain outside the town in a while, Elder Xiang instructed. Having spotted the cockpit's large screen displaying the airborne vehicle approaching the Shin family ranch on the outskirts of town. Understood, replied Shen Tianyang, with a chuckle. Elder Xiang sprang from his seat and leapt from the vehicle without a moment's hesitation. The vehicle did not pause. It swiftly rounded a bend and soared away. Not long after, the vehicle entered a desolate valley, Following a communication with Tianxuan, a massive metallic gate emerged halfway up the mountainside, and the vehicle glided directly into the heart of the mountain. Upon disembarking, Wang was met by the Shen family, who quickly came to escort him and make arrangements. The man in sunglasses lowered his voice and cautioned, "Keep it down, or you might wake her." Observing the three imposing figures beside him, he noted their astonished expressions. When did the leader develop such a tenderness for children? "Boss, the child is too small. Constantly being held will be quite uncomfortable for her. She needs a proper bed." The man in sunglasses acknowledged this with a nod, cradling the child as he moved forward. After taking a couple of steps, he turned to Chang Zheng and instructed him to follow. Chang Zheng was momentarily stunned, as were Shun Tianyang and the others. Could it be that the boss was behaving this way? "Your name is Chang Zheng?" As the man in sunglasses removed his shades, Chang Zheng was taken aback. Before him stood an extraordinarily handsome man, his features so finely crafted that he seemed to be chiseled by the hands of a deity. His deep, aloof eyes and thin, tightly pressed lips exuded an aura that discouraged any approach. Despite his exquisite features, the man possessed a rugged masculinity, enveloped in a subtle aura of danger and iron resolve. Standing tall and exhibiting a commanding presence, the intensity of his gaze rendered Chang Zheng almost breathless, making it difficult for him to articulate his thoughts. "I am Chang Zheng, 12 years old. This is my sister, Xiang Xiaoyu, and she is 6. I am Su Lingtian. You may call me Uncle Su from now on." The scrutinizing demeanor of Su Lingtian, akin to that of an interrogating officer, induced a slight anxiety in Chang Zheng, causing him to unconsciously clench his small fists. "I also have an uncle, named Xiang Mingfeng, who is a soldier in the Federal Army." Cough, cough, cough. The water that Shen Tianyang had just swallowed was immediately expelled. His sudden outburst drew the attention of the others in the room, particularly the languid gaze of his superior, which made him break into a cold sweat. Zhang Jing stared at Shen Tianyang in bewilderment. Were they merely staying at the Shun residence to accompany Uncle Su? Zhang Jing turned to look at Shen Tianyang, followed by Su Lingtian, who also cast his eyes upon Shen Tianyang. Under their scrutinizing gazes, Shen Tianyang dared not voice a single word of dissent. "Indeed, our captain is rather kind. You two will be residing with him for the time being. When he has the opportunity, he may even offer you some guidance on your cultivation, a privilege not easily bestowed upon just anyone." A suppressed chuckle escaped him. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing couldn't help but laugh, sheepishly nodding in agreement. Chapter 12. The Exquisite Do Dingbao. The Shen family's banquet was held in the opulent VIP hall. Renowned for being a lineage of distinguished physicians, the Shen family unfortunately found themselves in a dire predicament, unable to safeguard even their own kin. Eventually, a remarkably astute patriarch began to steer the family toward a transformation, evolving their legacy from merely a family of physicians into one that harmoniously integrated martial arts and medicine. However, this family had always maintained a low profile, making it quite challenging to find news pertaining to them in various media outlets. Yet today, all the prominent figures of the Shun family gathered in the grand hall of the VIP area on this planet. Shen Tianyang, feeling somewhat guilty, stealthily slipped into the hall and discreetly made his way toward a certain direction within. "Tianyang, what are you sneaking around for? Where is your Captain Su?" With a resounding shout, Shun Xiangyang's whereabouts were unmistakably revealed, drawing the gaze of nearly all the relatives of the Shun family in the hall. Shun Tianyang resembled a mischievous monkey caught in the act of stealing sweet potatoes. His half-extended leg abruptly halted, leaving him in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Laughter erupted from several younger acquaintances who recognized him, unable to contain their amusement. "Hurry up and come over. You're truly bringing shame to the Shun family." Shen Tianyang could only grimace in response, reluctantly making his way to the innermost part of the hall, where a group of middle-aged men were gathered. These men encircled two elderly figures seated at the center. The two elders appeared to be in their 50s, though it was difficult to ascertain their true ages, especially since martial artists often defy the passage of time. Much like Xiang Anchen, who, despite being over 80, still looked remarkably youthful and robust. "Tianyang, come here. Your grandpa Song has arrived." A middle-aged man, strikingly similar to Shen Xiangyang, approached him and affectionately ruffled his hair. "Dad," he replied, playfully winking at the man. "Speak properly and don't provoke your grandfather's ire," the middle-aged man suggested, gently tugging on Shun Xiangyang's arm. "Greetings, Grandpa." "Hello, Grandpa Song." Taking the hint, Shun Xiangyang eagerly approached the two elders, expressing, "Little Yang has missed both grandfathers immensely. You little rascal, your flattery is as sweet as ever." By the way, where is your captain, Ling Tian? The leaner elder inquired with a smile. Grandpa, you know he's never fond of crowds, with so many people for dinner. He wouldn't want to come, Shun Xianyang responded, acknowledging the elder's question. As soon as Shun Tianyang's voice fell, a disdainful cold snort echoed in response. Upon hearing these words, Shun Tianyang's expression instantly soured. He turned his head toward the direction of the derisive sound, only to find a man in his 30s whose icy demeanor and contempt had yet to dissipate. With great fanfare, we were summoned. Yet the principal still maintained an air of superiority. What? Do you look down upon the Shin family? If you disdain us, why come to pay respects to the old master? Upon hearing this, the smile on Shun Tianyang's face vanished completely. The previously amiable young man transformed into a figure exuding an aura of ironclad determination, a palpable sense of ferocity swirling around him. Our captain, currently recuperating from injuries, had entrusted his visit to Shun Chongshan, the venerable elder of the Shin family, to Deputy Commander Zhao. Such a privilege was not afforded to just anyone. Shun Tianyang's words provoked an immediate reaction from the man, who appeared ready to erupt. It is as it should be. Ling Tian, the young lad, comes at the behest of an old friend to visit me. I had intended to host a family dinner this evening to properly entertain this legendary youth, who has garnered the unwavering loyalty of his subordinates through his deep sense of loyalty and righteousness. Yet here you are, bringing a throng of people, deliberately creating chaos. Are you not? Is it your intention to prevent me from enjoying a peaceful meal? In the presence of the esteemed Shin elder, who was revered like the sun among the younger generations of the Shin family, his words carried immense weight. As he spoke, the faces of the younger Shin family members standing beside him collectively paled. Father, grandfather, enough. The elder waved his hand dismissively. Ling Tian, my child, is a soldier, not a politician. You are indulging in trivial matters, which I find quite displeasing, let alone him. What does it mean? Nowadays, who among those standing within this grand hall is not a person of stature? It is already a considerable honor for us to visit a mere junior like you. Yet, your refusal to meet us, coupled with the old man's insinuation, leaves us feeling like we are being overly sentimental and frivolous. The faces of the elders from the Shun family darkened in response. At that moment, another elder, who had been seated beside the patriarch of the Shin family, spoke up. In truth, the children have gathered here primarily for you. Old Shin, do not be oblivious to your own blessings. Your offspring are quite promising. I cannot help but feel envious as I observe them. If you do not cherish them, feel free to send them my way. The Song family would gladly accept them. Ah, old Song, how callous you are, attempting to poach from my Shun Tianming's descendants. This only stirs my desire. Seeing your hall filled with accomplished heirs incites my jealousy. Knowing that you are envious and distressed brings me comfort. The elder Song, whose cheeks had grown slightly plump, became incensed and raised his voice. I am well aware of your petty thoughts. You know that our Shun family's second generation is commendable, yet the third generation leaves much to be desired. In contrast, while your second generation may not shine, your third generation has produced several promising descendants. You old fox are merely biding your time. Before long, as your third generation matures, you will undoubtedly come to flaunt before me. The elderly Song shot a disdainful glance at Shun Tianming, yet a proud smile still graced the corners of his mouth. Old Song, since you are here, I shall have Tianyang invite Ling Tian over shortly, so you may meet him. In the future, you could entrust your child to him, Shin Chongshan remarked. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Song family quickly grasped Shin Chongshan's intentions. He was attempting to introduce someone beneficial. It was said that the enigmatic Ling Tian had recently risen in the military like a comet, capturing the attention of several prominent figures. If his own child were to pursue a military career under Ling Tian's guidance, it would certainly be a commendable choice. However, I have heard that Ling Tian's reputation is rather mixed, remarked Old Song with a note of concern. Shin Chongshan waved his hand, dismissing the younger members of the Shin family, declaring that no gathering or banquet would take place. Finally, he turned to the elder Song with a serious expression, stating, Indeed. The external evaluations of this young fellow Ling Tian are quite polarized, yet I remain optimistic about him. Oh, what makes you so confident? Shin Chongshan suddenly chuckled softly, then lowered his voice to explain to the elder Song. Captain Su, drenched in sweat, was struggling to dress the little bun, Xiang Xiaoyu, in a skirt. The delicate lace tulle skirt was composed of several layers. The little bun had the tiniest arms and legs, and Captain Su, unaccustomed to the task of dressing someone, was anxious about accidentally hurting her. After half an hour of effort, he still had not succeeded in putting on the skirt. The little one grew impatient, twisting her small body, which resulted in a long tear appearing in the tulle skirt. "You're so clumsy," she exclaimed. Little Bowsy speaks with unfiltered candor, instantly leaving Captain Sue deeply disheartened. There, a small figure, barely the height of an adult's thigh, assertively directs her Uncle Sue, who cradles her as they dine. She sweeps away all the delectable meats on the table, disdainfully ignoring even a single green vegetable. Shen Chongshan and Xiang Anqing share an old friendship. Yet they have only encountered this amusing little girl on a few occasions, unaware of her delightful antics. With her cheeks stuffed and round, her large, sparkling eyes remain fixed on a platter of her beloved meat. Even as her brother attempts to serve himself, she keenly watches him, aware of his reluctance to place the meat on her plate. Shen Tianyang chuckles without restraint, and even the elder Song at the same table cannot help but laugh. Remarking on the child's charm, old Xiang, too, is questioned for not bringing this little one out to amuse us. Ultimately, she is just a glutton, a true foodie. Is it shame that prevents him from bringing her out to his grandfather? Xiang Changzheng, observing his little sister's unmasked demeanor, covers his face, muttering, "I see nothing. I see nothing." Ling Tian, given his fondness for children, is playfully urged to consider marriage and parenthood, if there is no one he fancies. Shen grandfather may well introduce him to a suitable match. Shen Chongshan, watching with curiosity as Su Ling Tian allows the little Bowsy to dictate his every move. Can't help but interject, "Thank you, Elder Shen, but I have no immediate plans for marriage." Su Ling Tian maintained a demeanor of indifference at the dining table, which rendered the atmosphere rather unappetizing. "Captain, why don't you partake in the meal as well? Everyone is attending to her. Perhaps I should feed her?" With a huff, I was met with a piercing glare from the little Bon, who promptly declared her independence in dining. Huh, a child who can feed herself still expects Uncle Sue to serve her here and there? Shen Xiangyang teased her directly. "Can you blame me? Whose fault is it that your dining table stretches so long? With all of you towering giants, are you bullying my petite arms?" The little Bun slapped her tiny paw on the table, leaving a greasy imprint. Su Ling Dion hurriedly put down his chopsticks and clumsily grasped her small paw, swiftly wiping it with a nearby napkin. Shen Tianyang. Upon hearing his captain's admonishing call, Shen Tianyang feigned innocence, looking pitiful as if he had fallen from grace with the arrival of the new noble. "What on earth are you doing?" Su Ling Dion shot him a sharp glare. However, everyone was quite intrigued by Su Ling Tian's unexpected affection for the little Bon. How could the usually unflappable Su Ling Tian show such warmth towards a small child? Not only the adults, but even Xiang Chanzheng occasionally stole glances at the sight of Uncle Su cradling his younger sister. Shen Shan, while attending to Su Ling Dian, also engaged with Old Song and several close members of the Shen family, alongside the temporarily invited Shen Tianyang, all the while observing with astonishment the interaction between Su Ling Tian and the little Bun. It seems that Zhu Ling Tian has discovered that the little Bun is exceedingly picky, refusing to touch any vegetables. It is quite absurd to have the direct descendant of a primordial demon consume a vegetarian diet. However, humans are not demons. Even children understand the importance of a balanced diet, so how could Zuling Tian be unaware? Thus, while satisfying the little Bun's craving for meat, Zuling Tian also added a few servings of vegetables to her plate. The outcome was disastrous, as the little Bun promptly grabbed the vegetables with her hands and tossed them onto Zuling Tian's dish. Instantly, the room fell into silence. Shen Xiangyang froze, holding his chopsticks aloft, while Shun Lao's expression shifted slightly as he set down his chopsticks. Others turned their gazes in unison towards the little Bun and Zuling Tian. Furrowing his brow, Zuling Tian looked at the little Bun earnestly and said, "You cannot solely consume meat. It is not good for your health. Vegetables must be eaten as well." "I will eat the meat, and you shall eat the vegetables," replied the little Bun, unperturbed, her brows mirroring his furrowed expression. "Being picky will hinder your growth." "Humph, that is a lie. I love eating meat and I've grown just fine," the little Bun declared, puffing out her small chest as if to provide irrefutable evidence. Zuling Tian's frown deepened, and he turned to the person sitting beside him, Xiang Changjung, asking, "Has she been picky since childhood?" Finally, realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiang Changjung hesitated briefly before responding. Since she started teething, she has only consumed meat broth, never missing a meal of meat, while completely avoiding vegetables. My grandfather has fought tooth and nail to make her eat greens, but her preference for meat remains unchanged. Upon hearing this, Su Ling Tian's brows furrowed with such intensity that one might imagine him capable of crushing a fly. Is there any abnormality in the health check? Xiao Yu had always been frail since childhood, often falling ill despite not being a picky eater, leading to frequent hospital visits until her health gradually improved over the past 2 years. Moreover, Xiao Yu possessed a stubborn disposition. She would rather starve than eat meat. How could one dare to suggest that a great demon consume vegetables? She would choose starvation over such a fate, for even demons have their pride. Thus, feeding her became a task fraught with psychological struggle. Watching the little bun joyfully devour meat, Su Ling Tian's eyes filled with profound concern. If this continued, the little bun would surely grow up with an unbalanced diet. You must eat your vegetables, Xiao Yu. It is simply not permissible to avoid them, he declared, wielding his chopsticks with a commanding air that bore an implicit warning. Yet, when the ever-commanding Su Ling Tian mentioned the iron plate, the little bun shot him a disdainful glance, rolling her eyes before promptly transferring the vegetables onto her plate. Su Ling Tian was taken aback. Typically, his brothers would obediently comply when met with his authoritative tone. Just moments ago, he had tested this on Shen Xiangyang, and it had proven effective. Shen Xiangyang, observing from the side, was laughing so hard that tears streamed down his face. Was this the exhilarating sensation of continually pushing one's limits? This little bun was indeed a delight. Opportunities to witness their leader humbled were rare. This diminutive creature was remarkably talented. Alas, reprimanding their leader was out of the question, as she was far too small. Scolding would likely be lost on her, and intimidation was futile, for she was utterly unafraid. It seemed hopeless. There were simply no more tactics left. Shen Xiangyang wore an expression of eager anticipation, keenly observing the two. Su Ling Tian's eyes occasionally glistened with tears. Yet the little bun remained oblivious. That one, I want that one, he instructed, utterly unconcerned, as Su Ling Tian labored to grasp the meat. With his arm stiffening, it was only upon the third impatient urging from the little bun that he finally attempted to secure the food. The onlookers, including Elder Shun, wore expressions caught between laughter and restraint, the previously suffocating silence dissipating instantly. Su Ling Tian was indeed Su Ling Tian. Perhaps such a person would make a fine father in the future. Elder Shin felt a stir in his heart, recalling someone. Chapter 14. Shin Jiaruan. After attending to the little one's grooming and tucking her into bed, he observed Chang Zheng diligently working on his summer assignments. Only then did Su Ling Tian feel at ease to visit Elder Shun. In truth, this was merely a vacation for him. An opportunity to fulfill a mission to visit Shin Chongshan, orchestrated discreetly by Deputy Commander Zhao to expand his connections. Yet, Su Ling Tian lacked the enthusiasm for such matters, displaying no interest whatsoever. His sole aspiration was to be a commendable soldier, one who honored both his country and its people. In Su Ling Tian's eyes, Shin Chongshan was a figure deserving of profound respect. Conversely, Shin Chongshan regarded Su Ling Tian as an individual of exceptional character and remarkable potential. Undoubtedly a promising junior worthy of attention. Young Su Ling has arrived. Please, take a seat. I suppose conversing with an old man like me is rather dull? Su Ling Tian settled beside him, humbly replying, How could that be? Elder Shin, your esteemed reputation and insightful perspective are invaluable. I have much to learn from you. Hee. Old Zhao has asked me to introduce you to some people, mentioning that you struggle with social interactions and conversation. However, in truth, you possess the gift of conversation and exhibit great intelligence. Your former taciturnity is merely a facade for your aversion to socializing, is it not? Instantly, your little ruse has been unveiled, leaving you, Su Ling Tian, awkwardly raising your cup to sip tea. As a useful officer of the Federation, while you need not possess the theatrical finesse of a politician, it is imperative that you at least possess fundamental interpersonal skills. If such interactions truly displease you, you could delegate these responsibilities to your representative or your wife. There have been precedents. General Liao Qinghui, for instance, was not one to engage in social niceties, and his spouse served as a spokesperson. Su Ling Tian quickly grasped the underlying intention. It was a subtle attempt to introduce him to a potential match. A flicker of obscurity crossed his eyes. Old Shin, I understand your intentions. I recognize that you have my best interests at heart. Yet you are also aware of the grave circumstances facing the Federation. Serving in the military today could very well cast one's future into the vastness of space. I cannot jeopardize a young woman's life for my own ambitions. Furthermore, I have conveyed to Deputy Commander Xiao that I have no plans to settle down. My utmost aspiration is to fall in battle. Su Lingtian's gaze was profoundly earnest, imbued with a sense of mortality. Shen Chongshan was momentarily taken aback, his complexion shifting slightly. If Su Lingtian was so resolute in his fatalistic resolve, then his future became increasingly unpredictable, and the woman who would become his wife would undoubtedly face heightened risks. Truly, you ought to reconsider. I happen to know someone here who seems quite suitable for you. Su Lingtian gently shook his head. Upon noticing the situation, Elder Shin promptly shifted the conversation, and the two engaged in a discussion about the current state of the Federation. Su Lingtian's keen insight and his decisive, fearless demeanor garnered much admiration from Shen Tianming. The two conversed well into the night before deciding to pause their dialogue. Intending to continue the next day, Elder Shin's wealth of experience and extensive knowledge greatly benefited Su Lingtian, enhancing his understanding of the peculiar and severe circumstances surrounding the Federation. As the symposium commenced the following day, attendance had increased, with Elder Song joining the gathering. Shen Tianyang, who had originally planned to serve tea, was dismissed by Elder Shin and replaced by a charming and intellectually captivating young woman, Shinjiaru. Although tasked with serving, Shinjiaru, being Elder Shin's granddaughter and Shen Tianyang's cousin, commanded respect from all present. As each participant shared their perspectives on the current situation, Shinjiaru, though seldom vocal, impressed everyone with her profound insights and keen observations, earning admiration for her astuteness. However, it was peculiar that for 3 consecutive days, despite Su Lingtian's evident appreciation for Shinjiaru, and at times soliciting her opinions, he never invited her out during the day. When they occasionally crossed paths, his demeanor remained indifferent. One day, Shinjiaru approached her grandfather, asking, "Grandpa, do you think Su Lingtian looks down on me?" To which he replied, "Dear, Su Lingtian has already conveyed to me his intention not to marry. How could he possibly pursue you? Now, tell me quickly, what have you thought of him these past few days? What sort of person do you believe he is?" Upon being questioned by Shen Chongshan, Shinjiaran felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she confessed, "I think he is truly remarkable. Not only is he handsome and exceptionally knowledgeable, but he also possesses a profound sense of mission and responsibility. I hold him in high esteem. Moreover, I believe he is not the kind of person who is fickle or leads a double life, although our interactions have been limited. Su Lingtian has left an indelible impression on me. His striking appearance, extraordinary demeanor, and eloquent discourse are truly admirable. His character is particularly captivating to me. A man like him, once married, would certainly not stray to seek extramarital affairs. If you genuinely admire him, perhaps you should take the initiative. Your grandfather has provided you with the opportunity to meet him, but capturing the heart of a man you like is something only you can accomplish." Upon hearing these words, Shun Jiaran smiled, a blend of shyness and newfound confidence gracing her features. "Just wait and see, Grandpa." In the Shun household, each morning, Su Lingtian would lead Changzheng and Xiaoyu in their training. They continued to practice the split tiger fist. Although Su Lingtian had perceived from the outset that this particular technique was not ideally suited for them, nevertheless, as a foundational martial skill, its primary purpose was to open the meridians and enhance their energy pathways. Su Lingtian had contemplated that once both children mastered the split tiger fist to a significant degree, he would introduce them to other techniques that could better guide their future martial development. Thus, he devoted each day to instructing the 2 children in their practice. Su Lingtian's insights and understanding of the split tiger fist surpassed the grasp of ordinary individuals, and under his mentorship, 3 days were sufficient for Xiang Changzheng to undergo a remarkable transformation. He was on the brink of mastering the split tiger fist. Even Little Yu's rendition of the tiger fist was impressively fierce, exuding an air of dominance as she laughed heartily. After their morning training, Su Lingtian took the 2 children to play military chess. They began with the most rudimentary level of the game, which simulates the various tactics encountered by humanity in the interstellar realm, incorporating numerous classic battle scenarios. Upon its inception, it quickly captured the hearts of many military academy students and active duty soldiers alike. Su Lingtian engaged the children in the single-player version. Both Changzheng and Little Yu displayed immense enthusiasm for this game, with Little Yu charging ahead without a care for defense, often choosing to flee when faced with defeat. Initially, she found escape elusive, dying repeatedly until the onset of Monday. In her quest to ascend the rankings, she sought recommendations, imploring her friends for their support, expressing her gratitude profusely. Thus, for the first time, Little Yu encountered a blacklist, an inevitable downfall. The top contender was Zinio, who had eliminated her 57 times in 3 days. The second was Shun Tianyang, having bested her 35 times, followed closely by her older brother, who, despite claiming he would go easy on her, ended up defeating her 29 times, only slightly less than the mischievous Shun Tianyang. Even Su Shu, after imparting his wisdom on gameplay, neglected to engage with her further, refusing to join her in any competitive matches. Indeed, Su Lingtian refrained from shattering her fragile spirit. Nevertheless, despite the countless defeats, this military chess game had become her most profound obsession since birth. Little Yu was so engrossed that she neglected her favorite cartoons and even resisted sleep at night, devoting all her attention to military chess. The outcome was quite tragic. Last night, she was unexpectedly spanked. Oh, how cruel of Uncle Su. Humph. Even the smallest of individuals possess their own temper. Little Yu has resolutely decided not to engage with Uncle Su today. The maid, Qingying, observed from a distance as Xiang Xiaoyu covered her bottom with one tiny paw and clutched her waist with the other, feigning a sigh as if she were an adult. With her brother engrossed in his homework and Uncle Su having gone out again, she felt rather lonely this afternoon. What an opportunity! The entire courtyard was devoid of anyone save for Xiang Xiaoyu. Qingying recalled the words the young lady had spoken to her that morning. Qingying, do you believe in love at first sight? Mission, her cheeks flushed with shyness, had inquired. My lady, have you truly developed feelings for that Su Lingtian? I am unsure. I simply feel that he is the most delightful among all the men I have encountered. Just the sight of him and the chance to converse with him brings me immense joy. Qingying, do you think I might be falling for him? Qingying was rendered speechless. Unlike the pampered young lady, she had matured early due to her harsh upbringing. If the young lady harbored feelings for him, then she should pursue him. Indeed, Su Lingtian was quite handsome, and he seemed well matched with the young lady. However, no matter how she attempted to encounter him or reach out, he paid her no mind, constantly revolving around that little girl. It had been 6 or 7 days of this. Alas, if only that little girl were not in the picture. Humph. She was merely the child of a friend of his grandfather, yet so oblivious, incessantly clinging to Lingtian. How bothersome. As she observed the little creature bounding about the courtyard, a sudden thought surged in Qingying's mind. If this little girl were to vanish, would not the young lady then have her opportunity? Perhaps she could orchestrate an accident to ensure her complete disappearance, and even if she were to resurface, it would be attributed to her own reckless frolicking. How utterly clean that would be, in a large family rife with intrigue. She had previously engaged in similar schemes for the sake of the enchanting lady. Lost in contemplation, Qingying gazed at the distant little girl, whose face blossomed with an innocent smile before slipping away. Before long, a young maid entered the courtyard and grasped Xiaoyu's arm, claiming that Mr. Su wished to take her out for some delightful treats. Instantly, the little glutton perked up and followed without hesitation, even forgetting her earlier quarrel with Su Lingtian. Xiang Changjung was immersed in his homework when, for reasons unknown, he seemed to hear the faint sobs of Xiaoyu. The sound was so subtle that by the time he set his book down, it had vanished. He tilted his head to listen further, but indeed, the cries were no longer audible. Yet, the lament of a child, could something have befallen Xiaoyu? Anxious, Changjung resolved to leave his room and ascertain whether his sister was in any distress. However, after scouring both the room and the courtyard, he found no trace of Xiaoyu, and a cold sweat broke out upon him. Something must have happened to her. The first person who came to mind as a potential savior was Uncle Su, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed off. In the courtyard of Shun Chongshan, Su Lingtian observed the somber expression on Shun Chongshan's face, which was marred by profound concern. It has been 3 days since An City has fallen into obscurity. The Violent Bear mercenary group has repeatedly concealed the truth. Now, our efforts to uncover the clues to his disappearance are regrettably belated. Su Lingtian's countenance shifted as he inquired, when did Elder Shin receive news of old Master Xiang's disappearance? Is it related to what he took with him? Shin Chongshan's displeasure with the Violent Bear was palpable. Ever since they had changed their leadership, their reliability had waned considerably. If something has indeed befallen old Xiang, they will not escape unscathed, Su Lingtian remarked coldly. Naturally, if I do not receive an explanation, no matter who it may be, it will not suffice, Shin Chongshan asserted fiercely. Old Xiang dedicated his life to the Violent Bear, and now, at the end, he seems to have been betrayed. If there are indeed internal issues within the Violent Bear that led to old Xiang's demise, I, Shin Tianming, vow that the perpetrators will not be spared. A sense of urgency washed over Su Lingtian as he queried, what will happen to Changjung and Xiaoyu if something unfortunate has occurred to old Master Xiang? If, hypothetically, something were to happen to him, I would raise those two children as my own grandchildren in the Shun household. Shin Chongshan's loyalty to old Master Xiang was commendable. Su Lingtian spoke with calmness, yet his fists were clenched tightly within his sleeves. When Shin Chongshan mentioned the name Minghua, an ominous foreboding loomed over them. Alas, the heavens are unpredictable. I can only hope that old Xiang is safe this time, Shin Chongshan lamented. Suddenly, a piercing cry shattered the air. Uncle Su, uncle, save me. Please. Xiaoyu has been taken. It was Xiang Changzhong, his voice filled with terror, echoing through the courtyard. Both Shin Chongshan and Su Lingtian's expressions changed dramatically. Though both were martial artists, Shun Tianming barely caught a glimpse of a shadow before Su Lingtian had already stepped out of the room. Alarmed, Shin Tianming shouted inwardly and hastily pursued him. As Su Lingtian emerged, he witnessed the Shun family's guards preventing Changzhong from entering. With a swift motion, he deftly maneuvered around the guards, stepping out of the circle and onto the open ground beyond. Changzhong, do not panic. What has happened to Xiaoyu? Uncle Su, help. I was just doing my homework when I heard Xiaoyu's cries, faint yet piercing. By the time I rushed out to find her, she had vanished. Someone must have taken her. Upon finishing, the normally resilient young boy was suddenly overcome with tears. Having been orphaned at a young age, his only sister had become his emotional anchor, the one person he cherished most in this world aside from his grandfather. Chapter 16. The sky has been torn open. What do you mean Xiaoyu is missing from the courtyard? Su Lingtian was rendered speechless, his eyes gleaming with cold fury. As Shin Chongshan reached the doorway and overheard this, his face blanched in horror. This revelation suggested that there was a traitor within the Shun family. It was utterly humiliating. He had just vowed to treat the two children as if they were his own grandchildren should anything happen to old Xiang. Rage surged within him, staining his visage crimson. Someone, investigate immediately. I demand to know the whereabouts of Xiaoyu. None of you shall rest easy until this is resolved. Captain, what has happened? Hearing the commotion, Shin Tianyang rushed over. Xiaoyu has been abducted. The sky above was heavy and still, as if cloaked in a layer of frost. With a long sigh, Su Lingtian hurried towards the courtyard where they resided. After a thorough search, it became evident that Xiaoyu was indeed missing. Su Lingtian's expression grew increasingly grim. Less than an hour had passed since he confirmed her disappearance. Suddenly, he inquired, how long will it take your family to search the vicinity? Upon hearing this, Shin Tianyang furrowed his brow. This area is vast, characterized by mountains and numerous caves and valleys. A comprehensive search will require all hands on deck for at least 4 hours. Su Lingtian's face darkened further. Tianyang in my name. Contact the planetary garrison to mobilize their forces for the search. Additionally, summon Lao Lu and his team to assist. We must locate the child within 2 hours. This may be inappropriate, Shin Tianyang protested. If we simply reach out to the planetary garrison center to seal off the spaceport, our Shin family members could excavate and find her. Given that Xiaoyu bears the surname Xiang, not Su, this show of force seems excessive. Su Lingtian's voice rose sharply. Are you suggesting that your excavations would yield results in just a few hours? What if we fail to locate her? 4 hours is ample time for a spaceship to traverse the 19 administrative planets, and it is sufficient for a deranged criminal to commit unspeakable acts. Furious, Su Lingtian disregarded the despondent Shun Tianyang and directly contacted the planetary garrison center. This is Su Lingtian. I request the support of the brother units. My daughter has gone missing in the Shun family compound. She is only 6 years old, and we preliminarily suspect foul play. With but a single utterance, the entire military apparatus of the planet was set into motion. Various spacecraft and vehicles converged incessantly upon the Shun family base. This situation had escalated alarmingly, tearing through the very fabric of normalcy. The planet's spaceport was almost immediately placed under military control, followed swiftly by the imposition of restrictions on urban traffic in the vicinity of the Shun estate. Military vehicles and aircraft began to swarm from all directions, initiating a comprehensive search both inside and out. Silence. Everyone be silent. Shin Chongshan's expression turned ashen. He had not anticipated such a rapid and severe turn of events. The audacity of Su Lingtian to disregard the Shun family's dignity and directly contact the garrison to conduct a search was beyond his comprehension. Shin Tianyang shared similar sentiments, particularly as he witnessed members of the Shun family being taken into custody one by one. Su Lingtian observed Shun Tianyang, who clung to his sleeve, demanding an explanation, and furrowed his brow. He leaned in close and whispered a few words. Upon hearing Su Lingtian's remarks, Shen Tianyang's face drained of color. Boss, I'm sorry. This is not the time for such thoughts. We must urgently find the child. The might of an entire planetary garrison searching for a single child was unfathomable. Within the span of an hour, clues began to unravel. Qing Ying, along with several maidservants, attendants, and guards surrounding Xinjiao, were brought forth before the assembly. The responsibility for interrogations was delegated to the Xin family members and the officials from the Planetary Garrison Center. Meanwhile, Su Lingtian had already taken his loyal subordinates to search for the child. Having just finished relaying instructions, Qing Ying was unceremoniously kicked out by Shun Jiran's father, Shen Tianyang's uncle, who exclaimed in outrage, "How can the Shen family produce such despicable and shameless servants?" Meanwhile, the head of the Planetary Guard Center smirked, contemplating the audacity of daring to harm even the daughter of Su Lingtian. Clearly, they had grown weary of life. Now that the Planetary Guard forces had been alerted, there was no way this matter would be resolved easily. The highest-ranking official who had come was occupied with rescuing individuals alongside Su Lingtian, while his deputy was tasked with interrogating the culprits among the Shen family. Regardless of the circumstances, the Shen family had sealed their fate with the charges of negligence and indulgence of their subordinates. In the grand scheme of this planet, the Shen family was considered a prestigious household. However, following this incident, any hopes of rekindling amicable relations with Su Lingtian would be greatly diminished. Instead, they had inadvertently bestowed a significant favor upon the Planetary Guard Center. Should the leaders of the Planetary Guard assist Su Lingtian in locating his child, it would be entirely natural to forge connections based on this goodwill. Even if Su Lingtian was not particularly adept at navigating social nuances, he would undoubtedly extend a helping hand at the appropriate moment to those who saved his daughter. Oh, how grateful the Shen family ought to be for providing them with such a splendid opportunity. Half an hour later, Su Lingtian finally discovered the unconscious Xiang Xiaoyu in a derelict mine. The man who had abducted her, feeling exasperated, had simply knocked her out. Due to the timely and strict blockade imposed by the military, he found himself with no choice but to abandon her. Unfortunately for him, he was ultimately recognized as a guard of the Shen family and was swiftly apprehended, subsequently revealing the whereabouts of Xiang Xiaoyu. In truth, Qing Ying had entrusted him with the task of eliminating the child once he departed from the Shen family, ensuring that the matter would be handled cleanly, without a corpse. There would be no means to investigate. However, the military arrived with alarming swiftness before he could venture far. He witnessed a swarm of ships and vehicles descending from the sky like dark clouds, accompanied by a tide of soldiers who swiftly cordoned off the area, instilling in him a profound sense of dread. To assert that his involvement with the child was inconsequential would be a farce. Ultimately, driven by fear, he refrained from taking the life of Xiang Xiaoyu. The legendary and fearless Su Lingtian, in a moment of utter disarray, evoked a wave of astonishment and sympathy among the soldiers who beheld this scene. Su Lingtian located the child and promptly entrusted both youngsters to a ship managed by his associates. He then proceeded to escort Shinxiang Yang to meet with Old Man Shen. Chapter 17, the 4th Military District. Old Man Shen, I sincerely apologize for my reckless actions this time. My impatience led to a lack of consideration, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me. I, Su Lingtian, owe a debt of gratitude to you and the Shen family. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. Upon hearing these words, Shen Chongshan's expression became a mixture of turmoil and shame. On one hand, it was indeed true that the incident involving Xiang Xiaoyu had occurred within the Shen family. Had Su Lingtian not proactively contacted the Planetary Garrison Center, the child might have faced grave danger. On the other hand, Su Lingtian's directive to the garrison to search the entire Shen family base had resulted in the family suffering a loss of dignity. At this moment, he harbored a deep resentment toward his granddaughter Shun Jiaren's companion, Qing Ying, wishing nothing less than to see her face 1,000 torturous fates. Shen Tianong observed the fluctuating expressions on his grandfather's face and sighed deeply. After glancing at his elder brother and receiving a nod of approval, he stepped forward and, lowering his voice, conveyed the information his brother had shared with him. He trusted that his grandfather's integrity would ensure the matter remained confidential. Upon hearing the revelation, Shen Tianming's countenance shifted from dark to pale and back again, a reflection of his astonishment. Who would have thought? With their departure, the Shen family fell into a profound silence. Shun Jiaren entered her grandfather's chamber, her face marred by tears. "Grandfather," she called out sorrowfully, "you have truly disappointed me. replied Shin Chongshan, who had been gazing at the moonlight outside. Upon hearing her plea, he turned to see Shin Jiaran in a pitiful state. I am sorry, grandfather. I never anticipated such events would unfold. Qingying, she is so audacious, yet perhaps it is partly your indulgence that has led to this. Shin Chongshan regarded Shin Jiaran, recognizing that as the eldest daughter of a prominent family, having individuals with cunning and guile around her could be beneficial. However, lacking discernment was undeniably foolish. It was akin to raising a dog without training it to please its master and guests. By keeping Qingying, you have allowed her to become a dim-witted fool, leaving your grandfather with little praise for you. If it were not for the connection between your grandfather and Deputy Commander Zhao, and if your cousin Tianyang were not a trusted subordinate of Su Ling Tian, our family would have found itself deeply loathed by him. Do you consider this mere coincidence? Do you believe Su Ling Tian will perceive it as such as well? Shin Jiaran was at a loss for words, silently shedding tears. Suddenly, she fell to her knees before Shin Chongshan. Grandfather, I truly care for him. This is the first time I have felt such affection for a man. Can you assist me? Shin Chongshan allowed her to kneel, his gaze inscrutable. What makes you think I would help you? You have already ruined what could have been a splendid affair. Pain etched across Shin Jiaran's face as she insisted, Grandfather. Among the direct descendants of the Shin family, none surpasses my excellence. I am the most suitable candidate for a union. Upon hearing her words, Shin Chongshan let out a heavy snort, gradually sinking into the shadows. Leave now. In 3 days, I shall arrange for your departure. Thank you, Grandfather, thank you. Shin Jiaran's tears of sorrow transformed into joy. Jiaran, I offer you another chance. Do not let me down. The ancestral home of the Xiang family, designated as Level 1 Administrative Star E4450, is merely a code name, lacking even an official title. In the vast dominion of humanity, it is rather inconspicuous. Although the planet boasts a significant percentage of vegetation cover, it is notably deficient in energy resources and high-energy organisms. The population density here is remarkably low, with the total populace not exceeding 400 million. From the vantage point of a warship, the landscape reveals many areas adorned with pristine natural beauty. Since the advent of flying cars, roads are seldom constructed on the planet's surface except in major cities. Conversely, underground railways remain vibrant and well-developed. The genetic beasts of active-duty soldiers are the most susceptible to death in battle. To safeguard their masters, they invariably charge into the most perilous front lines. During the last mission, Lao Lu's genetic beast perished while defending him, and the genetic armor was left in tatters. Once chosen, it is essential to care for them well. 4 genetic beasts are the most loyal companions of our warriors. Captain, those 2 little creatures are indeed adorable. However, in our military district, we are either soldiers or their families. What will happen to those 2 little ones? Lao Lu has heard that those children are not the eldest's offspring. Were they the ones who sent you to inquire? Su Ling Tian questioned. With a foolish grin, Lao Lu ultimately nodded in acknowledgement under Su Ling Tian's scrutinizing gaze. Huh. Is that even permissible? Lao Lu was immediately struck with disbelief. The eldest actually intends to adopt children, and not just 1, but 2. How could he possibly retain the title of the military district's most eligible bachelor after this? Eldest, perhaps you should reconsider. If you adopt 2 children, can our military district's most beautiful flower still desire you? Oh heavens, who could have prompted the eldest to entertain such a dreadful idea? Enough. I have made my decision. Wah. Eldest, please don't. Lao Lu wanted to continue, but Su Ling Tian had already walked away. The Planetary Guard Center warmly received Su Ling Tian and his entourage, who had initially hoped to foster a closer relationship. However, they departed the following morning. Chapter 18, Boiling Blood. In the entirety of the Human Federation, there exist only 19 major military districts, arranged in accordance with the chronological order of their establishment. The 4th military district represents the 4th habitable administrative zone discovered and conquered by humanity, characterized by a concentration of resources. A warship is currently en route to the 4th military district, traversing the profound silence of deep space. Shun Xiangyang quietly observes the various vital signs monitoring instruments of Xiang Xiaoyu, who remains in an unawakened state. He can't help but marvel at the grandeur of the endeavor. The crystallized bones, a specialty of the 3rd and 4th military districts within the Federation, have emerged as a significant focus. The regions most severely afflicted by the star beasts are under the defense jurisdiction of the 3rd and 4th military districts. Upon the demise of a star beast, there exists a probability that crystallized bones may form. The scientific research department defines crystallized bones as the condensed crystallization of the energy throughout the star beast's body. These crystallized bones are rare and hold considerable importance. Firstly, they assist warriors in refining their bodies and breaking through limitations. Secondly, they promote the mutation of gene beasts. Thirdly, certain crystallized bones can inherit a portion of a star beast's abilities. Such types of crystallized bones are exceedingly rare, bordering on the legendary. Objects of such unique efficacy, even in minuscule amounts, become coveted treasures sought after by all. The captain's last mission was undertaken in pursuit of these bones, resulting in significant injuries that led to a reward of a small fragment the size of a child's pinky. Despite its diminutive size, that fragment is of extraordinary value. Little did anyone anticipate that upon discovering Xiaoyu's frail constitution, the captain would resolutely present this small piece of crystallized bone, instructing him to concoct a nutrient solution to administer to the young girl. Ever since Xiaoyu ingested the crystallized bone, she has slipped into a deep slumber, while her vital signs have begun to gradually improve. Shen Xiangyang, gazing at the data, could not help but feel envious. The efficacy of crystallized bone and marrow cleansing becomes increasingly pronounced with youth, possessing the potential to fundamentally alter one's constitution. Little Yu, at merely 6 years of age, has already undergone the refining process of crystallized bones. Indeed, her fortune is unparalleled. In another room, Xiang Chongjing sat face-to-face with Su Lingtian, who wore a rather serious expression, treating Xiang Chongjing not merely as a child. "Chongjing, you are already 12 years old," Su Lingtian remarked. "Uncle Su, is little Yu truly unharmed?" Su Lingtian shook his head. "Rest assured, she is well. Xiangyang mentioned that her constitution is somewhat weak, and I happen to have some nutritional solutions here to help her recover. Let Xiangyang administer them to her, and by the time we reach the 4th military district, she should awaken." Chongzheng nodded in understanding, yet his expression turned grave. "Uncle Su, if there is something you must tell me, please do. Is it that grandfather has?" The notion that they might be allowed to leave with Su Lingtian suggested a grave circumstance. It was likely that something had befallen grandfather. Su Lingtian pressed his lips together. "Chongzheng, you are quite astute. Your grandfather is missing." At this moment, the term missing implied a dire fate. Although grandfather often stated that the demise of a warrior was commonplace, tears welled in Chongzheng's eyes, nearly spilling down his cheeks. "My grandfather has already withdrawn. He is no longer a mercenary." The bitterness in his words was unmistakable. Su Lingdian regarded Chongzheng with a gentle tone, tinged with sympathy. "Your grandfather is deeply entangled with the savage bear mercenary corps. As long as he lives, he remains a mercenary, regardless of his withdrawal from the group." Longzheng raised his head, tears cascading down his cheeks. "Uncle Su, is there still hope for my grandfather's survival?" "It is possible." "Really? After all, your grandfather is a seasoned mercenary who has faced countless life and death trials." This resonated with Longzheng, who nodded in agreement. "Your uncle has gone to the 3rd military district and is temporarily unreachable. You and your sister are still too young. So I intend to adopt you both and have you live with me in the military district. If your grandfather survives, he will surely come to find you." Upon hearing his words, Longzheng's thoughts shifted. They had no other relatives, and compared to living in an orphanage or being fostered by a friend of their grandfather, Uncle Su seemed the more reliable option. What could go wrong? After all, Uncle Su was a soldier and likely would not mistreat them, especially since he seemed particularly fond of Xiaoyu. "But, Uncle Su, will adopting us cause you any trouble?" The siblings would undoubtedly be seen as a burden in the eyes of others. "I often have missions, and there will be times when you will need to care for yourselves. Especially you, Longzheng. You must take on the responsibility of looking after your sister. We can enroll you in the military district school for children. What do you think?" Longzheng gritted his teeth before finally responding, "Uncle Su, if we are using your money, I promise to repay you once I grow up. You don't need to worry about that," Su Lingtian said, reaching out to ruffle the boy's hair. Xiaoyu had been asleep for 3 days and nights, showing no signs of waking. Under the vigilant monitoring of Xin Tianyang's various diagnostic instruments, her physical condition was gradually improving. The only anomaly was a slight acceleration in her blood circulation, marginally exceeding the normal range. Su Lingdian visited Xiaoyu's condition almost every 2 hours, while Chang Zhang also made frequent trips. Yet, none of them noticed that Xiaoyu's body was subtly warm. This warmth emanated from her slightly heated blood. As Xiaoyu regained consciousness, she found herself in a peculiar realm where the sky and earth were bathed in shades of crimson. A faint, rosy mist enveloped the surroundings, exuding an unusual fragrance. Inhaling the mist brought an exquisite sense of euphoria that coursed from her lungs to her brain. Suspended in midair, Xiaoyu observed 13 expansive lakes below her. The lakes, awash in red, had turbulent waves relentlessly crashing against their shores, each bordered by silvery pebbles that safeguarded the banks. Each time the violent red waves surged towards the edges, they emitted a soft glow, a luminescence that consistently thwarted the waves from spilling over the banks. Curious, Xiaoyu descended to the shore of one of the lakes. The crimson waves, as if drawn to her presence, gathered into towering crests before surging forth, completely engulfing her. At that moment, in Shun Tianyang's monitoring room, the instruments, which had remained stable, simultaneously erupted into sharp alarms. Shun Tianyang's complexion shifted dramatically as he rushed towards Xiaoyu's physical form. In the dimly lit room, little Yu lay on her small bed, her face flushed with a deep crimson hue, her blood seemingly boiling with fervor. Chapter 19, Envy. Oh. Shun Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed in shock. It was no wonder, just as he was about to rush to Yu's side, a furry creature abruptly emerged from her sleeve. To someone familiar with genetic beasts, he instantly recognized it as a newly hatched genetic creature. Yet, why was it a flower-backed little mouse? Moreover, Yu was merely 6 years old. How could she possess a genetic beast, one that had just hatched? In such a low-level administrative star? Little Yu, her body radiating warmth and a vivid red, emitted muffled sounds of distress, her body involuntarily convulsing. Shun Tianyang dared not delay further. He began to examine her while contacting his superior, Su Lingtian. When Su Lingtian arrived, Shun Tianyang's eyes were wide with urgency. For Yu's body temperature was rising uncontrollably. What was more alarming was the sudden surge of heat within her peculiar blood. If this continued, her internal organs would soon be unable to withstand the intense heat, leading to catastrophic failure, especially in her vital organs and brain. Tianyang, is there any way to temporarily induce a cooling effect? Su inquired. I have already administered 3 cooling agents, Shun Tianyang replied, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Su Lingtian's expression darkened as he restrained the thrashing little Yu, channeling his internal energy into her. However, as soon as he did, the blood within Yu ignited with a fierce consciousness, instantly consuming all of his energy. Su Lingtian was taken aback in alarm. As the internal force just entered Xiaoyu's body, it was swiftly detected by her seemingly sentient blood, which evaporated it with a hiss. Oh, Xiaoyu cried out. Hot, so hot. She felt as though she had been plunged into a cauldron of boiling water, with searing crimson energy surging towards her from every direction. No matter how vehemently she rejected it or pleaded for it to cease, this blood-red heat relentlessly invaded her being, leaving her on the verge of an explosive meltdown. Caught in Su Lingtian's embrace while twisting and turning, Xiaoyu could no longer contain herself. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream and summoned an immense strength. Breaking free from his hold, she began to thrash about on the ground, rolling uncontrollably and occasionally colliding with the furniture within the room. Concerned for her safety, Su Lingtian swiftly gathered her back into his arms, intent on preventing her from harming herself. In a moment of desperation, he dialed a number he had never thought to call before. Su team, is that you? Came a pleasantly surprised female voice on the other end. Dr. Zhang, I heard you have overseen the use of crystallized bones for enhancing children's physical condition? The video revealed a striking military woman with a sharp haircut and a commanding presence. Upon hearing Su Lingtian's inquiry, she immediately inquired about the specifics. How many grams were administered, and were there any accompanying nutritional solutions? Were there any unusual reactions? Su team. Dr. Shun's handling of the situation was entirely appropriate. I have reviewed the diagnostic data he provided, and this anomaly is likely stemming from your crystallized bone. Do you know the origin of your crystallized bone? The young child appears to be remarkably attuned to the crystallized bones of the star beast. I surmise that her condition has triggered certain abilities inherent in the crystallized bones, and she is in the process of assimilating this ancestral power. Shun Tianyang gazed at Xiaoyu with an expression of sheer disbelief, while Su Lingtian wore a look of utter astonishment. Was it not said that while consuming the crystallized bones, there exists but a 1 in 1,000 chance of acquiring a legacy derived from the star beast? Su team. This child may indeed be that legendary 1 in 1,000. Xiaoyu's struggles intensified, prompting Su Lingtian to exert 30% of his strength. With a sharp clap, the little one unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the precious and sturdy purple sandalwood chair that Shun Tianyang had brought into several fragments, with a resounding crack. Su team. Her current state likely stems from an excess of energy within her, rendering her temporarily unsuitable for harm. Find her a safe place where she can vent her energy. Once she regains her senses after a while, we can then contemplate a remedy. Is this truly the case? Are there any medicinal remedies that could assist her? Su Ling Tian inquired. There are several potions worth trying, though their efficacy is uncertain. Zhang Yin promptly transmitted a list of remedies, which Su Ling Tian perused before relaying it to Shen Tianyang. After reviewing, Shen Tianyang noted that one potion would replenish Xiaoyu's stamina. Another would protect her internal organs and brain, and yet another would alleviate her high fever. Shen Tianyang was prepared to elaborate on each potion. When he heard Su Ling Tian had already made a decision. Zhang Yin is an ally of Commander Zhou, temporarily trustworthy, and as for Xiao Shun, there is no need to elaborate. If they find themselves at an impasse, Su Ling Tian, gripping Xiaoyu's small head, almost colliding with the table leg, felt a darkness cloud his eyes. Amidst the fervor, the effects of various injections proved futile. In a frenzy of throwing objects, smashing things, rolling, colliding, and running amok, all the sharp-edged items in Shen Tianyang's treatment room were cleared away, the floor covered with a thick carpet. Captain Su became a professional punching bag, immediately used as a human shield whenever the situation turned dire, enduring impacts, blows, and pushes. As time progressed, nearly every hour brought a communication from Zhang Yin inquiring about the situation. How's it going? Is that child still so unruly? The boss had persevered for a night and a half. Was this crystallized bone akin to a power pill? What could possibly give that little rascal such vitality? Shen Tianyang activated the surveillance video while begrudgingly munching on breakfast. At that moment, with a loud bang, the door behind him was forcefully kicked open, and a robust man in military uniform, brimming with masculine energy, rushed in excitedly. Xiaoyang, come quickly and take a look. My genetic beast, the little tiger, suddenly had a fit last night, and this morning woke up with a horn. Has it mutated? With a crunch, the Youtiao in Shen Tianyang's hand fell straight into the soy milk. Damn it. Why did the little tiger suddenly grow a horn and mutate it this time? Lao Lu, has it really mutated? Damn it. He's even ahead of me in transformation. What a mess. Xiao Shun felt a surge of envy. Chapter 20. They have all mutated. Mutated? Regardless of whether it is Shen Tianyang or Zhang Yin on the other side of the screen, their attention is fixated on the imposing figure of the soldier. There is little choice in the matter, for mutated genetic beasts are indeed a rarity. At this moment, Lao Lu cradles a diminutive creature in his large hands, approximately the size of a human fist, a fluffy little ball of fur. Its small features vaguely resemble those of a feline. On the creature's forehead, a small, pale blue fleshy bump has emerged. Shen Tianyang hurriedly snatches the little being away and places it on the testing platform. Indeed, within that small fleshy bump lies keratinous material, and the energy attribute reveals a wind affinity. Normally, a tiger-shaped genetic beast would not possess a horn on its forehead. It is clearly a mutation. As soon as the test results are out, before Shun can even exclaim, Lao Lu has already leaped joyfully into the air. Shen's teeth grind in envy. This fellow, when elated, completely loses his composure, intensifying Shen's irritation. Alas, it must be our good fortune that this big hand has stumbled upon a mutated genetic beast egg. Ecstatic, he decides to linger, circling around Shun. Hey, Shun, prepare some delectable and nutritious nutrient solution for my little tiger. After all, it's a mutated genetic beast. Upon hearing this, Shun's irritation grows, and he feels an overwhelming urge to kick this fellow out. Can't you see that both the boss and I are busy? Don't you notice that Xiaoyu is unwell inside? In annoyance, Shun pokes at the glass enclosure of the observation room. To his surprise, the previously agitated Xiaoyu, who had been thrashing about and smashing things, is now under Su Ling Tian's guidance, beginning to practice martial arts. Once again, it is the kind of folk merchandise that fills the streets, such a captivating display of the split tiger fist. TSK, the duo, one large and one small, engaged in their routine with remarkable intensity. Is this a sign that Xiaoyu's consciousness is beginning to revive? When will Xiaoyu regain her senses, my esteemed leader? Xiao Shun hastily connected to the celestial communication, intending to inquire in detail about the situation. Just moments ago, what transpired? Have you asked Xiaoyu what is wrong? Xiao Shun, invigorated, noted Xiaoyu's sudden frenzy, and with Zhang Yan's speculations, his curiosity about Xiaoyu grew immensely. She expressed discomfort, recognizing me, and I urged her to listen to my instructions while practicing her punches. Before Su Ling Tian could finish speaking, there was a thud. Xiang Xiaoyu collapsed, losing consciousness. Suda was taken aback, swiftly lifting Xiao Yu into his arms. At that moment, Xiaoshen rushed in, conducting another examination of the child before exhaling a sigh of relief, stating that her fever had subsided and the little one had fallen into a weary slumber. That is reassuring. Suda leaned against the wall, seated beside the bed. This crystallized bone is quite troublesome. Is it the crystallized bone causing the disturbance? Or is it that little girl? Suda, do you not feel a pang of guilt when you utter such words? Shen Tianyang regarded his superior with disdain. Before he could even deliver his report, the ever-eccentric Lao Lu, with a peculiar grin, glided into the room. Su Ling Tian stared at him in astonishment. Lao Lu, what is the matter with you? Su Da's expression twitched in disbelief. Please provide me with the test results shortly. Yes, leader, but when shall I be officially recognized? Lao Lu's tone was laced with a sweetened note, as if he had added several heaping spoonfuls of sugar to his last word. You must remember my situation. Do not forget. Xiaoshen stood nearby, his hair standing on end, utterly astonished by the sheer audacity of the brawny man's antics. Is Uncle Shen around? A knock resonated from the half-open door of the medical room. It was Zhang Jing arriving. The chaotic matters concerning Xiao Yu had not been disclosed to him. Rather, it was simply revealed that the child had embarked on the path of internal cultivation. Generally, it is commendable for a novice to persist in their internal training for more than 4 hours. After all, humanity has evolved significantly since the primordial days on their original planet, with considerable improvements in physical constitution. Children, when introduced to basic martial techniques from a young age, gradually cultivate their internal energy, making it far easier to practice systemic internal arts thereafter. Zhang Jing, however, was likely to exceed 8 hours, if not more. A flicker of intrigue crossed Su Ling Tian's eyes as he called out, Zhang Jing, please enter. Upon entering, Zhang Jing made a beeline for Xiao Yu. How is Xiao Yu? He inquired. He has fallen asleep. Your timing is impeccable. How did your first experience with internal cultivation go? Su gestured for Zhang Jing to approach. To be candid, he found the boy quite impressive. Zhang Jing shyly smiled before sitting beside Su Ling Tian. It was all right. However, I only managed to cultivate for 12 hours on my first attempt. Although I have begun to sense the energy, it remains quite faint. That is still remarkable. During my inaugural endeavor at internal cultivation, I only managed 8.5 hours, exclaimed Su. Xiao Shun felt an immediate pang of disillusionment toward a certain little brat, pondering the child's extraordinary gift. Indeed, on my first attempt at internal cultivation, I only lasted 6 hours. Old Lu boisterously revealed his shortcomings, asserting that while the duration of one's initial mastery of inner strength may indicate innate talent, the principle of diligence remains paramount. Without industriousness, even the finest talent proves futile. Take a look at myself and Xiao Shun. His aptitude for cultivation far surpasses mine, yet my inner strength exceeds his. This illustrates the impact of hard work. That rascal indulges in mischief. You must not emulate him. Do you think stepping on me will cause you any harm? Xiaoshen retorted, casting a disdainful roll of his eyes at old Lu before addressing Zhang Jing. Do not heed old Lu's words. That old fellow is 4 years my senior. If I had practiced inner strength for an additional 4 years, mine would be slightly superior. However, he has not much time left to boast. And soon I shall surpass him. What? You will surpass me? You, the idle dreamer? Humph, we shall see about that. The two exchanged playful banter, devoid of malice, eliciting only a smile from Zhang Jing. Oldest brother, once we arrive at the military district, you should take Xiao Yu and Zhang Jing to the Military Research Institute for a potential assessment. With the results in hand, gaining entry into the military school for children of personnel will be much easier. Xiaoshen's mind was astute and quick-witted. I was contemplating the very same thing. Suddenly, old Lu exclaimed in astonishment, having discovered a small hole in the left pocket of Zhang Jing's clothing, from which 2 fluffy little balls tumbled out. Chapter 21. The Future Little Beasts. The 2 furry creatures appeared scarcely larger than quail eggs. One of them, resembling a small fox cub, bore the remarkable appearance of 3 faint, sky-blue streaks shaped like arcs of wind across its diminutive forehead. This striking feature was particularly evident on the little creature, whose entire body was enveloped in fiery red fur. The other little mouse, adorned with a patterned back, exhibited even more pronounced changes. Its originally yellow-brown fur began to exhibit a bluish hue at the roots. Is this a transformation of fur color? If so, can it still be classified as a pattern mouse? Changzheng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, I came over to ask Uncle Shen for assistance. Yesterday, these 2 little ones suddenly fell into a deep slumber for reasons unknown. When they awoke, just now, I noticed they had undergone a transformation. No, they have been sleeping the entire time. I was busy cultivating and completing my homework. By the time I noticed their changes, they had already woken up and were scampering around the room. Upon hearing this, Shen Tianyong leaned in and whispered a few words to Su Ling Tian. Upon hearing this, Su Ling Tian furrowed his brow and inquired of Chang Zheng, "Are the genetic beasts of you and your sister sourced from your grandfather?" Chang Zheng nodded in affirmation. "Are they all advanced genetic beasts?" "It seems so," Chang Zheng replied, uncertain, recalling that the owner of the Wang shop, who provided them with the genetic beasts, hinted that the old leader of the Violent Bear Mercenary Corps was aware of their grandfather's efforts to procure suitable genetic beasts for the two of them, thus extending his assistance. Chang Zheng, mutated genetic beasts are exceedingly rare. However, due to the inherent instability of these mutations, those originating from the civilian sector may possess violent tendencies. You and your sister's two mutated gene beasts should be thoroughly examined by Uncle Shun. Is that acceptable? Chang Zheng nodded. That was precisely his intention. Both he and his sister were merely children. Even though the adults spoke of the rarity of mutated gene beasts, he could not fully grasp its significance. However, possessing a formidable gene beast necessitated the implementation of proper nurturing methods. Without Uncle Shun's examination and analysis, how could he ascertain the best way to cultivate his gene beasts in the future? With Chang Zheng's consent, Shen Xiangyang eagerly prepared to capture the beasts. Yet, no matter their size, the creatures were reluctant to be caught. The moment Shen Tianyang extended his hand, the two small beasts sensed his hostility and swiftly fled, their speed so remarkable that it left behind a flurry of afterimages. Su Ling Tian was momentarily stunned, while the others were utterly dumbfounded. Was this a form of speed mutation? In a moment of carelessness, Shen Tianyang allowed the two little creatures to escape in opposite directions, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. "Sixth brother, help me catch that larger one. The little fox cub, I will pursue the smaller mouse." Thus commenced a chaotic pursuit, the struggle continuing through the corridors of the warship. In the end, just before the little mouse darted into the dining hall, Shen Tianyang successfully captured it. If it weren't for the eldest brother, he would have nearly been tricked into opening the breeding box, allowing those little rascals to escape. Damn it, could this truly be a juvenile gene beast? As soon as Shen Xiangyang entered, he hurriedly placed the small mouse into another crystal enclosure. With a perplexed expression and a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, he turned to Chang Zheng and said, "This doesn't make sense. The genetically engineered beasts that hatched should have absorbed their master's blood, regardless of their intelligence. They ought to obey your commands. Did you not instruct them to flee just now?" Upon hearing this, Chang Zheng quickly shook his head. "I did not command them to escape. Moreover, they hatched on their own and did not absorb our blood." Nevertheless, he reassured, "Although they haven't taken in our blood, they are quite obedient. Little mouse, behave yourself, or I shall withhold your meals." The small mouse seemed to comprehend every word, for upon hearing Chang Zheng's admonition, its tiny, bead-like eyes expressed a remarkably human-like sense of grievance. It pressed against the crystal wall, standing upright, jumping about in agitation while squeaking incessantly, as if it were lodging a complaint with Chang Zheng. Shen Xiangyang felt a twinge of embarrassment at his assumptions. Could it truly be complaining? Virtual Ling Tian's brow furrowed deeper. "Chang Zheng, can you understand what it is saying?" "Well, initially I could not, but gradually I started to discern some meanings. And now I understand it completely. The little mouse claims that Uncle Shin is a big bad person, that it hurt terribly when its tail was nearly pinched off. And its belly was squeezed too. It is in pain, and pain. It also mentioned that if it cannot have offspring in the future, it would be sterilized. It is determined not to let Uncle Shin escape unscathed and insists on ensuring he remains childless." Chang Zheng was also drenched in sweat, astonished that such a tiny creature was already contemplating future progeny. It felt as though 1,000 grass-mud horses were galloping through his mind. Do not mention his furrowed brows. Others who heard the translation fared no better. Lao Lu gazed at Xiaoshan with an expression of intrigue. That little mouse is female, indeed, female. The emergence of numerous mutated gene beasts. The hatchlings have not been nourished with blood, yet they exhibit remarkable obedience. The depth of their mutation abilities remains unclear. And what of the peculiar changes in Xiaoyu? Well, it matters little. The military district's academy is also in disarray. The most effective way to handle these little magical beasts is not to confine them, but to nourish them generously. They should be allowed to mingle with their kind, growing joyfully in freedom. For some reason, Su Ling Tian feels that these two little ones are destined to be magical beasts themselves. Commander Zhao requests a conversation. I will be there shortly. Su Ling Tian temporarily excused himself, while Shun Tianyang took charge, delving into the study of the two little creatures. With Lao Lu curiously squatting nearby, Xiao Yu continued to slumber, unaware of when she might awaken. Chapter 22. The first divine command sealed. In Xiao Yu's consciousness, the ground and sky were awash in blood red. The winds that swirled around her resembled flowing blood, imbued with an eerie fragrance. In this crimson world, something loomed in the heavens, yet no matter how hard Xiao Yu willed herself to approach, she found herself unable to move closer. Each time she desired to ascend, her body remained anchored in place. This was peculiar. During her initial foray into this realm, she could reach any destination merely by the power of thought. For instance, if she now wishes to visit the blood-tinged lake, merely entertaining the thought in her mind will transport her to its shores. Previously, it was at this very lake that she was submerged, and her return is prompted by the occurrence of some peculiar events in this location. The vast expanse of the lake, which was on the verge of engulfing the banks, has inexplicably transformed. The once tumultuous crimson waters now vanished. More astonishingly, at the lake's desiccated center stands a towering purple crystal column, soaring over 10 meters high. This crystal is adorned with numerous arcane and grand patterns, emanating an aura that is both ancient and ominous. At the core of the crystal column, there appears to be a shimmering, golden-hued entity, its form shifting continuously. It morphs from triangular to quadrilateral, and then intriguingly assembles into a three-dimensional square. Gazing at this golden entity, Xiao Yu feels as though a voice is persistently beckoning her, urging her to approach. Her body seems to move of its own accord, and she vanishes once more, reappearing suspended in midair before the crystal column. Directly in front of her lies the amorphous golden object sealed within the purple crystal. Its nature eludes comprehension, yet it invokes a sense of uncanny familiarity within her. Tentatively, her small hand extends and finally makes contact with the purple crystal. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupts from the crystal column, and it feels as though something within her mind has explosively awakened. At that moment, the golden entity, previously imprisoned within the purple crystal, swiftly darts into Xiao Yu's body. Originally lying on the bed, Xiao Yu abruptly sat up, her eyes glimmering with a faint, emotionless golden hue. The ominous aura of bloodshed erupted violently, engulfing the entire room. Shun Xiangyang, along with Lao Lu and Chang Zheng, halted their tasks, staring in shock at Xiao Yu. Under the immense pressure of this formidable malevolent energy, Chang Zheng fainted almost immediately, while Shun Xiangyang and Lao Lu struggled to endure, as though a vice were constricting their throats, threatening to suffocate them. Even half reclined, and with her eyes still shut, indicating her consciousness had not fully awakened, the small girl uttered a single syllable. Suddenly, several fist-sized, milky, translucent cubes materialized in the air before her. Following this, Xiao Yu lay back down on the bed, and the previously fierce and ominous aura dissipated in an instant. Coughing and clutching his throat, Shen Tianyang turned pale, fixated on the now recumbent girl, his eyes wide with horror. What had just transpired? A talent, surely a birthright talent. Moreover, it belonged to a powerful star beast. Lao Lu's expression was equally grim as he spoke in a strained tone. I have witnessed someone wielding such a birthright talent inherited from a star beast. Memories long buried surged forth, further darkening Lao Lu's countenance. So, does this mean that the extraordinary phenomenon exhibited by this little one was a result of the crystallized bone the boss had given her? My heavens! What kind of formidable star beast did that crystallized bone originate from? Shen Tianyang was astonished. Although he was a scion of a prominent family and had encountered crystallized bones before, witnessing one that casually inherited its innate talent was a different matter altogether. This was a living, breathing specimen of reality. What is this? Lao Lu asked, pointing to the small cube in his hand. I'm not certain, but we can conduct an analysis, Shen Tianyang replied. Then let us hasten to examine it. I still intend to finalize the mutation reports for those two small creatures. As he glanced in a particular direction, he noticed two frightened yet unusually docile little beings huddled together in a corner of the testing platform. Damn it. Where have the two unruly little rascals that were just so spirited gone? First, let's return those two to the breeding box, then revive Chang Zheng. Finally, we must ascertain the nature of this object. Rest assured, I will assist you. Let us proceed swiftly. I am utterly intrigued by what this could be. In the personal office of Su Ling Tian, the large video screen flickered to life. Opposite him sat a handsome middle-aged gentleman exuding an air of authority. possessing a blend of calmness, elegance, and wisdom. The seamless integration of these three distinct energies radiated an alluring charisma of a mature man. In comparison, Su Ling Tian appeared as a tender, undeveloped sprout, lacking the depth and grace that years of experience bestow. Although Su Ling Tian was formidable and captivating in his own right, he could not help but feel somewhat overshadowed. What should we do? Should we consider placing Xiaoyu in an orphanage? Su Ling Tian's expression darkened as he spoke. The other party choked momentarily before helplessly stating, Ling Tian, you are fully aware that is impossible. I cannot allow such a situation to transpire. However, it is truly unsuitable for you to have her by your side. Your work is far too perilous and of utmost importance. Once a mission commences, it extends for a considerable duration. Can you realistically leave two small children at home? To say something you may not want to hear, they have teachers and caregivers at the welfare institution, along with peers to play with. Ling Tian possesses remarkable qualities. At such a tender age, he is exceptionally capable, and I hold him in high regard. Yet, this young man is overly sentimental, occasionally making foolish decisions. Having attained the position of Deputy Commander of the 4th Military District at the remarkably young age of 87, Zhao Shiji believes his discernment and acumen are commendable. However, the arrangements he deems appropriate are often ignored by this young man. Chapter 23. Of significant research value. Deputy Commander Zhao, since you are aware that I do not appreciate such statements, why do you persist? Furthermore, do not underestimate my understanding. A child raised in a welfare institution is distinctly different from one whose father is frequently away on official duties. Xiao Su's gaze was laced with disdain. Even if a father is seldom seen, the child still has a father and a home. How can that be compared to a child abandoned in a welfare institution? When Xiao Su is upset, Zhao becomes Commander Zhao. Moreover, various undercurrents often surface in welfare institutions. What if Xiaoyu encounters Changzheng? My child will never enter a welfare institution. Xiaoling Tian shot a piercing glance at old Zhao, nearly exclaiming, what kind of leadership is this? To wish for his sacrifice? All right, this avenue is blocked. Let us temporarily set it aside. Deputy Commander Zhao decided to shift the conversation, inquiring about your marital affairs. Since you have adopted children, shouldn't you provide them with a complete family? A complete family requires both a father and a mother, does it not? Linlin has been waiting for you all along. Old Zhao's tone shifted abruptly, transforming from a leader into a matchmaker. Su Ling Tian fell silent upon hearing his words. Did you not say that every time I undertake a mission, it is perilous and could lead to sacrifice? If that is the case, why should I marry a woman and burden her for life? It suffices for me to live with Xiaoyu and Changzheng. Would marrying a stepmother not subject my family, Changzheng and Xiaoyu, to her cruelty? This is undoubtedly a prejudice. I can assure you of Linlin's character. She is certainly not a wicked stepmother. Why is it so challenging for this fellow to take a wife? Over the years, his tongue has nearly worn thin. The enthusiastic child who once pulled him in the middle of the night to excitedly file for marriage has truly vanished. Deputy Commander Zhao Shiji, displayed a troubled expression, ultimately letting out a silent sigh. Very well, do as you wish. Deep down, he lamented for the two children. Both Su Ling Tian and Ai Lin were good children he had watched grow. Alas, their meeting was too late, and Ling Tian's heart had already been claimed by another. Furthermore, I have utilized the crystallized bone you bestowed upon me to enhance Xiaoyu's physique. However, an unforeseen incident occurred along the way. What kind of star beast did that crystallized bone originate from? Upon Su Ling Tian's revelation, Zhao Shiji's eyes widened in astonishment, utterly taken aback. That was something I had painstakingly fought for your promotion. Xiaoyu is rather frail. Pray tell, what transpired in between? It appears that Xiaoyu has obtained something from that crystallized bone, possibly a legacy, or perhaps something else entirely. In any case, Xiaoshen's capabilities are lacking, and I had him reach out to Zhang Yan, hence she is also aware of this matter. Now, Xiaoyu isn't scathed. Yet I believe she ought to undergo an examination to ascertain the state of her health. Zhao Shiji was wide-eyed with astonishment. Could it be? Such fortuitous luck? That small piece of crystallized bone was something I stumbled upon by chance, and I remain unaware of its origin from which beast star it derived. Humph, upon hearing this, I could not help but emit a displeased snort. How can one consider this mere luck? It is simply a testament to Xiaoyu's exceptional talent, is it not? Moreover, how could you, unaware of the origin of this crystallized bone, feel justified in handing it over to me? Su Lingtian fell silent in an instant, his expression darkening to the point of resembling a stormy sea, infused with an undercurrent of hostility. I have retreated to the utmost. Should they continue to press me, they must not blame me for my harsh measures. However, your grandfather's side Shen Tianyang and the others were each filled with excitement and astonishment, fully engrossed in the myriad of machines and data results before them. Among the crowd, it was the unassuming Chang Zheng, who sat in a corner with minimal presence, that first noticed Su Lingtian. He was about to call out to others when Su Lingtian raised a hand to halt him. Has a set of results been produced? Shen Tianyang inquired loudly without lifting his gaze from the continually emerging data in his hands. Indeed, the detection data closely resembles that of the primordial energy shields associated with ancient civilizations, with a similarity rate reaching 87. This can be interpreted as a manifestation of what is referred to in ancient texts as a boundary or protective energy field. A collective gasp of astonishment echoed around the room. Have the results from the second group been released? Yes. The stable operational limit of this cubic energy structure is 2 hours. Another round of gasps ensued. What about the results from the third group? They have been obtained. It can be determined that this is a form of spatial energy structure in a cubic shape, unlike anything we have encountered before. We may provisionally name it boundary. This energy structure holds immense research and decoding value. Should our researchers successfully decipher this energy formation, it could significantly enhance the defensive capabilities of our military shields, potentially by 100% or even more. It is truly astonishing. This energy structure is extraordinarily marvelous. Could this be the essence of spatial energy? A certain technological magnate observed the data stream on the screen with a look of bewilderment, murmuring to himself, "What are you all studying?" Su Lingtian stepped into the room. The crowd suddenly noticed him and called out in surprise. "Speak up. What is the situation here? How did you all end up in this place?" It was Xiaoyu. Her crystallization bone inheritance ability likely led us to this discovery. Chapter 24. Only 3/10 full. A boundary? A technological breakthrough in energy shield research? Su Lingtian had never anticipated that Xiaoyu's sudden acquisition of power would manifest in such a rare form. Certainly, this only deepened his furrowed brow. Boss, however, there is someone who may already be aware of certain details concerning Xiaoyu. When Xiaoyu encountered trouble last time, we reached out to Commander Zhou S. Zhangyan, and we only severed the video connection after confirming that Xiaoyu's condition was fundamentally stable. I fear that Xiaoyu's utilization of crystallized bones to enhance her physical capabilities and the potential inheritance of some beastly powers may have already spread within the military district. Shen Tianyang set aside his tools and data, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It was your decision to contact Zhang Yan in the first place, boss. Please do not lay the blame on me, as if I had incited you to do so. Ultimately, aside from Shen Tianyang remaining on standby, the others were dismissed by Su Lingtian. However, Chang Zheng stayed until the end. Observing the absence of others, he approached Su Lingtian, his smile tinged with concern, and asked, "Uncle Su, is it remarkable that my sister has acquired this ability? Will she be ensnared by some mysterious research institute for unethical experiments?" Chang Zheng, both you and Xiaoyu can be assured that Uncle Su possesses the capability to safeguard you, Su Lingtian replied, gently ruffling Chang Zheng's hair. Of course, Uncle Su would prefer to see you grow up and, one day, be able to protect yourself and your sister. Yes, Chang Zheng declared, raising his small fist in front of Su Lingtian, mimicking a display of strength. When I grow up, I will protect my sister and also safeguard Uncle Su. Hearing this, Su Lingtian's lips twitched into a rare smile. The gnawing hunger stirred Xiaoyu from her slumber. As she just turned over the blanket and sat up, she spotted Shun, the young gentleman, holding a cup of warm milk, his face radiating earnestness as he approached her bedside. "Ah, the little girl is awake. First, let's have a cup of milk to warm your belly." Xiaoyu graciously accepted the cup and soon drained it to the last drop. "I'm hungry. I want meat." Shun gazed at her speechlessly, acknowledging that while it was fine for her to eat, she had been asleep for quite a while, and could only have some easily digestible rice porridge. "I want meat." "First, have some porridge, then you can have meat." Shin found himself bargaining with the remarkably stubborn little girl. In no time, she had consumed an entire bowl of porridge, leaving Shun incredulous as he looked at her tiny belly. Where did all that porridge and a whole cup of milk go in such a small stomach? "I want meat." A waterfall of sweat trickled down his brow. Shen Tianyang hastily summoned his superior for assistance. "Brother, help. Your child insists on eating meat." "But I can't manage her little self." "Useless," came the curt reply, summing up the fruitlessness of his efforts. Upon hearing this, Xiaoshen immediately felt deflated. It wasn't long before Su Lingtian arrived. When he entered, Xiaoyu was glaring at Shun Tianyang with her round, wide eyes, confronting him. You clearly said that after eating porridge, I could have meat. Oh dear little ancestor. Who wakes up after such a long sleep and immediately craves greasy food when their stomach has been empty for so long? I'm doing this for your own good. First, have a few bowls of porridge to ease your stomach, and then you can have meat, all right? It is unacceptable. I desire meat. You promised. How could you deceive me? Little Yu, with an air of righteous indignation, confronted little Shun, whose round face twitched in response. Children ought to obediently heed the words of adults. Those who do not are not well behaved. Dishonest individuals are the true villains. You are a liar, and I shall not listen to the words of a deceiver. I want meat. Little Shun continued to grapple with his thoughts. Why was this insufferable child so fixated on meat? Suddenly, the imposing presence of Su Laoda provided a rescue for little Shun. He cast an excited glance at Su Laoda, as if to say, you have finally appeared. However, he soon realized that his endearing gaze was entirely overlooked, as the leader's attention was directed toward a certain young girl. I am hungry. I want to eat meat, echoed the genuine plea, accompanied by small, tear-filled eyes that quickly turned red. Resembling a child who had just endured torment and humiliation. Wah, I am so hungry. I want to eat meat. Large tears began to cascade down as Su Lingtian could not help but extend his arms to embrace the little girl. Little Shun felt as though he were the one wishing to kneel and weep, holding the small, soft child. Su Lingtian experienced a profound sense of warmth within his heart, a stark contrast to the cold solitude he had previously known. Since the departure of his mother and her subsequent loss, he had not felt such warmth again. Darling, consuming meat is not beneficial for your health at this moment. How about we start with some plain porridge, and later you may have meat? With a gentle and affectionate tone that Xiao Shun had never heard before, Su Lingtian spoke, leaving him utterly astonished. Was this truly their captain? It was terrifying, witnessing a hardened soldier transform into a doting father. The thought of children was indeed daunting for him. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone marriage and parenthood. Yet, he had just consumed a substantial bowl of porridge. Should he indulge in a bit more milk? He had already drunk a large glass. Su Lingtian's expression became blank. How can you still be hungry? The question lingered, accompanied by the soft voice of Xiao Yu and the rumbling sounds of her empty stomach. Su Lingtian's face twitched, while Shun Tianyang appeared flustered. Are you certain you are not a little monster that emerged from some obscure corner? He asked. Go fetch a small bowl of minced meat. Boss, let her try a little first. If it doesn't work out, we won't let her eat anymore. Very well. To their astonishment, she devoured 4 small bowls without exhibiting any signs of gastric discomfort. Yet, the little girl's stomach continued to rumble in hunger. Xiaoshin broke into a sweat and hurried to fetch another large bowl. She finished that one too. Bring another. Su Lingtian attempted several times to dissuade Xiaoyu from eating further, but the persistent growling of her stomach was undeniable. He instructed Shin Tianyang to examine her. Despite consuming copious amounts of meat, the child appeared to be in perfect health. In the end, after Xiaoyu had consumed 4 small bowls and 3 large bowls of meat, Su Lingtian finally could not bear to watch any longer. This was approaching the consumption level of their own team members. He resolutely decided that the child could not be allowed to eat any more. Yet, Xiaoyu caressed her flat little belly with a look of discontent, exclaiming that she was only 3/10 full. Suddenly, a tremor in Xiaoshin's hand caused a large bowl to crash to the ground. Goodness, can she really eat that much? In Chapter 25, New Home. Over the following days, the elite soldiers aboard the battleship were utterly astounded by the insatiable appetite of the captain's child. Initially, she could consume an entire meal meant for a grown man, devouring dishes laden with meat. Glimmering, hefty chunks of meat vanished into her small mouth, leaving the male soldiers in the dining hall utterly speechless, their jaws dropping in disbelief. As time passed, her capacity for food grew exponentially, escalating to the equivalent of 2 men's meals, then 3. Despite her remarkable appetite, her little belly remained trim. Much to the dismay of the soldiers who were rigorously training under the captain, striving to shed their own love handles. They felt a pang of shame. This was certainly not the eating capacity of an ordinary child. Thus, the soldiers began to secretly refer to the little girl as the little monster. Rumor had it that Xiaoshin once remarked that even the cubs of star beasts, no larger than her, did not possess such an appetite. However, this gossip was short-lived as Xiaoshin soon found herself on the receiving end of a stern reprimand from the captain, leaving her with a bruised visage and a speech impediment. It was quite the endeavor to elevate the reputation of the captain's child while avoiding the captain's wrath. Though the little monster was still innocent, her guardian beast was formidable. Ultimately, the battleship completed its final voyage smoothly, gently docking at its designated military berth. Upon arrival, military vehicles awaited, and a strikingly beautiful soldier leaned against one of them, engrossed in her communication device. The battleship's hatch swung wide open, and the soldiers, along with the valiant members of the Special Operations Team, descended in immaculate military formation. However, trailing closely behind the captain was a pair of small companions. The brother held his sister's tiny hand, while she gleefully gnawed on a fruit that was scarcely smaller than her own head. Juices dripped down, filling the air with a delightful fragrance of sweetness. Unfazed by the mess, she sported a child's bib around her neck, fully engaged in her fruity feast. Upon spotting them, the military flower's eyes sparkled with delight, and she strode confidently towards them. "Is this little you?" she exclaimed. "How adorable." With outstretched arms, she aimed to embrace the fluffy little creature. Unfortunately, the fruit-munching girl showed no regard for her intentions and retaliated with a swift pawing motion. As if puzzled by her own actions, the small paw, still sticky with fruit juice, struck the unsuspecting military flower squarely on the chest, eliciting a startled scream from her. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the scene. Chang Zheng was momentarily taken aback, as were the surrounding soldiers of all sizes. In a flurry, Desu scooped the child into his arms, casting an apologetic glance at the military flower. "I'm sorry," he said. "Little Yu is still quite young and has grown up alongside her grandfather and brother." Su Laoda glanced at Zhang Yan, whose face bore the unmistakable imprint of the small paw, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Chang Zheng, equally remorseful, observed the beautiful sister before him. The only women his sister had frequently encountered were the elderly Mrs. Liu from next door, who was already in her 60s. He truly had not anticipated that little Yu would so boldly reach out to someone in that manner. The only response she received was the continued sound of crunching fruit and a pair of disdainful rolling eyes. With a playful remark, Su Ling Tian quickly retreated with the two children, leaving Zhang Yin in a fit of laughter. Little Shin discreetly carried her compact army-style backpack, a fashionable and multifunctional item. "If you provide me with an answer, I shall refrain from pestering you," she declared. Zhang Yin, embodying the demeanor of a confident older sister, appeared as a stark contrast to her earlier youthful exuberance. "What answer do you seek?" she inquired. "A military secret is off limits. I would rather face death than divulge that." Observing little Shun's resolute expression, Zhang Yin couldn't help but chuckle. "I wonder if that little girl, Xiaoyu, has a bad temperament or simply dislikes me. Was she just playing a prank on me?" "Oh dear, you have misunderstood her," came the response. "That little one only has eyes for food. Anyone who interrupts her meal becomes her adversary." "Really?" Zhang Yin exclaimed in surprise. "What is so strange about that? Can one expect a 6-year-old girl to harbor grand ambitions?" Little Shun regarded Zhang Yin with a peculiar expression, thinking to herself that this woman might believe Xiao Yu was intentionally causing her trouble to keep her away from the captain. "Sister, Xiao Yu is just innocent. She is still a child, and the captain dotes on her. If you have no business with her, it would be wise not to provoke her dislike. Ultimately, it would be you who suffers the consequences." Zhang Yin, caught in her thoughts, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and irritation. Su Ling Tian's residence was located in a military officer's apartment, a 6-story old building with 4-unit doors. Upon entering, one would find that the first 3 floors comprised a duplex villa, with the 4th to 6th floors similarly structured. The residence of Su Ling Tian is located in Unit 101 of Building 3602. This abode is regularly maintained by a dedicated cleaner, ensuring its pristine condition even during his prolonged absences. However, with the arrival of children, such arrangements are no longer feasible, as the safety of entrusted care diminishes. It has become necessary to employ a nurturing aunt who can assist with the children's studies and prepare delectable meals. As soon as the 2 children entered the house, Xiao Yu dashed out like a spirited young deer, bounding up the stairs to explore her new territory, closely followed by Chang Zheng. Ever since his recent awakening from a faint, Chang Zheng has sensed that his younger sister's nature has grown even wilder. At times, the little girl glares with her bright eyes, exuding an air of unparalleled confidence. That man, even when engaged in the mundane task of washing vegetables, possesses an allure that quickens the heartbeat. Su Ling Tian's physique epitomizes the golden ratio among men. His form is nothing short of perfection. Coupled with the robust vigor in his movements, he is utterly captivating. The gentle and graceful Aaron observes Su Ling Tian diligently at work in the kitchen, contemplating that if there ever comes a day when he toils there for her, she would willingly embrace death. Chapter 26, Fundamental Potential Assessment. Aaron's gaze rests upon Su Ling Tian, imbued with a subtle melancholy. Su Ling Tian, stirred by her poignant expression, grapples with his reluctance to love, particularly when it comes to Aaron, as he is determined not to inflict pain upon her. As he adds various ingredients to the pot, he lifts his foot, ready to approach the living room and exchange a few words with Aaron, when suddenly, a loud thud emanates from upstairs. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ling Tian dashed up the stairs. Eileen's gaze was fixed, her eyes wide open as she watched her beloved man depart before her, leaving for another. The sensation was indescribable. Su Ling Tian rushed toward the source of the commotion, making his way directly to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Inside the room, for small children were in a standoff. 2 larger ones had a black eye and a split lip, while the 2 smaller ones were a chubby little boy of about 5 or 6, who lay unconscious on the floor, and his sister, Xiaoyu, who was nonchalantly protected by Chang Zheng. She had struck someone. The boy with the black eye, probably around 11 or 12, hastily pointed at Xiaoyu upon Su Ling Tian's arrival. "Your brother called us bastards and wild children. He deserved the beating," he complained. Chang Zheng's small face was filled with indignation, unwilling to back down. Su Ling Tian's expression darkened instantly. Eileen's residence was located directly above his own, and these 2 were both her younger brothers, both surnamed Zhao, the sons of Deputy Commander Zhao's nephews, thus making them the grandnephews of Zhao Shijia. Moreover, their father was a good friend of his. "Wen Tao, if you wish to continue recognizing me as your uncle, refrain from using the terms bastard and wild child in the future," Su Ling Tian admonished, quickly scooping up the younger boy, Zhao Wenyao, who was the younger brother of Zhao Wen Tao. After checking, Su Ling Tian found that Wenyao had merely been knocked unconscious, and he let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, Eileen, hearing a familiar voice, rushed in. Xiaoyu, immediately incensed, darted out like an angry little cannonball. With a swift push from her small hands, Eileen felt the world spin around her, and with a thud, she crashed heavily against the wall, losing consciousness as well. Zhao Wentao stared in astonishment at the scene before him, his heart sinking with an uncontainable lamentation. Was that little girl a small monster? What kind of Hercules was she? Just moments ago, she had knocked her own brother against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Wentao had initially thought it a mere coincidence, but now, witnessing even his cousin Aaron succumb to her strength, he could no longer deny it. This was a creature clad in human skin. With a heavy sigh, he recognized the trouble that lay ahead. He quickly summoned help to transport Wenyo, Aaron, and Zhang Jiang to the military hospital. The irritable Xiaoyu regarded Wen Tao with palpable hostility, her demeanor brimming with suspicion. In exasperation, Su Lingtian entrusted the Zhao children and Aaron to the care of Zhao Juanhao, their father. What was the use of raising a son if he only brought ruin upon one's life? Su Lingtian, not one for idle chatter, listened to old Zhao's grievances, unsure of how to respond. However, Zhao Juanhao, well acquainted with his temperament, remained unperturbed, curiously observing as Su Lingtian carried a 5- or 6-year-old girl wherever he went. Juanhao couldn't help but marvel. The little girl, with her chubby cheeks and rosy complexion, was undeniably adorable. Was it this tiny creature who had pushed Wenyo and Aaron? It was hard to fathom that such a small being possessed such formidable strength. As he gazed into the child's round, sparkling eyes, Zhao Juanhao suddenly felt that having a daughter was far superior to having a son. How old was she? Surely she was old enough to enter the elite class. 6 years old. The elite class was known for its rare magical beast offspring, which is why these children were often referred to as little magical beasts by the outside world. I believe it would be prudent to allow the child some time to rest before conducting any assessments. The elder, sensing the necessity to elucidate matters to the young child, felt compelled not only for the sake of his own 2 sons, but also for the sake of Eileen. Xiaoyu huffed, turning her face away in a display of aloofness. Old Zhao chuckled awkwardly, dismissing the matter from his mind. After all, how could a grown man hold a grudge against a child? At that moment, a young nurse arrived to call for Changjing's parents. Suda followed her, bidding farewell to old Zhao as he went to see Changjing. The little boy's face had already lost its puffiness. In truth, there was nothing serious at all. He had merely been taken aback, not anticipating that the seemingly gentle woman would turn and strike him. He had faced a setback, but he would consider it a lesson learned, knowing there would be future opportunities for retribution. The woman surnamed AI and named Lin had finally made it onto Changxing's ultimate blacklist. Uncle Su, I'm fine now. I can leave, Changxing declared. He was a rather delicate boy, with narrow, spirited phoenix-like eyes. When he smiled, it radiated warmth, a warmth that few could resist. Chapter 27. The Local Sandwich Team. Su Ling Tian lifted the small girl, who giggled and nestled against his chest. He wished to say something, yet found himself at a loss for words, his mouth dry. He had always desired to treat Xiaoyu kindly, yet he was uncertain how to express that kindness. Xiaoyu, how about you call me Daddy from now on? Why? Xiaoyu looked perplexedly at Uncle Su. Call me Daddy, and in the evening, I'll prepare plenty of delicious meat for you to eat. Daddy. The way she said it was so straightforward and crisp that Su, the great child, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He realized he was no match for the allure of meat. How could Captain Su bear such a reality? Do you wish to impart a lesson to the little one? It is said that a 6-year-old child is quite akin to a small animal, lacking in reason. One must patiently guide her, instilling good habits over time. Perhaps it is best to adopt a scientific approach to parenting. To little you. Her father is akin to an Uncle Wang or Uncle Li, far less significant than her grandfather and older brother in her heart. Meanwhile, Changzheng, while diligently completing his homework, is keenly attuned to the sounds around him, harboring his own thoughts. After dinner, the little girl, who lives her life like a carefree pig, promptly collapses into bed. Recently, the grandfather and grandson have been sharing the same sleeping quarters. Changzheng, ever considerate and helpful, assists Su Ling Tian in tidying up the dishes and organizing the kitchen. Su uncle. The reason you had little you address you as father today is due to the grandfather's influence. Ling Tian paused from washing a half-cleaned plate and gazed at Changzheng with warmth in his eyes. You both must attend school. Little you is 6 now and should begin 1st grade this year. As for you, you too must transfer to the appropriate grade. At school, one must always provide parental contact information, and there will be times when the presence of a mother or father is required. After this change, both you and little you will find it more convenient. Changzheng, you should also call me father. Henceforth, I will take good care of you both. The interactions over these past days have afforded Su a glimpse into Changzheng's character. This child is sensitive and contemplative. Certain matters require explanation, for otherwise, he tends to overthink. Of course, this may also be attributed to the environment in which he was raised. Surrounded only by a grandfather or a naive younger sister. It is indeed challenging for a boy to grow up in such an environment. Reflecting on this child's experiences, I cannot help but recall my own past. My mother was frequently ill, facing life-threatening situations on several occasions. Yet, each time she regained consciousness, she would adamantly prevent me from informing anyone else. Of course, should I divulge her condition, the response I received was nothing but a cold, reluctant indifference and malicious inquiries. Suddenly, I felt a pang of fear for the tender shoulders of the little boy, Changzheng, who is undeniably a good child. I assured him, my dear boy, I believe you will grow up to be a remarkable man. In an instant, the boy's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Uncle Su, I am aware of my unfortunate background. Apart from my sister and grandfather, no one has genuinely cared for me. You are the 3rd person I can feel is sincere towards me. Thank you. It seems he has even taken to addressing me as Uncle Su. Su Lingtian's tone was somewhat rigid, yet it did not diminish the glimmer of hope on his face. Father. The little boy leapt into my embrace, wrapping his arms tightly around my waist. Such profound reliance is something that will fade as Changzheng matures. Early the next day, our team decided to take the 2 children to the 5th Research Institute of the Military General Hospital for potential testing. The Military General Hospital is broadly divided into 3 sections: the outpatient department, the inpatient department, and the Research Institute. The 1st through 4th research institutes are classified as core secret areas. The nature of their research remains unknown to outsiders. The 5th Institute, however, serves as a medical service department for military elites, and there are a total of 9 institutes, each focusing on different aspects of medical service. The 5th Institute, in particular, is dedicated to potential testing. During his time aboard the warship, Shen Xiangyang diligently studied the 2 uniquely born genetic beasts, Xiaoyu and Changzheng. Yet he discovered nothing of significance. Their outward appearances undoubtedly suggested mutations, but the question remained, what abilities had these mutations granted them? This remained an enigma. Therefore, when Xiao Shen learned that his superior intended to take the 2 children to the 5th Research Institute for testing, he dashed over like a frenzied monkey. Captain, over here. The foolishly waving military cap of Xiaoshan was spotted from afar by Su De, who honestly wished to pass by without acknowledging him, as they were not acquainted. Captain, you have finally arrived. Here, I've secured the testing numbers for you in advance. I've been here listening for the call. It should be our turn shortly. Xiaoshan, embodying a responsible attitude towards his duties, had taken the initiative to resolve the testing number issue for his captain's children with just a single phone call. After all, given the multitude of military families and associated individuals in the entire 4th Military District, the 5th Research Institute was bustling with people every day. Upon hearing this, Su De quickly glanced toward the testing department and was taken aback to see a long queue stretching from the entrance to the garden. Why are there so many people? Xiaoshan's face fell at this remark. Captain, are you an alien? The entire 4th Military District must house trillions of people. What is so surprising about the 5th Research Institute being crowded? Captain, let us hurry. I just heard them call number 149. And I have 157 and 158 in my hands. We need to get to the front. Goodness, you arrived so late. If you go now, you won't be seen until 8 p.m. Shoot, I was momentarily taken aback. It was only 10 a.m. Did this imply they would have to wait until 8 p.m. to be seen? He could endure it himself. But what about Xiaoyu and Changjiang? Wasn't the General Military Hospital meant to serve the 4th Military District? Did the entire district have such a multitude of individuals requiring potential assessments at the 5th Institute? Many of those present appeared to be adults rather than children. Could you please move a little faster? Xiaoshan pleaded, nearly in tears, tugging at Xu Dai's sleeve. Not everyone here is from the military district. Please hurry. If we miss our turn, we'll have to start all over from the back. Xu Dai's brow furrowed tightly at her words. Yet he ultimately allowed himself to be led by Xiaoshan and the 2 children toward the front of the line. However, they had scarcely moved when chaos erupted at the head of the queue, as a brawl broke out among a group of individuals. The blaring sirens of military police echoed through the air, and Zelingshan's expression darkened. To think that a routine check would expose them to such disorder within a major military district was astonishing, especially as he caught sight of a figure resembling a fierce tiger, weaving in and out of the crowd, strikingly familiar and eye-catching. Damn it, this is what I get for being caught in the middle of this mess. Let me show you why the flowers bloom so brilliantly. Chapter 28. Incident. A chaotic melee ensued, comprising a motley crew of men and women, alongside some robust children. A contingent of women acted as cheerleaders, their shouts and commentary ringing clearly. The larger group was evidently far superior to the smaller faction they faced. Stop. Suddenly, a middle-aged man, exuding an imposing presence, emerged from the throng of people. Grasping the iron arm of a soldier, he confronted him with righteous indignation, questioning, "What are you doing? It is said that the military serves as the children of the people. Is this how you treat the populace?" The soldier, who had previously displayed an aggressive demeanor, was instantly subdued. Just then, a bald man forcefully pushed past him and confronted the middle-aged figure, retorting, "And you, are you truly a representative of the people? Is it the people who grant you such authority, allowing you to bypass the queue while others stand in line, drenched in sweat, as if you were a grand lord?" The bald man spoke with a tone reminiscent of a bandit, provoking a fierce glare from the middle-aged individual. "We are not cutting in line. We have an appointment," he asserted. "Nonsense," the bald man scoffed. "The 5th Research Institute has never had any reservation system. If you claim to have an appointment, who made it? Dare you reveal the name of the person who arranged this for you?" The other man's expression darkened, yet he maintained a facade of composure. "The person who made our appointment is none other than the esteemed young officer, Colonel Li Yunxiang, from the 4th Military District." The bald man erupted in laughter, dismissing the claim. Li Yunxiang is the most renowned young officer of the 4th Military District? What of Colonel Su Lintian, Colonel Lei Dong, and Colonel Zhao Juanhao from our district? Furthermore, whether it be Li Yunxiang or our esteemed colonels, they are but battalion leaders. When has a battalion leader from a combat unit ever relied on a logistical research institute for matters such as this? What authority does he have to make appointments for you? Is it possible that he is relying on his wife, who happens to be the niece of the commander of our military district? If so, please inquire whether he is indeed leveraging his wife's connections to secure a spot for you. If that is the case, we shall promptly turn and leave, relinquishing today's testing to you. The bald man suddenly broke into a sinister grin. The middle-aged man's expression shifted, although he was not a member of the military district. His keen intuition warned him that acknowledging the assistance of Li Yunshang's wife in securing a place would likely bring dire consequences for Li Yunshang himself. Indeed, before he could utter a word, the burly men behind the bald man could no longer contain their laughter. Unlike in civilian life, the military reveres those with genuine skills and formidable capabilities. A man who ascends through the influence of his wife would undoubtedly be scorned. After consistently ranking below the top 5 in the comprehensive potential rankings of young officers, even Zhao Juanhao, whose martial prowess was inferior to his, had surpassed him. The bald man had cunningly dug a trap. If the middle-aged man were to concede to his earlier accusation, it would not take long before Li Yunshang's prestige would suffer a significant blow, potentially plummeting to unprecedented lows. You all. What? Is it true or not? Just confirm whether he is utilizing his wife's connections to secure a place for you. Baldy, stand still. It's over. There's no escape now. The bald man finally approached Su Lingtian with a forlorn expression, head lowered like a chastened child, shuffling his steps. Captain, are you looking for trouble? Su reprimanded loudly, then took deliberate steps with the 2 children toward the middle-aged man and the bald one. It truly has nothing to do with me. I am merely queuing up in an orderly manner to assess my nephew's potential. My nephew is more capable than I am. He might even qualify for the elite class. Yet, just when it was finally our turn, a group of over 100 people surged forward, insisting on cutting in line for their tests. Is this not a blatant disregard for our existence? Why should the locals be allowed to brazenly jump ahead? Do we, the valiant soldiers who risk our lives, have to yield to these unruly individuals? His words immediately sparked a wave of agreement among the crowd, with many nodding or voicing their support. Su Lingtian shot him an irritated glance. He was the quintessential troublemaker. The discord between military and civilian spheres is the most detestable. Neither side wishes to entangle themselves in such disputes. This fellow, having caught sight of him in the area, likely intended to provoke a scene, confident that someone would eventually clean up after him. Thus, this impulsive bald man continued his ruckus. Enough of this chatter. Su Lingtian firmly subdued the bald man and approached the middle-aged gentleman, inquiring, "May I ask how I should address you, esteemed local?" "My humble surname is Fong." The gentleman replied. "Mr. Fong, could you please clarify what transpired just now?" Su Lingtian allowed the other party to speak first, extending a courteous gesture. However, the middle-aged man, upon noticing him, directly accused, "Are you his superior?" In truth, my personal initiative was behind the arrangement for this inspection. Initially, everything was meticulously organized. Yet upon arrival, unforeseen incidents transpired. Our personnel were assaulted. As military officers, it is utterly unacceptable for you to witness your troops behaving with such reckless abandon, even resorting to violence against local comrades. How do you intend to account for this situation? What instigated the altercation? Surely, it cannot be solely attributed to us. The blame predominantly lies with you. It was your forces who initiated the conflict, inflicting the most severe injuries upon many of our members. Look over there. Even one of our own has been left disfigured by your actions. This is simply intolerable. If you fail to provide me with an explanation today, I shall escalate the matter to General Zhou for redress. The individuals responsible for this incident must face serious repercussions. An explanation, you say? The moment you opened your mouth, you shifted the blame entirely onto us. Upon hearing this, Su Lingtian was understandably displeased. The soldiers I command are not prone to violence without provocation. You, as a leader, should not offload all responsibility onto others. What? Am I shirking accountability? I must inquire how I am evading responsibility. It is your troops who have perpetrated the violence. The aggressors who struck the hardest. Is this what you refer to as soldiers? What distinguishes them from thugs and bandits? The middle-aged man, his neck taut with indignation, retorted fiercely, "Comrade, please be mindful of your words and actions. My demeanor is contingent upon the context and the individuals I address." The middle-aged man reflected on his status in the local community. While he may not have ruled with impunity, he had certainly established a modicum of respect. Now, everything seemed to be crumbling around him. For today, at least, his future prospects were poised to be significantly hindered. Consequently, the more he gazed at Su Lingtian, the more his ire intensified. With grievances rooted in the past, the bald superior standing before him was none other than the very individual he held responsible. Their conversation grew increasingly tense, when suddenly, a young man positioned behind the middle-aged man seized a stone and launched a covert attack towards the bald man. As the bald man dodged, Chang Zheng inadvertently tugged at Xiaoyu, causing her to lean forward. The stone struck her forehead with a resounding thud, instantly inflicting a small wound from which blood began to flow profusely. Chang Zheng rushed to protect Xiaoyu, casting a knowing glance. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaoyu burst into tears, her piercing wails echoing throughout the hall. The middle-aged man stood in stunned silence. Su Lingtian, however, was seething with rage. Is this what you call our people striking first? Bullying a child? He hastily pressed on Xiaoyu's wound, his heart aching for her. His gaze towards the opposing party now laced with ferocity. I am Zhang Ziqian, the Deputy Secretary General of the Provincial Committee of Daishanlun and Wuzhou Star. I am Su Lingtian, the captain of the 9th Brigade of the 4th Military District's Elite Special Operations Team. Both parties revealed their identities, not merely as a formality, but as an acknowledgement that matters had escalated beyond mere words. Zhang Ziqian understood that the captain across from him would not relinquish this confrontation lightly. He himself was reluctant to comprehend the situation easily. Someone must be held accountable for the events of today. Ling Tian was even less inclined to let go of the individual who had harmed his daughter. A doctor, accompanied by 3 young nurses, approached. Ling Tian gestured for them to expedite the treatment of the injured. A nurse tended to the wound on Xiao Yu's head, causing her to grimace in pain, while Ling Tian watched, unconsciously clenching his fists until they crackled. Zhang Ziqian instinctively stepped back several paces. These officers were all martial artists, and moreover, formidable ones, far from being mere pretenders like himself. This matter must be resolved today. I have already called Major General Zhou Min of your security team and summoned Li Yunshang. Regardless of your unit or status, you must provide an explanation for our injured. Those responsible must face serious consequences. Consequences? Indeed. An adult from your side has injured a child, and yet the comrades here seem remarkably agile. Laughter erupted around them. In fact, since the confrontation between Zhang Ziqian and Su Lingtian began, several soldiers who recognized Su Lingtian gradually gathered around. What a coincidence! Huh, is this truly a coincidence? He had already ceased hostilities, yet shamelessly launched a sneak attack. Why not have him come forward so that I may break his head too? A coincidence, indeed. Let us all share in this unexpected turn of events. Su Lingtian's tone grew increasingly aggressive, and the laughter around them swelled. Are you being unreasonable? Who is being unreasonable? If he dares to strike, why is he not bold enough to show himself now? Why not let him step out from behind you? What is it? Dare to act, yet not to face the consequences? The voice of Su Lingtian resonated with sternness. I was targeting that bald man. If I continue, I'll strike your child instead. What will you do about it? Will you kill me? If you possess the courage, then do it. I shall call you a hero. If you lack the guts, refrain from your empty threats. Whom do you think you are deceiving? Upon hearing the words of the young man behind him, Zhang Ziqian sensed trouble and hurriedly attempted to intervene. Alas, it was too late. With a single punch, the young man's front teeth fell out, leaving him bloodied. Another robust young man in military attire strode past him and positioned himself behind Su Lingtian, asserting that such matters should be resolved with fists. You band of ruffians. Bullies, scoundrels, the young man exclaimed, clutching his mouth and wailing on the ground. Zhang Ziqian's face flushed with anger, fearing he might explode with rage. This is absurd. How dare you bring your brawl to this place? Whose authority are you abusing? Is Su Lingtian yours? At that moment, the chief bodyguard, Zhou Min, arrived with Li Yunshang. As he appeared, his entourage swiftly encircled the area, surrounding anyone associated with Su Lingtian. What does this signify? Is there no distinction between right and wrong? Su Lingtian's temper flared as he scowled and retorted, Whose authority are you abusing? It is none other than your Zhou Min's influence and your brother-in-law Li Yunshang's clout. Otherwise, how could these local bureaucrats be present at a facility dedicated to serving the military district? Not only do they exploit connections, but they also brazenly cut in line for testing. The sandwich test could be overlooked. After all, who could resist the imposing visage of Zhou Min? We all must give him his due respect. Yet, this group of ruffians had the audacity to lay hands on a child, inflicting injury upon my daughter. As if that were not enough, they brazenly taunted me, declaring that if I had the guts, I should kill him. Who does he think he is? Who do they believe we are? We enlisted to confront the formidable adversaries of the cosmos, to protect our homeland. Are we to serve as mere attendants to these debauched science? Su Lingtian. Zhou Min was incensed, yet beside him, Li Yunshang tugged at his sleeve. Su Lingtian was known for his reckless bravado, a fact recognized widely within the military district. Otherwise, He would not have been denied promotion on 3 separate occasions despite his remarkable achievements in battle. He ought to have attained the rank of Major General or at least a Brigadier General by now. He was an indomitable warrior on the battlefield. Ironically, his temperament had repeatedly vexed Commander Zhou and Deputy Commander Zhao to the point of exasperation. However, Su Lingtian, regardless of the circumstances, your subordinate has erred today. Engaging in conflict with local comrades is simply unacceptable. All parties involved, including yourself, must face serious repercussions. A sudden burst of laughter erupted from an unknown source. Many gazed at Su Lingtian with admiration and reverence. The illustrious Su Brigade was indeed audacious and forthright. Though he appeared as a dashing young man, he was, in fact, undeniably formidable. Zhou Min once again grasped just how impetuous Su Lingtian truly was. You, along with your companions, should take your leave. I cannot fathom how I could possibly manage you all. Alas, it seems I recall that the esteemed Commander Zhou's division does not encompass the 9th Squad. Is that not under the purview of Deputy Commander Zhao? It appears rather discourteous of you, old Zhou, to abscond with individuals without so much as a word of notice. At that moment, Zhao Juanhao entered, accompanied by another striking figure clad in military attire. This handsome officer towered over old Zhao by a considerable margin. His countenance reminiscent of a deity, with sharply defined features, particularly his deep-set eyes, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the lineage of ancient Europeans. Yet, his gaze was piercingly intense, as if one were struck by a jolt of electricity, not in a flirtatious manner, but akin to the shock of high voltage. Such a fierce and formidable demeanor. This individual is none other than the illustrious Captain Lei Dong of the 4th Military District. A rising star celebrated for his remarkable prowess over the past 3 years, ultimately recruited by Deputy Commander Zhao. Upon their arrival, Zhou Min let out a huff of displeasure, remarking that their timing was rather fortuitous. As for our comrades in the locale, Deputy Commander Zhao has conveyed that he has sincerely apologized to Commander Zhou. Furthermore, he has entrusted me to extend his heartfelt greetings and apologies to you all, assuring that the military district will cover the medical expenses. As for the potential assessments, let the colleagues from the 5th Institute work overtime. You all should take ample rest, allowing them to conduct your evaluations tonight without the current hustle and bustle. After all, both the director and deputy director of the 5th Institute are aligned with Commander Zhou. They may digest the matter internally. Those who comprehended his words and were privy to the circumstances exchanged glances of concealed delight. Zhou Min's countenance turned a deep shade of gray, utterly vexed. How could Zhao Juanhao have abducted all the individuals so brazenly? It was utterly outrageous. However, given that Zhao Juanhao represented Deputy Commander Zhao Shiji, he had no choice but to release them. Yet, he could not allow them to be let off so easily. Fuming, Zhou Min contemplated taking Li Yunshang and Zhang Ziqian to the Commander-in-Chief's headquarters to lodge a complaint. At the Commander-in-Chief's headquarters, Zhou Taibao set down the phone, a cloud of discontent shadowing his expression. He aspired for advancement, yet if he were to depart, the inevitable successor would be old Zhao. With today's incident occurring while he was still in office, it was indeed a slap in the face. Nevertheless, old Zhao had just called, extending a particularly sincere apology, stating that he could personally address the local issues and that he had contacted the leader of Wuzhou Star. This series of actions made it increasingly difficult for Commander Zhou to maneuver. How could he assert that his deputy had assumed all responsibility while he himself was unable to manage his subordinate? It was absurd. Yet, he could not help but ponder why that rascal Xiaoshu seemed to be involved in every mishap. Was it possible he harbored resentment for being stymied in his promotions on several occasions? As Zhou Taibao sat in his chair, growing increasingly frustrated, his brows knitted tightly. At that moment, a soldier reported that Zhou Min and his companions had arrived. Let them in, he commanded. The authority of the commander-in-chief was not something ordinary individuals could rival. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min and his companions immediately felt a tightening in their bodies, their spirits deflating. Zhou Taibao noticed Zhang Ziqian entering and made an effort to soften his expression, inquiring about the unfolding events. Simultaneously, at the Deputy Commander's headquarters, a group of offenders had been assembled. Deputy Commander Zhao Shiji glared menacingly at his subordinates, exuding an air of frustration. Will you continue to misbehave? Are you aware that my patience is wearing thin? His gaze fell particularly on a bald man. Do you have a death wish? Of all the people to pick a fight with, you chose those local ruffians. Do you not perceive the inequity in such a choice? Report. I assure you, We could have easily bested them. Who would engage in such a brawl? Zhao Shiji spat disdainfully and kicked the bald man squarely. In truth, Zhao, a scion of a prestigious family, had strayed far from the path of nobility since enlisting. He found himself contemplating whether he would still choose this life if given another chance. The bald man, sensing the gravity of the situation, promptly recounted the events. It all began when he managed to secure a place in line, only to be pushed aside by local bullies who mocked their military stature. A confrontation ensued, escalating into a brawl, fueled by the arrogance of the locals and their disrespectful remarks. Despite the chaos, the soldiers emerged relatively unscathed, and the bald man felt a sense of satisfaction regarding his performance, attributing the conflict to the unruly behavior of the local youth. Especially in the end, he keenly discovered the existence of the virtual team leader, and with a leader to rely on, the bald man felt as though he had found family and feared nothing. Upon hearing his account, Zhao Shiji threw an apple directly at his shiny head, striking it with a thud. Chapter 31. Deceived by the Divine. You fool. All you do is incite hatred for your virtual team. Zhao Shiji exclaimed irritably. If you think so little of him, why not find a secluded spot to sneak up on him and put a sack over his head? You think I would disgrace myself and apologize to so many people for the likes of you, you foolish simpleton? The bald man, upon hearing this, thumped his chest and declared loudly. Zhao Shiji's previously furious face suddenly stiffened, turning like a puppet towards the troublesome brat, Su Lingtian, and observed the rowdy warriors he led. Each one a handful. The subordinates under Su Lingtian were indeed quite unique. Some hailed from the former Little Demon Beast squad, while others were grassroots individuals who had ascended through sheer hard work and military merit. In short, they were all headstrong characters. Such individuals either had to change their ways or face forced retirement, or they would be ruthlessly eliminated from the ranks. Yet, this motley crew surprisingly thrived under Su Lingtian. And whenever their prowess was needed in battle, one could truly appreciate the advantages they brought, exhibiting an overwhelming combat strength. Moreover, even in the most challenging conflicts, their casualties remained within manageable limits. Some nosy fellows in the 4th Military District privately referred to the subordinates of Captain Su Lingtian as the Lingtian Battle Division. Until later, when Thunder emerged, the Thunder God Battle Division was established. Many warriors regarded the opportunity to join the Lingtian Battle Division or the Thunder God Battle Division as the ultimate glory. Such glory indeed. This illustrates how popular and esteemed these divisions are in the hearts of the warriors. However, those who wield these two blades are acutely aware of the accompanying suffering, and he yearns to weep. I remarked, can you two refrain from your incessant banter? Have you lost all sense of organization and discipline befitting a soldier? Yet, the officer retorted, I took my nephew to the 5th Institute for a potential test, and we stood in line for 5 whole days. During my recent leave, I did nothing but wait for this. Just as I was about to reach the front of the line, local personnel intervened. How can one endure such an injustice? The bald man felt it necessary to make his grievances known. Thus he defended himself. Well, you stood in line for 5 days. But I waited for 3 days when I took my sister's child for testing. How could the military district possibly have so many children needing potential assessments? It is likely that Commander Zhou was unaware of the chaos below, where resources from the 5th Institute were misappropriated to favor numerous local connections. Ultimately, the 5th Institute of the military district has benefited certain individuals for personal gain. Thunder, interjecting forcefully, added, this is concerning. Zhao Shiji's expression darkened as he too recognized the possibility. The director of the 5th Institute is an associate of Old Zhou, and the deputy director as well. It is said that the top 2 officers are closely aligned, which is certainly troubling. In local circles, such situations are often regarded with caution. Although Lei Dong, despite his youth, speaks with a calm demeanor, his words can be remarkably piercing. Zhao Juanhao observed Zhao Shiji deep in thought as he silently gave him a thumbs up. The younger generation is indeed formidable. This young man possesses a cunning that surpasses their eloquence. Suda also cast a glance of admiration towards him. Lei Dong's fingers trembled slightly. If there exists a true idol or a goal in this world, it undoubtedly resides in the person of Su Lingtian, a genius who has forged his path solely through his own efforts. He is the one whom Lei Dong truly reveres, admires, and wishes to protect. Su Lingtian embodies numerous admirable qualities, exuding a charisma that invites trust and closeness, even from those older than him. Standing behind him, one might feel that they are not merely in the presence of an individual, but rather before a towering tree or a majestic mountain. Such a man may be entirely unaware of the influence he wields within the 4th Military District. He steadfastly adheres to his principles, pursuing what he believes to be right. Yet, this is precisely as it should be. Now, concerning the matters at Wusuo, I shall address the rest through communication and resolution. However, it must be said that Wusuo has indeed behaved inappropriately this time. Are they still the Wusuo of the military district? Following Lei Dong's analysis, the target of Zhao Shiji's criticism has undoubtedly shifted. After all, in these times, a fly does not land on an uncracked egg. If Wusuo were to perform admirably, how could my people possibly engage in brawls there? Is it not the case that they have allowed issues to accumulate, ultimately leading to an eruption that could no longer be concealed? I also believe that the 5th Institute requires some rectification. It is utterly unacceptable. Suda frowned slightly and spoke up. Oh my God. We would rather be confined to a small dark room and endure arduous cross-country runs than write such lengthy self-criticism essays. The bald men immediately turned pale, casting sorrowful and resentful glances at Director Zhao and their own leader. Suda glanced at his trusted subordinates who were qualified to be present and stated, I shall not allow you to plagiarize. For heaven's sake, what a heartless leader. How frustrating is this? The group directed their accusatory gazes toward their superior. Suda remained unfazed, his demeanor unusually composed. Enough, the matter is resolved. You may leave. Do you expect me to treat you to a meal? Director Zhao irritably prepared to dismiss them. It was Zhao Juanhao who lingered until the end. He intentionally stayed the longest. Although the outside world labeled him as Zhao Shiji's nephew, he was merely a distant branch of the Zhao family, having served in the military for several years. When Zhao Shiji was appointed to the 4th Military District and had no one to rely on, he was fortuitously positioned to fill the gap. Nonetheless, old Zhao was acutely aware of his own capabilities and worked diligently for Zhao Shiji, which led to Zhao Shiji increasingly valuing him. Second uncle. Zhao Shiji is the second eldest in the family. Is it truly fine to let this matter slide lightly? Will Commander-in-Chief Zhou harbor any discontent towards you? This situation was inherently their fault. Chapter 32. Return to the 5th Institute. Zhao Shiji had previously promised to address the responsible parties with seriousness, yet shortly thereafter, he subtly released Su Lingtian and the others. Writing a confession, what does it amount to? The deadline is approaching, and this task is quite arduous. Zhou Taibao let out a heavy grunt through his nose, ultimately uttering a self-deprecating remark. Li Yunshang's current residence was a division from the main household, with his wife Zhou Wei at the helm, and their lively and adorable younger son Li Xingye often stirring up a bit of mischief. Li Xingye, approximately 5 or 6 years of age, was quite close in age to Xiaoyu. In fact, he was a few months her senior. As Li Xingye contemplated the little girl accompanying Su Lingtian, he gently patted his son's charming little head, realizing, to his surprise, that Su Lingtian's daughter was of the same age as his own son. Zhou Wei had instructed the servants to prepare dinner, and she personally arranged the dishes on the table, her face radiating joy and happiness as she observed Li Yunshang and their son engrossed in a game of military chess. All right, you two, once you finish this round, it's time to wash your hands and eat, she suddenly interjected. Startled by her voice, Li Xingye's little hand twitched, causing his piece to fall, signifying the demise of his character. What a blatant misfire. Such an untimely end. Mom, why did you have to speak up so suddenly? Did you not see I was in the midst of a crucial battle? It's all your fault that my piece is dead. What do you propose I do now? The little fellow, with his exquisite features reminiscent of a Barbie doll, bore striking resemblance to Zhou Wei, who herself was a stunning beauty. Moreover, she possessed a figure that was nothing short of a masterpiece, akin to that of an angelic visage. What to do? Just wait. Finish your meal before resuming play with your father. Hurry up and wash your hands. It's time to eat. The little boy, reluctant and stubborn, sat on the ground, refusing to rise. Zhou Wei feigned anger, glaring at him until she finally persuaded this little tyrant to move. Li Yunshang, having listened to her words, unconsciously furrowed his brow before stating that it was his elder brother who had summoned him, as there had been some incidents at the 5th Institute, which she might already be aware of. The elder brother he referred to was Zhou Wei's own sibling, Zhou Min. I know a bit, Zhou Wei replied. I heard that someone disrespected you and your brother, leading to a conflict that left your brother quite embarrassed. It was that Zuling Tian, along with Lei Dong, wasn't it? At the mention of Zuling Tian, Zhou Wei's gaze flickered momentarily. Indeed, she continued, my brother was merely trying to facilitate future communications with the local authorities, thus offering them a green light. However, he did not anticipate that the overbearing subordinates of Zuling Tian would be so intolerant of any setbacks, which resulted in today's uproar. Their commotion has placed the local comrades in a very awkward position, and I hear this matter has even caught the attention of the Star Master of Wuzhou. Moreover, it has left my brother rather humiliated, making future contacts rather uncomfortable. Listening to Li Yunxiang's remarks, which subtly defended Zhou Min, Zhou Wei felt a warmth bloom in her heart. Her mother was indeed correct. In a relationship, as long as one is wholeheartedly devoted, even a stone could be warmed. Zuling Tian was nothing but a troublemaker, always meddling everywhere. What business did he have at the Fifth Institute? Did he still need to test his potential? Hearing Zhou Wei's disdainful remarks, Li Yunxiang sighed and responded that one could not solely blame Zuling Tian. He accompanied his son and daughter to the 5 schools to test their potential. I never expected that Su Lingtian appeared to be younger than me by several years. Yet his son was already around 11 or 12, and his daughter was nearly the same age as our Xingya. With a sudden crash, the aromatic porcelain jar that Zhou Wei had been holding slipped from her grasp and shattered, scattering fragments and fragrant pieces across the floor. What happened? I momentarily lost focus and let it slip from my hands. Li Yunxiang approached, gently guiding his wife away and summoning someone to clean up. Be careful not to injure your hands. At that moment, a forced smile graced Zhou Wei's face, yet her curiosity compelled her to inquire how Su Lingtian could have children. Hadn't the military district mentioned that he was unmarried? However, Su Lingtian had never acknowledged his single status and had consistently declined any introductions to potential partners. The last time, when Vice Commander Zhao attempted to introduce his niece, Eileen, he publicly rejected the proposal. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wei's smile faltered. Then, whose children were they? What are their names and ages? As she continued, her voice grew increasingly ethereal. The elder son is named Changjing, reportedly around 11 or 12 years old, while the younger daughter is called Xiaoyu, said to be about 5 or 6. Zhou Wei stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance, but Li Yunxiang swiftly caught her. What's wrong? I felt a bit unwell since this morning. Perhaps I caught a chill last night. If that's the case, take some medicine immediately and be more mindful of your health. Li Yunxiang supported his wife as they made their way to the restaurant, softly whispering reassurances. Zhou Wei appeared to listen with a gentle smile, but had this been a typical moment of tenderness from Li Yunxiang, she would have been overwhelmed with joy. However, at that moment, she could only see his lips moving without hearing a single sound. Yet, she had been closely monitoring the situation, and it was perplexing how, in less than a month, Xiang Changjing and Xiang Xiaoyu had arrived at the 4th Military District. No, she absolutely could not allow Yunxiang to discover Xiang Changjing's presence. Even less could she permit him to think that her son was inferior to the child born to him by Xiang Minghua. So, what should she do now? Perhaps it was essential to find a reliable caretaker for the children. This matter must be prioritized. The 2 little ones had been left to their own devices for a day, resulting in several damaged items in his study. A star beast was missing half a horn. A model battleship had a turret broken off, and he found himself too exhausted to lament the losses. From now on, he would resolutely fortify his study against fire, theft, and children. However, on the 3rd day, he took the 2 children back to the 5th Institute once more. Chapter 33. The testing commences. Upon arriving outside the hall of the 5th Institute, Suda immediately sensed a difference. The atmosphere had shifted. A scuffle had indeed proven beneficial, at least under someone's supervision. The Institute had swiftly improved its operational methods. The previously singular testing lane, which had once seen a long queue stretching endlessly, was now a thing of the past. In place of the current arrangement, 2 inspection channels have been established, with individuals queuing divided into 2 distinct groups. One segment caters to the military district and its families, while the other is specifically designated for personnel from the local community. The camaraderie between the military and the civilian populace is profound. It is imperative to maintain united front efforts at all times, with rare exceptions. The line for the military district is noticeably shorter, comprising only 30 individuals, most of whom are parents accompanying their children. Conversely, the civilian queue is considerably longer, predominantly consisting of adults, extending all the way into the courtyard. Nevertheless, despite the crowds, no one dares to cut in line at the military family section. Well, this is quite the spectacle. With a sense of satisfaction, Suda silently nodded, acknowledging Uncle Zhao's swift actions. He took a new number and, with his child, resumed his place in line. Barely settled, a short, stout middle-aged man, exuding an air of authority and adorned with large spectacles, approached him hurriedly, as if he recognized him. "Ah, Su, good day to you," he exclaimed, reaching out to shake Su Lingtian's hand. Yet, Su was oblivious to this portly figure. His expression was somewhat frugal, devoid of malice. Yet his voice was as firm as steel. "I am Xia Fugong, the director of the testing center at the 5th Institute." Ah, as Uncle Zhao had mentioned, each of the 9 institutes affiliated with the Military General Hospital has an associate dean responsible for daily management. The 5th Institute primarily focuses on potential assessments, making this director the second in command there. "Oh, greetings." Suda finally extended his hand in response. 2 individuals shook hands, and the portly director Xia's skin quivered slightly. Team leader Su's hand was particularly coarse, calloused from hard work. However, this esteemed gentleman was not to be trifled with. He warmly grasped Su Lingtian's arm, pulling him gently. Yet to no avail. "Team leader Su, since you are here, there is no need for you to queue. Please, allow me to escort you directly inside. With your 2 children, the testing will be completed in no time, hardly causing any delay. Rest assured, I have already arranged for the preparations within." Upon hearing this, Suda furrowed his brow, raising his hand to indicate, "I have already taken a number. Waiting in line is perfectly fine. Team leader Su, if you choose to stand outside and wait, it will take quite some time. It is one thing for you to wait, but what about the children?" Director Xia's demeanor was exceedingly courteous and humble, as if Suda's refusal would be a grave disservice to his goodwill. Yet, Suda simply shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "The children are tired. I will carry them." Laughter erupted from both in front and behind him, revealing that Director Xia's obsequious behavior was not well received. Just behind Suda, a large, shiny bald head re-emerged in the crowd, its owner being a robust figure. Unmistakably the bald gentleman. "I must say, dear leader, please do not urge us to enter prematurely. Since I have known him, he has never engaged in any favoritism." In the bald gentleman's view, their captain Lingtian was a remarkably disciplined soldier. The bald man clutched a bag of snacks in one hand while holding the hand of a young boy, approximately 6 or 7 years of age, with the other. Upon arrival, he generously distributed an array of delectable treats to Changzheng and Xiaoyu. "My goodness, is this a picnic gathering?" The small boy beside him, with a round face and a deep complexion, had a particularly radiant smile that revealed a set of pearly white teeth. Little White Tooth. This distinguishing feature made it easy for Xiaoyu to remember him. Upon hearing Xiaoyu call him Little White Tooth, the boy's face turned an ashen hue. "My name is Zheng Xiaohua, not Little White Tooth." "Little White Tooth. Zheng Xiaohua." The boy gritted his teeth, reiterating emphatically, "Little White Tooth. Zheng Xiaohua." The boy, infuriated, marched up to Xiaoyu, determined to defend his name with unwavering resolve. "Little White Tooth is Little White Tooth. My name is Zheng Xiaohua." The 2 little ones, despite their spirited exchange, were not truly adept at arguing. However, this utterly inconsequential quarrel persisted until it was their turn for testing. Meanwhile, the bald uncle contributed an endless supply of snacks. Xiaoyu, with an oddly rapid pace, munched on a type of nut, while the irate Little White Tooth hopped up and down in frustration. The 2 indifferent adults, along with one unfeeling older brother, merely observed with delight as the 2 children engaged in their nonsensical bickering. Ah, could this be the fate of childhood companionship? The bald man chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. As soon as they entered the testing area, a throng of people swiftly gathered around them. Director Xia had long been on high alert. As soon as the virtual team arrived, he promptly beckoned the smiling Zhang Yan, who was standing to the side, to conduct a test on Xiaoyu. He then called over a seasoned researcher to test Zheng Xiaohua, while he himself focused on Changzheng. In fact, the virtual team was quite curious about the outcome of Xiaoyu's test, as she appeared to possess an enormous appetite and remarkable strength. Additionally, she had a tiny floral-backed mouse that often transformed into a tattoo on the inner side of her right arm. Regarding Xiaoyu and the little genetic creature beside Changzheng, the virtual team had experimented with various methods of manipulation but found nothing particularly remarkable. However, the 2 little beings, though not born from bloodline enhancement, were exceptionally clever and obedient, indicating a high level of intelligence at first glance. Approaching a set of testing instruments, Zhang Yan opened her arms with a beaming smile, eager to embrace Xiaoyu. She had heard that Aaron had suffered a great loss at the hands of this little girl. Unfortunately, in a flash, Xiaoyu darted behind the virtual team leader, refusing to be held by a stranger. Zhang Yan smiled awkwardly at Su Lingtian, the virtual team leader, as the little one lay down on the examination bed. Chapter 34, the hyperactive blood cell activity. The virtual team leader quickly pulled the little girl out and placed her onto the examination bed. Zhang Yin had already brought a warm cup of milk for the little one, as it was not advisable to conduct tests on an empty stomach. Here, have some milk first. Xiaoyu was always quite generous when it came to food offered by others and readily accepted the drink. Moments after finishing her drink, she suddenly collapsed onto the examination pod bed. Su De, feeling a surge of anxiety, intended to rush over and embrace the child, but Zhang Yin, with an air of ease, gestured for him to remain calm. It's nothing to worry about. I've administered a sleep aid that is completely safe for the child. Testing was a cumbersome process, requiring numerous instruments to operate simultaneously. For a young child, the multitude of probes could be intimidating, and the lengthy duration of the examination could lead to restlessness and discomfort. I suggested she take a nap, assuring her that by the time she awoke, the testing would be complete. What a splendid idea. Su De mused. Had the medication not been administered to his own daughter, he would have generously commended Zhang Yin for her ingenuity. Zhang Yin expertly connected various probes to Xiaoyu, and a swift stream of data began to converge upon the medical intellect. In terms of physical constitution, Xiaoyu's final test results were exemplary, indicating a physique well-suited for martial arts cultivation. The brainwave tests revealed no anomalies, suggesting a limited potential for the development of extraordinary abilities in the future. The blood cell activity levels steadily ascended, climbing past 3 distinct thresholds, 100, 200, and then 300, to Zhang Yan's astonishment and Su Lingtian's bewilderment. The data continued its rapid ascent when suddenly, with a loud bang, the instrument emitted a plume of smoke. "Oh my, it's malfunctioned," Su De exclaimed, exasperated by the poor quality of the equipment. Zhang Yin stood in disbelief. Was this even human? The vitality of the blood cells had surpassed the maximum threshold of the machinery, revealing an almost superhuman essence. Virtual team, are you certain that child is not a formidable star beast cub cloaked in human skin? Upon hearing this, Su Da's lips pursed in displeasure as he retorted. What do you mean by that? It malfunctioned, did you not see? It malfunctioned. The detection of a particular data point actually triggered a critical error. This indicates a flaw in your procurement. It must be counterfeit. It lacks any quality whatsoever. Su De unabashedly interrupted Zhang Yan's words, speaking with utmost seriousness. In the age of interstellar exploration, once a small group of humans known as martial artists was discovered to possess the potential for evolution. Extensive efforts were made to study them in hopes of finding a means for all humanity to ascend to a more superior life form. Yet, while the vision was grand, the reality proved starkly different. Since the advent of the term martial artist, research surrounding them has never ceased. The 3 pivotal factors influencing martial artists are physique, brainwaves, and blood cell vitality. After numerous failures, a venerable scientist, after conducting experiments on his own son and grandson, proposed a novel theory. According to his postulation, the source of a martial artist's evolution primarily lies within their blood. Many scientists concurred that among these 3 factors, blood cell vitality holds the utmost significance. The cultivation of martial artists is perceived as humanity's self-driven evolution. With each advancement, the blood cells within a martial artist undergo transformations, with either all or a portion evolving into new and more robust blood cells. This transformation is essential to meet the energy demands and martial techniques required by the formidable martial artists. Blood cells are not something that everyone can mutate. Those that cannot undergo any transformation are fundamentally incapable of advancement. Upon progressing, a warrior must experience at least a 30 mutation in their blood cells. Failing to meet this criterion results in a failed ascension. The cellular changes from the 4th to the 5th tier gradually become apparent, while the transformations from the 6th to the 9th tier are profound, with each tier representing a monumental shift in blood cell structure. Furthermore, during these transformations, various elemental energies begin to permeate the primitive forms of human blood cells. When a warrior transcends the ultimate pinnacle of the 9th tier, they attain a specific energy attribute that aligns with their being, facilitating the acceleration of their cultivation. However, once a warrior evolves beyond the 9th tier, few related accounts emerge. In contrast, the 6-year-old little girl, Xiaoyu, upon compilation of her data, demonstrated that her blood cells had already reached the 3rd tier of a warrior, truly representing the zenith of an initial stage warrior. Gazing at the still smoldering instrument while holding Xiaoyu's examination data, Zhang Yin exchanged a glance with Su. What on earth? Zhang Yin muttered a silent curse, then attempted to present a more pleasant smile. Su, what shall we do? What do you mean, what shall we do? Should I compensate you for your instrument? Su furrowed his brow. Zhang Yan, sweating profusely, clarified, I mean, your little Xiao Yu's test results are astonishingly remarkable, especially considering she is merely 6 years old. If she were 12 and had such results, it would seem more normal. Of course, I am referring to the specific metric of her blood cell activity. We could argue that she did not complete the test for blood cell vitality entirely, and the instrument inexplicably malfunctioned. Is this intended to assist him in concealing Xiaoyu's situation? However, Su De resolutely shook his head. There is no need to hide Xiaoyu's condition, nor can it truly be concealed. Moreover, the anomaly in her blood cell activity test is a result of a malfunction in your equipment. Thus, it is your institution's responsibility, not something to be placed upon the shoulders of a 6-year-old child. However, if your salary is insufficient, I am willing to assist in compensating for the equipment. Now, has the testing concluded? Please organize the data and report an error regarding the blood cell activity, indicating it remains incomplete. By the way, how can we rouse Xiaoyu so that I may take her to see her brother's test results? Simply let Xiaoyu inhale the aroma of a sachet, and she will awaken. Zhang Yan promptly adhered to the instruction, not entirely certain why she was so compliant. Whenever Su spoke, she found herself obediently acting. Chapter 35. What kind of data is this? Very well, you may don your clothing and take a seat on the adjacent chair. And wait for a moment while I compile the numbers for your review. Director Xia, short and stout, smiled as if Chang Zheng were not the subject of examination but rather his own son, exuding warmth and kindness. Initially, Chang Zheng harbored a degree of wariness. But upon receiving Su Uncle's gaze, he began to ponder whether he had been overly suspicious. After all, there was no enmity between them, and it was unlikely that ill would be directed towards him. He still struggled to view Su Lingtian as a father figure, despite the fact that he had become the guardian of both himself and his sister. Just as Director Xia busied himself in front of the cognitive interface, the glass door of the testing room swung open, and Zhang Yin entered accompanied by Su Lingtian. Where is Xiaoyu? Where is she? The one who darted towards Chang Zheng like a swift little rabbit was undoubtedly her. However, with a resounding thud, the young girl collided with a chair, toppling over and landing in a rather chaotic heap, sprawled out before the seat. Meanwhile, her ungracious elder brother had already nimbly leaped aside, comfortably settling into the adjacent chair. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Yan's gaze momentarily froze, before she erupted into an uncontrollable fit of laughter. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Lingtian's eyes, particularly as he observed Xiaoyu, appearing unperturbed, rise and dash back to her brother, extending her arms toward him. Changzheng sighed in resignation, lifting the increasingly heavier little one. Xiaoyu, let us make a deal. From now on, could you eat less meat at lunch and dinner? You're gaining weight too rapidly, and I genuinely struggle to carry you. No way. You need to exercise, so carry me. How can you bully someone so innocent? Look at how much thought this little lady has put into it, all in the name of helping her brother get fit. Just carry her. She is the perfect human weight. Zhang Yan continued to chuckle, realizing how endearing this pair of siblings truly was. You should eat less meat. Your brother can manage without exercising too. Absolutely not. I want my meat, and I want my brother to carry me. For Xiaoyu, who had always been the little tyrant of the family, with an unwavering belief in her own opinions, correcting her brother's misguided notions was imperative. Changzheng blinked, mischievously pinching his younger sister's chubby cheeks, squishing and kneading them. Look how they've transformed, yet they're so tender. Stop it. You're being mean. Xiaoyu protested, her words slightly garbled. In the midst of a tense atmosphere, Su Dui and Zhang Yan exchanged glances, the latter expressing her disbelief as she revealed the results of her tests. I never anticipated this, she murmured, her expression laden with concern. Su Lingtian, observing her reaction, turned to Zhang Jing, who appeared utterly bewildered. I haven't been ill recently, he protested. The moment Su Lingtian pressed for answers, Fatty Xia quickly relented, hastily presenting the assessment form he had just promised to Zhang Yan. He covertly urged her to show it to Su Lingtian, for the situation seemed dire. Zhang Yan's eyes widened in astonishment as she scrutinized the document. Director Xia, surely there must be an error. Perhaps you've misfiled someone else's data? How could that be? I find it hard to believe, Director Xia retorted, his voice rising in indignation. After all, they are father and son. I have reviewed Su Dui's records myself. Yet Zhang Zheng's data. At that moment, Zhang Yan, still in disbelief, handed the perplexing data to Su Lingtian. Perhaps I should conduct another examination on Zhang Jing. Ah, Xiaozhang, what is the meaning of this? Do you doubt my expertise? Or are you questioning the authenticity of my findings? Director Xia's temper flared, his demeanor radiating frustration, as if to say, after all my hard work, am I to be met with such distrust? Zhang Yin stood speechless, taken aback by Director Xia's outburst. Meanwhile, Su Lingtian's gaze rapidly traversed the entire data sheet, and his expression shifted dramatically. In a fit of rage, he threw the document directly at Director Xia's face. What is the meaning of these figures? With a fierce glare and an explosive aura, Su Lingtian transformed from a remarkably handsome man into a formidable warrior, a veritable titan of fury. The atmosphere around him crackled with intensity, even the air hissing in response to the tumult within. Within the swirling energy, an increasing presence of malevolence and the scent of blood began to permeate the air, evoking the haunting illusion of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood before Director Xia. Xia's plump round face turned ashen with fear, his large feet retreating step by step, his eyes wide with trepidation as he stammered, "What are you planning to do?" Su Lingtian was truly enraged. Previously, they had insisted on military personnel yielding their positions to local testing teams, but this time, they had gone too far, brazenly presenting false data concerning the families of officers at the rank of colonel. False data? We conducted everything using scientific instruments and standardized tests, Director Xia retorted, struggling to maintain his composure. Standardized tests? Are you suggesting that the physical examination data you obtained from Changzheng is genuine? Su Lingtian's voice rose, brimming with indignation. Of course, none of it is fabricated. Yet it is also possible that he simply works diligently as a low-tier martial artist, with sufficient effort. Even with low blood cell activity and no mutations, one can still appear to possess the strength of a third-tier martial artist in the eyes of others. Are you implying that only you possess keen vision, while I am blind and mistaken? Su Lingtian's sudden rage transformed into a stony expression, reminiscent of dark clouds looming ominously, heralding an impending storm. I, under the piercing and somber gaze of Director Xia, found myself speechless, stammering. What do you mean? You, Director Xia, represent science, while I, Su Lingtian, am merely an uneducated brute, unable even to discern whether my son possesses the potential of a martial artist. You must believe in science, in instruments, in our testing technology. Even though I understand that you may struggle to accept the notion that your son is unfit for martial arts, suddenly, Su Lingtian seized Director Xia by the collar, exclaiming, "You scoundrel!" With a swift motion, he tossed Director Xia aside. In Chapter 36, the scene unfolded as Director Xia was flung like a mere ragdoll, landing several meters away. Fortunately, Director Xia possessed a modicum of martial prowess, and in his fury, Su Lingtian retained just enough composure to avoid inflicting lethal harm. Zhang Yin, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in shock. This was dire indeed. Without delay, Comrade Zhang rushed forward, grasping Su Lingtian, who was intent on further venting his wrath, and urgently urged, "Su, please, calm down. No matter the transgressions, there are disciplinary measures in place. Did you not say that a soldier's foremost duty is to obey orders and uphold discipline? Indeed, soldiers are duty-bound to obey commands. We fear neither death nor sacrifice. Yet, look at this data. They deceive me with fabricated figures. Does this scoundrel truly believe I would shy away from confronting him? I am not only a soldier, but also a father. The release of such data equates to severing my son's future with unwavering certainty. You are severing the future path of an exceptional warrior. Do you intend to let his loved ones misunderstand him as a worthless individual? How can you dare to claim this as science? You scoundrel! If I do not beat you into a pulp today, I shall change my surname." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin was immediately taken aback. Do you mean to assert that Director Xia's data conclusions are false? Absolutely impossible, for I meticulously gathered that data myself. Director Xia clumsily rose from the ground, then, akin to a creature, swiftly crawled to a distance, bracing himself against the wall, gazing warily at Su Lingtian. "Oh dear, at this juncture. You ought to cease your prattling and refrain from adding fuel to the fire," Zhang Yin said, gazing at their esteemed director. Oh, what nonsense are you spouting? Your data suggests that my son's blood cell activity falls below the norm, according to your findings. He would never possess his own genetic beast, nor become a warrior. Yet he is already a warrior. Changzheng, release your little fox for that fool to see." The fool, of course, referred to Director Xia. With a frown, Changzheng scrutinized Director Xia, wondering if he was indeed up to mischief. Upon hearing Su's words, a thought crossed his mind, and a fiery red stream of light shot forth from his sleeve like an arrow. The crimson light traced a beautiful yet eerie arc in the air before landing on Changzheng's shoulder, revealing a tiny, adorable, fluffy fox cub before the astonished crowd. Zhang Yin gasped in disbelief. However, this is merely a standard genetic beast, not a mutated one. The mutated genetic beasts require at least thrice, if not longer, the time to reach their growth phase compared to ordinary genetic beasts. Furthermore, these mutated genetic beasts are exceedingly rare, yet their potential for the future is immense. Whenever a mutated genetic beast appears, it is typically seized by various governmental organizations or military forces. Before us stands a young boy, upon whose diminutive shoulders rests a little fox. My goodness, is it a second mutation? With its crimson eyes. This is a mutated genetic beast known as the red crystal fire fox. But what are those three azure, arc-shaped crystalline fissures on its forehead? What kind of mutation is that? This boy, Changzheng, is merely 12 years old and already possesses a genetically mutated beast of the second order. To withstand such a transformation, what extraordinary constitution and cellular vitality must he possess to remain robust, showing no signs of the deterioration that typically accompanies a genetic collapse? Director Xia, have you lost your senses? Zhang Yin decisively stepped aside, allowing the rotund figure behind her to see clearly the marvel perched upon Changzheng's shoulder. Upon recognizing the little fox, Director Xia let out a shrill, piercing cry, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. This is impossible. It simply cannot be. Even if this child's data is somewhat elevated compared to the average individual, it is inconceivable for him to possess a second mutation of a genetic beast. No, this is utterly impossible. How could he possibly have a 1 in 10,000 second mutation genetic beast? Director Xia screamed in agony as he rushed towards Changzheng, his eyes bulging as he confronted the defiant little fox, which stared back with its minuscule eyes. You have indeed falsified the data. A chilling smile crept across Su Lingtian's face. I, Director Xia, am the head of the testing center at the 5th Institute, while you are merely the captain of a special operations team. I have never wronged you. Why then would you harm my son? Who has instructed you to do this? I didn't. Director Xia stammered, shaking his hands in disarray, his plump face turning ashen under Su Lingtian's piercing gaze. Director Xia, you possess a promising future. While I am but a soldier, always on the brink of death in service to my country, those without shoes fear not the barefoot. I have nothing to lose except my family. If you do not reveal who is behind this and why they have instructed you, I cannot confront you openly due to military discipline. However, consider this. You still have family, your immediate and extended relatives. Can they escape the grasp of my vengeance? You are well aware of the lengths I have gone to for revenge in the past. Do not entertain the thought of dragging more innocents down with you. You are unworthy of such a fate. I shall ensure that you and your family meet their end together. As Su Lingtian spoke these words in a notably calm tone, Director Xia instinctively understood that he was not merely being threatened. Su Lingtian was entirely capable of such actions. With a thud, Director Xia collapsed to the ground, resembling a defeated and submissive figure, utterly deflated. I confess, I accepted money from Li Yunshang's wife, Zhou Wei. She instructed me to manipulate the testing data for your son. Zhou Wei, the niece of the Commander Zhou, informed me that you are her family's greatest rival in the 4th Military District. In your heyday, both of you were distinguished reserve officers in the most elite Special Forces unit of the Military District, vying for promotions against each other. Although you have failed to ascend to the rank of Major General on 3 occasions, her family, Esli, has been similarly hindered, unable to achieve that rank due to the immense military accomplishments you hold over him. She remarked that while the previous generation may falter, the next generation must shine. Chapter 37. Li Yunshang's wife is truly exceptional. Upon witnessing the dark and brooding countenance of Su Lingtian, which seemed to ooze malice, Fatty Xia felt a wave of dread. Given the gravity of the situation, silence was no longer an option. He resolved to shift the blame entirely on Zhou Wei. You have a son, and so does Li. However, her son, Li Xingye, is still quite young, while yours is already 12. She cannot allow your son to enter the elite class of the military district and overshadow hers. Hence her request for me to tamper with the testing data, ideally leading you to believe that your son's results are dismal and unsuitable for a warrior's path. This way, her son, Li Xingya, would face no competition and could shine brightly in the future. Otherwise, with a 6-year age difference, your son's advantages would undoubtedly overshadow hers. She is truly something else. A remarkable individual indeed. Su Lingtian felt as though he might choke on his own fury. How could such a woman exist in this world? All her intelligence squandered on such nefarious schemes. Is it solely because she is the niece of General Zhou that you have chosen to assist her in tormenting my son alongside Li Yunxiang? Has Li Yunxiang truly lost his senses? Can he genuinely be unaware of who Zhang Jing is? Or does he harbor some malicious intent to bring about Zhang Jing's ruin? This child is merely 12 years old and already possesses the genes of a second mutation beast, yet he remains lively and undeterred, showing no signs of physical decline. Indeed, having been nurtured by the aura of formidable demons since childhood, it would be truly bizarre if he were to weaken. Such a terrifying talent is something I never possessed in my youth. Should he come to learn about his origins, it would not be surprising for him to understand that Li Yunxiang's despicable actions stem from hatred. Nonetheless, even if Li Yunxiang is somewhat confused, he ought not to have descended to such depths of depravity. My heart is torn with astonishment and fury, while simultaneously feeling compassion for Zhang Jing's plight, evoking a sense of shared suffering. No, it cannot be. As the mere director of a small testing center, how could I dare to harm your son? Yet, she has threatened me, claiming that the vice president overseeing the Fifth Institute was promoted by her brother. If I do not comply, she will inform him, urging our vice president, who is inclined to heed her brother's words, to demote me and reassign me to guard the back entrance. My ascension has been no easy feat, as I have dependents both above and below me. Even if I were to be dismissed outright, I could seek employment elsewhere in another hospital. However, if she truly follows through on her threat to relegate me to door duty and confiscate my records and medical qualifications at the military district's Fifth Institute, what hope would I have left? My life has been utterly wasted. The funds for my child's education and meals will be depleted. What shall my family do then? Meanwhile, Zhao Shiji waved away the individual who intended to report and stood up to close the door. Did you not take the child to the Fifth Institute for potential testing? What trouble have you stirred up there? Indeed, there was an incident at the Fifth Institute, though it was not instigated by me, yet it infuriated me nonetheless. Had the other party not been a woman, I would have challenged her to a duel. Su Lingtian succinctly but clearly recounted the circumstances of bringing his child to the Fifth Institute for testing, explaining how Director Xia, under Zhou Wei's instructions, fabricated data for Zhang Jing. Scoundrel fool, an imbecile marrying an utter simpleton. Upon hearing Su Lingtian's words, Zhao Shiji began to curse vehemently, his voice escalating. Damn it! Has your brain been kicked by a donkey? It's one thing to have a son with mutated genes. Now you seek to frame him. Unbeknownst to others, Zhao Shiji had investigated this matter from the outset when he first met Su Lingtian. Indeed, Li Yunxiang is the biological father of Xiang Zhangzheng. If the child were to learn of this, he would surely go mad. The very thought compelled him to voice his grievances to Su Lingtian through Tianquan. Director Xia, appearing like a grandson, collapsed onto the ground, too fearful to move. Zhang Yin, having just grasped the whole story, exchanged an apologetic glance with Su Lingtian before hastily exiting to report to Zhou Taibao. At that moment, Changzheng pulled Xiao Yu to a chair set apart from the others. While Zhao Shiji and Su Lingtian engaged in conversation, Xiao Yu silently emitted a peculiar low-frequency ultrasonic wave, allowing Changzheng's mind to instinctively grasp the essence of their dialogue. Despite Su Lingtian's prolonged attempts, he remained oblivious to the extraordinary abilities possessed by the two children, abilities that had existed all along, yet neither child had divulged this information to him. The two little ones, with their heads nestled together, appeared merely to be enjoying each other's company. However, Xiao Yu was meticulously translating the conversation between the two adults. When Xiao Yu candidly conveyed that Li Yunxiang was Changzheng's biological father, and that Li Yunxiang and his current wife, Zhou Wei, were the true culprits behind the recent misfortunes, Changzheng's face instantly drained of color. Noticing his distress, Xiao Yu ceased her translation and tugged at his sleeve. Changzheng instinctively tightened his embrace around Xiao Yu, his arm gradually exerting more pressure. In the wake of fervent emotions, Xiao Yu, with her superior physical prowess, expressed her readiness for a hug, showing no signs of strain. It was merely that the proximity of Guoguo's embrace restricted her claws, leaving her feeling empty and longing for meat. Shortly after Zhang Yin left, a large group, led by the deputy dean responsible for the Fifth Institute and the genuine dean of the Military General Hospital, rushed in. Upon entering, The dean promptly apologized to Su Ling Tian, while others attempted to assist Director Xia in leaving. Su Ling Tian, noticing one individual trying to pull the plump Xia, seized a glass bottle nearby and hurled it towards him. Had that person continued to grasp Xia, he would undoubtedly have faced severe consequences. The individual yelped in alarm, hurriedly releasing Xia and narrowly dodging the incoming glass bottle. The director of the military general hospital suddenly wore an extremely grim expression. Under his administration, such an incident had occurred, and some individuals actually intended to surreptitiously take away the main perpetrator without so much as a word of explanation. Vice Director Sun, what are you attempting to do? Upon hearing the director's harsh inquiry, the man who had just attempted to confront the rotund individual nearly had a glass bottle smashed upon his head. He stood up, looking dejectedly at them. Chapter 38, Director Chong. I merely wish to help him up. Cease your feigned concern. The transgressions he has committed must be dealt with severely. No one is permitted to shield him from the grave misconduct he has displayed. The head director of the military general hospital, surnamed Chong, was neither from the Zhou faction nor the Zhao faction. He, like the esteemed old Zhao, had risen through the ranks from grassroots experience. The actions of Director Xia from the Fifth Institute had truly embarrassed him. Even though Director Xia was not under his purview, the audacity to tamper with the data of a promising child undergoing potential assessment had undeniably tarnished his reputation and would be noted as a significant lapse in his political career. Was this not akin to being struck while lying down? The more Director Chong contemplated the situation, the more he felt stifled. Just then, his phone rang. Upon glancing down, he saw it was Vice Commander Zhao Shiji. Old Chong grimaced, reluctant to answer, yet he had no choice but to brace himself and respond. Old Chong, what do you mean by this? Are you taking advantage of the fact that I, Zhao Shiji, do not resort to curses, do not throw tantrums, nor do I create a scene at the military district standing committee meetings? As soon as the call connected, the furious voice of Zhao Shiji erupted like an explosive, resonating loudly enough for those nearby to overhear. Dean Chong, who appeared to be in his 30s yet was actually over 60, recognized immediately that Zhao was genuinely agitated this time. He hastily stepped outside in search of a secluded spot, attempting to calm him down. Old Zhao, do not be so agitated. Please remain composed. The incident has already transpired. Our priority now is to manage the aftermath and impose strict consequences on those who have seriously violated regulations. Strict consequences? What form will that take? That Xia Fugong must be dealt with severely. But what about the deputy dean who sheltered him? Zhao Shiji bombarded him with questions. Suspension and investigation, Dean Chong replied. And what of Zhou Wei? She bribed and incited Xia Fugong to alter the test data of military family member Xiang Zhangzheng, aiming to ruin his future in martial arts. This is a grave matter. What do you intend to do about it? Are you brave enough to have the military police apprehend her? Upon hearing this, Dean Chang's face turned pale. Are you truly willing to take such action? Why should I hesitate? I have already sent someone to arrest her. Cold sweat trickled down Dean Chang's face. You truly have sent someone to catch her? Why should I not? She is the target. Zhao Shiji now resembled a furious tiger, seething with rage. What kind of person is this? A foolish woman daring to perpetrate such harm against the descendants of my subordinates right under my nose in the 4th Military District. It's akin to pulling teeth from a tiger. What was old Zhou's reaction to this? Are you not concerned that you are undermining his dignity by saying this? Zhou Wei's actions were indeed unlawful and disorderly. Is it conceivable that old Zhou would shield the criminal conduct of his own kin? Does he not possess any sense of shame or principles? Zhao Shiji, with an air of defiance, seemed ready to confront old Zhou, as if challenging him to unleash his tyranny. Upon hearing this, Dean Chong immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The discord between the two had erupted earlier this year during a meeting for the adjustment of young officials' positions and ranks, where Zhou Taibao had vehemently criticized Zhao Shiji, even climbing onto a table to voice his discontent. He accused Zhao of attempting to establish a faction before his departure, exhibiting a flagrant disregard for organization and discipline, and flaunting his seniority in a manner that left onlookers astonished. Given that Zhou Taibao's term was drawing to a close, Zhao Shiji had chosen to endure the affront. Meanwhile, Su Lingtian's significant military accolades were unjustly restrained at the rank of colonel, with no advancement in position. This marked the 3rd occasion on which Zhou Taibao had obstinately thwarted his progress. The uproar had attracted attention from higher authorities, leading to inquiries and attempts at mediation. Ultimately, the two reached a compromise, each conceding some ground. Su Lingtian remained stagnant in his promotion, and others were similarly held back. However, the recent incident involving Zhou Wei allegedly instigating a conspiracy to undermine another son's path as a martial artist escalated matters considerably. This was akin to severing an individual's future prospects. In an age where humanity is not the sovereign ruler of the cosmos. Unlike in ancient Earth when humanity held dominion over all, the role of martial artists in societal life has become increasingly pivotal. A family facing the cessation of martial lineage represents a profoundly serious matter. It is even conceivable that a malevolent incident might occur wherein adversaries come knocking at the door, leading to a complete annihilation of the family. Su Lingtian is exceedingly formidable, and naturally, his progeny will not be lacking in prowess. How could one expect the future generation of such a lineage to simply let matters rest? You are blatantly jeopardizing the future of another's offspring. Perhaps you may inadvertently hinder the rise of the next Su Lingtian. For the sake of your husband and your son, Zhou Wei, you have audaciously extended your claws into matters that ought not to concern you. If you do not eliminate this threat, allowing me to vent my frustrations, what else is there to wait for? Old Chang swiftly grasped the intricacies of the situation and remarked that the operations of the Fifth Institute must not be impeded. With both the primary leaders of the Institute absent, what directives does Vice Commander Zhao have regarding its affairs? There are no specific instructions, moving forward. Stringent oversight is essential to prevent the recurrence of similar malignant incidents. As for the selection of the new leaders, does Vice Commander Zhao have any suitable recommendations for me? Currently, I am faced with a surplus of soldiers, yet a scarcity of capable commanders, which complicates my responsibilities. In response to President Chang's appeal, Old Zhao placed significant importance on the matter, asserting that the primary leader should indeed be designated by President Chang himself. This testing center is of utmost significance. I believe that if a change in management is warranted, it must involve an individual of serious demeanor, one who would not permit such situations to arise again. So, who would be suitable? President Chang, demonstrating his acumen, directly proposed himself for the primary leadership role while enthusiastically nominating candidates for the secondary position. Surely, by allowing the other party to nominate the deputy director, he subtly conveyed that he would stand in solidarity with them on this issue. This is certainly the case, as both individuals in these positions were acquired from Zhou Taibao. If there is no intention to return them, this opportunity is indeed fortuitous. With the top position secured, future endeavors at the Fifth Institute will proceed smoothly, and my aspirations will be more easily realized. Dean Chang is not foolish. He is well aware of whom he should ally with. Upon hearing his words, Old Zhao readily mentioned a name. When he concluded the call with Tianquan, he also invited Dean Chang to dinner. Dean Chang gladly accepted, stating that he would bring along a few trusted confidants. But it would be preferable to dine at Old Zhao's residence, having heard of his sister-in-law's exceptional culinary skills. This is indeed a very positive sign. Zhao Shiji chuckled softly at Tianquan, naturally agreeing without hesitation. In truth, this was an inevitable development. Although Old Zhou was departing, Zhao Shiji remained. Chapter 39. The Genius with Demonic Attributes. Just as Old Zhao ended his call with Tianquan, Zhou Taibao's phone rang. The first thing he said was, "Old Chang, do you know that Zhao Shiji's people have taken my niece, Zhou Wei?" "I have only just learned of this," Old Zhao replied. "Old Zhao just called me via Tianquan and chastised me thoroughly." I said, "Old Zhou, I am deeply sorry. I have not been strict with my subordinates. Xia Fugong from the testing center at the Fifth Institute poses significant issues, and I have already dealt with him. I will address his problems seriously and ensure that the headquarters will be satisfied with the resolution." Upon hearing this, Zhou Taibao's face turned crimson. Stammering, he said, "Old Chang, please do not deliberately embarrass me. It was my niece Zhou Wei who caused this trouble, and I only just found out. Just moments ago, Zhao Shiji's men apprehended her, leading to a minor clash with the security team under Zhou Min's command, resulting in injuries to 2 of our members. Given the heinous acts committed by Zhou Wei, if she is not held accountable, how can we quell the public's outrage? Lao Chang, Lao Zhou, it is not that I refuse to assist you this time. The matter has already been seized by Lao Zhao, and it is indisputable that Zhou Wei's actions were reprehensible and premeditated. But was it not Xia Fugong who initiated the violence? Furthermore, if news of this incident were to leak, it would bring disgrace upon all of us, including yourself." Zhou Taibao conveyed this to Dean Chang. "Lao Zhou, do you believe you can keep this under wraps? The rumors have already begun to circulate. I assure you, in the brief time it takes to discuss this, It will likely spread throughout the 4th Star District. Dean Chong aimed to shatter Lao Zhou's delusions. However, Lao Zhou, there truly is no but in this matter. While Xia Fugong is ostensibly affiliated with us, the entire 4th Star District is aware that he is your subordinate. Zhou Wei is also your niece. Now that Xia Fugong has implicated Zhou Wei, whether you attempt to shift the blame entirely onto him or sacrifice Zhou Wei, neither route will resolve the predicament. Is there truly no alternative? If it comes to that, should this matter be exposed, we must ensure Zhou Wei's name remains concealed. You must grant me this favor, and I promise to repay you in the future. Upon hearing Zhou Taibao utter such words, Dean Chong felt as though he were witnessing a cornered beast in a struggle. He immediately recognized the turmoil within Zhou's heart. Lao Zhou, please remain composed. I understand that Zhou Wei is your kin, and you wish to extricate her from this predicament. However, this matter is beyond my control. Even if I assist you in concealing it, do you truly believe that Lao Zhao would let her off the hook? If this issue ultimately comes to light through Lao Zhao himself, what do you think would transpire? It is not merely the military. How would the local populace perceive Zhou Wei and you? Have you considered that if it indeed escalates to that point, do you still wish to pursue further advancements? It could very well result in your premature retirement due to health issues. Lao Zhou, you must remain vigilant. Your current communication with Tianxuan serves no purpose. The only course of action left for you, the sole individual who can rescue you, is Zhao Shiji. You ought to reach out to him through Tianxuan, seeking his assistance. Yet, Lao Zhou, understand that Lao Zhao is not one to be trifled with, and Su Lingtian is still rather inexperienced. If you do not handle this situation with care, I fear your niece might meet a tragic fate. Do not forget how that high-ranking official from a few years ago met his demise. It was shortly after Su Lingtian assumed the role of captain, a soldier who had been saved on the battlefield, succumbed to severe injuries, and was discharged. Subsequently, that soldier's sister was taken advantage of by a local official and ultimately strangled to death. Fearing retaliation from her family, the entire family of the soldier was set ablaze. The perpetrator believed he had left no trace, yet Su Lingtian uncovered the clues and apprehended him. However, that official had formidable backing. It was not long before he was released without charge and reinstated in his position. In the end, Su Lingtian accepted the blame graciously and was assigned to lead death row inmates in the treacherous depths, where he has yet to capture the elusive Y6. It was a perilous mission, yet Su Lingtian astonishingly led a group of desperate death row inmates, and, over the course of 2 years, successfully captured the elusive Ghost 6, thereby establishing an illustrious legacy. As Zhou Taibao contemplated this individual, an involuntary twitch marred his otherwise composed demeanor. Old Zhou, why must you persist? You are to depart next year. The other party seeks a broader horizon through compromise, while you remain fixated on your narrow path. With so little time left, what are you clinging to? Is it a desire to cultivate enmity with Zhao Shiji? In the realm of governance, be it local officials or military officers, we share a fundamental truth. There is no need to harbor grudges without cause. Would you not agree with my assertion? On the other end of the communication, an individual let out a deep, shuddering breath. Dean Chong gently ended the call, genuinely reluctant to intervene in their affairs. One was a seasoned lion who had meticulously carved out his dominion in the local 4th Star District, while the other was a grand tiger descending from the heavens, basking in the glow of privilege. For years, this lion and tiger had engaged in a stalemate, each equally matched. As the conclusion approached, the lion naturally desired to maintain the current equilibrium. After his departure, he wished for his old allies to remain, preserving his foundation. However, Zhao Shiji was no fool. He would never allow the lion to retain control over certain core powers of the 4th Star District after his exit. Influence may be permissible, but the notion of retaining core deterrent power and meddling in crucial positions within the 4th Star District post-retirement was something Zhao Shiji, an ambitious and determined tiger, would categorically refuse to tolerate. Originally, they all believed that the final act of this lion-tiger confrontation would unfold on the eve of the old lion's departure. However, an unforeseen circumstance has led to an early conclusion. Now, the great tiger occupies a favorable position, and it seems that the old lion may face an irrevocable downfall. With the promise of the former leader, Su Lingtian's expression has improved somewhat. The evaluation data for Changzheng has been retrieved anew from the instruments, a feat accomplished by the principal leaders of the 5th Institute. The final inspection report now rests in Su Lingtian's hands, revealing that, physically, Changzheng is indeed exceptional. In terms of brainwaves, he exhibits anomalies exceeding those of an ordinary person by threefold. This indicates that Chang Zheng possesses the potential for brainwave development. In the future, he may independently trigger, or through beneficial training, awaken one or more special abilities, commonly referred to as supernatural powers. Should he advance towards becoming a martial artist of a higher caliber, he might attain his inherent energy attributes more swiftly and at an earlier stage than others, significantly increasing his chances of surpassing the pinnacle of martial prowess. This discovery is indeed astonishing. However, the data is quite remarkable, signifying that this child is extraordinarily gifted. Even more surprising is the detection of his blood cell activity, which stands at 150% of that of an ordinary person. Chapter 40. I hang his heavenly message. Observing this data, even Su Da, who typically conceals his emotions, reveals a faint smile on his face, so subtle yet unmistakably genuine. The allure of his sensual red lips ignites a fiery warmth in Zhang Yan, who secretly gazes at him. Why is it that she cannot win this man over? No, perhaps she should make an oath, a resolute vow to claim him, ensuring that he carries her name, Zhang Yan, wherever he may go. The vitality of his blood cells astonishingly reaches 150% of that of an ordinary person, indicating that Chang Zheng possesses a 1.5 times greater probability of mutation and evolution in his blood cells compared to the average individual. What a remarkable figure this is. Among the elite active duty soldiers within the military district, many members of special operations teams exhibit vitality values ranging from 30 to 50% during blood cell vitality tests, signifying their blood cells possess a 30 to 50% increased likelihood of undergoing evolutionary changes. Such a high probability of blood cell evolutionary mutation assures advancement to the next tier or even beyond. Current data shows that Chang Zheng has already ascended to the 3rd tier of martial arts. His blood cells have undergone subtle mutations. His martial arts training requires the accumulation of internal energy and the waiting for opportune moments, or the use of potions to enhance blood cell vitality and induce significant changes. However, he possesses a 100% guarantee of blood cell mutation, allowing him to transition to the next tier at any moment. It is not a matter of tranquility. Once he has accumulated sufficient internal energy, he can advance at will. This is indeed a fact that incites envy and jealousy. In the virtual team, Chang Zheng's blood cell vitality is exceedingly high. Once he reaches the 4th tier, I suspect that upon further testing, he may directly advance to the 5th tier without the need for any mutagenic substances or additional training to enhance blood cell vitality. Zhang Yan's words corroborate the suspicions of the virtual team. Director Chang held the data sheet in his hands, gazing at Chang Zheng, who resembled a national treasure. As adorable as the giant panda, the military district cherished and protected such a gem. In the future, ascending from the 3rd to the 4th tier would no longer require seeking opportunities through life and death trials, nor would there be a need for transformative potions. One simply needed to cultivate and accumulate inner strength. Such talent could be deemed an extraordinarily rare and prodigious genius. This remarkable little individual could only emerge within the central military district, Director Chang generously praised. Upon hearing Director Chang's commendation, Su Da's eyes sparkled with amusement. Clearly, he was of a reserved nature, reveling in his triumphs internally without revealing a hint of it outwardly. Su team, shall I assist you in retesting Xiao Yu's final blood cell activity? Zhang Yan suddenly inquired. You see, when I conducted that test on Xiao Yu earlier, the instrument malfunctioned, emitting smoke and producing highly distorted data. Upon hearing this, Director Chang's expression darkened. What sort of instrument is this, and who is responsible for its procurement? It seems that the tiger does not show its might, and they mistake me for a sickly cat, blatantly disregarding me, the director of this military general hospital. Conducting tests for someone's son and falsifying results, testing for someone's daughter, and the instrument breaks down. How unfortunate is Su Lingtian, plagued by such misfortunes. I, as the director, share in this misfortune. If it were not for your reckless antics, would I need to rush here? The more I ponder, the more I realize how lenient and indulgent I've been toward you all, and now you dare to take me for granted. This matter must be addressed with utmost seriousness. Our military general hospital truly requires a thorough reorganization. I sincerely apologize, Xiao Su. There have been some issues with the tests of your 2 children here. How about this? Let Zhang Yan conduct another test for Xiao Yu using our equipment. Dean Chang's face displayed a mixture of shame and regret. Upon witnessing this display of contrition, Su team readily forgave him. Alas, sometimes this fellow can be rather saintly. These are minor issues, and as long as they can be resolved, it is acceptable. As for the scoundrels, they shall be dealt with severely. If the atmosphere improves, then my family's encounter with this situation will have been worth it. Dean Chong chose to disregard the unpalatable words spoken by Su Team, thinking to himself, I did not hear that. I have been in this position for a year. Do you imply that the atmosphere is poor because I serve as the class leader? How absurd. Certain matters should not be contemplated too deeply. Su Lingtian truly lives up to the reputation of being impetuous. As for the retesting, Dean Chong, there is no need for another test. After all, Xiao Yu is still young. We can continue testing next year. This year's data can be filled in arbitrarily by Zhang Yin. Xiao Yu is already a third-tier martial artist at the tender age of 6, making further data unnecessary. Goodness. Do not think I did not notice the glimmer of pride in your eyes when you spoke of your daughter. This is nothing short of blatant boasting, is it not? A third-tier martial artist at 6 years old. What a staggering reality. If one child is remarkable, then both of them are extraordinary. How is an ordinary person to cope with this? Upon returning home, the two children went to rest while he entered the kitchen to prepare a meal for them. Tying on a small apron, he placed the pots on the stove and set the chopping board in position, selecting an array of vegetables and meats from the refrigerator. On such days, imbued with a warm familial atmosphere, Su Lingtian inhaled deeply, relishing the comfort it brought. Since his mother's passing, only the days spent by her side had afforded him such tranquility, allowing him to feel a gentle happiness. He had always been a nostalgic person, yet also somewhat heartless. His love for his mother made it impossible for him to refrain from harboring resentment towards his father. His affection for her left no room for anyone else in his heart. Fortunately, in this world, there remained Xiao Yu and Zhang Zheng. He no longer had to confront the battlefield as he once did, often contemplating simply succumbing to the fray. People claimed Su Lingtian was fearless in the face of death. Lingtian, are you there? He hung up the call from Tianxuan. It was at this moment that Zhao Shiji's Tianxuan call came through. Chapter 41. Difficult to stand firm. Lingtian, are you there? He hung up the call from Tianxuan. At this juncture, Zhao Shiji's Tianxuan call arrived. Uncle Zhao? Whom did you hang up on? Su sensed an ominous premonition in his words. Who else could it be but Zhou Taibao? Uncle Zhao's tone carried an air of satisfaction, having finally vented his frustration. Uncle Zhao, how old are you? Why are you still so childish? Su fell silent for a moment before responding. In the military district, it is most taboo for the top 2 leaders to completely sever ties. Otherwise, it may lead others to label you as petty and lacking in magnanimity. Well, I only did it to give you a sense of relief. He remarked that the scoundrel spends his days scheming to suppress you, consistently refusing to grant you a promotion, despite the fact that your military achievements currently rank first among the younger officers. Uncle Zhao, we have already discussed this matter. If they choose not to promote me, so be it. I derive great satisfaction from my role as the captain. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiji became animated, adopting a tone that suggested you were simply asking for trouble. How can you claim to be content as captain when those mediocrities and inept individuals sit above you? How can you endure such a situation? If it were not for Zhou Taibao continually holding you back, you would already be the executive deputy commander of the 4th Military District's Special Operations Brigade. If you were the deputy commander, would I have to endure that scoundrel Zhou Min parading under my very nose? I would have him replaced, ensuring he remains in that position indefinitely. Upon hearing this, Su Lingtian couldn't help but twitch his lips. Uncle Zhao, how was I unaware of your strong sentiments towards Zhou Min? My grievances lie with his superior. He, a political scholar, starts as a guard captain and eventually assumes the role of executive deputy in the Special Operations Brigade, a complete outsider. I truly cannot fathom what old Zhou is thinking. Does he aspire to monopolize the 4th Military District for himself? Humph. Even if he seeks to envelop it in his grasp, it ultimately depends on whether the higher-ups agree. Uncle Zhao, please do not be agitated. Regardless of the situation, you have collaborated with Commander Zhou. There is no deep-seated enmity between you. He will soon depart for the Central Region, where he is set to receive a promotion. In these times, having one more friend is surely preferable to having one less enemy, is it not? I perceive that you remain largely unchanged. It would be prudent to engage in a candid discussion with him and ultimately resolve the matter at hand. By the way, that Zhou Wei must be dealt with. Her behavior is utterly excessive. Furthermore, regarding Li Yunxiang, I am not oblivious to his mindset. After all, even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Perhaps, Uncle Zhao, You could have someone investigate whether there is any misunderstanding on my part, for I do not believe Li Yunxiang embodies such a nature." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Shiji sighed contemplatively. "Ling Tian, since you understand that a tiger does not eat its own cubs, why have you never considered his perspective? He is far inferior to a tiger. He is a beast." The previously grandiose tone abruptly turned icy, as if enveloped in thorns, instantly transitioning into a combative stance. Zhao Shiji lamented, in the presence of Tianxuan, that when it comes to father-son relationships, the most lamentable is undoubtedly that of Ling Tian and his father. The two resemble each other so closely that perhaps it is precisely due to this similarity that they inflict the deepest wounds upon one another. Zhou Taibao was abruptly cut off from his conversation with Zhao Shiji, his frustration almost causing his hair to stand on end. Clutching the device in his hand, he contemplated making another call, but found himself unable to swallow his pride. Yet Zhou Wei remained in custody. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." An anxious Zhou Min rushed in alongside Li Yunxiang. "Uncle, Zhao Shiji has yet to release Xiao Wei. You must stand up for her. My little nephew Xingye is already weeping like a piteous child." Zhou Min's forehead glistened with perspiration, and Li Yunxiang's expression was equally grim. Despite several attempts to negotiate, the opposing party had refused to release Zhou Wei. Now, with undeniable evidence at hand, it was revealed that Xia Fugong had retained a video recording of their conversation. Zhao Jiwenhao spoke in a sarcastic tone, expressing his frustration towards him. "Commander, Xiao Wei truly acted out of confusion in that moment. We must devise a way to rescue her." Li Yunxiang, equally anxious, remained considerably more composed than Zhou Min. "How shall we save her? Do you think mere words will suffice?" Zhou Taibao retorted sharply. "But Zhou Wei is your niece," Zhou Min exclaimed. "If she were not my niece, I would already accuse her of the grave crime of endangering the offspring of a distinguished officer, which would condemn her to a lifetime in prison," Zhou Taibao replied indignantly. "She is the one who has brought this upon herself. It was clearly a matter of competition between Yunxiang and that scoundrel Zuling Tian. Why did she meddle? Her foolishness has allowed others to seize leverage over her. And using someone as incompetent as Xia Fugong, anyone else would not have made such a mess. Just moments ago, Zhao Shiji had abruptly terminated my communication, refusing to engage with me. Why? How could he, a mere deputy, act with such audacity? It is precisely because he possesses confidence. Unlike the rest of you who have shown me no respect." Zhou Taibao's tone was fierce, yet after his lengthy tirade, he felt a slight relief. If Zuling Tian were to persist in this matter, we would have no choice but to concede for Zhou Wei's sake. Zhou Min gazed at his uncle in confusion. "How do we concede?" "I shall relinquish my authority. Decisions that I previously finalized will now be entrusted to Zhao Shiji, with the stipulation that any urgent documents must be presented to me for approval. Furthermore, you are to step down from your position as the executive deputy captain of the Special Operations Unit." Uncle Zhou Min, filled with reluctance, called out in despair, hoping to annul the title of deputy and truly become the executive vice commander. After all, it was an elite Special Operations Unit. Apart from the commanders of the military district, only the executive vice commander had the authority to command other special team members. Alas, even if I were to leave, Zhao Shiji would surely find a way to relocate you. Just hand the position over to Su Lingtian. Although Lei Dong possesses considerable skill, he is still a newcomer, and his prestige pales in comparison to Su Lingtian's. Only Su Lingtian can maintain authority in this executive vice role. Previously, I deliberately suppressed him, but now I find myself powerless. Zhou Taibao slammed his palm heavily on the table, lamenting how human plans are often outwitted by fate. No matter how much one strives against heaven and earth, one cannot contend with destiny. I, Zhou Min, still wish to struggle. Do you not desire to save your sister? Zhou Min fell silent immediately. And you, Yin Shang, it would be wise for you to step down from your position as captain. I could use my connections to facilitate your appointment as deputy commander of the Planetary Guard Center at Wuzhou Star. Is this not tantamount to exile? Of course, this is merely a suggestion. Zhou Taibao observed your helpless expression and continued. After this incident, I fear your reputation within the military district may plummet to its nadir. I am concerned you may face collective resistance from other officers, making it difficult for you to establish yourself. Chapter 42. What else occupies your mind? Zhou Taibao's expression was tinged with regret and apology. As for his niece's obstinacy, it was indeed quite enough. However, her affairs pertained to the dignity of the Zhou family, which also reflected upon his own honor. Moreover, Are not the children of his cousin also members of the Zhou clan? He simply cannot remain an onlooker. Otherwise, it is only Li Yunxiang who will suffer injustice. This time, the young Li finds himself burdened by his wife's actions, and within the confines of the 4th Military District, he is likely to face considerable ostracism, making it difficult for him to establish a foothold. Leaving is seemingly unavoidable. In truth, Li Yunxiang is well aware that his wife, Zhou Wei, has indeed committed a grave blunder, crossing an insurmountable line. Competition within the military has always existed, whether on the battlefield or beyond. It is a contest of pride, where there is no first in literature and no second in martial prowess. However, they are all comrades, sharing the same trench. To covertly target another's underage child is utterly disgraceful and inexcusable. It is absolutely intolerable. Li Yunxiang looked up in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Zhou Taibao had just mentioned that Zhao Shiji had cut off his communication, and now he was being allowed to retrieve someone. Even Zhou Min gazed at his uncle in bewilderment. After speaking, Zhou Taibao gestured for him to leave. As Li Yunxiang walked out, Zhou Min found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. What does this mean? Is he truly willing to relinquish the vice-regimental position that was almost within reach? Get out. Zhou Taibao pointed a finger at Zhou Min, his expression grim. But uncle, out. Zhou Taibao's voice was as chilling as the frost of midwinter, sending a shiver down Zhou Min's spine. Upon seeing the resolute refusal etched on Zhou Taibao's face, he could only leave in dismay. Observing the composed yet distressed Zhou Wei, Zhou Taibao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Are you foolish? Employing a pig for a task has truly tarnished the Zhou family's reputation. Zhou Wei smiled gently, resembling a well-behaved daughter. She delicately lifted her long hair, smoothing it back and tucking it behind her ear, before softly saying, Before, I had no idea he was so foolish. My brother told me that person is useful. Your brother Yi is nothing but a fool. Zhou Taibao remarked without the slightest hesitation in front of Zhou Wei, his tone harsh as he critiqued Zhou Min. I will soon depart from here, and I will not take that pig of a brother with me lest he cause even greater trouble in the future. Zhou Wei, you have always been the clever one. Both your father and I believe you are the most intelligent among his children. We initially thought you had a promising future. But who would have guessed that upon encountering Li Yunxiang, you would lose your resolve? You are well aware that he already has a pregnant girlfriend, yet you still dared to interfere. Of course, love is a battlefield, and I am invincible. As for morality, as long as you live well for the rest of your life, we elders have little right to comment further. Moreover, Li Yunxiang is not entirely without merit. He is not someone the family cannot accept. How many times must I tell you not to touch Su Lingtian? That is Zhao Shiji's forbidden zone. I have exerted considerable effort to suppress him. Do you realize that your actions render all my years of effort utterly futile? Su Lingtian should not be allowed to live. Whether due to his military achievements or his personal charm, he possesses remarkable prestige among the junior officers and soldiers. Zhao Shiji is a fool. How can he allow Su Lingtian to grow stronger? If someone like him is permitted to survive and flourish, it won't be long before the Federation produces another generation of military gods. Anyone who belongs to his generation is overshadowed by his brilliance. Such a person possesses immense potential and poses a significant threat. Over the years, we have designed numerous strategies against him, facing countless life and death situations. Why does he continue to thrive? Zhou Wei's tone suddenly grew fervent, her expression twisted in a fierce snarl, resembling a frenzied beast. I see that your obsession with Li Yunxiang has driven you to the brink of madness. Always this tone, this rhetoric. Over time, Zhou Taibao felt wearied by it. No matter how talented Su Lingtian may be, he is still a mere child. The journey to maturity will take years, let alone becoming a god of war. By the time he achieves that status, I would have long since retired. It must be said, that young man is indeed well suited for military service. Upon hearing Zhou Taibao's disdain for her arguments, Zhou Wei became anxious, leaping to her feet and leaning over Zhou Taibao's desk. Uncle, how can you not believe in me? You must trust my judgment. Have I ever steered you wrong in the decisions I've made for you? Zhou Taibao scoffed at her words, letting out a sarcastic laugh. What did you use to focus on? The family and your uncle's political career. Back then, you were engrossed in current affairs, meticulously tracking the military dynamics of the 4th Military District. And now? Now you are a full-time housewife, preoccupied with whether your husband has donned clean clothes or what nutritional supplements your son requires. You ponder how to maintain your figure, where to indulge in beauty treatments. So your husband will gaze at you with renewed admiration. Little Wei, dear child, have you not realized? Ask yourself, What remains in your mind now? Is it blank? Is it mere straw? If it were the former you, would you have committed such a trivial mistake? Xiao Wei, throughout my life as Zhou Taibao, I have encountered countless storms and tempests. As long as I draw breath, I can always start anew. Thus, considering your past achievements, let us erase this matter from our records. Chapter 43. I wish to meet that person. Zhou Wei stumbled out of Zhou Taibao's office and saw Li Yunxiang standing alone by the window in the corridor, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette. The expression on his face was one she had never witnessed before, a profound solitude and dejection. She slowly approached, tears welling in her eyes, and timidly reached out to tug at his sleeve. Yunxiang, I am sorry. Li Yunxiang glanced at her, his demeanor cold. The look he gave her was akin to that of a stranger. This gaze reminded her of the moment when she desperately confessed her feelings to him. And he had coldly replied, I have someone I love. In this lifetime, I shall not love another. Zhou Wei could never forget the heart-wrenching pain she felt at that moment. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Yunxiang brushed her hand away and turned, walking off with an indifferent expression. Su Lingtian's eyes were shadowed with gloom. He could understand Uncle Zhao's decision to let Zhou Wei go. Yet, his mood remained far from cheerful. Similarly, Chang Zheng, who had eavesdropped on the conversation, was in a foul mood as well. He prepared some fruit for his sister Xiao Yu to coax her into eating, while he served a cup of tea to Su Lingtian. Upon seeing him, Su De felt a stirring within his heart, and suddenly found himself inclined to converse. He gestured for the boy to sit down, and they faced each other across the table, a large figure and a small one, perched on their respective chairs. For the first time, Su De admitted his fault to a child. However, is your discontent truly justified by this? Chang Zheng gazed at him, and unexpectedly spoke, when I was young, lacking a father, and with everyone aware that my mother bore me out of wedlock, they branded me a little bastard, an illegitimate child, a wildling, a wretched child, a little scoundrel, an unwanted product in this world. With each term Chang Zheng uttered, Su Da's body quivered slightly, as if the long-buried echoes of those relentless taunts were resurfacing vividly in his mind. Yet, the youth across from him maintained a demeanor of calm, or perhaps indifference, evoking the sensation of a tumultuous magma suppressed beneath an icy exterior. Uncle Su, no. Father, do you claim this is my fault? No, Su De asserted with certainty. Those who err must inevitably bear the consequences of their actions. Yet I do not even know what that wrongdoer appears to be. Su De, under the weight of Chang Zheng's unwavering gaze, felt a profound discomfort. Ultimately, he stood up abruptly. Chang Zheng, ensure you complete your homework at home. Tomorrow, I shall handle your school enrollment. With that, he swiftly donned his coat and exited the room. You won't share it with me? Is this what you call adult compassion? Chang Zheng murmured softly. Upon returning to his room, Chang Zheng beheld his younger sister enthusiastically gnawing on fruit in bed, a faint smile gracing her lips. Perhaps she was the fortunate one, having lost her father on the battlefield. Their grandfather, with tears streaming down his aged face, lamented the loss of her father, and now, with their mother gone, they had both become orphans. The thought weighed heavily on Chang Zheng's heart, a pang of sorrow striking him as he considered that their grandfather might also be lost to them. Look, everyone is gone. His biological father even had the audacity to plot against him while entrusting his new wife with such schemes. There was no room for tears now. With the absence of elders, he had become the pillar of the family. Noticing something amiss, his sister Xiao Yu leapt off the bed and tugged at his pant leg. Chang Zheng gazed at her fluffy little head and playfully pinched her chubby cheeks. Xiao Yu, could you assist your brother? Of course. Anything is fine, Chang Zheng replied, leading her to the intelligence console to begin their inquiry. Oh, that person's residence is also in the officer's quarters. Xiao Yu, take a look at these two individuals and help me determine which building they reside in. He pointed to the images displayed on the console. Xiao Yu nodded vigorously before opening her mouth, emitting a peculiar ultrasonic wave that swiftly swept across a 10,000-meter radius. Suddenly, her expression froze. Brother, I found the woman, but not the man. Please tell me the location. Xiaojiao. In a quaint 3-story villa situated near an artificial lake, not far from Su Lingtian's apartment. Zhou Wei found herself seated in the spacious living room, her back resting against a plush sofa. Before her lay a coffee table adorned with a box of tissues, alongside crumpled balls of paper she had used to dry her tears. Her brother, Zhou Min, had just arrived at the villa's entrance. The sound of the doorbell resonated, prompting Zhou Wei to hasten to open the door for him. Zhou Min entered with a sullen expression, and as he settled into a chair, he voiced his frustrations. Sister, do you know? Uncle is insisting that I resign from my position as deputy commander of the Special Forces. Do you have any idea how ruthless he can be? Zhao Shiji covets power. If he wants it, he can have it, especially since Uncle is on his way out. But why must I relinquish my position? Once he departs, I need that title to maintain my standing. Upon hearing her brother's words, Zhou Wei's tear-streaked face brightened momentarily with a glimmer of understanding. If Su Lingtian seizes control, and with Uncle gone, won't he take the opportunity to bully us? She scoffed, adopting a teasing tone. Brother, if Su Lingtian gains power, our mistreatment will not merely be a display of arrogance. It will be a vendetta. Let us not forget, over the years, how much we have thwarted Su Lingtian on Uncle's behalf. Not to mention, you surely recall how 3 years ago, Su Lingtian's closest ally, Han Qian, met his tragic end. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Zhou Min inhaled sharply at the mention of Han Qian. Isn't it true that Han Qian suffered such a fate largely due to our actions? Upon hearing his rather unmanly remarks, Zhou Wei let out a cold snort. However, we were involved, which means we bear some responsibility for Han Qian's death. I have a plan that will certainly prevent him from ever becoming the vice captain of the Special Operations Team. Zhou Min, upon hearing her words, immediately gasped, his breaths becoming heavy. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, perhaps we should let it go. After all, Uncle is leaving, and Zhao Shiji is still here. As is Su Lingtian. I do not wish to offend anyone excessively. His expression was a tumult of emotions. On one hand, he desired to take action. Yet on the other, he feared that failure would result in another reprimand from his uncle. Zhou Wei, perceiving his hesitation, pressed on with renewed vigor. Brother, do you remember 6 years ago, when I, with your assistance, caused the demise of Li Yunshang's former lover, Xiang Minghua, in my quest to attain him? Do you truly believe that woman had no ties to Su Lingtian? Do you know who the sole survivor of that team was? I shall tell you. It was their vice captain, Su Lingtian. Xiang Minghua was once a member of Su Lingtian's squad, and her death was shrouded in mystery. Su Lingtian conducted a prolonged investigation into it. Do you understand? Ultimately, it was Uncle who managed to resolve the matter. Ah, Zhou Min exclaimed in shock. How can that be possible? Why is it not possible? At that time, you were pursuing further studies at the military academy, and this matter was never disclosed to you. I must tell you, brother, we are enemies with Su Lingtian. Whether in the past or in the future, we shall always remain adversaries, never allies. Just think, if Su Lingtian were to discover that their deaths were orchestrated by us, do you truly believe he would let you off the hook? I have heard that in the past, he recklessly charged into a place to defend his closest friend who had been wronged. But can he compare to his most trusted partner, Han Qian? Can he rival the esteemed Xiang Minghua? Su Lingtian is indeed a person of deep emotions. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Min could not help but shudder slightly. Brother, do not assume that I speak thus merely to aid my family S. Yunshang in suppressing Su Lingtian. My Yunshang is soon to depart for the 5-continent star, while you are destined to remain in the 4th military district. Tell me, are my words truly for your benefit, or for his? Brother, Su Lingtian must not be allowed to ascend to power. And what is your plan? To tarnish his reputation. The friction between you two regarding the 5th Institute is widely known among the 4th military district. My strategy is for you to leak the information that Zhao Shiji has pressured you to resign from your position as deputy commander of the Special Operations Group in favor of him. Su Lingtian is merely a petty individual who relies on his connection with Deputy Commander Zhao to attain such a role. You must portray yourself as an innocent victim, oppressed, and ensure this matter becomes widely known. If Su Lingtian possesses any semblance of dignity, he must refuse to accept the Deputy Commander role in the Special Operations Group. In that case, I wonder how he can remain in the Special Operations Group as merely a team leader for the rest of his days. After contemplating her words, Zhou Min, with a pallid expression, finally conceded, I will heed your counsel. Having successfully persuaded her brother, Zhou Wei smiled brightly. The deputy commander of the 4th Military District Special Operations Brigade ultimately ascends to the esteemed position of the district command headquarters, serving as deputy chief of staff. Chief of staff, deputy commander, and commander. It is indeed a ladder to success. Should Yunshang fail to attain this, Zhou Wei will absolutely not permit Su Lingtian to secure such a position. After all, Su Lingtian is a sworn enemy, a relentless adversary of Yunshang, and she will not allow her to thrive. Upon hearing his accusatory tone, Zhou Wei scoffed disdainfully within, thinking that only inept men resort to seeking retribution for past grievances. I have yet to mention that my own schemes have been squandered on a fool. I am the one who suffers the most. What began as a trivial matter escalated when that imbecile was caught red-handed by Su Lingtian. Indeed, I am the most wronged of all. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Min immediately raised his voice. And you claim to be wronged? I shall not comment on how you deal with Su Lingtian. But when it comes to political rivals, innocent families should not bear the brunt of punishment. You have been excessively harsh. Zhou Wei, incensed by his remarks, retorted. What do you know? Innocent families? Do you even know who that brat is? His name is Xiang Changzheng, the biological son of Yun Shang, and that wretched Xiang Minghua. If it weren't for the old fox Xiang and Cheng's meticulous precautions over the years, I would have long since eliminated him, a mere wretched spawn. If Yun Shang discovers that he has the son of Xiang Minghua still alive, will he continue to be wholeheartedly devoted to our holy knight? Zhou Min gasped in realization. So he is indeed the biological son of Xiang Minghua and Li Yunshang. My heavens, his talents are nothing short of monstrous. Your holy knight pales in comparison. However, it is indeed no wonder that I have heard the saying, the most venomous heart resides within a woman. In you, I have witnessed this firsthand. Zhou Wei immediately retorted in anger. Are you still my brother? How can you speak of your own sister in such a manner? To which Zhou Min suddenly laughed. You have already harmed her mother. Now you wish to ruin her son. If you fail to extinguish him, you seek to obliterate his future. If Li Yunshang were to discover your deeds, he would divorce you 100 times over. Zhou Wei, upon hearing his words, rolled her eyes in displeasure. I am merely defending my family. What wrong have I committed? As long as Yunshang, my dear Xingye, and I live well and happily, that is all that matters. As for others, those who are bothersome may perish. Chapter 45. The Awakening of the Mutated Demon Fox. Zhou Wei continued to engage Zhou Min in conversation, offering him strategies and refining their plans, her demeanor growing increasingly vibrant and radiant. Unbeknownst to them, a transparent figure stealthily approached the balcony beneath their very noses, then leaped over the railing of the first-floor balcony, departing from her residence. It wasn't until the figure had walked to a point where the villa was no longer visible that its true form was revealed. It was none other than Xiang Changzheng. The ability of Changzheng's mutated little fox was one of illusion, capable of concealing its master and altering the appearance perceived by others, manipulating their visual, auditory, gustatory, olfactory, and sensory perceptions. At this moment, the true nature of Changzheng was revealed, his face contorted with indignation and grief. Ignoring the miniature fox clinging to his shoulder, he suddenly dashed towards the Galan Mountains near the military district. As he exited the officer's villa, Xiaoyu, who had been resting at home, abruptly sat up in bed and gazed out the window. Then, with a sudden whistle, a tiny, flower-patterned mouse emerged at the door, its beady eyes glinting with mischief. It scurried out and, resembling a little kangaroo, sat up while chattering excitedly at Xiaoyu, as if engaged in conversation. Xiaoyu seemed to comprehend its words, reprimanding the mouse. Have I disturbed your feast? You appear to have been living quite comfortably lately, forgetting who the true master of the house is. Disobey me again, and I shall have you for dinner. A fierce glint ignited in her eyes, causing the little mouse to tumble over in fright and scurry behind the door. Come out now. I require your assistance. Upon hearing her command, the mouse hesitated, chirping reluctantly but remaining stationary. Humph. Xiaoyu huffed, and in an instant, the mouse darted forward, standing obediently before her, even attempting a comical salute like a soldier. Xiao shot a disapproving glare at it before scooping the mouse into her backpack. With her bag secured, she hurried off in the direction her brother had gone, thinking to herself, such a timid creature, always fearing the strong. Could it be that the siblings have ventured out together? Zhang Jing has always been a well-behaved and considerate child. If he were to take his sister out, he should have informed me in advance. Moreover, how could he leave without his communication device? Have they encountered some form of danger? Could it be that Zhou Wei, having failed in one scheme, has concocted another? A wave of unease washed over Su Lingtian, prompting him to swiftly notify several subordinates to assist in the search. However, their efforts yielded no results, and Su Lingtian's anxiety escalated. He urgently activated the communication device to reach Zhao Shiji, informing him of the children's disappearance. Zhao Shiji's initial response was also suspicion towards Zhou Wei, wondering if she had orchestrated something again. Yet, upon investigating her whereabouts, they discovered that she was at home, preparing a sumptuous meal for her elder brother, accompanied by Li Yunshang and her son, creating a warm family atmosphere. But where could Zhang Jing and Xiao Yu have gone? Sweat began to bead on Su Ling Tian's forehead. At that moment, an urgent alert blared through the exclusive communication channel shared with Zhao Shiji. Deputy Commander Zhao, Captain Su. There is an alarming surge of energy detected at Ganlan Mountain, suspected to be the presence of a formidable star beast. Zhao Shiji urged Su Ling Tian through the video call, "Hurry to Ganlan Mountain. It is perilously close to our military's family quarters. Should the star beast unleash widespread destruction, the consequences would be unimaginable." "Understood. I will send Jun how to lead the search," Zhao Shiji decisively stated. Su Ling Tian nodded in comprehension, ending the call and immediately sprinting towards Ganlan Mountain. Atop the summit of Ganlan Mountain, a magnificent fox, over 3 meters in length and towering more than 2 meters high, stands proudly. Its fiery red fur glistens, and its eyes resemble radiant crimson crystals, adorned with 3 arcane patterns upon its forehead. This colossal creature displays a fierce and menacing countenance, exuding an aura of bloodthirsty ferocity. It lets out a resounding howl to the heavens, then bares its teeth in a threatening manner towards the imposing gene mech warriors that encircle it. What manner of fox is this? Is it a creature of genetic origin or a star beast? One cannot say for certain. It is likely a star beast, for genetic beasts are typically known for their docility. "Hey, you must be a newcomer," a voice interjects. If a genetic beast loses its master and survives in the wild for 2 or 3 years, its lethality can rival that of a small star beast. Many assert that the earliest genetic sources we utilize were derived from star beasts. Present-day gene armor, gene mechs, and gene battleships have all been cultivated from genetic beasts. This is the first I've heard of it. So, shall we attack it? Another queries. If it does not assault us, why should we strike first? But why? A voice protests. With so many of us, we should be able to overpower a single star beast or genetic beast, shouldn't we? Good heavens. Where did this novice come from? A seasoned warrior scoffs. This one is undoubtedly fresh to the ranks, having barely completed the basic training of a new recruit. The youthful voice seems to falter under the scrutiny of those around him, prompting an experienced soldier to clarify. New recruits. In the battlefield, encountering genetic beasts is manageable. They typically do not attack humans unless provoked, even after losing their masters. Should you encounter a star beast, and your surrounding combat strength falls short of a standard squad, which consists of 12 individuals, I advise you to swiftly take your leave. Pay no heed to others, every individual for themselves. Under conditions where star beasts and gene beasts are of equal rank, a single star beast can effortlessly overpower a standard squad, and it requires the coordinated effort of 3 such squads to hunt down a star beast of the same caliber. If you discover that the star beast you face exceeds the level of your gene beast, make haste to flee. What, then, is this fox? Is it a gene beast or a star beast? What level does it belong to? Should we engage it? It is highly likely that this creature has undergone mutation, for the more mutated it is, the greater the peril it poses. We await support from higher authorities. At that moment, the fox seemed to have reached its threshold of tolerance, and with a gaze filled with ferocity, it charged towards them. Its claws, sharp and elongated, could easily rend through the armor of a mech. How utterly savage. Chapter 46. The Enormous Rodent. Those ferocious claws left behind a trail of afterimages, elusive and indistinct, making it difficult to ascertain the true target of its assault. A group of seasoned soldiers simultaneously cried out in alarm over the comms, "Retreat! It's a mirage fox!" The nearby mechs, akin to acrobats in a high-flying display, executed agile maneuvers as they frantically retreated. Only one inexperienced mech, caught unawares, remained frozen in place. Quick, escape. Move. Act. A voice filled with vexation and fury echoed through the channel. Run. Yet, even as the colossal claw was poised to descend upon the mech's head, the warrior within remained silent. Alas, the channel was rife with anxious cries, as everyone thought the newcomer might meet his end on the battlefield before truly beginning. Just as despair loomed, a massive figure suddenly surged forth from the side, crashing into the mech with a forceful impact. The cacophony of collisions resounded, with sounds of crushing and scattering debris filling the air. 2 gigantic silhouettes emerged atop the mountain, stirring up a whirlwind of sand and gravel. Emma had just witnessed a gigantic fox, and now a massive rat appeared, slightly smaller than the fox, as they engaged in a fierce skirmish without uttering a word. After a protracted struggle, a faint groan finally broke through from the fray, allowing everyone to exhale in relief. Newcomer. hurry and sneak out to observe the titanic beasts as they battle amongst themselves, ensuring they do not turn their attention to us. You were utterly petrified earlier, nearly meeting your demise, do you not realize? As the channel buzzed with chatter, they began to recount the rookie's blunders. How did you manage to simulate combat with such a performance? Did you even pass the examination? I just arrived and was taken aback by the immense visage of the fox appearing on my screen, and then I was utterly bewildered. It was only upon hearing your shouts that I regained my senses. The examination revealed the existence of a cunning creature, a fox capable of manipulating perception. How could such a perilous entity evade the stringent security measures of the military zone and manifest in this fortified residential area? This discovery is indeed alarming. The creature's speed, strength, and the precision of its charges were executed with remarkable finesse, sending shivers down one's spine. Should these two colossal beasts suddenly realize their surroundings and seek to wreak havoc, the small contingent present would find themselves in grave peril. I am Su Ling Tian, of the Mountain Peak Mecha Team, here to relay information regarding your location and the status of the star beasts. The response from the Mountain Peak Mecha Team was fervent. The Su team has arrived. I am Yuan E, acting captain of the Mountain Peak Mecha Team. Our captain is currently attending military school and has yet to return. Captain Yuan, report on the star beast condition. Su team. The adversary is a mutated creature capable of manipulating perception, posing a significant threat. Its species remains unidentified, but it is known to be a fox. Furthermore, we have just been attacked by a massive rodent that emerged suddenly, slightly smaller than the fox. The two formidable beasts are currently engaged in a fierce confrontation, seemingly equal in strength. It is likely they are both mutated creatures, and I recommend elevating their danger level. Additionally, I request support from the planetary orbital cannon. Wait, you mentioned a fox and a mouse? Su Ling Tian inquired with a sense of foreboding. Indeed, Su team. Please confirm your location and transmit the video footage to me immediately. Suda promptly instructed. Captain Yuan swiftly transmitted the video to Su Ling Tian, who, upon viewing it, realized it depicted the enlarged forms of the two creatures from his home. Su hurriedly accelerated his mech towards the battleground, where he beheld the two colossal beasts still engaged in combat. The encounter clearly favored the mouse, which, with a mere swipe of its paw, could send the fox sprawling. However, Su soon noticed that the fox had seemingly lost all rationality, its eyes filled with fury. This was rather alarming. Despite being at a disadvantage, the fox relentlessly lunged at the mouse, displaying an insatiable desire to annihilate its opponent. With no other recourse, he maneuvered his mech closer to the fray and activated the external loudspeaker, proclaiming, "If you can hear my voice, cease your battle immediately and lie down on all fours. Otherwise, I shall intervene." The channel erupted with mocking jeers. "Oh dear brother, do you think you are commanding a mere soldier? How dare you threaten them to submit and lie down? The star beasts are far too proud to heed your commands." His loudspeaker emitted a significant volume, and to his astonishment, the mouse suddenly turned its head towards him and emitted a series of sharp squeaks. It then abruptly withdrew from the melee, leaping onto a towering rock behind the mech, and with a resounding thud, it lay down flat on the ground. The nearby mech warriors were left utterly dumbfounded. It actually lay down. My goodness, it truly lay down. Then, before the gaze of the crowd, the enormous rat suddenly vanished with a pop, akin to the bursting of a bubble. Shortly thereafter, a little girl, approximately 6 or 7 years of age, donned in a doll-like dress and carrying a small backpack, perched atop a high rock, sticking out her tongue. Above her head lay a small rat, sprawled out and appearing utterly exhausted. "Daddy, brother." The little girl suddenly extended her hand towards the phantom figure and pointed at the ferocious fox that was charging towards them. Upon recognizing the identity of the fox, Suda immediately felt a surge of confidence. He deftly maneuvered the mech a few steps back and executed a bowing motion. At the very moment the fox lunged at him with wild abandon, he struck with great force. With a resounding thud, the fox soared into the air before crashing heavily onto the grass not far from the Peak team, falling into unconsciousness. It was accomplished with a single punch. This blow, in terms of power, angle, and timing, was executed with near perfection, a pinnacle achievement. Cheers erupted within the channel, filled with joyous exclamations. Well done. However, the true instincts of the illusionary fox were underestimated. As Su Ling Tian piloted the mech closer, within a mere 3 meters of the seemingly unconscious creature, the fox suddenly transformed into a burst of light and shadow, vanishing from sight. Gasps of astonishment echoed around. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Su Lingtian shouted a warning in the channel to be on guard. A piercing scream followed. As the mech of the new soldier who had narrowly escaped the initial blow was violently torn apart with a crack, sent crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Coughing and spluttering, the sound of blood spattering filled the channel. Fortunately, there was no loss of life. How formidable, truly remarkable. The surrounding mech warriors and distant fleet of warships gasped in unison, astonished by the incredible phantom fox. Is this truly a genetic beast? It must undoubtedly be a wild star beast. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in the communication channel. No, it is indeed a genetic beast. Accompanying the mission, Zhang Yan, her eyes wide with astonishment, gazed at the enormous fox gradually revealing its form before the small mech warriors. The brilliance emanating from it was captivating. The bond between humans and genetic beasts has reached a state of perfection, although the genetic beast has gone berserk. If we can capture it and adjust its genetic code lock, we would possess a super genetic beast whose strength in its juvenile phase rivals that of low-tier adult star beasts. It is simply exquisite, utterly flawless. Zhang Yin marveled at the bloodthirsty and ferocious figure displayed in the video, unable to contain her admiration. However, her praise would surely not be shared by the frontline warriors. The more perfect you perceive it, the more we sense its peril. Fall back. Su Lingtian also sensed the hostility emanating from the fox. That untamed animosity poured forth from its eyes devoid of reason. This left Su feeling quite troubled and anxious. It was not the first encounter with a genetic beast that had gone out of control, yet Changzheng was still a child. And his genetic beast was not even in its juvenile phase. How could such a situation arise? Almost simultaneously, the humanoid mech and the phantom fox sprang into action, engaging in a fierce battle. Despite the humanoid mech holding the advantage, the fox proved to be exceedingly tenacious. The immense force of the mech's dual arms striking the fox was effortlessly dissipated as the creature merely shook its fur. One might wonder why such a seemingly trivial action could neutralize the overwhelming power of the virtual team's formidable punch, imbued with inner strength. Is this truly a fox? It must be a genetic beast, a paragon of genetic excellence. Suddenly, amidst the cacophony of masculine voices on the channel, a feminine voice interjected. This remarkable fox possesses an inherent defensive capability. Its fur can effortlessly withstand the inner strength of martial artists. It is truly astonishing. Whoever designed this genetic beast must be a genius. In truth, the fox's ability to utilize its fur to counteract inner strength has little to do with the brilliance of any genetic beast designer. The fox's extraordinary traits are a direct result of its prolonged exposure to the potent blood essence of the great demon, Xiaoyu, leading to a remarkable evolution of its own genes. Furthermore, its genetic beast is influenced by both the blood essence of the great demon and its own genetic predispositions, propelling it along a path of continuous advancement. One can only imagine the transformations that await. Moreover, one must not overlook the small mouse that accompanies Xiaoyu. Shuda soon realized that this stalemate could not persist. The fox's defenses were too formidable. Striking it would merely cause discomfort. And the prolonged fusion with an unstable genetic beast was taxing for Changzheng as well. Thus, Shuda resolved to unleash a decisive move. After delivering 3 rapid punches, he abruptly retreated several steps and drew forth his colossal mech longsword from behind. Oh, the channel erupted with howls of excitement. A significant move is imminent. Shuda is about to unleash a powerful attack. The sword resembled the antlers of an antelope, gliding through the void with an elusive grace, akin to a flash of lightning. Swiftly aimed at the fox's chest. At that moment, the only way to subdue it was to inflict a severe injury to its core or incapacitate its movements. Just as everyone watched with bated breath, the massive sword tipped, nearly grazing the phantom fox's chest, ready to erupt in exuberant cheers at the impending strike. The fox's body suddenly became translucent, allowing the immense sword to pass through as if it were nothing. Following suit, its colossal form and armor also slipped through effortlessly. A chorus of lamentations erupted in the communication channel. The fox was astonishingly formidable. Despite its bloodthirsty gaze and loss of reason, it maintained an astonishing level of instinctual intelligence. One could only imagine how powerful it would be in a fully conscious state. The phantom fox reemerged not far behind Su Lingtian, fortunately able to evade attacks in its current state, but in this ethereal form, it lacked the freedom to counterattack. Nevertheless, this posed a significant challenge. Su Ling Tian unconsciously pressed his lips together, his gaze fixed on the enormous fox. This little creature, so small yet capable of engaging him in combat, had chosen an exquisitely precise moment to escape, evading his counter before he could react. If it were any larger, he couldn't help but recall the man he loathed so deeply, who was equally formidable in his own right. The two previous attempts to eliminate the fox had proven futile, leaving the small figure seated on the rock, Xiaoyu, equally anxious. Her eyes, tinged with red, gazed intently at the formidable fox, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. If this fox were to continue unchecked, it could very well pose a threat to her dear brother. With fierce determination, Xiaoyu seized the seemingly feigning little mouse, Xiaohua, and instinctively bit her own fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall into its mouth. Consider it a favor. Put in your utmost effort this time. After uttering these words, she disregarded the ecstatic writhing and convulsions of Xiaohua after consuming her blood, grasping it once more. The ground beneath her cracked with a resounding boom, shattering into fragments. As the dust settled, a colossal rat emerged, markedly transformed from its previous form. Its fur, a rich brownish yellow, appeared to shimmer with a bluish sheen at the tips. Its eyes had transformed into a striking light gold, and its claws had darkened to a deep gray, revealing sharp, glistening talons. The most significant transformation was the sudden emergence of a pair of enormous wings on its back, spanning an impressive 6 meters. Remarkably, these vast wings were a pale azure, almost translucent, as if they bore no weight at all. Chapter 48. Carnivorous Feast in stark contrast to the fierce, bloodthirsty fox. This newly enlarged rat exuded not only a menacing aura but also an elegance imbued with an innate regal pressure. A piercing scream erupted, causing the fox's body to tense. Suda also felt a surge of energy, startled as he glanced backward. The recent scream reverberated widely, resonating with the soldiers nearby, causing a tumultuous surge of emotions. Followed by an uproar, the crowd gazed at the video showcasing a colossal winged rodent, nearly creating a cacophony of disbelief. My goodness, that mouse has sprouted wings. I distinctly remember it had not possessed wings moments ago. Such long wings, yet they appear translucent. Good heavens, is that creature a genetic beast? Just now, I witnessed it reverting from its beastly form alongside its owner, a young girl, quite diminutive in stature. Speaking of which, that little mouse was also rather small. It simply cannot be. Surely, you must have misjudged. For a genetic beast to merge with its owner and enter a beastly state, it must undergo a growth phase, during which such creatures have already attained considerable size. You all observed how massive that mouse appeared. It has undoubtedly entered its growth phase as a genetic beast. I have a screenshot of that tiny mouse's original form that I just saw. I will share it in the channel for you to see. It was indeed a diminutive creature. How could it possibly be a genetic beast in its growth phase? I cannot fathom this. Please share it for us to examine. Is this a contest of technical prowess among tech enthusiasts? Everyone seems to be quite earnest about it. Suda, listening to the conversation, felt a headache coming on, accompanied by a sense of guilt. Su, you must realize this. Even if you remain silent, I will eventually uncover the truth. Your little you has certainly undergone crystalline bone transformation and inherited some essence from it. I ask you, does the current condition of your little you truly have no connection to the crystalline bone you provided her? The air was thick with unease, the silence amplifying the tension. I decided to first pacify Changzheng before addressing other matters. Just as these words left my lips, Xiaoyu's colossal flying mouse crashed down upon the fox with a resounding thud. The fox, though large in stature, was remarkably agile, tumbling deftly to shake off the mouse that had landed on its back. However, the mouse was no mere creature. It sprang to life, claws extended, engaging the fox in a fierce battle. This clash of titans was nothing short of a primal spectacle, a contest of ferocity far removed from human conflict. Claws, teeth, and tails were wielded with abandon, accompanied by thunderous roars of defiance. As I watched this tumultuous struggle, an inexplicable sense of helplessness washed over me. The sheer force of their combat stirred the ground beneath them, sending dust and debris flying amidst a cascade of blood and fur. With each skirmish, the fox, initially clumsy with its claws and teeth, grew increasingly adept and ferocious, its movements becoming a lethal dance of precision. Yet, the mouse proved to be an even more formidable adversary, its combat style instinctual, always seeking to maximize impact while expending minimal effort. Despite the fox's apparent strength and its capacity to absorb blows, when caught by the mouse's fierce claws, it inevitably bled. This was indeed a classic case of predator and prey, yet the struggle unfolded with the fox clearly at a disadvantage, no longer merely holding a slight edge. The mouse's capabilities surged dramatically, as if it had sprouted wings. The surrounding warriors held their breath, utterly transfixed, their eyes glued to the unfolding spectacle. At a moment when everyone believed that the fox's downfall was inevitable, the fox suddenly executed a feint, evading the mouse's attack, and then, in a remarkable leap, vanished into thin air. Abruptly realizing the absence of its adversary, the large mouse came to an abrupt halt, standing still in place. At that instant, the fox reappeared, still in mid-leap, but this time behind the mouse. Its claws glinted with a sharp, cold brilliance as they lunged toward the back of the mouse's head. The speed was astonishing. As soon as the fox's figure emerged, its claws were already poised to strike the mouse's nape. A gasp of disbelief echoed through the channel. If this blow landed, the mouse would either perish or be severely injured. Goodness, how could this phantom fox have matured so swiftly? When first encountered, it could merely evade attacks through illusions. In just a matter of hours, it had transformed the art of illusion into a means of offense. It was truly formidable. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. However, the fox was too consumed by its own confidence to heed such thoughts. It had already piloted its mech toward the two beasts, fervently hoping that nothing would go awry, just as the fox believed it would surely grasp the mouse's head. It appeared as though the mouse had sprouted a pair of eyes on its back. Enormous wings materialized in an instant, and with a swift motion, a tremendous surge of spatial energy erupted. In the next moment, a piercing scream escaped the fox as it was violently hurled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood oozed from the corner of its mouth in ragged bursts. With a resounding thud, a diminutive fox and a 12-year-old boy lay unconscious on the ground. Goodness, that was not a star beast. The fox we just encountered was, in fact, a genetic beast. Within the confines of the surrounding mecha warships, the atmosphere momentarily stilled before erupting into a cacophony of astonishment. Could it be true? Was that fox genuinely a rampaging genetic beast? Moreover, it was yet another juvenile genetic beast. Alas, my friend, I feel as though I might bleed out from sheer disbelief. I cannot bear it any longer. How is it that I never had such an extraordinary genetic beast in my possession back in the day? Oh, the crushing weight of disappointment. Yet, amidst their uproar, Suda paid no heed, swiftly commandeering his mecha. He deftly utilized the enormous fingers of the genetic mecha to scoop up the long zheng lying on the ground, then seized a metallic straw and inhaled, drawing the little fox along with some pebbles and soil into the apparatus. Xiaoyu, can you hold on? At that moment, the mouse that had just displayed its prowess by toppling the large fox appeared utterly beleaguered. Its once mighty, robust form had been reduced to a mere skeletal frame, resembling an old hide draped over the bones of a mouse. Squeak. Evidently, Xiaoyu's earlier exertion had exacted a toll. With a feeble squeak, the large mouse metamorphosed into a small girl and another feeble little mouse. Xiaoyu, Daddy is coming right away. I will take you to the hospital. Suda rushed over, swiftly gathering the sweat-drenched, nearly exhausted little girl into his arms. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat, murmured a certain little girl, shaking her head wearily, yet resolutely repeating her desire. Chapter 49. The severely injured little fox, Zhao Shiji. Clad in exquisite military boots crafted from the hide of a mysterious leopard star beast, hurriedly approached the surgical ward of the 5th hospital. There, he observed Su Lingtian tenderly feeding his daughter, who was eagerly devouring large chunks of meat. Was that truly a human child? It seemed more akin to a small star beast clad in human skin. The little girl, barely the size of a palm, nestled her fluffy head against her father's chest, extending her tiny paws to command him for more food. That piece. Can I call for more after finishing what's in my mouth? Zhao Shiji was momentarily taken aback, rushing to stand before Su Lingtian, his eyes wide as he beheld the scene. My goodness. The live stream earlier had left him utterly astonished. While Xiaoyu had barely begun her antics, Su Lingtian was already on high alert. Deputy Commander Zhao, what are you doing? You see, others are raising children. Some have 100 or even 1,000, but that cannot compare to your 2, Zhao Shiji remarked, watching Xiaoyu voraciously consume the meat. Uncle Zhao, please don't say that. Mine is still lying in the operating room, Su Lingtian replied, somewhat exasperated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shiji chuckled softly and took a seat beside him. Do you have any plans? I can help you cover this up. However, it is evident that your two little ones are not ordinary. Su Lingtian continued to feed his daughter, yet his brow furrowed in concern. The little magical beasts from the military district cannot be involved in this. Indeed, wouldn't that be bullying someone else's child? Zhao Shiji stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, Su Da's brows furrowed even deeper. Were they truly to send them to the Central Star Domain? Zhao Shiji gazed at him, his tone slightly pausing before he spoke. In fact, the 4th Military District also possesses an academy, known as Bayun Academy. Are you familiar with it? Suda shook his head, having never heard of it. Bayun Academy is quite comparable to the Daoj Academy in the Central Star Domain. However, the latter enjoys greater renown in the outside world, perhaps due to the superior overall capabilities of its instructors. If you are reluctant to allow Xiao Yu and Chang Zheng to attend the Daoj Academy in the Central Star Domain, it might be wiser to send them to Bayun Academy. Rest assured, they will be taught all that is necessary. The academy does not merely encourage the pursuit of martial arts. Bayun Academy? Is it situated in that mysterious region of Wuzhou Star? Suda's inquiry took Zhao Shiji by surprise. You actually know of that place? I have heard tales of its mysterious nature, but not much else. I merely speculated that Bayun Academy might be located there. Suda appeared as if he had stumbled upon a fortunate coincidence, leaving old Zhao at a loss for words. So what are you suggesting? Should I be reassigned to the position of Deputy Commander at the Planetary Guard Center on Wuzhou Star? Old Zhao nearly choked on his own saliva in disbelief. What nonsense are you spouting? The headquarters of the 4th Military District is situated on a satellite of Wuzhou Star. Do you wish to take on the role of Deputy Commander at the Planetary Guard Center? Are you asking for a beating? Suda looked at him innocently. Isn't working anywhere still considered being a soldier? Old Zhao shot him a fierce glare, thinking to himself, you lack ambition. Very well, I shall arrange accordingly, and you shall proceed as you see fit. However, there is one matter that my elder brother has requested me to inquire about. Which genetic beast egg coordinator was responsible for the genetic pairing of your son and daughter? Zhao Shiji hastily conveyed the urgency of his elder brother's inquiry. In truth, regardless of how diligently the information is concealed, it has inevitably disseminated through various channels. At present, he has been queried by numerous individuals regarding whether there are any other genetic beast eggs from the same batch. Zhao Shiji's gaze flickered. It was originally the violent bear, which suggests the likelihood of a private coordinator. Very well, I understand now. You need not concern yourself with this matter any further. I shall take care of it. At that moment, the lights in the operating room extinguished. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Yin emerged, leading the way. Suda hurriedly rushed toward her, cradling Xiao Yu in his arms. Upon seeing him, Zhang Yin smiled and remarked, if only I could see you after every operation. Suda's expression immediately froze. Oh dear, I was merely jesting. Your son is unharmed. Do not worry. Upon hearing this, Suda finally felt a slight sense of relief. However, he feared that his rampaging genetic beast might not survive. Firstly, it had been in a state of rampage for too long, and signs of genetic collapse were evident within. Moreover, the final blow it sustained was exceedingly severe. Currently, it is immersed in a healing solution, yet the probability of it enduring until tomorrow is merely 5%. You and Chang Zheng should come to terms with this. As Zhang Yin spoke, Suda's countenance darkened immediately. Furthermore, it possesses the ability of illusion, able to evade the current military radar's scrutiny when it chooses to remain cloaked. Its presence eludes both sight and sensation entirely. Zhang Yan's mask inadvertently slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground, while those around her stood in stunned silence, their gazes fixed in shock upon Su Lingtian. In its juvenile phase, the creature could merge with its master, Zhang Yan, prompting Lao Chang to summon the military's foremost experts, renowned for their proficiency in treating genetic beast injuries. Should the military hospital prove inadequate, he would immediately seek specialists from elsewhere to attend to the little fox. Above all, its life must be preserved. Zhao Shiji swiftly issued a decisive directive. Lingtian, rest assured, we shall ensure the little fox's survival. Aware that it was past 2 in the morning, the little fox seemed to be nearing the limits of its life force, gradually fading away. Chapter 50. The Bone Tower Mountain. Su Lingtian held Xiao Yu's hand as they went to see the still unconscious Chang Zheng. With a sigh, he remarked, I never anticipated that Chang Zheng's little fox would be at death's door. When he awakens and discovers its demise, the sorrow will be unimaginable. What's the big deal if that fox dies? Xiao Yu questioned, perplexed, looking up at Su Lingtian. Su Lingtian gently tapped the tip of her nose with a claw, his tone laced with affection. You do not yet comprehend. To you, genetic beasts may merely be pets, at times rather bothersome. However, as they mature, they transform into the most formidable weapons, the most resilient armor, and the most devoted companions. In the vastness of the cosmos, fraught with peril, how can we possibly abandon our partners and survive unscathed? Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, merely pursed her lips in contemplation. The little fox truly proved to be remarkably useful, unbeknownst to many. Of course, within the hearts of certain beings, whose instincts and subconscious gradually awaken, there exist those who cannot bear the sight of potential waste. Although Xiaoyu may not agree with her father's words, she resolved not to bring up the little fox again once her brother awakens. From the moment it emerged from its shell, it has been by her brother's side. If he were to discover its absence, it would undoubtedly sadden him. After all, having spent so much time together, feelings inevitably develop. Father, please hand me that little fox. Leaving it there will not aid its recovery. Suda lifted his daughter in surprise and asked, do you possess a method to restore it? Indeed. What method is that? Suda inquired, a mixture of excitement and astonishment in his tone. Xiaoyu scratched her head, unable to articulate clearly. Will you demonstrate it for me? Suda pressed further. Do you wish to see? Xiaoyu asked. Is it permissible? What is the name of your method? The little fox's injuries are quite severe. If it leaves the medical chamber, it may very well perish instantly, Suda cautioned. Even if it dies, it is of no consequence. We can simply acquire another for my brother. And your method? Father, I will require your assistance in procuring certain items. I need the skeletal remains of beasts that are somewhat akin to the little fox, preferably those with superior bloodline potential. Of course, if such remains are unavailable, a substantial quantity of any remains will suffice. Additionally, I will need a copious amount of fresh beast blood. The fresher, the better. How much, exactly, will you need? Xiaoyu pointed with her tiny paw towards the medical room where the little fox was situated, stating that the area needed to be filled with bones 3 to 4 times the volume of that room, and the blood must be sufficient to fill it as well. Such an abundance. Suda glanced at Xiaoyu, pondering whether all this was derived from the crystallized bones. Truly astonishing. He promptly contacted his associates to procure the items, and approximately 4 hours later, these materials were transported into a basement prepared for them. This basement housed a large pool, perfectly suited for holding the fresh blood. Fortunately, there was a breeding ground for star beasts nearby, which provided an ample supply of fresh blood. In addition to the blood, the bones were also obtained from there. Initially, the suppliers were reluctant to part with anything, claiming that the bones of these star beasts held significant research value. However, under the orders of the boss, Suda's unruly subordinates disregarded such concerns, swiftly incapacitating the individuals and making off with the goods. Upon hearing that Suda was arranging these items, Zhang Yin hurried over to inquire about the situation. It was said that Xiaoyu intended to assist the little fox in recuperating, necessitating such an extensive amount of bones and blood. Zhang Yin was extremely curious, but alas, who was Xiaoyu? Apart from her father, no one else could approach without being turned away. Out. Consequently, others, including Zhang Yin and Su Da's subordinates, flocked to the monitoring room to watch the live broadcast instead. After all, you may have a clever strategy, but I have a way over the wall. If we cannot view the live stream, surely we can watch the replay? Having driven away those individuals, Xiaoyu began to sift through the heaps of bones, selecting several large and elongated bones alongside a few skulls. In the center of the ground, she commenced arranging them into a well-like formation of white bones. Observing this eerie structure take shape under the delicate, yet formidable hands of the young girl on that dark night invoked a sense of both terror and mystery. The skeletal tower rose layer upon layer, accumulating to nearly the height of the ceiling, reaching a total of 7 layers. Xiaoyu scrutinized the 7-layered skeletal tower, pouting in dissatisfaction as she remarked, "Whose house is this? The ceiling is surprisingly low." Despite her dissatisfaction, she realized that returning to search for the little fox would likely be futile, as it was probably on the verge of collapse. Consequently, she hastily retrieved the little fox from the mini medical pod and carelessly tossed it atop the skeletal tower. As she stretched out her hand, intending to advise Xiaoyu to be gentle, the first layer of the skeletal tower suddenly ignited with an eerie grayish-white flame. Initially, it flickered in small clusters, but soon the flames coalesced into a vast inferno. The little fox was entirely drawn into the center of the skeletal tower, engulfed by the strange flames. The first layer of the bone tower appeared to dissolve as if melted by water, gradually succumbing to the fire from its base. Within the tower's center, droplets of a white fluid cascaded down upon the little fox, which absorbed them in the blink of an eye. Even the knowledgeable and experienced Suda felt a shiver of astonishment at this peculiar method of healing, prompting him to cast a bewildered glance at Xiao Yu. An hour later, only the final layer of the seven-layered skeletal tower remained. The peculiar little fox, having accepted an abundance of white bodily fluids, finally exhibited a reaction. Its tiny paws moved first, followed by its little head, and in just a few minutes, it astonishingly stood up on its trembling legs. A delicate whimper proclaimed its revival. Quiet now. For a while, you must endure any pain in silence. Should you dare to scream and awaken your brother, I shall sever your tongue. Upon hearing this warning from Xiao Yu, the little fox, displaying an unexpectedly human-like understanding, covered its mouth with its tiny paws and emitted a conciliatory whimper. Humph. Xiao Yu huffed softly before resuming her task. Initially, a small bucket of fresh blood was poured directly onto the final white bone tower. Strangely, this blood did not extinguish the eerie flames of the bone tower. Rather, it seemed to act as a catalyst, causing the bizarre flames to burn even more fiercely. With a loud bang, the flames erupted, as if oil had been poured onto a raging fire. As the flames surged, wisps of black-gray impurities floated out from the bone tower, followed by tendrils of crimson essence that seemed inexplicably drawn toward the little fox. The little fox appeared impatient, digging its tiny paws into the ground, its head bobbing back and forth as it fixated on the elusive blood-red essence. Observing the essence drifting towards the little fox, Xiao Yu ceased her attention on this matter and continued to collect more blood, casting it onto the bone tower. As the blood continued to flow, an increasing number of dark gray impurities were gradually refined away. Above the skeletal tower, a mass of black and gray clouds began to take shape, morphing continuously in midair. It distinctly resembled the skull of some creature, shifting forms that, from a distance, almost seemed to echo its dying wails. Moreover, as the crimson essence intensified, the little fox, unable to absorb it all, found the essence adhering to its body like writhing maggots, creating a truly horrifying sight. The room was now saturated with a nauseating stench of blood. Xiao Yu pinched her nose, her expression one of near helplessness. Father, please help me and throw all this blood onto the skeletal tower. We must act swiftly before the flames atop the tower are completely extinguished. All right. The father and daughter worked together, making far quicker progress than if Xiao Yu had labored alone. After considerable effort, they managed to transfer the blood into the skeletal tower. However, they beheld the little fox rolling in the center of the tower, its mouth agape, as if to howl, yet no sound escaped. Its eyes were wide open, bulging in a manner that was disconcerting. The essence tightly entwined around its tiny body, rendering it unable to escape despite its desperate struggles. Its form had swelled to more than double its size, seeming on the verge of bursting. The little fox gazed at Xiao Yu with a pleading expression. Revealing its lack of aptitude, it could not endure even the simplest process of blood refinement and rebirth. Were it not for the fact that you are supported by your elder brother, I would promptly send you back to be reincarnated. Xiao Yu lamented with a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Yet, despite her grievances, she found herself before the Bone Tower Mountain. A melodious sound, reminiscent of an ancient and desolate tone, emanated from Xiao Yu's lips. As her voice resonated, the Bone Tower Mountain seemed to awaken, with countless bones beginning to tremble, jostling against each other as they instinctively sorted themselves according to certain criteria, moving towards the central base of the Bone Tower Mountain. There, they formed a colossal skeletal structure of an immense creature. Subsequently, the little fox, ensnared by ethereal threads of energy, was gently lifted and drawn towards the grand skeletal formation. Once the little fox reached the head of the enormous skeleton, the previously still and silent structure suddenly creaked and groaned as it lifted its massive cranium, revealing a pitch-black vortex between its jaws. The little fox, along with the crimson essences, was irresistibly drawn into the depths of that dark whirlpool by an overwhelming force. Following this, the skeletal giant effortlessly closed its jaws. The slow yet powerful sound of gnawing resonated through the vast emptiness of the basement. While Suda and Xiao Yu remained relatively unfazed, Zhang Yin, upon witnessing this scene from the surveillance room, rushed to the restroom to expel her stomach's contents. The others, though braver, felt a chilling sense of horror wash over them. It was evident that Suda's little comrades were no ordinary children. With the sound of the skeletal behemoth's gnawing, It grew in size at a pace perceivable to the human eye, accompanied by the peculiar intonations of Xiaoyu. With each expansion, the creature sprouted vivid red muscles, veins, internal organs, and a brain, ultimately culminating in the emergence of various organs, followed by its outer fur. It became unmistakably clear that this skeletal giant was, in fact, a colossal fox, towering at an impressive height of 3 meters while in a crouched position. Its body stretched nearly 5 meters in length. Its enormous tail swayed gracefully, resembling a grand broom that swept a designated area clean. The fox's fur was as delicate and smooth as luxurious satin, reflecting a pure black hue that gleamed in the light. Adorning its beautiful forehead were 3 crystalline horns, a resplendent purple one positioned at the center, flanked by an azure horn on the left and a crimson one on the right. These 3 horns emanated an air of grandeur and nobility, enveloping the entire fox in an enigmatic and mystical allure. From a distance, the interstellar beasts gazed upon it, sending shivers down the spines of many. When it opened its eyes, cold and devoid of any emotion, glimmering like icy stars, it elicited gasps from numerous young warriors, even from afar, where monitoring instruments stood between them. Such a terrifying gaze. Were I to encounter it amidst the stars, I would surely be paralyzed with fear. The aura it exuded was equally daunting. Should it appear before me, I would likely be doomed. Is this still a genetic beast? Has it not directly evolved into a stellar beast? Pray, do refrain from uttering such terrifying speculations. Researcher Zhang, do come over and take a look. What on earth is this? Is it another genetic beast? Such a formidable creature. The sheer magnitude of its presence suggests its strength must be extraordinarily formidable. In the basement, Xiaoyu stared in astonishment, taking a considerable amount of time to gather her wits before erupting in anger. Is there truly anything more pathetic than you? A more inferior beast? I have constructed a 7-layer blood refinement tower, and yet, you can only muster the prowess of a 5-layer blood refinement beast. Can you possibly be any more wretched? Can your comprehension be any more lacking? The once revered and powerful fox, now humbled, lay prostrate on the ground, adorably placing its paws atop its head, presenting a picture of surrender and appeasement. The onlookers were rendered speechless, once again struck by disbelief. Oh, how utterly pitiful you are! If this is your utmost, perhaps I should just eliminate you and find a better one for my brother. The large fox tilted its head, making an earnest effort to appear endearing, adopting a cautious demeanor. What? You claim there exists no fox more adorable than yourself? What need has a male fox to be so charming? Can you truly attract a horde of female foxes with such antics? Chapter 52. Unparalleled materials. The circle of skeletal towers surrounding the fox had been nearly consumed by flames, leaving behind only a thin layer of ashes. Xiaoyu deftly gathered the ominous cloud of black ash swirling above the fox's head into her sleeve. This substance may prove useful in the future. Placed here, it is both a temporary scattering and a gathering once more, when that time comes. The ensuing complications could prove troublesome. Contemplating these thoughts, Xiaoyu suddenly halted, tilting her head in contemplation. How could I possibly know these things? Yet, after pondering for quite some time, she found no answer to her query and decided to release her thoughts, no longer dwelling on them. In any case, I have long found you displeasing, were it not for your slight utility. The fox hastily raised its paw in a gesture of surrender, its eyes narrowing into slits as it offered a pitiful, ingratiating look. Very well, we shall see how this unfolds. Why are you so large? Taking up space, are you? Have you not grasped the extent of our home? Once more, Xiaoyu began to scold the fox. Upon hearing this, the fox quickly shrank its neck and limbs, curling inwards until, in a state of incredulous astonishment, it diminished in size, ultimately resembling a fully grown wolf. At last, Xiaoyu waved her hand, declaring that this would suffice. It could still serve as a mount. With that, she approached and patted the fox's paw. The fox obediently lowered itself, allowing Xiaoyu to mount its back, then stood poised, awaiting her command, gazing up at her with eyes brimming with longing and admiration. Even the most formidable leader requires flattery, the fox thought, its eyes glistening with tears. Sighing, Suda pondered the absurdity of the situation. Very well. You must be more well-behaved in the future and refrain from carelessly damaging the belongings of our home. Suda decided that it would be remiss of him not to impart some wisdom to this earnest young fox, who had come to him seeking guidance. The pompous demeanor of the novice comrades elicited a sudden burst of suppressed laughter from the monitoring room. Is this entire family a bunch of clowns? Zhang Yin remarked with a smile as she gazed at the screen. Zhang, what just transpired? How did that little girl from Suda manage to make the fox grow so large? Moreover, the way it appeared was quite majestic and formidable. An old soldier inquired with a look of intrigue. If I am not mistaken, it must be some ancient legacy of a celestial beast. Su's team dotes on their children. He painstakingly acquired a crystallized bone, which he could have used to break through to the pinnacle of internal strength, but instead chose to enhance his daughter's constitution. That little girl is quite fortunate to have inherited the legacy within that crystallized bone. Isn't that absurd? How could that even happen? A young soldier lamented. What kind of luck is this? A 1 in 1,000, or even a 1 in 10,000 chance. Divine fortune indeed. Truly, she is worthy of being the daughter of our captain. I wish I could have such good fortune. Buddy, I thought you would say you wanted such a great father. Bah, Suda is only 6 years older than me. Are you trying to take advantage of the deceased and call him uncle? Sigh, brother, if Suda were your father, you would have hit the jackpot. I'll take you on. Come, let us become the best of friends. Scram, my girlfriend is right there. Who do you think you are to be my buddy? Laughter echoed around them as Zhang Yin, with a smile on her face, lifted a cup of freshly brewed instant coffee. The fervent and passionate life in the military district undoubtedly surpasses the cold sterility of research institutes. You mentioned that the little you from Team Su can aid my brother's fox in growing larger, transforming into a formidable beast. Can others do the same? Indeed. Can our genetic beasts assist in such transformations? I am uncertain about this matter. Perhaps you might inquire with Team Su. However, I suspect it may not be an easy feat. That little fox, despite its perseverance, ultimately succumbed and was devoured by the colossal boned beast to achieve its transformation. Did it not? I have a strong intuition that such a transformation, achieved through consumption, might not yield strength as formidable as that which the little fox would have obtained through sheer determination. Zhang Yin has always trusted her instincts, as it is this very intuition that has repeatedly guided her through perilous situations and led her to countless breakthroughs in her research. Knock, knock. A voice echoed from outside. Are you all inside? The mission is complete. It's time to regroup. It was Su Da's voice. The door swung open, and Su Da entered, followed by a fox the size of a gray wolf, upon whose back sat a young girl. Once inside, she waved cheerfully at them. The soldiers responded with warm smiles and waved back. One curious young soldier, unable to contain his eagerness, asked, "Little girl, can the transformation you just performed on that fox be applied to other genetic beasts as well? Look at my genetic beast." He then summoned forth his own genetic beast, a fully grown giant python, whose body coiled around the young soldier. The thickest part of the python's body was as robust as an adult's thigh, and its cold, merciless vertical pupils surveyed the surrounding crowd with an unsettling gaze. Xiao Yu cast a glance at his serpent and remarked, "Your snake is inadequate. It will perish the moment it ascends the White Bone Tower. It is utterly worthless and will never possess spirit in this lifetime, merely a wild beast. Perhaps you should consider raising another." Upon hearing this, the young warrior's spirits plummeted. This giant python had been a hard-won prize, nurtured through considerable effort and care. "Is that what they call the Whitebone Mountain?" inquired another seasoned warrior, intrigued. "Indeed, it is officially known as the blood-tempering White-Bone Tower. It is designed to assist demonic beasts in refining their bloodlines and enhancing their cultivation. However, should the tempering fail and no one is present to oversee it, death is inevitable. If there is an observer, one may opt for body reconstruction, but such a reconstruction poses significant obstacles to future advancements. It's a case of diminishing returns. Just moments ago, that fox failed. Its innate talent was tragically poor, to the point of being a laughingstock." Xiao Yu's words prompted a collective gasp from those around. Is there any exceptional circumstance whereby a typical genetic beast could undergo the blood-tempering White-Bone Tower and emerge as a formidable demonic beast? Asked another resolute warrior. "Indeed, if one were to supplement certain materials, the blood-tempering White-Bone Tower could be utilized," she replied. "What materials?" The warriors inquired with growing fascination. "Are there truly such miraculous substances? Spirit fruit, star stones, pure spirit water, and 10,000-year stone milk can also be employed." "Oh dear, young lady, could you elaborate on the names we might recognize or provide descriptions of these substances? Merely stating their names leaves us quite bewildered." Numerous warriors, including Zhang Yin, exhibited an insatiable curiosity, yearning to comprehend, yet struggling to grasp the essence of the moment. their eager gazes fixed upon Xiaoyu. In Chapter 53, titled Demonic Flora, she remained reticent. After a moment's contemplation, Xiaoyu turned to the fox beneath her and suggested, "I believe you should demonstrate to them." The fox, upon hearing this, nodded eagerly. Consequently, Xiaoyu placed a small paw atop the fox's head, and before the fox's prominent visage, a sphere of ethereal mist began to materialize. Within this orb, the fog swirled ceaselessly, giving rise to a fruit of peculiar appearance. Soon, this fruit transformed into an oddly shaped stone, followed by a liquid that exuded an aura of lightness, and another substance resembling a milky white liquid nestled within a colossal stone's depression. It appeared to be something entirely unfamiliar. Yet, Suda, after gazing upon the images of these materials, pointed at the last substance, the 10,000-year stone milk, exclaiming, "I believe I have encountered something akin to this before." "What? Boss, could it truly exist?" "Where, boss?" Suda paused momentarily before responding. "It bears a striking resemblance. However, Xiaoyu, the substance you presented, known as 10,000-year stone milk, is indeed milky white, yet from a distance, it radiates a prismatic glow. The one I saw was similar in appearance, but emitted a faint azure light when viewed from afar. Oh, that must be the 1,000-year variety, likely several years old, which can be considered a valuable find. If found in abundance, it could serve as a substitute for the 10,000-year stone milk," Xiaoyu remarked. With this revelation, the spirits of the crowd were instantly lifted, each individual brimming with renewed hope. Where can one find such millennia-old stone milk? In the depths of Yulio. There was an occasion when we were pursued by formidable star beasts into the underground. Within a subterranean cave, I encountered this substance, just a small puddle, roughly a foot square, containing this extraordinary material. However, it was fiercely guarded by potent alien flora. The mere mention of Yulio sent shivers through many warriors. Indeed, it is the very lair of star beasts, a veritable forbidden zone for humanity. Furthermore, the presence of alien plants made the situation even more daunting. While lower-tier alien flora might be manageable, the higher-tier varieties could instill nightmares in even the most fearsome star beasts. It is no wonder that humans dared not approach them. What exactly are alien plants? Little you curiously inquired. They are plants that are even more terrifying than the fierce star beasts. They can consume even the most savage of creatures. A young warrior hastily elucidated for the little girl. "Oh, so they are akin to demon plants?" You initially nodded in understanding, then added that demon plants are either mere fodder or formidable weapons. Aside from their somewhat limited mobility, they can become invincible in certain regions. Upon hearing her words, the other warriors nodded in agreement. Having faced life and death countless times, they were well aware of the terror and menace posed by certain alien flora. US words resonated deeply with them. You mentioned demon beasts and demon plants. How are they distinguished? An animal with spirit is a demon beast, while a plant with spirit is a demon plant. What is spirit? Wisdom, indeed. Signifies the attainment of spirit. Both animals and plants endowed with spirit possess the capacity for cultivation. Those animals capable of such cultivation transform into demonic beasts, while plants that cultivate evolve into demonic flora. With this elucidation, it becomes clear to all. Can plants truly cultivate? A young warrior, astonished, inquired aloud. Humans can cultivate only because they possess spirit. Therefore, why should plants, having spirit, be incapable of cultivation? Little you retorted. But how do plants cultivate? Through the techniques for nurturing demonic flora. Do not underestimate the methods for demonic flora. They are formidable, not at all inferior to those of demonic beasts. Which is stronger, the techniques of humans or those of demonic beasts and flora? After a moment of contemplation, Little you replied that each possesses its own strengths. The efficacy of human techniques may be somewhat diminished, yet they are easier to cultivate and refine. In contrast, the techniques of the demon race are immensely powerful, but they can only be inherited by the direct lineage. Non-direct descendants find it extremely challenging to cultivate. For instance, if the Dragon Clan's techniques were to be practiced by the Serpent Clan, the chances of success would be slim. Unless, by some stroke of fortune, a serpent were to consume a dragon, thus gaining the dragon's bloodline to practice the Dragon Clan's techniques. Cough, cough, cough. The warriors gazed at Little You with curious expressions. They had not anticipated that this young girl had inherited such profound knowledge regarding the cultivation of the demon race. If we were to acquire that Millennium Stone Milk, how much would be required to replace the 10,000-year stone milk? This question was posed by Zhang Yan. A small bowl would be the minimum quantity for 10,000-year stone milk. 3 drops would suffice as the least amount. Xiaoyu elaborated for her. Oh, is there really a distinction between the minimum and maximum quantities? Zhang Yin inquired with curiosity. Indeed, the minimum consists of those materials. As for the others, you can hunt formidable demon beasts or mystical plants. Particularly, both the demon beasts and mystical plants possess demon cores. If you manage to acquire a demon core, it would significantly enhance the efficacy and success rate of the blood refinement bone tower. Even a worthless beast, like that python of his, could provide a reasonable chance of completing the refinement if one were to obtain its demon core. In essence, combining stone milk with a demon core greatly increases the likelihood of success. Upon hearing this, the warrior's eyes lit up one by one. Isn't the demon core the crystallized essence of power found within star beasts? With these words from Xiaoyu, some warriors eagerly presented images of the power crystals they had extracted from star beasts. Xiaoyu glanced at them a few times and remarked, even if it's not a perfect match, these items may serve as substitutes. My goodness, this is truly exhilarating news. They exclaimed, let us start gathering these items, the carcasses of star beasts, and then procure some of that stone milk. Remarkably, everyone suddenly realized that obtaining these materials might not be as impossible as they had thought. This implies that our genetic beasts still have a chance to evolve. Team Su, why don't we keep the star beasts we hunt instead of sending them to the research institute? Suggested an elder warrior. With a furrowed brow, Suda pondered the implications of Xiaoyu's method. If it could indeed be applied to other genetic beasts, the corpses of star beasts in the 4th military district would likely become exceedingly scarce. Yet, it was prudent not to indulge in overly optimistic thoughts. Perhaps they could accumulate a few specimens. As for that stone milk, they would have to wait until Yu Lu undertook a mission to devise a plan. At that moment, Suda's words ignited excitement among the young soldiers, one of whom eagerly shouted, Captain Su, Zhang Cheng has awakened. Should we go see him now? Chapter 54. If you cannot suppress it, just say the star beasts are attacking. Zhang Cheng looked remorsefully at Su Ling Tian and Xiaoyu, feeling regretful. Xiaoyu, using both hands and feet, climbed onto his bed and cheerfully reached out with her tiny paw to touch his face. Brother, why do you say sorry? Where is Xiaojiu? With a whimper, a large, fluffy fox head suddenly rested on the edge of his bed, seemingly concerned and offering a couple of affectionate whines. Zhang Cheng was momentarily taken aback, but then his lips curled into a genuine smile. Xiaojiu, are you all right? However, upon seeing the fox garnering her brother's attention, Xiaoyu felt a pang of displeasure. In a fit of pique, she kicked with her little foot, sending the fox tumbling away. Brother, you don't need to pay it any mind. That useless snack is far too pathetic. We should get a better one in the future. Zhang Cheng was left speechless. Suda also found himself at a loss for words, silently resolving that he would not allow his old companion to be subjected to the whims of the little girl any longer. It seemed better to let her continue her antics with the fox. Xiaojiu is doing quite well. If it weren't for my moment of rage at that time, Xiaojiu would have endured most of the harm, and it is likely that I would not be here. So why did you kick it? The fox, Xiaojiu, quickly flipped over, letting out a soft whimper, only to catch sight of Xiaoyu's cold, piercing gaze. Oh dear. The boss is angry. Xiaojiu dared not to act cute anymore. The fox timidly scurried out the door, peeking back with half of its head, eyes filled with fear as it looked at Xiaoyu. Looking at Xiaojiu's frightened and pitiful demeanor, Zhang Jing felt increasingly helpless. When Xiaoyu pointed east, it did not dare to go west. When Xiaoyu commanded it to jump through a fire ring, it hesitated to enter the puddle. Of course, it was not just Xiaojiu. Xiaoyu's little mouse also feared her. However, that little mouse had the audacity to negotiate with Xiaoyu, unlike Xiaojiu, who did not dare to voice any conditions. By the way, is Xiaohua all right? I vaguely remember you bringing it over, along with my own beast-transformed flower-backed mouse that has merged with Xiaoyu, its enormous illusory wings still lingering in my memory. Brother, are you referring to that annoying little mouse? I sent it away for special training. Compared to the fox Xiaojiu, although Xiaohua's bloodline is not particularly impressive, it still carries a trace of the distant lineage of its clan. After all, it can be considered a descendant. Xiaoyu naturally treats Xiaohua with more affection than the fox, especially when it comes to future accomplishments. Xiaohua will undoubtedly surpass Xiaojiu. Eventually, Xiaohua became a swimming champion among the mouse clan. How could that be? Xiaohua is much more resilient than Xiaojiu. If it were to perish, it would merely signify that it was an unfortunate creature, What purpose does an ill-fated beast serve in existence? It would be better to meet its end sooner rather than later, sparing others from its burdensome existence. In the realm of beasts, the law of the jungle prevails, where the weak become prey. Thus, it is only natural for Xiaoyu to express such sentiments. Young man, you are overthinking, she remarked. Yet, why should such feeble beings become our companions? Is not life something we must safeguard ourselves? If we fail to protect it and allow others to consume it, that merely reflects our own inadequacies. Relying on them would only lead to our demise time and again. Xu Dai listened with amusement to the banter between the siblings. He recalled the incident that had caused Xiao Jiao to erupt in fury. Xu Dai firmly believed that the great fox had forcefully merged with Changzheng, exploiting his strength. However, Changzheng understood that it was not Xiao Jiao's doing. It was the result of his own choices, influenced by the words of another. Casting a glance at Zuling Tian and then at Xiaoyu, Changzheng wished to shield his young sister from the dark truths he had encountered. If someone must descend into darkness to accomplish certain deeds, to grant peace to those resting beneath the earth, he fervently hoped that it would be he and not Xiaoyu. He would ensure that Xiaoyu would be protected and would live a life filled with happiness. Father, I cannot recall, he confessed. It was as though a sudden wave of restlessness and heat engulfed me, and then my memories faded away. In truth, Changzheng had already explored various anomalous cases of gene beasts online, and it was no surprise that, with his precocious intellect, he would articulate such thoughts. Regrettably, Su Ling Tian's time spent with Changzheng was rather brief, leaving him with a limited understanding of the latter. Had Xiang and Cheng been present, he would likely have sensed the unusual circumstances long ago, for he had personally nurtured him. Just as Su Da intended to inquire further about Changzheng's rampage alongside Xiao Jiao, his communication device chimed, heralding impending trouble. The call was from Zhao Junhao. Amidst a swell of rumors circulating throughout the military district regarding a new breed of mutated genetic beasts, including a colossal demon fox, it seemed that the incident involving your Changzheng's fox going berserk could no longer be contained. Upon hearing Zhao's words and observing the troubled expression on his face, Su Da promptly suggested, if you cannot suppress it, simply claim that it was a star beast attack. Why? Zhao Junhao questioned, perplexed by Su Da's somber tone. We are brothers, and while you may not comprehend certain matters, I am aware that I must enlighten you. In today's world, serving in the military is arduous, and being a commendable soldier is even more challenging. The outside world is fraught with peril. To avoid becoming a stepping stone or a casualty, and to evade being ridiculed as a reckless fool, we must learn to advocate for ourselves and safeguard our well-being. Your Changzheng possesses immense strength. Do you think you can conceal his extraordinary talent by keeping him hidden? Such a feat is impossible. Rather than allowing others to discover him and harbor deep-seated jealousy, plotting against him in secrecy, it is far better to present him openly in the sunlight. This is the true essence of a soldier. Moreover, the greater his current renown, the higher his prospects will be when he embarks on his military journey in the future. Moreover, even upon enrollment, the resources available for cultivation are indeed abundant. With your esteemed status, do you not dare to strive for these opportunities for your son? Alas, my brother, please do not tell me you believe your son is still too young and wishes to experience an ordinary, blissful childhood. At this, Su Da's expression stiffened. Is that not a valid perspective? I speak of Ling Tian. Not everyone is like you. If one aspires for fame, one must lay the groundwork for future endeavors, such as military service. I believe you should discuss this matter with Zhang Jing, as he seems to possess quite the vision. Zhao Junhao, having long interacted with the impetuous Su Da, could discern his thoughts merely from the twitch of his lips. Chapter 55. Congratulations on the Director's ascension. Su Da's expression momentarily reflected confusion before he conceded. All right, I shall consult with Zhang Jing. That is the spirit. By the way, your daughter is 6 years old this year, and I have a nephew who is 7, remarkably gifted. He stands out among the younger generation of our Zhao family. He surpasses my 2 little rascals by a considerable margin. Why don't we arrange a betrothal between our families? Su Da, having just taken a sip of strong tea, promptly sputtered it out, gazing incredulously at Zhao Junhao. My daughter is only 6. I knew your daughter was 6, and my nephew is merely 7 as well. Zhao Junhao replied, feigning ignorance. Let us postpone this discussion until the children are older. They are far too young at present. Su Da found Zhao Junhao's proposition utterly absurd. Observing his reaction, Zhao Juanhao realized that Su Lingtian was rather unfamiliar with the intricacies of such matters. It is hardly surprising that Lingtian, despite being the son of that individual, possesses a limited understanding of the affairs of noble houses, having been raised in the world by such a strong-willed mother. Coupled with his somewhat naive disposition, even after enlisting in the military, he seldom engaged in matters beyond his duties and missions. In essence, Ling Tian embodies the purity of a soldier. And it is precisely this unblemished nature that renders him akin to a brilliantly polished gem, radiating an extraordinary brilliance that captivates those around him. Ling Tian, should you truly harbor any reluctance, my dear nephew is of no consequence. However, I must forewarn you that your daughter's ability to merge with her master while still in her juvenile stage, not to mention her remarkable feat of defeating her rampaging brother's gene beast, will undoubtedly attract attention. Your children are exceptionally gifted, and I fear they will soon draw the gaze of the elders in your family. It is not inconceivable that arrangements for their betrothal may be made prematurely, leading to a scowl from you, Suda. They are merely dreaming if they think they can meddle in the affairs of our family regarding Zhang Zheng and Xiaoyu. I shall not let such a transgression go unpunished. Upon hearing Su Da's words, Zhao Juanhao felt an ominous cloud loom over the future. Brother Zhao, rest assured, I will protect my children. After ending the communication with Zhao Juanhao, Su Da promptly connected with Zhao Shiji. Uncle Zhao, how is the matter progressing? Zhao Shiji, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, replied with a cunning smile. Zhou Min is nothing but a foolish pig. He has indeed resigned from the special operations team. But he has dug a deep pit for you. He has led outsiders to believe that he was ousted by your reliance on my influence. The matter concerning the 5 schools was deliberately orchestrated by you to undermine him and diminish his prestige. Has this already spread? Suda furrowed his brow. I would like to see who dares to oppose then. Uncle Zhao, there is absolutely no need for such measures. I am indifferent to how others perceive my affairs. The soldiers of the military region are not blind to the realities. However, I have children at home. And if I assume the role of the executive deputy commander of the Special Operations Regiment, I must frequently lead missions. While I am unconcerned for myself, what about my 2 young children? Thus, I wish to seek a change in my position. Uncle Zhao, I discussed this matter with you previously. Did you not support my request to withdraw from the front line and to be promoted in rank and position? If you truly advised that Lei Dong should be approached, I fear that lad might have other intentions. You know, despite his seemingly agreeable demeanor, Lei Dong is remarkably stubborn. Zhao Shiji appeared troubled. Lei Dong is indeed a thorny character. Then I shall speak with him. As soon as Suda uttered this, Zhao Shiji on the other end of the video brightened up and laughed heartily, saying, All right, if you can persuade him to accept the deputy position without any complaints, I shall grant you the position you envision, along with a major general rank. Suda shot him an annoyed glare and then promptly ended the communication. Connecting with Lei Dong. Lei Dong was taken aback when Suda called him in the early hours of the morning. He was already aware of Chang Zheng's situation, and receiving a call from Suda at such an hour made him apprehensive, leading him to ask with concern, Sugo, what's the matter? You're aware of my son's situation, right? Yes, I am, Suda replied. Lazy, I have a favor to ask of you. Could you possibly assist me? Of course, Sugo, just tell me what you need. If it's within my capabilities, I will certainly help, Lei Dong responded without hesitation. What has happened, Sugo? Lei Dong's expression darkened, and he inquired with a serious tone. While it was not uncommon for someone to temporarily delegate their children's care to others when on a mission, the fact that Su Lingtian mentioned this suggested there was more to the story. Su Lingtian nodded in acknowledgement of Lei Dong's intuition. I suspect that Zhou Min has become aware of my circumstances. He has simultaneously submitted his resignation from the position of Executive Deputy Commander of the Special Operations Group, while secretly recommending me for the role. He even spread rumors that I am leveraging the influence of Deputy Commander Zhao to force him out of his position. If I were to assume the role of Deputy Commander and lead teams on missions, what would happen to Chang Zheng and Xiaoyu? How could I possibly leave them at home with peace of mind? Lei Dong immediately grasped Su Da's implication. He scoffed in anger. He certainly has a clever scheme. On the surface, he appears to be facilitating your ascent, yet in reality, he seeks to oust you. I've heard that Chang Zheng's genetic beast was severely injured and requires diligent care. Moreover, Chang Zheng is still quite young, having experienced the rampage of a genetic beast. It could leave lasting psychological scars. This is a crucial moment for parents to guide their children properly, and he is doing this purposefully. Li Yunxiang, that sort of fellow. Mingling with someone like Zhou Min to become relatives, can he truly be regarded as a good person? Don't worry, Su Ge, I know how to handle this. I will ensure this matter is resolved, and I shall contact General Zhao immediately. Furthermore, I have transferred all the soldiers from your squad to the Military District Security Guard Center, as having some loyal troops at hand makes things much more convenient. Ha ha. This is it. Informing old Zhao means he will strive for that deputy regiment position. Who says honest people cannot be cunning? Su is exceedingly pleased with his performance this time. The Special Operations Regiment is rife with strong-willed individuals. I will accompany you when you take office. Upon hearing these words, Lei Dong felt a warmth in his heart. As long as Su Lingtian supports him in his appointment, he would become part of Su Lingtian's brotherhood. Even if those seasoned veterans begrudged his youthful ascension, they would outwardly respect his commands. As for how to solidify his position thereafter, Lei Dong felt quite confident. The following noon, as Su was feeding his son nutritious porridge, Xiaoyu was also nibbling on some meat from a thermos. Su's communication device beeped once more. This time it was old Lu congratulating him on his ascension. A certain bald man was putting on a show through the communication. Chapter 56. Mother. Ming Huaxiang Zhou Taibao urgently summoned Zhou Min into his office and promptly threw a stack of documents at him. Uncle, have I done something wrong again? Can you possibly be any more foolish? What is it, uncle? It was you who spread the rumor that I forced you to resign due to Su Lingtian leveraging Zhao Shiji's influence to pressure you out of your position. Was it not? Zhou Taibao regarded him with a piercing gaze. Zhou Min felt a chill run down his spine. I merely harbored some grievances within me. You have your grievances, yet you wish for me to bear a heavy burden, do you not? Zhou Taibao longed to pry open Zhou Min's mind and discern whether it was filled with straw. This fellow is nothing but a complete fool. Uncle, what do you mean by that? I simply wanted to tarnish that surname Su's reputation. I do not wish for him to ascend smoothly to the position of deputy regiment leader. I must ensure he stumbles. Zhou Min spoke through gritted teeth. Zhou Taibao suddenly chuckled coldly, stating, You want others to stumble, yet you shall be the first to fall. Initially, I intended to apply for your transfer to the logistics department of the 4th Military District as a deputy director. Now, do not hold out hope for that. Those who maliciously slander their comrades are unwelcome in the logistics department. They have informed me that they cannot afford to accommodate your grand presence. Thus, you shall not enter the logistics department, nor should you expect anything from the military district. I can only transfer you to the security and defense center of another planet. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min's face turned ashen. Uncle, Zhou Taibao snorted again, growing increasingly incensed at this imbecile. Unfortunately, he could not simply rid himself of this foolishness. You aimed to sully Su Lingtian's name, yet you did not anticipate that Zhao Shiji would employ a clever maneuver, swiftly shifting Lei Dong to the position of executive deputy regiment leader in the military district's special operations unit. Once again, Zhao Juanhao has been entrusted with the responsibilities of the Military Region Inspection Department, while the director of the Military Region Security Guard Center has been handed over to Su Lingtian. Although this maneuver has cost Su Lingtian dearly, it has simultaneously granted control over 3 pivotal departments. Furthermore, due to your folly, the adversary has gained the moral high ground. You are the villain who has betrayed your colleague, and I, as Commander Zhou, am but an accomplice. I have become the shield that allows you to harm your peers out of jealousy for their talents. Are you truly so foolish? You have been thoroughly outplayed. You have unwittingly facilitated Su Lingtian's rise, as he now stands as a tragic hero, an innocent victim betrayed by his colleagues. Do you comprehend how the outside world perceives you now? You dare to slander him? He does not need to fabricate rumors about you. Countless eyes are upon you, aware of your limited capabilities and hidden truths. You remain oblivious to the fact that you have become the greatest joke within the entire military region. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min became utterly agitated. Sacrificing one Su Lingtian has allowed Zhao Shiji to nearly consolidate the hearts of the mid-level officers in the 4th Military Region. What of Su Lingtian not ascending to the position of Executive Deputy Commander of the Special Operations Battalion? Do you know what his successor, Lei Dong, proclaimed during his inaugural speech? He boldly declared, I am Su Lingtian's brother. Henceforth, his words shall be my words, and his stance shall be my stance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Min was astonished that Lei Dong could publicly affirm such sentiments, indicating that he had resolutely chosen to align himself with Su Lingtian, thus, with Zhao Shiji. Moreover, to whom are these words addressed, if not to oneself and to one's uncle, Zhou Taibao? I find myself at odds with Su Lingtian. What business does Lei Dong have in this matter? What purpose does he serve? Are you lacking in intelligence? By tarnishing Su Lingtian's reputation, you have unwittingly propelled Lei Dong into prominence, thus paving his path to success. In stark contrast to your malicious scheming, their bond exemplifies true brotherhood and camaraderie, unconcerned with fame or fortune, embodying the archetype of a valiant soldier. When compared to them, your actions appear as disparate as heaven and earth. Alas, Zhou Taibao sighed heavily. Uncle, when you are present, I find myself in disarray. Chang Zheng pushed a cart through the military district's service center, selecting various goods, vegetables, and meats. By chance, he spotted Li Yunshang wandering near the water dispenser. With a keen gaze, Chang Zheng approached him. Are you Uncle Li Yunshang? Li Yunshang had already noticed Chang Zheng, but he was surprised that Su Lingtian's son would approach him for conversation. Greetings, I am Li Yunshang. Uncle Li, my name is Chang Zheng. My father is Su Lingtian, and he speaks very highly of you as a respected comrade. Upon hearing this, Li Yunshang felt a stirring in his heart. Your father is indeed a commendable soldier. Haha, he will surely be pleased to hear that. Chang Zheng responded warmly. Uncle Li, are you here to purchase a cup? Are you looking for a thermos or simply a drinking cup? I wish to buy a thermos. Allow me to assist Uncle Li in selecting one. In the past, while grandfather was perpetually occupied with work, I took charge of managing the household and caring for my younger sister. Ling Tian frequently undertook missions. Yet it was you who bore the brunt of the hardships. My father is a good man. My mother departed from this world long ago, and my uncle has ventured far away. Grandfather has also encountered misfortune, his fate now shrouded in uncertainty. It was my father. Out of respect for the bond he shared with his comrades, who adopted my sister and me. Otherwise, we would have been relegated to an orphanage. Zhang Jing set aside the cart and began assisting Li Yunshang in selecting cups, all the while conversing. What? They were merely adopted by Su Lingtian? Were your father or mother once comrades of Lingtian? For some reason, Li Yunshang felt a sudden pang in his heart and found himself asking this question involuntarily. I do not know who my biological father is. Grandfather told me he did not want me, but my mother still wished for me. As long as I have the love of my grandfather and mother, that suffices. My parents were indeed once members of the same team. My mother was also part of the 4th Military District. Grandfather said she was an exceptionally distinguished female soldier in her time. She was the pride of our family. Is that so? Pray tell me her name. Perhaps I might know her. Li Yunshang observed Zhang Zheng's triumphant demeanor. The boy's delicate face flushed with color, and suddenly found him rather endearing. My mother's name is Xiang Minghua. She is a truly remarkable individual. Once a member of the elite special operations team of the military district. Upon hearing the name Xiang Minghua, Li Yunshang was momentarily taken aback. At the tender age of Chang Zheng, he was raised by his grandfather and mother, whose name was Xiang Minghua. These 3 characters remained etched in his mind. Oh my heavens! He exclaimed inwardly with fervor. Chapter 57. The enchanted blood flute. Chang Zheng observed Li Yunshang, who staggered away from him, lost in thought as he ambled towards the supermarket. A faint smile curving upon his lips. Rest assured, this is merely the beginning. Chang Zheng sighed, pondering how his brief absence had prompted his sister to once again engage in her antics. Xiao Yu, what are you up to? He inquired. I'm crafting a short flute for you. A short flute? Chang Zheng noted that Xiao Yu had not lifted her gaze, diligently whittling away at her project. Curiously, he settled beside her and asked, what do I need a short flute for? I possess little aptitude for music. Brother, you should find someone to teach you. Isn't your little fox primarily of the illusion type? Xiao Yu continued her task, her focus unwavering as she replied. I am making you a short flute to harness that little fox's illusionary talent. Without looking up, she continued to carve, adjusting the length of her creation before beginning to hollow it out. Xiao Yu, how come I never knew you could make flutes? And what of the short flute? Chang Zheng's inquiry prompted Xiao Yu to finally lift her head, her expression revealing her perplexity. I don't know, brother. I have no idea why I can make a short flute. Well, never mind. I just suddenly thought of crafting one for you to facilitate the use of your little fox's abilities. With that, she resumed her meticulous work on the object in her hands. Chang Zheng tilted his head, scrutinizing Xiao Yu's expression, then meticulously examined the object in her hand. Soon, beads of cold sweat began to form, and with a trembling voice, he inquired, Xiao Yu, did you unearth the rare antique measuring tool, neither gold nor wood, that your father had placed in the highest sealed cabinet of the treasure vault? What rare measuring tool, neither gold nor wood? It is clearly made of Fengyang wood. Fengyang Wood appears to be a material associated with both wind and fire attributes, which does not quite align with your illusionary affinity. Fortunately, your little fox possesses a unique trifecta of attributes, even in the absence of an illusionary aspect. As long as the material is adequate, it is still possible to impose the illusionary functionality upon it. The ancient demon script can be employed for this purpose. What do you mean by Fengyang Wood? What is this ancient demon script? Changzheng clicked his tongue, taken aback by his sister's peculiar assertions, were it not for their father's words, suggesting that Xiaoyu might have acquired some arcane knowledge from a celestial ancient beast due to her previous use of crystallized bone. He would have been utterly terrified. Was this akin to folklore about possession? Fengyang Wood is indeed a material imbued with both wind and fire properties, which is somewhat acceptable. I seem to have forgotten the specific grade of the material. The ancient demon script is a form of runes, referred to by practitioners as ancient symbols. Subsequently, they developed their own script, known as Dao script, which is quite functional and convenient. The demon race possesses an ancient demonic script, said to have been crafted by some of the most illustrious demons in antiquity, based on the principles of the heavenly path. However, I seem to recall that the ancient demon script was the earliest form of writing capable of reflecting the heavenly principles. The ancient demonic script and Dao script emerged in later periods. Utilizing ancient demon script can indeed grant one power. Brother, I shall craft a short flute for you, allowing you to wield the ethereal powers with greater ease. This phoenix wood possesses both wind and fire attributes, which I shall incorporate. When you awaken to these dual forces one day, you may utilize it then. Xiaoyu, how do you know all this? Longzheng inquired once more. I am a great demon. Upon uttering these words, Xiaoyu anxiously fiddled with her hair, seemingly uncertain. Longzheng instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Grasping her slender arm with utmost seriousness, he said, Xiaoyu, you are my sister. Do you remember? You are Xiang Xiaoyu, the daughter of our father, Su Ling Tian. Hence, you are certainly not a great demon. You must remember this clearly. Xiaoyu's large, innocent eyes blinked as she gazed up at him. But brother, how could I not feel like I am a great demon? Now, regarding the matter of crystallized bones, can I explain it to Xiaoyu in a way she can comprehend? That bizarre inheritance concept will likely be even more incomprehensible to her. Longzheng pursed his lips, feeling conflicted, his brow furrowing with frustration. Xiaoyu, listen to your brother. Such thoughts are mere illusions. You are my sister, a human being. Longzheng felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Brother, please procure some bloodied beasts. Wild chickens, wild rabbits, or any small creatures will suffice. I will need approximately 20. Xiaoyu declared boldly, measuring the size of the nearly completed flute in her hands. Xiaoyu, what do you need these wild chickens and rabbits for? What else can be done with a blood sacrifice? Xiaoyu looked at her brother with a puzzled expression, as if to disdain his ignorance. The belittled young man felt melancholic, questioning the absurdity of the situation. All right, just wait a moment, Changzheng said before leaving the master bedroom and rushing to the balcony to contact their father via message. Father, Xiaoyu is doing something that I believe warrants your attention. Upon hearing this, Su Ling Tian, who had just received a transfer order and had yet to assume his new position, inquired with curiosity about what she intended to do. Do you really need to inform me beforehand? Father, Xiaoyu is engaged in a rather peculiar endeavor. She mentioned creating a demonic artifact called the illusory blood flute, which she claims is intended for my use. However, the crafting of this item requires the blood sacrifice of 20 small beasts. Upon hearing blood sacrifice, I have a feeling something significant may occur. May I inquire if it is permissible for my sister to proceed? Su Ling Tian paused at this revelation, his brow furrowing. A flicker of frustration crossed his otherwise impassive countenance, and he genuinely wished to express, could you spare your father some concern? Presently, he felt a profound appreciation for his mother, pondering how she had managed to raise him. Su Ling Tian's elite team was currently undergoing a collective transfer process, moving from the Special Operations Group to the Military District Security Guard Center, where they would become a directly subordinate Special Operations team. In truth, after so many years in the Special Operations Group, the elite under his command were far more than just a single team. However, this particular team was the one he frequently took with him on missions, which had resulted in a multitude of distraught faces among his men, many of whom wept openly. Lei Dong also spoke highly of them, which led to a somewhat protracted farewell ceremony for Su Da, attended by many participants, as he departed from the Special Operations team. Upon Su Da's exit from the team, only the team physician, Shen Tianyang, was present, as the others had yet to complete their formalities. Tianyang, please procure 20 live animals for me. I leave the source to your discretion, but ensure they are delivered to my home promptly, Suda instructed. Standing beside him, Shen Tianyang, who possessed a martial arts background, overheard the conversation between Changzheng and Suda. Upon hearing the mention of a magical artifact, young Shun's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly pledged to fulfill the task. Hey, Su team leader, no, director, let me accompany you to see it. Chapter 58, Blood Sacrifice of the Demon Flute. Xiao Yu examined the flute before her, scrutinizing it thoroughly to ensure that the carvings of the fox and the ancient demon script were complete before setting it down. Just as the flute fell onto the bed, it emitted a humming sound and stood upright, as if it had acquired a spirit of its own. Brother, come here and provide a few drops of blood. I will go first, then it will be your turn, she called out. With that, Xiao Yu carelessly drew a line across her other hand with a finger, causing a small cut on the middle finger of the hand she had marked. A few drops of blood fell onto the flute, and with each drop, the flute hummed and emitted a clear, vibrant tone. After allowing 4 or 5 drops to fall, Xiao Yu paused and looked at her brother. Brother, it requires at least 10 drops of blood. If I use my own blood, will I be able to wield it? Upon beholding the flute's beguiling form, Changzheng felt an overwhelming desire stir within him. Indeed, without hesitation, he sliced open his palm, allowing crimson blood to flow copiously onto the flute. In a startling response, the flute absorbed the blood that had dripped around it and gracefully soared into Changzheng's palm, the vivid red of his blood contrasting starkly with the flute's pristine whiteness. Come, let it be mine, Xiao Yu urged, extending her hand toward the flute. It obediently settled into her grasp, swaying gently. Xiao Yu, will this flute require continuous offerings of blood? Changzheng inquired, his expression grave. Indeed, approximately a drop every 10 days, Xiao Yu replied, patting the flute affectionately. How does one nurture a demon artifact? Changzheng asked earnestly, his curiosity piqued. He gazed at Xiao Yu with astonishment, realizing the flute possessed extraordinary powers. A flute capable of manifesting supernatural abilities? My goodness, it resembles the genetic armors derived from gene beasts. Xiao Yu produced a few isolated notes, and in that moment, she gradually faded from the sight of Changzheng and Su Lingtian. Though they could sense her presence on the bed, their eyes beheld an empty space. How astonishing! Is this the flute's power? Remarkable. Suda marveled internally. In the realm of demon artifacts, it is commonplace for the strong to devour the weak. Instances of artifacts rebelling against their masters are not rare. Do not be deceived into thinking that nurturing it will foster affection. Once it surpasses you, retaliation is the most natural outcome. Thus, dear brother, one must remember that even in the act of nurturing, one must consider their own strength. Should one find themselves unable to maintain control, it would indeed lead to its total destruction, for it must never turn against its master. The notion of a master being consumed by a demonic artifact is simply too disheartening, declared the formidable Xiao Yu. Upon hearing this, Suda sincerely felt that Changzheng would be better off without it. It was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. The ability to retaliate against its master and even devour them. Was this truly a tool? It seemed more akin to raising a monster. There was certainly no safety in genetic beasts here. Perhaps such a thing is far too perilous. Xiao Yu should refrain from giving it to her brother. Father is quite cowardly, unwilling to let his son use the demonic artifact due to its dangers. His courage is but a mere speck, so minuscule. Xiao Yu lifted her little finger to illustrate this, laughing at him. Changzheng chuckled softly, reassuring his father, do not worry. I shall exercise caution in using and nurturing this flute. Having witnessed its formidable power, Changzheng was reluctant to part with it. Will it still require a blood sacrifice? Suda inquired eagerly. Indeed, father. Without a blood sacrifice, this flute is not a complete demonic artifact. Xiao Yu pointed emphatically at the small flute. What shall we do next? She asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. We shall wait for brother to procure the necessary materials for the blood sacrifice, she replied. Before half an hour had elapsed, Shen Tianyang arrived with several large metal cages, accompanied by members of Su Da's elite team, including the bald-headed Lao Lu and others. Upon learning that Xiao Yu had resumed her playful endeavors, they all eagerly signed up to participate. Even those who were initially discouraged managed to sneak aboard the transport, eager to join in the excitement. A throng of fierce warriors arrived, transporting approximately 30 large wild beasts. The liquid within the blood pool thickened, resembling a viscous gel. slowly bubbling and writhing. In a decisive moment, Xiao Yu cast her flute into the blood pool, which instantly transformed into a fox the size of a small dog. As it plunged into the pool, it began voraciously consuming the viscous liquid within. With each gulp, the little fox became increasingly drenched in crimson. A dense aura of sanguinity coalesced around it. Eventually, when the fox had devoured every last drop from the blood pool, Xiao Yu ceased her incantation and stood quietly beside the pool, observing the blood-soaked fox as it howled in agony, rolling on the ground, each roll causing it to grow larger. It continued this transformation until it had expanded several times, finally ceasing its tumultuous movements to rise slowly. After emitting a few gruff sounds, it suddenly leaped toward Changzheng. Upon landing in his embrace, the fox reverted once more into the flute, albeit now it appeared as if it had been stained with blood. Yet, when Changzheng firmly grasped it, the crimson flute transformed back into its original pristine white. In Chapter 59, You Are Unworthy, Changzheng felt an inexplicable bond with the flute, as though it were an extension of his very being. Xiao Yu, as I hold this flute, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washes over me, as if it were a part of my own body. Such a peculiar sensation. Of course, if it were not functional, how could we forge a magical instrument? Xiao Yu replied, her little head bobbing with pride. Seeing this, Suda couldn't help but pinch the soft cheeks of the little bun. Let go, Xiao Yu. Can this demonic artifact provide us with a couple as well? The bald man was the first to spring forward, disregarding the pervasive scent of blood surrounding the courtyard. They had observed the entire spectacle from the periphery, and this artifact appeared both ominous and formidable. All right, you provide the materials. I've searched through my father's stock and found this piece of Fengyang wood that could serve. Xiao Yu indicated towards the flute. Is that so? Could it be that this material is exceptionally rare and difficult to procure? Bald Lu, who had not been present last time, had heard tales about the White Bone Tower Mountain, which required exceedingly rare materials for its genetic beasts. One of those materials could only be found in the perilous depths of the ominous realm, where a particularly troublesome exotic plant lurked. Such bizarre and peculiar materials? Bald Lu pondered deeply, contemplating his own collection of antiques that Xiao Yu had thoroughly rummaged through. Changzheng mentioned that Xiao Yu dismantled my most cherished antique. The weighty ruler, he lamented, casting a troubled glance at him. Antiques? Boss, if you have a penchant for collecting antiques, that's your affair. However, we have no inclination towards such pursuits. Where are we to find the materials? Old Lu cried out in despair. But don't you have a fondness for collecting ancient weapons? Xiao Yu requires materials, which need not necessarily be antiques. Shin Tianyang interjected thoughtfully, his words illuminating a new pathway for old Lu. After bidding farewell to Lao Lu and the others, Suda dressed Xiao Yu in a children's apron, disregarding her reluctance, and even provided her with a small mop. Not only Xiao Yu, but also Zhang Jing and himself were attired in similar cleaning outfits. As the family of three embarked on the task of tidying up the outdoor swimming pool, this was the vision of home that Suda had long cherished. Particularly as he observed the plump Xiao Yu, wielding her diminutive mop, half-heartedly sweeping the pool's edge in a manner reminiscent of a child's haphazard artwork. A smile danced in Su Ling Tian's eyes as he engaged in his own chores while watching her, inadvertently revealing a tender affection that momentarily startled Zhang Jing, who was fetching water. Although he had previously learned that Uncle Su was a comrade of his mother, it was evident that Uncle Su treated Xiao Yu with profound kindness, as if he were her biological father. Yet, was not Xiao Yu's father someone else? Zhang Jing pondered, recalling that he had once discreetly inquired with his grandfather about Xiao Yu's father. His grandfather had spoken of a wonderful man who had visited during Zhang Jing's childhood, bringing an abundance of gifts for children, and continued to send such items regularly thereafter. Zhang Jing distinctly remembered once seeing an envelope addressed to him, with the sender clearly marked as Mr. Han. It's all your fault. Are you still my sister? For Li Yunshang, you would go to any lengths. Wouldn't you? Brother, I don't understand what you're saying. Am I offering you advice for my own benefit? Of course, it is all for you. Zhou Wei's voice was enchanting and filled with emotion. All for me. You, a woman, have even harmed your own brother. It is truly for your man. The greatest obstacle hindering Li Yunshang's ascent is none other than Su Lingtian. In your desperate attempt to prevent him from surpassing your family's Li Yunshang and advancing to higher positions, you sacrificed your own elder brother, compelling me to conspire against Su Lingtian. Indeed, while Su Lingtian did not become the deputy commander of the Special Operations Team, He ascended to the position of director of the powerful security garrison center of the 4th Military District, holding the rank of Major General. He is still advanced, and this position is equally capable of leading to promotions as the Deputy Chief of Staff, Deputy Commander, and Commander of the Military District. I must inform you that all your scheming has come to naught. Do you understand that? I even aided you in concealing the existence of Li Yunxiang's son, a boy named Zhang Zheng. I have done so much for you, allowing you to bask in the warmth of your home, love your son, and cherish your affectionate husband. Yet, what have I ultimately received in return? Only your ruthless and heartless exploitation. How could a cold and selfish woman like you deserve the love of a profoundly affectionate man? No wonder Li Yunxiang does not love you. Even I, a self-proclaimed selfish man, find you detestable and fearsome. A venomous woman like you. If I were in your shoes, I would prefer to guard my heart for a lifetime for Xiang Minghua rather than love you even a little. Get out, just leave. Zhou Wei, in a fit of rage, screamed with all her might. Zhou Wei was utterly provoked by her brother's words, furiously chasing him until he was cornered at their doorstep. At which point she froze, her expression transforming into one of sheer terror. Zhou Min suddenly sensed that Zhou Wei had ceased her attacks. Confused, he looked up, only to find Li Yunxiang standing at the doorway, his eyes ablaze with fury, his countenance as dark as a winter frost. Chapter 60. Are you really a good person? Upon witnessing Li Yunxiang's imposing figure, both Zhou Wei and Zhou Min's expressions changed dramatically. Had Li Yunxiang overheard their earlier conversation? Brother-in-law, I ask that you leave my home. Li Yunxiang spoke coldly, as if addressing a stranger. I will leave, Zhou Min replied, his voice strained. Li Yunxiang's tone sharpened further. Zhou Min glanced between Li Yunxiang and his sister, disregarding her pleading gaze, and with a clenched jaw, he exited. He could hardly bear such a sister. When she needed him, she called him brother. When she did not, she trampled him without remorse. As Zhou Min stormed out, Zhou Wei was incensed, shouting, Zhou Min, are you still my brother? How can you be so selfish? Zhou Min let out a heavy scoff and walked away. With his departure, Zhou Wei found a semblance of calm. She even cast a light laugh at the motionless Li Yunxiang at the door before pouring herself a cup of floral tea. Yunxiang, please come and sit. I know you are eager to end my life at this very moment, yet I also understand that given your temperament, no matter how much you loathe me, you would never go that far. Li Yunxiang stepped into the room, each footfall heavy, and seated himself on the sofa. Was it your scheme that caused the altercation between Minghua and me? He inquired. Zhou Wei nodded. If I hadn't orchestrated the misunderstanding, how could you possibly have given me a second glance? And it was your design that led your brother to send Minghua away when she came to find me, wasn't it? Zhou Wei continued to nod. Love is indeed a battlefield. Her rebirth was marked by humility, yet you cherished her. At that time, you had resolved to comply with your family's arrangements and marry me. How could I allow her to intrude upon your life once more? Minghua bore a son for me. Was this a secret you and she conspired to keep from me? Zhou Wei nodded more earnestly, revealing that she had informed your father of this matter, and it was he who consented, declaring that the illegitimate child was unworthy of bearing your family name, thus instructing her to conceal it from you alongside my brother. Li Yunxiang inhaled sharply at her words, suppressing the rage that threatened to surface. Zhou Wei lamented. But had it not been for your schemes, I would have married Minghua, and perhaps by now, we would have more than one child. We would have lived in happiness. True happiness. This was what Li Yunxiang regretted most deeply. At the moment of Minghua's demise, he was engulfed by a heart-wrenching pain, a profound sense of loss that left his spirit in ruins. He had once believed he could endure marrying a woman he did not love. Yet, as the years unfolded, the weight of exhaustion and remorse relentlessly tormented him. Especially after learning of Zhang Zheng's origins, Li Yunxiang felt an overwhelming urge to scream at the heavens. He had wronged Minghua. In this lifetime, he had betrayed her. How could I possibly refrain from scheming? It was evident that I loved you more than she ever could, that I had sacrificed more for you, that I was of greater value to you, and that your family would have preferred me as your wife. It was I who fell for you at first sight. We were once childhood sweethearts. How could you cast me aside and fall for her? You treat her with such kindness, generosity, and indulgence, yet that affection has never been bestowed upon me in even the slightest measure. Throughout the years, I have awaited the transformation of your feelings towards me. The mere gift of a smile from you would bring me joy that lasts for days. Yunxiang, I implore you to reflect deeply. Do I love you? Is my love for you sufficiently profound? The realm of love is akin to a battlefield. If she is so exceptional, Why then does she harbor misunderstandings about you? Why does she question your fidelity, suspecting you of loving another? Is it not a reflection of her own inadequacy in love? If she could love you as I do, she would tolerate your affections for others, endure your indifference towards me, and accept the fade of this hollow marriage. Would misunderstandings still persist? Would she still feel ensnared? Yinshang, I would sacrifice anything for you. I have done everything within my power. Do you require me to lay bare my heart for you to see? Would that revelation convince you that I am the one who truly loves you in this world? Zhou Wei spoke through tears streaming down her face. Is your love merely a scheme, a trap, an act of theft, a manifestation of your own arrogance? Li Yinshang forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Such a version of you. I cannot love, must not love, dare not love. Zhou Wei, you profess your love for me. Yet have you ever inquired if I love you? I do not love you. My heart has always belonged solely to Minghua. Regardless of what you have done for me, I can only feel gratitude. I truly do not love you. However, you have indirectly caused the demise of Minghua, robbing me of the chance to nurture and witness my proud son grow into adulthood. You have burdened me with lifelong guilt and made me miss the happiness that was meant to be mine. You have led me to lose nearly everything I could have lost, and you claim it was for my own good. Is this truly what you call being good for me? You conspired with my father, using our family as an excuse, forcing me to compromise time and again, all for my benefit? Li Yunshang felt he had had enough. Truly, enough was enough. How could he possibly endure such a life any longer? He even found himself unwilling to gaze upon Zhou Wei's pitifully accommodating face. Let us divorce. Divorce? No. I absolutely refuse to divorce you. Yunshang, you accuse me of scheming against you, of framing you, and you deem me self-righteous. But do you believe yourself to be a good person? If you had possessed enough courage over these 12 years to take just one more step, to meet Xiang Minghua, would she have borne a child out of wedlock? Would she have met an untimely demise? Did you even know you have such a grandson? Why, from the very beginning, did you never once seek to see her again? Were you truly unaware that she was desperately waiting for your return? It is because, deep down, you have been deliberately evading her. Li Yunshang, upon hearing her words, covered his face and wept bitterly. He fell to his knees in despair, overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. Chapter 61. Another blow to the head. In recent days, Eileen had repeatedly visited her uncle Zhao Juanhao's home under the guise of seeing her brother Zhao Wentao, yet she had not encountered Su Lingtian even once. Eileen harbored a secret resentment, profoundly convinced that those obtrusive children of Su Lingtian were obstructing her romantic pursuits. In truth, this predicament was hardly the fault of Zhang Jing and Xiao Yu. Over the past few years, Su, with his paternal affection in full bloom, had taken the two children on countless shopping excursions, extravagantly purchasing anything he deemed useful with a grand wave of his hand. Xiao Yu, upon witnessing this, beamed with delight. Her smile, so wide it seemed to erase her very teeth. Indeed, the majority of these purchases were an assortment of delectable treats for her. Zhang Jing, however, felt an overwhelming sense of dental discomfort. The more he observed, the more he perceived Su and his sister as kindred spirits, both extravagant in their spending. Were their grandfather still alive, he would undoubtedly concur with Zhang Zheng's sentiments. Xiao Yu had never been particularly concerned with material comforts. She would simply whine for whatever she desired, knowing that either her grandfather or she herself would prepare it for her. If they refused, she would torment them until she got her way. She seemed indifferent to other matters, unfazed even when teased by neighborhood girls for wearing a 3-year-old dress, as if oblivious to the mockery. Yet, her adoptive father, Su, was a different matter altogether. My goodness. He was even more extravagant than her sister. While Xiao Yu might only splurge on food, Su was reckless in every regard. He could easily have opted for modest clothing for the children, as the quality was far superior to what their grandfather had once offered. Instead, he insisted on frequenting high-end children's clothing boutiques, disregarding the prices, and would swipe his card without a second thought. Moreover, he would continue this spree, entering store after store without end. Zhang Jing, not alone in his frustration, felt equally exasperated. Xiao Yu tugged at Su's arm, insisting they leave for ice cream. Ice cream. As she glanced back at the children's clothing store, she shook her head in dismay, resolute in her desire not to return. Zhang Jing wholeheartedly agreed, silently cheering for his sister's commanding presence. The whimsical little monster at home seemed to have delayed their progress, and with a lingering sense of longing, she furrowed her brow, suggesting to her daughter, Shall we explore a few more places and indulge in some ice cream? Look at how beautiful those clothes are. Little Yu directly shot a disdainful glance, insisting, Sister wants ice cream. The father-daughter duo stood at the entrance of the children's clothing store in a standoff when a soft voice floated out from within, tinged with surprise. What a delightful surprise to encounter you here. Aileen, accompanied by the Zhao brothers, Zhao Wentao and Zhao Wenyue, appeared at the entrance of the boutique. Oh, is that not the feisty little girl? Remarked Zhao Wenyue, who had recently suffered at her hands, his eyes glinting with malice. Looking for a fight? If you are, just say the word, and I shall consider giving you a lesson you won't forget. Little Yu raised her chin defiantly, asserting her stance. Yo-yo, how can you speak to your brother like that? Suda gently patted his daughter's head, casting an apologetic glance at Aileen and the others. Uncle Ling Tian, this little girl is both willful and rude. Why would you want her as a daughter? You might as well discard her. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian felt a wave of discomfort, yet before he could intervene, a loud thud echoed through the air as his Little Yu knocked down her adversary. Ah! Cried out one way, the boy with the sharp tongue, as he was sent tumbling by the little monster, landing hard on the ground, blood streaming from his head. This was undoubtedly a disastrous incident. The dazed one way, realizing what had just transpired, let out a wail that resonated through the air, as though mourning a great loss. Ling Tian's expression shifted to one of concern as he glanced at his daughter, then at the boy in question. With a sigh of resignation, he hurried forward, scooping up little Wenyao and using his handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstains. Fortunately, it was merely a small cut. However, this marked the second occasion within the month that Wenyao had suffered an injury at the hands of Yu. Could this be the fabled clash of destinies? Enough of the trivialities. There was no time for shopping. Off to the hospital they must go. The military general hospital welcomed this motley crew shortly after their arrival. While Wenyao was still being attended to by the nurse, Zhao Juanhao rushed in, accompanied by his wife. Upon noticing that both sets of parents had arrived, Zhang Jing instinctively pulled his girlfriend behind him. Zhao Juanhao maintained a calm demeanor, reassured by the resilience of his son, who had endured his fair share of childhood scrapes. However, his wife's expression was a different story. Upon seeing their son with his head bandaged, tears began to stream down her face. Ling Tian felt utterly helpless. His head bowed as he allowed the situation to unfold. Zhao Juanhao quickly took hold of his wife's arm, stating, I trust that Ling Tian would never neglect Wenyao's care. You have seen how he has treated both children in the past. Why voice such doubts today? Yet, his wife lamented, but this is the second time this month. My dear Wenyao, as his mother, my heart aches for him. Zhao Juanhao's wife, a formidable woman known for her strength in her role within the military logistics, was nonetheless a mother at heart. Her son was her treasure. I'm so sorry, she murmured. But before Ling Tian could respond, Zhao Wentao suddenly stepped forward, standing beside his mother and accusingly pointed at Zhang Jing, exclaiming, It was her who did this. Upon seeing the scene, Zhao Juanhao's wife immediately changed her expression. Although Wenyao was merely 10 years old, he appeared significantly elder than Ling Tian. Your decision to adopt a child is your private matter, and I shall not interfere. However, I strongly advise against taking in such an ill-mannered child, lest you end up with an ungrateful wretch. Mother, it was her. That wretched girl hit me. That little girl is particularly violent. Twice she has caused my brother to bleed. Zhao Juanhao's wife exclaimed. Indeed, aunt and uncle, it was that girl who struck him. She acted so swiftly that Ling Tian had no chance to intervene, Aaron interjected. Initially, she believed the children were truly Ling Tian's own, but upon inquiring with her uncle, she discovered that they were, in fact, adopted by him. The circumstances arose from the fact that the children's family was no longer present, and Ling Tian happened to be a comrade of their mother. This realization only deepened Aaron's disdain for them. Apologies, Changzheng, you must admit your faults, especially since you have been identified. Even if he is young, haven't the adults in your household taught you that children should behave properly and not resort to violence? Zhao Juanhao's wife continued, dissatisfied. If someone speaks ill, getting hit is their just desserts. Changzheng intended to apologize, but was interrupted when Xiao Yu boldly interjected. Regardless, he is still a big brother, isn't he? Humph. What kind of big brother would let father abandon me? He was just as vile as those who once insulted my brother and me in the streets, calling us bastards, prompting our grandfather to cast us aside. As Xiao Yu uttered these words, the expressions on Zhao Juanhao and his wife's faces darkened significantly. Next time he speaks of me, I shall strike him, Xiao Yu declared with indignation, casting a disdainful glance at the others, asserting that aside from her brother and father, there were no decent individuals among them. Suddenly, Zhao Juanhao's voice boomed with an accusatory tone, startling Wen Tao, who glanced at Eileen. Eileen hastily interjected, "Uncle, Wen Tao is still just a child. Please do not frighten him. He is a child, but what of the others? Do they dare speak yet not acknowledge their words?" Zhao Juanhao retorted, his anger palpable. Upon being intimidated by his father, Wen Tao's eyes reddened as he plaintively replied, "Is it not true? Did not mother also tell Eileen that the two annoying children from Uncle Su's family are wildlings whose origins are unknown, and even father does not know whose offspring they are?" With a resounding slap, Zhao Juanhao struck his son's face, his fury directed at both his wife and the equally distressed Su Lingtian. "Lingtian, I apologize. It is my failure in raising the child properly. Brother Zhao, I must apologize as well. Had it not been for you use quick actions, Wen Yao would not have been harmed. All children are like this. Which parent does not feel heartache?" Su Lingtian's countenance grew increasingly grim. It is unbearable for anyone to hear their daughter referred to as a wildling of unknown parentage. At that moment, the nurse had finished tending to Wen Yao's wound. It was all right now. He was advised not to expose the unhealed wound to water, as that could easily lead to infection and scarring. It would be unfortunate for such a handsome young man to bear scars. "Doctor, is this child's injury fully addressed now?" Zhu Lingtian inquired, gazing at the doctor. After speaking, he chose not to look at Zhao Juanhao's wife or Eileen, instead lifting little Yu and pulling Changjung away. As Zhu Lingtian prepared to leave, Zhao Juanhao's wife felt a twinge of discomfort and remarked, "Is he just leaving like this? What else do you expect?" Zhao Juanhao retorted, "You want to label the child as a wildling, a bastard, and push me to sever ties with Zhu Lingtian? Do you believe that if our relationship falters, you will find solace? Will that ease your heart?" Zhao Juanhao's anger surged. His wife, upon being shouted at, fell silent. "Uncle, Annie didn't mean it that way." "Silence. You meddler, what does she mean then? Do you think I am unaware of how you often incite your aunt to persuade her to discuss marriage with Lingtian? Let me be clear, do not even entertain such notions in the future. Lingtian would never marry someone like you." He continued, narrow-mindedness, unable to even accommodate 2 children. "What else can you do? If I were a man, I would not seek someone like you, a jealous woman. Go home. Don't come to my house unnecessarily, lest Lingtian think I am the one causing him trouble by bringing such a woman to vex him." "Uncle, how can you speak to me like that?" Eileen cried out, her voice raised in protest. "Then how would you have me respond? Are you suggesting that what you conveyed to Aunt was justified? My son's injury, a consequence of his indiscretion, is somehow deserved? I had a fine son, and under your influence, he has become this way. Does that seem right to you? Eileen, you have truly disappointed me." Witnessing her act like a deranged woman, Zhao Juanhao felt an even deeper sense of disillusionment. Ignoring his wife's attempts to intervene, he spoke with rising fury. "I have never encountered someone so self-righteous as you. If you are unwilling to be a stepmother, do you really believe Lingtian would desire you? Even if you were eager to take on that role, he would likely reject you." Eileen, still a young girl, was deeply hurt by her uncle's words. She burst into tears, covering her face, and fled. Zhao Juanhao's wife quickly pulled him aside, and together with their 2 children, they left with expressions of regret. However, the incident spread like wildfire throughout the military district, given the public nature of the scene and the many witnesses who observed it. Eileen, a stunning beauty and a relative of the deputy commander Zhao, became the subject of whispered conversations. While there was gossip about her being overly delicate and unsuitable as a wife, nothing more scandalous was mentioned. Yet, the news eventually reached Zhao Shiji, who promptly summoned Su Lingtian to his office. "Lingtian, Eileen is still young and inexperienced. I apologize for any inconvenience she may have caused you," he said. To which Su merely shook his head. "However, Lingtian, it must be acknowledged that Erin is but a girl. To have her subjected to such idle gossip ultimately tarnishes her reputation. This is decidedly unfortunate." Su Lingtian remained silent. Xiao Yu declared that if she were to marry him, she would run away from home. Zhao Shijia's eyes widened in disbelief. "I speak no falsehood." Zhao Shijia was rendered speechless. "Very well, I actually have another matter to discuss with you. I contacted my father, and he mentioned that this year, Baiyan Academy has granted our family several special quotas. I intend for your 2 children to secure 2 of them." Upon hearing this, Suda furrowed his brow. "Special quotas? What do you mean by that? Are my children incapable of passing the entrance exam?" Lao Zhao, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming urge to seize the ashtray from his desk and hurl it at his head. Others strive fervently for such opportunities, yet he dares to express disdain for them. Baiyan Academy is intended for adults, enrolling youths aged 15 to 18. Is your Xiaoyu even of age? Is your Changzheng of age? They hardly appear so. Suda was instantly vexed. How could you dare recommend a school for older children to me? Chapter 63. Longing at Wuzhou Airport, Xiaoyu sported a miniature children's backpack while dragging a tiny suitcase behind her. Her brother Changzheng heaved a medium-sized suitcase, and Suda managed a large one. The three of them, each laden with their respective luggage, strode purposefully towards the grand entrance of the airport. Although young, Xiaoyu possesses a delicate charm and a youthful innocence, with a strikingly handsome appearance. Wherever she goes, she exudes the bashful demeanor of a refined young boy. This family of three often draws curious glances and stares, yet they continue to walk forward with an air of calmness. Upon reaching the airport entrance, a formally dressed young man stood by a hovering business vehicle, holding a large sign emblazoned with two names, Xiang Changjing and Xiang Xiaoyu. Xiangde approached him directly, and the young man, taken aback, inquired, "Are you Xiang Changjing?" "That would be my son," Xiangde replied. The young man stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and gazed at him incredulously. "You have a son in his teens? And how old do you think I am?" Xiangde chuckled. "In your early 20s? The young man guessed. "I'm in my 40s, Xiangde responded. "How can that be?" The young man exclaimed in disbelief. "Don't listen to my father's nonsense. He's barely over 20, not yet 30, Xiaoyu interjected, quickly distancing herself from her unreliable father. Turning to the young man, she introduced herself. "I am Xiang Xiaoyu. And the Xiang Changjing you mentioned is my brother." She pointed to Changzheng, who was shyly trailing behind with a suitcase. "Ah, what an adorably innocent little girl, accompanied by a harmlessly pure young lad. But how can they be so young?" The young man pondered aloud, his concern deepening. "This does not seem right. Our academic director sent me to pick up a student, yet you both clearly do not fit the profile." Little Yu glanced at her father, sending him a knowing look. Ahem, it was time for us to take the stage again. Suda, with an air of haughty pride, made his reappearance. He addressed the young man, stating, "My two children have secured special slots." "Special slots? In a special class?" The young man looked at Changzheng and then at Little Yu with astonishment. "No way. How could that be? I didn't notice anything unusual." "What unusual situation?" Little Yu inquired curiously upon hearing his words. "Since your two children have obtained special slots at such a young age, they must be in a special class. I am indeed aware of the significance of the special class within the academy. Come, let us proceed." "That sounds quite agreeable." Uncle Zhao mentioned he would arrange for someone to pick them up, and it seems he spoke the truth. After boarding the vehicle, the hovering car gradually powered on and began to glide towards a certain direction. As they flew, Suda continued the previous conversation, asking, "Your expression was rather peculiar earlier. What makes this special class so exceptional?" The young man chuckled and replied, "To be honest, I can hardly believe it. You have such a grown son. You appear to be around my age." "Alas, my friend, how old are you exactly?" 29. He had met her when he was 19, and now Little Yu was nearly 7. "I am 26. Did you have a son at the age of 15? Impressive. Brother Xiang, you are remarkable." The young man laughed heartily. "Drive carefully. Also, my surname is not Xiang, it is Su. My children carry their mother's surname." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression turned curious as he asked, "Are you perhaps a son-in-law?" "Indeed, their mother passed away early, and I believe it would be more fitting for the children to carry her surname, as it serves as a lasting reminder of her. However, your two little ones, while appearing quite adorable, hardly seem to possess the qualities that would lead one to think they are destined for the special class. Baiyan Academy is renowned for nurturing the elite of martial arts, where only the most promising individuals are recommended to participate in the rigorous assessments, ultimately joining the academy after being selected from a vast pool of candidates. In contrast, the children of the special class are an entirely different breed. I have overheard numerous instructors at the academy privately remark that the students who gain admission through standard channels are unequivocal geniuses. However, the special class comprises true prodigies, an extraordinary assembly of whimsical little marvels. Ahem, is this a form of praise? With a bemused expression, I look at my interlocutor. I assure you, I am not exaggerating. I once encountered a young boy, of a similar age to yours, whose fierce demeanor was truly intimidating. The intensity of his gaze made my legs tremble with apprehension. And there was a young girl, around 14 or 15, whose beauty was captivating enough to leave one mesmerized. Yet her temperament was shockingly fierce. It is said that last year, a new male student from a powerful family, upon entering the academy, took a fancy to her and attempted to engage her playfully. That young girl, in front of a multitude of witnesses, cruelly gouged out his eyes. Fortunately, in this age of interstellar advancement, artificial organs can restore vision, or else that boy would have faced a lifetime of blindness. Oh dear, how ferocious! In comparison, your children appear remarkably delightful, utterly charming, and exceptionally well-behaved. Upon hearing his words, Suda immediately began to feel a sense of foreboding. What if that group of children turned out to be so fierce? Would his parents, Zheng and Xiaoyu, suffer for it? Zheng, what if we just skip school? Father can teach you at home. Zheng pursed his lips, utterly speechless, while Xiaoyu looked at him with disdain. Father, why are you so weak? Just because you heard they are formidable, you are afraid to let us go? Humph, if anyone dares to bully me, I will fight back. The little one raised her tiny paw, clenched into a fist, and playfully gestured it close to Suda's nose, as if to showcase her immense strength. Suda opened his mouth wide and playfully nibbled on his daughter's tiny fist, leaving Xiaoyu completely at a loss for words. Is this really her father? Who even knows this silly man? Suda then gathered the little girl into his arms, reluctant to send her off to school after having held her for just a few days. He pressed his large face against Xiaoyu's small one, exclaiming, "Oh, how soft and tender your skin is. Father, you are acting rather creepily, like a strange uncle who bullies little girls." Xiaoyu retorted. Zheng stifled a laugh from the side, noticing Suda's expression had turned awkward. The young driver also chuckled at the scene. It was amusing to see the handsome newcomers being looked down upon by their own daughter. If Xiaoyu were to attend school, would she still often think of her father? The air of lamentation in his tone filled the entire vehicle. If father frequently brings me delicious meat, I will surely miss you often. Chapter 64, The Examination. How can receiving meat and missing someone be equated? Suda found himself both embarrassed and speechless. The driver laughed heartily, thoroughly amused by the antics of the father-daughter duo. I am truly in awe of this pair. The White Cloud Academy is nestled within the mysterious forbidden zone of the five-continent star. The vehicle soared through the sky for nearly 2 hours, still hovering above the barren Rocky Mountains. Xiaoyu, feeling increasingly agitated, tugged at her father's clothing and asked, "Father, how much longer must we endure this ride?" In her heart, she grumbled about the slow pace, wondering if this vehicle was intended for the elderly who struggle with mobility. Indeed, while the White Cloud Academy is situated on the five-continent star, it is established in the largest forbidden zone of the planet. Such forbidden zones are typically desolate and perilous, far removed from urban life and civilization. Below, the mountains lay stark and barren, devoid of flora and fauna. This harsh wasteland serves as a natural barrier, further fortified by a heavy military presence, thus solidifying the essence of the forbidden zone. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Miss Xiaoyu furrowed her brow and remarked, "That seems quite peculiar. Isn't this supposed to be a place of learning? Why would it be located in such a dreadful area?" Dreadful area? The driver nearly swerved, almost losing control of the vehicle. Many claim that the location of the White Cloud Academy is exceptionally advantageous. This forbidden zone of the five-continent star is not as desolate as you might imagine. Typically, areas designated as forbidden are rich in vital resources. After all, why would the White Cloud Academy choose to establish itself here if not for compelling reasons? Zhang Jing observed him with a faint smile, realizing that the driver was not entirely lacking in eloquence. Truly, you should not doubt this. It is said that within this restricted area, there exists a plethora of exceptional resources, albeit accessible solely to elite students or specifically to those in your distinguished class. The driver cast a knowing glance at Changzheng and Xiaoyu, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor to instill a sense of trepidation in them. He remarked that it is rumored the students of the special class must partake in annual examinations, and should their performance fall short, they would undoubtedly face expulsion. One particular driver, upon hearing her words, was utterly disheartened. Did this child not comprehend the significance of Baiyun Academy due to her tender age? Ultimately, they soared over vast mountain ranges and descended upon a grand plaza in front of a cluster of buildings. In the plaza stood numerous boys and girls, each burdened with large backpacks, the majority aged between 15 and 18, representing this year's candidates for assessment. Baiyun Academy receives many such children annually for examinations. During the month-long evaluation period, candidates may choose when to take their tests. However, those who fail to achieve satisfactory results by the final day must regrettably return next year. What? You claim you will be too old next year? That is indeed unfortunate, as Bayun Academy has a strict policy against enrolling those who exceed the age limit. The regulations of Bayun Academy, while somewhat dogmatic, also possess an air of fairness, which ensures a steady influx of children eager to take the examinations. Today marks the 25th day of this year's entrance exams, and most capable candidates have already completed their assessments, securing their places as new students at Bayun Academy. While only those with insufficient skill have been compelled to depart prematurely, a portion of the prospective students, who are on the brink of admission, are fervently striving for their final examination results. Just as Director Su and his two little treasures alighted from the speeding vehicle, a plump middle-aged lady approached them. "You must be Director Su. I am Lin Chong, the Deputy Director of the Examination Center. I have been tasked with welcoming you and your two little ones." Director Su instinctively pulled his daughter behind him, for she had an undeniable penchant for mischief. However, Lin Chong seemed blissfully unaware of the glare little you had just cast her way. With warmth, she addressed the two children. "You must be Zhang Jing and Xiao Yu. I have reviewed your personal files, and I must admit, I find them somewhat hard to believe. Although you are the children of military leaders, if you lack genuine talent, you will still be unable to remain at Bayun Academy. Therefore, it is imperative that you strive to achieve your best results in this assessment. Should there be any discrepancies later on, I can certainly speak a few good words on your behalf. What do you think?" Upon hearing her words, Lin Chong's expression stiffened momentarily before turning cold. "I did not anticipate that you two little ones possess such ambition. Very well, follow me. I trust that Bayun Academy's fair and impartial examination will accurately gauge your true capabilities." "Let the testing begin," Xiao Yu replied nonchalantly. Lin Chong maintained a placid facade, yet her disdain for the two children deepened within her. Indeed, as AI Lin had remarked, the children adopted by Su Lingtian were particularly uncouth and impolite, undeniably akin to wildlings. Such children, having participated in Bayun Academy's examinations, how dare they display such audacity? With a subtle scoff of disdain in her heart, Lin Chong reflected on Aaron's words after reviewing their files, which claimed they lacked proper upbringing and exhibited a willful nature. She had initially intended to guide them gently, considering the potential of the two children, leading the trio towards a sturdy two-story building. Lin Chong informed them that this was the location for the first examination of the special class. "Follow me," she instructed. Upon entering the hall, Lin Chong paused momentarily before leading them around a corner and up to the second floor. As the trio ascended, another teacher arrived, accompanied by a middle-aged couple and a boy of approximately 11 or 12. Upon entering the hall, the teacher respectfully addressed the couple. "Mr. Hua, please follow me. The door at the end of this corridor is the testing area for prospective special class students." Chapter 65, The First Challenge, Rabbit Hunting. Lin Chong guided Su De and Xiao Yu to the entrance of the large room on the second floor. Inside, a group of young men and women were engrossed in an online military strategy game, their exuberance bordering on chaos due to the absence of restraint. Lin Chong's expression darkened before she managed to force a smile, beckoning Xiao Yu and the others to step inside. "Hello, Director Lin. Director Lin, Sister Lin, Aunt Lin," greeted the young individuals, oblivious to their untidy appearance as they played. Lin Chong surveyed the scene, exasperated, and remarked, "Look at how you all present yourselves. The Academy has engaged you as part-time staff, providing remuneration for your services. Is there truly such a thing as part-time work for you? Do you wish for me to have a candid discussion with Director Liu from the Work-Study Department regarding your performance? Oh no, please spare us. Director Lin, we shall never behave in such a manner again. We kindly ask for your oversight in our future conduct." "Ah, are these two junior students here for testing purposes?" A tall boy wearing glasses approached directly, smiling at the trio. "Indeed, we are here for the testing. May I inquire about the nature of the test and the criteria for passing?" The tall boy promptly asked on behalf of his companions. This is the first phase of the assessment. It primarily involves hunting rabbits. There are a total of 100 rabbits, and successfully hunting 30 is deemed a pass, allowing for future participation in tests. Should one fail to hunt even 30 on their first attempt, they will be barred from retesting for a year. Hunting 60 is considered a passing mark, enabling progression to the subsequent phase. Achieving 80 or more is regarded as good, while 90 or above is deemed excellent. Hunting over 95 allows one to skip ahead to the third phase of evaluation. Hunting rabbits? My goodness, is there no more ludicrous test title than this? What is there to hunt about those fluffy, grass-eating creatures? Xiaoyu gazed incredulously at the boy before him, then glanced at his father, wondering if they could opt out of this test. This is not entertaining at all. That is not permitted. Participation in the test is mandatory to pass the examination, and the first phase is an essential requirement. The bespectacled boy earnestly expounded, while Changzheng broke into a sweat, genuinely finding the notion of hunting rabbits rather peculiar. So, what is the second round of testing? Catching sparrows. Let them perish. Do you dare to make the test even more treacherous? Both Xiaoyu and Changzheng felt utterly thunderstruck, exchanging glances that revealed a blazing determination. They resolutely refused to partake in the second round. If you consent, we may commence now, declared the bespectacled boy. Wait a moment, I have something to address beforehand. Lin Chong observed Su De and Xiaoyu, explaining. The information I received indicates that these two children are somewhat exceptional, so I have slightly elevated the difficulty of their tests. After all, successful completion of these assessments will facilitate greater recognition and support from the Academy. Is that agreeable? Su De, upon hearing her words, shook his head. Hunting rabbits hardly qualifies as an advanced test. He felt a wave of sympathy for the two children. Since you deem this a challenging test, let it be conducted. Su De glanced at the two children, shaking his head in exasperation. If this is what you consider a high-difficulty test, then let them proceed with it. Ultimately, Changzheng and Xiaoyu reluctantly set down their suitcases and backpacks, heading toward the testing room. Meanwhile, Lin Chong promptly made her way to observe the results on the display screen. The bespectacled boy, watching his companions usher the two children into the testing area, approached Su De and inquired, "Are you their older brother?" "No, I am their father." The other party's expression turned bewildered, realizing that yet another had been struck by lightning. Observing that this creature was roughly the same size as us, it had a notably elongated face. "Look at my son, he is already 12 years old. Is it truly like this?" The bespectacled boy pondered, feeling a sense of unease within. Even though you are their father, your children are still so young, especially your daughter. Is it really wise to have them face such a daunting challenge? After all, there are 100 rabbits to contend with. The boy inquired. Is 100 rabbits a lot? Given their weakened state, how could Xiaoyu and Changzheng possibly fail? Yet, the rabbits here possess formidable prowess, exhibiting remarkable speed and sharp teeth, unafraid to leap at and bite humans. They are specially bred rabbits, cultivated from the genes of certain star beasts. The boy, noticing the indifference of Su De towards the two children, assumed he was unaware of the gravity of the situation and thus took it upon himself to explain. So these specially bred rabbits, are their combat capabilities truly formidable? Su De asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, they are quite powerful, nearly the equal of an adult wolf dog. Upon hearing this, Su De felt a sense of relief wash over him. To think that they would dare to label such a challenge as difficult. Training two children at home was far more taxing than this. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the direction of the performance display screen. Su De quickly looked up, only to find Lin Chong, her face a picture of astonishment, her hand clasped over her mouth. The numbers were still climbing. What on earth is happening? How much time has passed? The total number has changed, reaching 80. Simultaneously, the total score on the other screen displaying the rabbit hunting game has also hit 80. My goodness, what astonishing speed. The bespectacled boy gazed in astonishment, questioning whether this was real. How could this be possible? It had only been a few minutes. Even I would require at least half an hour to deal with all these rabbits. Su glanced at him, silently thinking how disappointing it was. Wasn't Baiyun Academy reputed to be the institution of the most brilliant minds? Is this truly the extent of their capabilities? Judging by the boy's appearance, he too must be a student here. If this is the level of competence, then indeed, Baiyun Academy's overall prowess falls significantly short compared to Daoj Academy in the central region. In truth, it wasn't that the other party's skills were lacking. It was merely that Su's expectations were exceedingly high. However, once on the battlefield, the students from the academy demonstrated combat awareness and skills that were far beyond his initial perception. Less than 3 minutes later, a sudden sound heralded the opening of the testing room door. Chapter 66. The mouse became a symbol of weakness. 100%. Outstanding results, passed. Xiaoyu emerged from within, one hand rummaging through the pocket containing the spiced dried meat her father had packed for her. She took a bite, grinned at her father, then reached into her pocket for another piece. With a contented demeanor, she sauntered out. To her astonishment, it was not the larger child. Lin Chong's mind buzzed in disbelief. How could this be? You must be cheating. How could someone so young resort to such dishonesty? This is outrageous. Lin Chong instinctively yelled out in shock. Someone, please retrieve her assessment footage. A child like her, who resorts to cheating and lacks discipline, has no place in our esteemed academy. The words hung heavily in the air, darkening Su De's expression. He regarded Lin Chong with an icy glare, devoid of warmth. What do you mean by that? On what grounds do you accuse my child of cheating? My little, you may be young, but age does not equate to a lack of capability. How dare you publicly slander a child in front of so many? Do you truly consider yourself worthy of being an educator? Let me tell you. Go ahead and investigate that footage. If it turns out that my child did not cheat, you must apologize to both me and my daughter in front of your entire faculty and student body. Su was furious, exclaiming, what kind of teachers are these? Is the academic standard at Baiyun Academy truly in such decline? If the faculty possesses such character, I genuinely fear for the children who will soon be enrolled here. Your child cheated, and you still have the audacity to act so arrogantly towards our academy's teachers? Is this the behavior of a responsible parent? Indeed. What kind of upbringing produces a cheating child? It is all too clear what sort of parent you are. Lin Chong recalled Eileen's words, which subtly expressed dissatisfaction towards the two children, implying that they needed correction. It seemed as though these two had connections that facilitated their admission into the Zhao family. It was only out of necessity that the Zhao family acquiesced. However, Lin Chong, while indeed a member of the Zhao family, was also part of the Lin family, a political dynasty that was only slightly less prestigious than the Zhaos. Thus, her confidence was so unwavering. Having ascended to the position of deputy director at the Academy's Admissions Examination Center at such a tender age, it was precisely due to her formidable connections that her initially pretentious demeanor shifted, and she promptly initiated a counterstrike. Who is afraid of whom? What qualities do I possess? My status has not diminished. To accuse a mere 6-year-old child of cheating is utterly disgraceful. The bravado of the accusers deteriorated further. What manner of individuals are these? You assert that your child did not cheat, yet the data from her physical examination reveals otherwise. How could she possibly achieve such high scores on her first attempt? These are not merely 100 lab rats, but 100 specially cultivated rabbits. Why must lab rats be deemed inherently inferior to rabbits? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu felt a surge of indignation and retorted with resentment. Why is it that the moment you mention rats, you assume they are weak, as if they are destined to be victimized? In the ancient times, during the era of rampant cultivators, my mother's lineage, the Su-E Swallowing Heaven Rat clan, never once fell from its pinnacle of power. Back then, no living creature dared to look down upon rats. How is it that in this wretched era, we have become synonymous with weakness? Xiao Yu was deeply aggrieved and perplexed. Among the 28 revered demon saints of the ancient wilderness, her parents' lineage proudly stood among them. Why must they be bullied? Observing Xiao Yu's unwavering conviction and the resentment evident on her face, Lin Chong felt increasingly that this father-daughter duo was truly remarkable. The father's demeanor was exceedingly harsh, while the daughter showed no sign of remorse. The white mouse and the rabbit are universally recognized, and it is abundantly clear who possesses strength and who does not. This is particularly evident when it comes to the specially bred test rabbits we have here. Do not mistake deceit for a game, nor naivety for an excuse. I assure you, I have encountered many children of your ilk, lacking proper upbringing and spewing falsehoods. Do not presume that your incessant bickering will allow you to evade accountability. Lin Chong retorted, equally incensed. Daddy, she claimed I lack manners, which is essentially a reflection upon you, isn't it? Xiao Yu squinted her eyes, mockingly regarding her father. Upon their arrival, her father had specifically cautioned her that as long as he was present, she was not to indiscriminately strike others. Well, now that his daughter was being bullied, he should not hesitate to intervene. Su De shot her a disapproving glance, thinking to himself how brazenly she was attempting to provoke him. While he might have scolded his daughter with a stern look, he had no intention of extending any courtesy to Lin Chong, a woman devoid of decorum. With an aura of formidable intensity, Su De transformed from a harmless young man into a figure exuding an imposing and ruthless presence. Mind your language, he cautioned. You currently possess no evidence to substantiate your claims of my daughter cheating. Are you truly willing to slander her repeatedly without justification? I assure you, I shall lodge a complaint with the leadership of your institution. If Baiyun Academy is populated by teachers of your moral caliber, then perhaps it is best that it ceases to operate, lest it misguide its students. Who do you think you are? Baiyun Academy has stood for several centuries. Do you think your baseless assertions can bring about its closure? Do not be overly arrogant. Have you found the surveillance footage I asked you to retrieve? Bring it forth for this audacious parent, who dares to shout at the esteemed teacher of our institution, to see. Lin Chong harbored no doubt that Xiaoyu had cheated. Having spent years at the freshman testing center, she could almost instantly discern the correlation between physical fitness and examination results. She had observed Xiaoyu's physical endurance. And based on the data, achieving even a passing score seemed purely fortuitous. Hence, it was utterly impossible for such a flawless performance to occur without deceit. Linjia, we were in such a frenzy earlier that we failed to start the recording, so we do not have the video of this child's successful attempt. A sweet-faced girl apologized to Lin Chong. Lin Chong's expression contorted in an instant. You inept fools. Yet, she refrained from reprimanding the students before her, particularly since several possessed considerable backgrounds. Even in the absence of footage, I shall not acknowledge your success. I have determined this score to be failing. Do not return to take the examination within the next year. Come back next year instead, Lin Chong declared, her face still flushed with anger. Why next year? Long Zheng, who had just exited the testing room, overheard this remark and glared at Lin Chong, perplexed by her words. Brother, that old woman accused me of cheating on the exam, thus declaring my score to be failing. She said we must return next year. Xiaoyu hastily reported to Guogua. As expected, Guogwa's expression darkened, and the once shy boy transformed immediately into a figure of unrestrained mischief and cunning. My sister has never uttered a falsehood since childhood. Yet you dare to accuse her of cheating. You must apologize. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily. With that, Zhang Jing directly confronted Lin Chong. His face a mask of fury. Lin Chong felt a shadow swoosh past her, and before she could comprehend the situation, someone stood before her. Ah! She let out a piercing scream and stumbled backward, crashing to the ground with a thud. Unbeknownst to her, an iron ball lay on the floor, and her head struck it, resulting in a gash that quickly bled profusely. She lost consciousness. Zhang Jing was taken aback, as was Xiaoyu, and even Su De was left in shock. What caliber of teacher was this? But the unfortunate Director Lin, now injured and unconscious, caused the others in the room to exclaim in alarm. It was the bespectacled boy who remained calm, promptly calling for an ambulance. With a helpless expression, he turned to Su De and the others, saying, You must remain here. This matter needs clarification before you can leave. Su De nodded, utterly unprepared for such an absurd turn of events. The director had been remarkably unfortunate, collapsing onto an iron ball the size of a fist, which had left him bleeding and unconscious. At that moment, he felt a mix of anger and amusement, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Xiaoyu and Zhang Jing, however, did not share his composure, bursting into laughter. Xiaoyu disdainfully remarked, How can such a teacher, who cannot even stand steadily, have the audacity to teach us? How shameless. Ahem, Xiaoyu, one should not always speak the truth. In reality, one ought to express that the quality of education here appears to suffer from severe deficiencies, particularly regarding the teachers, where the situation is far from commendable. Su De shot a disapproving glance at the son of the younger sister, who seemed intent on leading her astray, before finding a place to sit. He observed as several young boys and girls attempted to administer first aid to Lin Chong. Before long, the ambulance arrived, and to his surprise, it was the same young man who had come to fetch them. Director Lin had accidentally fallen, striking his head against a metal ball on the ground, resulting in a gash that caused him to lose consciousness once more. Quickly, take him to the hospital. We cannot afford any long-term repercussions, Su De implored. The young man, wearing a peculiar expression, responded, If you were not so sarcastic, I would believe everything was fine, but alas, it is not. His duty was solely to transport the injured for emergency care, so he hastily moved Lin Chong away. However, before the vehicle could even start moving, a convoy of university officials rushed in, their familiar license plates unmistakable to him. Oh dear, that fellow is surely destined for notoriety now. This is Baiyun Academy. A throng of leaders, accompanied by a line of secretaries, drivers, and security personnel, surged into the reception hall, which had initially seemed spacious but was now crowded, leaving only a small circle of space around Su De and his companions, particularly avoiding the area marked by the fresh bloodstains from Director Lin's fall. Although many individuals who appeared to be leaders had arrived, the atmosphere remained subdued in anticipation of the true authority figures, the dean and vice-dean of the academy, who were expected momentarily. After all, it was not the time for anyone to overstep their bounds with the actual leaders just behind them. Soon, A clear path was made as the true dignitaries approached. Suda first noticed a slender, middle-aged man leading the way, exuding an air of refinement, followed by a slightly plump middle-aged man, whose demeanor was shrewd and worldly. This was Dean Zhuang and Vice Dean Lin of Bayun Academy, someone explained to Suda. The Vice Dean was the first to speak, addressing the students and parents involved in the matter. Upon hearing his words, Suda felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He hadn't even lifted a finger. The plump man was certainly quick to assign blame. Gradually, Suda rose to his feet and, in a sudden movement, saluted. I am Su Ling Tian, director of the 4th Military District Guard Center and a serving member of the Federation's military. Greetings. The iron will and fierce aura characteristic of a soldier immediately enveloped the space, imposing enough to force the plump Vice Dean to stagger back several steps before regaining his balance with the assistance of his guards. If I were to strike her, that woman would undoubtedly become a corpse. I possess the authority for immediate lethal action, Su Ling Tian remarked, raising an eyebrow and casting a disdainful glance at the Vice Dean. It became evident to Suda that the situation would not conclude favorably today. Thus, why should he continue to suffer indignities? As a soldier, you ought to hold yourself to a far stricter standard rather than extending your wicked hand towards the populace. How dare you even venture to assault the esteemed Bayun Academy? This is a blatant disregard for its significance. The plump vice principal, supported by his bodyguards, appeared rather disheveled, his face paling in distress. Yet he feigned a resolute defiance against malevolent forces, bellowing loudly. The expression in his eyes momentarily froze, truly a spectacle of absurdity. With today presenting an abundance of such characters, it was she who had stumbled and collided with the iron ball, leading to her fainting spell. Yet you have the audacity to claim that my father was responsible? Who could have imagined that the legendary Bayun Academy, so revered in rumor, was under the leadership of one who distorts truth and maligns educators? I have borne witness to this. I have already recorded your disgraceful behavior on my phone, and shortly, I shall upload it to the internet. Oh, and let us not forget the incident involving Director Lin, who fortuitously fell and struck her head against an iron ball, resulting in her unconsciousness. Chang Zheng interjected suddenly, causing the vice principal's expression to shift awkwardly. Could it be? Was this not a deplorable act by a parent? Yet, was it not your appearance that startled Director Lin into her fall? Had she not been frightened by your sudden presence, she surely would not have collapsed, nor would she have sustained such a grievous injury that led to her fainting. How can a mere child speak so devoid of responsibility and empathy? A young girl boldly stepped forward, proclaiming with righteous indignation. Chapter 68, Eccentricities. Upon hearing the news, Chang Zheng's face flushed with anger. Just as he was about to speak, he was restrained by Suda, who grasped his arm. Today, I have truly witnessed it, a prestigious institution, Bayun Academy. Chapter 69, No one is easy to deal with. Vice Commander Zhao? The individuals who were attacked belong to the Lin family, specifically your sister-in-law's relatives. Zhao Shiji paused momentarily, likely contemplating the situation. Chapter 70. The situation continues to escalate. For someone who has long been embroiled in the struggles of frontline combat, with an upright character molded by years of oppression and scheming, who has once made a sensational impact. Chapter 71. Arm Wrestling. What does this imply? Are they wary of the Lin family? Lin Hanwen instinctively recalled the previous incident, noting the strange expression on Zhao Shijun's face. Chapter 72. Arm Wrestling, Part 2. Zhao Heir, what exactly do you intend to do? Old Master Lin could no longer remain composed. What I wish to do is contingent upon your desires, Zhao Shiji retorted, his anger palpable. Chapter 73. The truth is quite scandalous. Do you know? Old Master Lin gazed in astonishment at his niece, Lin Yueying. Oh, allow me to explain. To elucidate, let us discuss the origins of this matter. Chapter 74. Expulsion and Vice Dean Su. While this sentiment somewhat resonated with her, what of Su Lingtian? Lin Yueying instinctively furrowed her brow. Yueying, allow me to handle this matter. Chapter 75. Another bowl. Old Master Lin's body trembled slightly, a mixture of fury and indignation coursing through him. Vice Dean Lin hurriedly rushed over to support him. The old gentleman was not in any trouble, but what if he? Chapter 76. Permanently free at the break of dawn, Su Ling Tian extracted his daughter from her cozy bed, only for her to angrily retreat under the covers again, before he coaxed her out once more to dress her. Chapter 77. Severing the void step in the Federation, martial arts and techniques are categorized into 4 main levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. This classification represents the prevailing martial arts and techniques disseminated throughout the Federation. Chapter 78. No scraps left to devour. While aristocratic families may be particular about the distinction between biological offspring and adopted children in the common populace, adopted children are equally regarded as one's own. The galaxy is fraught with peril. Chapter 79. Pay your respects to your godfather. Chapter 80. Patricide. Why are you so astonished, Uncle Zhao, when I suggest you pay your respects to your godfather? Su Ling Tian regarded him with slight confusion. Well, let us discuss this matter later. Chapter 81. Caught in the act of mischief, Chang Zheng hurriedly disregarded Xiao Yu's objections and collected the genetic beast eggs. Alas, the most unfortunate incident occurred. These genetic beast eggs were not as they appeared. Chapter 82. I'll teach you brats a lesson, Uncle Zhao Juanhao exclaimed in panic. At least you still recognize me as your uncle. You little rascal. How could you conspire behind my back? Chapter 83. Reverse blood alteration. Utilize reverse blood alteration. Reverse blood alteration? The eyes, filled with astonishment, conveyed the notion that employing this method could enhance the attributes of the genetic beasts. Chapter 84. Opening a door. In truth, the policies from above indeed present numerous inequities for the soldiers in the military district, such as the allocation of resource quotas and the classification of certain special resources. Chapter 85. Absolute advancement. Early in the morning, Zhao Shiji, hunched over and cautious, endeavored to enter his abode without making a sound. How unfortunate. His elder had insisted on his staying. Chapter 86. Strong registration. After listening to the reports from his subordinates, Zhou Taibao anxiously paced about the room. Initially, he believed it to be nothing more than a grand joke, yet he was taken aback when the other party not only invited Zhao Ding. Chapter 87. Resistance across the continents. How insidious this move is. It confounds perception, rendering the truth indiscernible. Thus, the reviewers would naturally refrain from making judgments about Su Ling in such a brief period. Chapter 88. Deceptive compliance. Here, this is the application form. And this is a detailed account of the various medicinal herbs and related substances claimed over the past 6 months. Observe. The penultimate line contains the summary for the current month and the final. Chapter 89. Astonishing defeat. The students in the intermediate class are all in the growth phase of the genetic beasts. The little fox, Changzheng, now often maintains an appearance reminiscent of a small fox about the size of a lunar month. Chapter 90. The malevolent moon and the azure wolf. Teacher Jiang, in a state of urgency, directly contacted the parents via their communication device. Upon connection, a familiar yet ominous presence resonated through the line. Chapter 91. Misconception. You are Han Qian's son? Changzheng exclaimed in surprise. So you are aware? Han Shifeng turned to Changzheng. I discovered that. Chapter 92. The death of chapters 093-094-095. When Suda departed, he did not summon anyone else. However, teacher Han Gung appeared visibly anxious as he spoke to Vice Dean Su. Chapter 93. Practical Training in the Shadows, Part 6. A fortnight later, in the dormitory area of Baiyun Academy's special class, the warm summer afternoon sun gently bathed the surroundings. Chapter 94. The Fractured Bone Artifact. Chapter 95. The Devouring Artifact for Advancement. Xiaoyu, everything is here. Take your time to choose. Be cautious with those brittle bones. They are quite hard, so be careful not to injure your hands. Changzheng advised his younger sister before beginning to organize. Chapter 96. The military district is disturbed again. Suddenly, Sheng Fan let out a scream, exclaiming, "This is wrong. We are in serious trouble." According to Xiaoyu, this bone staff is undoubtedly an artifact of bone, and it is more than just that. Chapter 97. Pages 104 to 105. The club-wielding individuals are engrossed in their trivial pursuits. Piece by piece, bones of varying sizes and crystalline quality are gathered into old Zhao's large pouch. A group of young officers wears expressions akin to those mourning the loss of their parents, their faces sorrowful and despondent. Chapter 98. Pages 106 to 107. Exquisite Brother. As the warship penetrates the atmosphere of Yulu, the 1062 students enrolled in the unique Bongjia academic system are summoned together by Vice Dean Luo. Chapter 99. Pages 108 to 109. The Frustrating Netback. Rise and prepare for battle. Zhang Jing swiftly awakens Xiaoyu and begins to gather their belongings. His rapid movements leave no trace of hesitation. First and foremost, he. Chapter 100. The net bag outside is filled with delightful chaos, while those within are jostled to disorientation, unable to articulate a word, each one struggling to suppress their nausea. The first to succumb. Chapter 101, pages 111 to 113. Overindulgence. Alas, that outcry has truly spoiled everything. Ah, as her voice resonated, it was as if water cascaded from her vicinity. Chapter 102, chapters 114 to 115. Mischief. The pain is unbearable. Having indulged in a plethora of delectable treats, I discovered that my appetite was insufficient for digestion. Even after expelling a significant portion, the discomfort in my stomach and abdomen persists. Chapter 103, chapters 116 to 117. The Lost Traveler. Chapter 104, chapters 118 to 119. The Bone Demon Tower. Su Ling Tian was acutely aware of his subordinates' capabilities. Even in the event of a beast tied in Yulu, the inhabitants were those he had personally stationed. Chapter 105, chapters 120 to 121. Self-destruction. The entire night was illuminated with brilliance. It is imperative that the materials be ground to a fine powder, promptly crushed, and then mixed with another type of mineral. Chapter 106, chapters 122 to 123. Confidential research topic. This time, the crimson filaments entering the genetic beast were far less gentle than the previous encounter orchestrated by Xiaoyu. Chapter 107, chapters 124 to 125. Taking action. Zhou Taibao, in a fit of rage, stormed off, his face flushed with indignation. Zhao Shiji cast a glance at the bystanders who were secretly reveling in the performance. Chapter 108. Who fell into the pit? The first Federal Star domain is set to host a new martial arts evaluation conference on Wuzhou Star. This is indeed a significant event. Chapter 109. Spitting Blood. Zhou Taibao, you have gone too far. Zhao Shiji's expression immediately darkened. Zhang Yan, silence yourself. Zhou Taibao suddenly erupted in fury, directing his wrath towards Zhang Yan. Chapter 110. The terrifying speed of downloading. Early the next morning, Suda was fully prepared, intending to showcase his skills before the 5 judges. All other matters were entrusted to Uncle Zhao, to avoid complications at the last moment. Chapter 111. Suda? You are the master. This situation has escalated tremendously. Zhao Shiji had just seen the post when he stood up from the guest seat and approached Su Lingtian. However, Su. Chapter 112. Pheromones and induction needles. Daddy, what exactly is that thing called true slim? Is there also a false slim? Little Yu pinched her plump little belly and vigorously shook her head, declaring that she was not slim. Chapter 113. The Blood Jade Peach Forest. Man, this is utterly unreasonable. Lei Dong was infuriated by his own words. Even if they collectively give birth and lay eggs, I take one from the nest. Chapter 114. Chapters 138 to 139. The most fantastical object of desire for those engaged in same-sex relationships. Number 1. A small warrior removed his military cap, laughing heartily as he embraced his comrade, suddenly letting out a loud howl. Ah, it is the Blood Jade Peach Forest. Chapter 115. Chapters 140 to 141. Yet another remarkable discovery. Within the enormous dung ball appeared a narrow stream of crystal clear, cool water, roughly 3 meters wide, with the opposite bank illuminated by military floodlights, revealing. Chapter 116. Chapters 142 to 143. The Bloodline of the Baizé Beast. What did you say? Zhao Shiji clumsily rose from the ground, anxiously leaning closer to the video screen, his large face nearly pressed against the camera. Chapter 117. Chapters 144 to 145. The Ultimate Secret to Leveling Up. Seeing Xiaoyu sitting not far away, waving a finger at them, one small paw was suspended by a special steel wire. Holding onto a Baixing fan, his lips twitched as he accelerated his climb. Chapter 118. Chapters 146 to 147. The time has come for the forcible seizure of military merits. A colossal warship slowly descended towards a designated location, employing intercontinental missiles and planet-class main cannons to eliminate several targets, at least of level 8 or 9. Chapter 119. Chapters 148 to 149. A-Class Wanted Criminal. Forcibly seizing military merits? How could that be possible? Those who are coming are all from the central military headquarters, aren't they? Zhao Jing and Tang were utterly taken aback. Chapter 120. Chapters 150 to 151. Iron-backed golden mice. the combat mice among rodents. After successfully managing his own affairs, before embarking on his journey to Yuyi, he intended to bid farewell to his children. A hymn, of course, if there were to come a moment of heartfelt paternal affection. Chapter 121, Chapters 152 to 153, Bloodthirsty Demon Soldiers. The large tiger rolled off the ground and shook off the dust from its fur. Then approached the white fur ball once more with a fawning demeanor, saying, "Since you are the boss, I." From the abyss to the depths of the fourth star zone, it seemed as though one was navigating a peculiar spiral corridor. The journey from Yochi to Yuyi resembled this spiral passage. Chapter 123, Superbly Perfect Deployment. At this moment, Ning Fei's face resembled the bottom of a blackened pot. This group of little ones had gone too far this time, actually taking control of the intelligence system of a supply ship. Had he not discovered it early? Chapter 124, Chapters 157-158-159, The Correct Usage of Crystallized Bones. Chapters 157-158-159, The Correct Usage of Crystallized Bones. After taking off from Yulu, there was a brief pause in the void before continuing towards Yuyi on a certain supply ship. Chapter 125, Chapters 160 to 161, Only Sending Light Signals, is that right? Chapters 160 to 161, Not Using Call Signs, is that so? When Suda received 5 small beings, apart from the lively Xiaoyu, the other few seemed rather despondent. Chapter 127, The Secret Art of Devouring Crystals. A peculiar rhythm of breath resembled a certain driving force, urging the runes to swirl and flow within her bloodline. The crystallized bones suspended before her maintained a similar essence. Chapter 128, When the monkey was playing, Yo-Yo, have you finished your training? Gazing at the pouting little mouth, the discontent on the small, plump face of the little one who emerged prompted Suda to wave at her hurriedly. Chapter 129, Chapters 168 to 170, The Turbulence of Struggle. A burly man named Hu Yong, whose direct superior was Captain Wang Baiwei, exhibited a face that fluctuated between red and white. Chapter 130, Chapters 171 to 172, Stripping Away the Foundation. However, I cannot wait that long. Xiaoyu extracted the little mice one by one from the net bag and then instructed them to line up. Chapter 131, Chapters 173 to 176, The Mighty Rodents. As Lei Dong and Tai Shi led the team away, very few individuals remained in the entire camp. Chapter 132, Communing with Spirits. We suspect that there may be more to the matter concerning Su Lingtian. Could it be that someone tampered with his talents back in the day, even after undergoing surgery? Chapter 133, Chapters 178 to 180, The Financial Background of the Virtual Father. Can such spiritual communication be utilized in combat? Specifically, in the synergy between humans and beasts? Yang Xiao eagerly inquired. Chapter 134, Chapters 181 to 182, Purple Banana Valley. In the docking station of the first battleship, the enormous vessel gradually approached its berth, disengaging its magnetic levitation to rest steadily within the harbor. Chapter 135, Chapters 183 to 184, Green-Eyed Golden Monkey. Lei Dong hastily activated the celestial communication to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Following the direction indicated by the young soldier, Lei Dong surprisingly discovered beneath the expansive leaves of the purple banana a significant object. Chapter 136, Chapters 185 to 186, The Scandalous Boyfriend of the Virtual Father. Zhao Shiji collaborated with his brother Zhao Shijun to scrutinize the list of supplies being submitted, as a pained expression occasionally flickered across Zhao Shijun's handsome face. It was truly. Chapter 137, Chapters 187 to 188, Illegal Land Appropriation. Xiaoyu, having enjoyed a hearty meal, blissfully slumbered throughout the night, and the following morning rushed to find Guogua, only to discover that Guogua was inexplicably absent from the room. She searched through the doors. Chapter 138, Chapters 189 to 190. The large tiger afflicted with middle school syndrome. Xiaoyu was greatly indignant upon hearing this, regardless of whether it was a green stem or a yellow stem. Before she could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted by Chang Zheng beside her. Chapter 139, No amount of immersion in the Yellow River can cleanse one's reputation. Ultimately, the little white dumpling, unable to bear the sight any longer, soared directly to the top of the big tiger's head without waiting for the elder tiger to seize him. Thus, the two unfortunate brothers found themselves entangled. Chapter 140, In a swift motion, Lei Dong clasped the large one's neck, pulling him toward his territory. Young man, married life is not easy. If you truly wish to avoid it, then. Chapter 141. Astonishingly beautiful. A small town? Is that what it is? Little Yu pouted, filled with endless sympathy, extending her tiny paw to pat her father's coarse fur. Father, you are so pitiful. Chapter 142. Fierce and ruthless little girl. This aura of murderous intent surged directly toward the group, confronting Su Lingtian. The once arrogant young man was now sweating profusely from his forehead. Chapter 143. Su's Parenting Chronicle. The Zhao family departed alongside Zhao Shijun, and it is presumed that Zhao Junyu would be dealt with by his own kin. The He family left in a rather hurried and disheveled manner. Chapter 144. Frantic Backlash. Chapter 145. Insidious Schemes. Within the massive blood cocoon, a faint heartbeat echoed. The situation left Su De and the doctors utterly astonished. What on earth transpired? Chapter 146. A misunderstanding. The outcome, filled with joy and anticipation, led to a significant loss, culminating in Tang Jinye sustaining severe injuries, having lost a substantial portion of his leg. Chapter 147. The awakening of the celestial fox in the eyes of your family. There exists only the family itself, with no recognition of Zhao Shiji. Therefore, the 4th military district is under the Zhao family's dominion. However, you seem to have forgotten that when. Chapter 148. Fainting on the spot, Su De felt bewildered. Caught off guard. Boss, allow me to assist you with carrying the young master, Lei Dong offered, adopting an exaggeratedly sycophantic demeanor. Chapter 149. A debt repaid early in the morning, father suddenly fainted. Upon receiving the news, Li Yunshang hastily took leave and hurriedly made his way to the Li family's main residence with Zhou Wei, who was equally anxious. Chapter 150. The bond of blood. Yet, I never anticipated that our family would be so fortunate, that one day, you would unexpectedly. Chapter 151. Ling Tian Corporation Idol, Male Deity, Maisugo. Han's voice escalated, raising the pitch by at least 9 decibels with a single utterance of the word brother. Your words are only fit for home. Chapter 152. Chapters 217 to 218, Jumping Egg. However, considering your affinity for wealth, military achievements hold paramount significance, far surpassing the value of federal currency. How could you? Chapter 153, Chapters 219 to 220, Blood Seizure. Are you truly aware of everything? Do you realize you are the illegitimate child of Li Yunshang? Are you cognizant that I am Li Yunshang's legitimate spouse? You would be delighted to see me divorced from Li Yunshang. It is difficult. Chapter 154, Chapters 221 to 222, Cursed Blood. It is said that the 14th ancestor of the Li family has arrived, bringing immense joy to both branches of the family. However, what was unexpected was that the 14th ancestor intended to take advantage of the occasion too. Chapter 155, Chapters 223 to 224, The Phenomenon of Street Stalls. Chang Zheng clutched a smart notebook, his small paws leaving trails of shadows on the keyboard as streams of data flashed before his eyes. Chapter 156, Chapters 225 to 226. The Birth of the High-End Tabad District. In the Star Network room of the Special Operations Team stationed in the first base city, a group of passionate young individuals furiously typed on their keyboards, accompanied by occasional shouts of excitement and despair. The first to feel the discomfort were, in fact, the Chu family members, or rather, the individuals from the Martial Arts Family Alliance. They are intricately connected to the prestigious families of the Central Star region. Chapter 158. The family treasures have been ravaged. The 14th ancestor was astonished, enraged, and furiously explosive. The Nine-Tails, it was indeed the Nine-Tails. How could the bloodline of the six-tailed fox possibly manifest 9? Chapter 159. Anomaly. Dare you destroy my clan's treasure? I will kill you. I will kill you. The 14th ancestor shouted in a fit of rage, his fury igniting like a blazing fire as he stepped forward. After their battleship was engulfed by that stone tower, it was as if their bodies were imprisoned, unable to move, sealed within the ship, rendered speechless. Chapter 161. Awakening of the Devourer. Comparable to dragon liver, phoenix marrow, and Chilangal, who would dare provoke a fully grown beast? It is only the slumbering cubs like them that are targeted. Little White Bun was indignant. Chapter 162. The 9 Yellow Golden Immortal Thunder Tribulation. What does it mean to have thick skin? I am merely concerned about the waste of resources you brought along that went unused. Such shamelessness. Chapter 163, The True Bloodline of Inheritance. The imperial flowing nectar pearl was picked up and placed into a small box, handed into the hands of virtual father. Xiao Yu ultimately drained all the blood from the pit, yet still appeared weak and feeble. In Chapter 164, during the perilous mission of death cleansing, Suda observed his frenzied expression and furrowed his brow disapprovingly, advising that if one harbors resentment, they should seek vengeance. If vengeance is unattainable, they must endure and await the opportunity for retribution. In Chapter 165, despite the efforts of Zhao Shiji and Han Hong, their endeavors seemed to vanish into the abyss, yielding no results. In Chapter 166, a conversation arose regarding a residence at Niowa number 004 in the Tongqing Mountain community on Baihalaojun Street. In Chapter 167, Suda posed a question to Xiao Yu regarding their plans for temporary accommodation. Rumors circulated about a recently arrived group of exceptionally ferocious beasts near the colorful lake plains of Tongqing Mountain, known for their predatory nature. In Chapter 169, the narrative unfolds with an encounter, signifying a new beginning. Father lies in a state of unconsciousness, while the wolf pack's encampment is engulfed in chaos. Numerous star beasts exhibit a display of terror, darting about in a state of panic. However, their fear of Changzheng and Xiao Yu's royal beasts keeps them at bay. Chapter 170. The Dissolution of the Martial Arts Alliance in the 4 military districts. What do you amount to? I have devoured the transforming grass at the Pure Yuan stage. Chapter 171. Fish Dragon Detachment Elixir. Xiao Yu, what do you intend to do with all these green-headed big fish? Lei Dong inquired, visibly annoyed. It serves a purpose, Xiao Yu replied, disregarding him as she continued instructing the fish hawk. Chapter 172. Establishing residency. Due to Xiao Yu and her companions occupying the Rainbow Lake Plain and establishing a base, it has become a bustling hub, with people coming and going daily. Most distressingly, this group of individuals has taken to sharpening their blades. Chapter 260 to 261. The Booming Demon Script Study Class. Before departing, Qingho had thrown numerous documents written in demon script before Suda, prompting Su. Chapter 174. Part-time caregiver. This is the Stone Fire Thunder Refining Demon Talisman. This is the long-lost secret technique for studying demon script. How did you come by it? Chapter 175. Who is the fool? As Qingho approached the 5-continent star, he was detected by the reconnaissance radar system. The massive Qingpeng, if not blind, would certainly perceive its surroundings. However, its flight. Chapter 176, Chapters 266 to 267. A single palm swallows the heavens. This is impossible. Zhao Shizong's face twisted in horror as he screamed madly. Chapter 177. Chapters 268 to 269. Can the useless defy heaven? How could a once promising situation descend into chaos so swiftly? Chapter 178. Chapters 270 to 271. Soul-searching and bone-scraping technique. Zhao Shijun knelt before Zhao Dinghuang, his face a portrait of despair and tears of anguish streaming down. Chapter 179. Invitation to the Cup Tower Tournament. When the middle-aged man visited Su Ling Tian once more, the entire 4th military district had begun to regain its former stability. Chapter 180. Selection for the disturbing demon slots. Ling Tian, will you not relinquish your responsibilities, bearing the external pressures while allowing your subordinates? Chapter 181. A shocking revelation. There appeared a young boy, no more than 10 years of age, seemingly attuned to some unseen force, cautiously. Chapter 182. The awareness of the great demon once fallen, he did not rise again. Chapter 183. A tumultuous plea for adoption. The king of the diamond apes was originally a wild mountain monkey, and how it stumbled upon a fortuitous encounter, leading to continuous breakthroughs in its cultivation, ultimately becoming a dominant force among demons. Chapter 184. The Shadow Organization. Before dawn on the following day, a resounding knocking echoed outside the Old One's residence. Old One hurriedly got up to open the door, only to find it was still his own convoy. Chapter 185. The Weeping Blood Fox Clan. Chapter 186. Chapters 286-287-288. The Jade-Clawed Lynx. However, although I am unaware of the source of your information, I have been here for quite some time. Chapter 187. The Wailing Blood Sacrifice. The man who came with you, Rao, was about to speak again when he noticed that the girl who had been sitting beside Changzheng in a daze had suddenly transformed into a fluffy little mouse. Chapter 188. the remarkably powerful little girl. Are you suggesting that the celestial fox bloodline within me holds great allure for that so-called demon emperor, Hylian City? If my news were to be leaked, he would. Chapter 189. The little abnormality of the Tong Tian family. Why is that not permissible? Xiaoyu retorted, leaving Yu Rao momentarily speechless. Chapter 190. The Yellow Springs Underworld. Yo-yo, those mindless animals can be disregarded, but what about the elderly and weak among the human race? Could it be that the skeletons might inadvertently hunt them down as well? Chapter 191. The mischievous child, a torrent of black and yellow anomalous water, surged violently, incessantly inundating the converging rivers of blood. Furthermore, it aggressively contaminated the earth, anything touched by this bizarre substance. Chapter 192. The annihilated black market similarly perplexed. Xiaoyu gazed at the pagoda, and after a moment of contemplation, a sudden realization dawned upon her. I understand now. The other party had long prepared a substitute offering. No wonder. Chapter 193. What have you done to that young lady? A strange mushroom cloud erupted from a certain point in the void, resulting in a tremendous explosion. A streak of light burst forth from the epicenter of the explosion, swiftly vanishing into the vast expanse of stars. Chapter 194. The good man of the new era Qing Ho turned around and immediately noticed a certain charming beauty glaring at him with a fierce expression, as though she were intent on devouring his bones and feasting upon his flesh. What is your intention? Chapter 195. A mule cannot become a donkey no matter where it goes. On a small planet nestled in the central star zone, lush vegetation thrived amidst an atmosphere rich in spiritual energy, where Tian Long wandered alone along what seemed to be an endless path leading to the stars. Chapter 196. Level 1 Camp. Suda had always believed that children were lively and adorable. Thus, he never anticipated that his little prodigy, aside from her passion for being a foodie, could possess such fervor. Chapter 197. Void Treasure Land. Chapter 309 to 311. The Void Treasure Land. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. A certain individual, with a vacant expression, was utterly unable to comprehend. Chapter 198. Yinyang Transformation Pool Xiaoyu. I recall you merged that so-called Qianyang Peak with the Golden Light Palace. Is it possible to ascend Qianyang Peak? Can we enter the Golden Light Palace? Chapter 199. A Resounding Regret. I have already reached the 8th level of the body refinement stage. Hearing the exclamations from the crowd, the middle-aged man bravely confessed. Chapter 200. Terrifying yet invaluable. Upon hearing his words, the young warrior momentarily froze, then gently shook his head, stating that he was aware the military was still recruiting suitable soldiers, but was it truly necessary? Chapter 201. No room for error, Ling Tian. You must take us to the Silver Tower and the transformation pool immediately. We wish to witness everything with our own eyes. After all, it all originates from that wondrous realm of the Eastern Domain. Chapter 202. Interstellar Teleportation Array Liao Lao. What do you mean by that? Li Zhongren inquired, perplexed. Haha. Liao Jianan glanced at Li Zhongren and pointed directly at his nose. Chapter 203. The Benefits and Conditions of Upgrading the Hollow? Miss Rabbit gazed at Xiaoyu in bewilderment, awaiting her forthcoming explanation. Those lacking strength had activated the restrictions, risking eternal confinement of their consciousness. Chapter 204. The old cow grazes on tender grass. Su Ling Tian had never imagined that one day he would also endure the thunder tribulation. Nevertheless, his reaction was surprisingly composed. If he must face the thunder tribulation, so be it. Changzheng observed. Chapter 205. Courtship. Dehei forcefully shoved the woman aside, swiftly sprinting towards the door. He urged himself to flee. After all, the time had come for the aging single woman, Mu Qiping. Chapter 206. The Foolish Big Tiger continued. What distinction is there between a small life and an old one? Why do you insist on preserving the former while relinquishing the latter to Xiaoyu? Su Ba questioned in confusion. Chapter 207. Here comes your grandfather. Go. If you wish to perish on the ancestral star, then do so alone. Do not involve me. The elderly lady adeptly swatted away his grasping claw as he reached to embrace her arm, unyielding. Chapter 208. An Unstoppable Force. When Ning Fei was called out, he was indeed quite astonished. The Central Military Command had announced the arrival of an inspection team to ascertain the authenticity of the transformations within the washing pool. In the preceding chapters, it was mentioned that 1,000 individuals had already acquired knowledge of the ocean reversal formation and were capable of performing preliminary joint exercises of this formation. this ocean reversal formation. In another chapter, the narrative revealed the establishment of a robbery gang. Amidst this, the character Qin Shan was rather irked, remarking on the fact that one had only reached the third level of the true fusion stage. As the story progressed, upon witnessing a certain situation, Zhou Heng felt a jolt of anxiety, exchanging a glance with Yang Xiaowu, both recognizing the resolute determination reflected in each other's eyes. Xiaowu stated, "I will provide cover. You lead the way." Xiaoyu first imparted the blood refinement technique to her brother and father, subsequently presenting them with the remains of 2 juvenile serpents before commencing to seize the enormous serpent carcass from the Azure Sea. In a later chapter, Zhao Junzuo felt a pang of concern, realizing the precariousness of the situation. He quickly grasped Zhao Junyin's arm, exclaiming warmly, "Cousin, your arrival brings us immense joy." Chapter 215, Mutual Destruction. What are you saying? Su Sangxiong uttered softly, his tone laden with boundless fury. "I say you are courting death." Su Taiye laughed heartily. Chapter 216, Upgrading the Golden Light Shop. Uncle Lei, how can I possibly be compared to that Su Sangxiong? Zhang Jing furrowed his delicate brows as he questioned Lei Dong. His charming appearance and serene, bashful demeanor. Why should I comply? Just because he tells me to delay for a month, I must? Who does he think he is? Is he the federal government or the Central Military Command? Liao Jianan expressed his frustration. Chapter 218, A Call to Arms. In pursuit of stability for the 4th Military District, Su Lingtian nearly retained all the senior generals within the district. Those brought along were all recently appointed newcomers. Chapter 219, A Setback in the Sewers. Having arrived in the Central Star District, Su Lingtian did not anticipate a peaceful coexistence with Su Sangqiu. Yet, he did not foresee that merely 3 days after arriving at Kaiyuan Star. Chapter 220, Pitfall. Hot on the heels of the remnants of the White Tiger Legion were the 3 legions of the Silver Sea Empire, 044, 045, and 046. The area surrounding the Federation was once their territory. Chapter 221, Sharpening the Blade. Upon catching a glimpse of Su Sangxiang's gaze, the little aide felt a sudden chill and scrambled away in fright. Chapter 222, Transforming the Flagship. I have investigated, and it is highly probable that this individual possesses the bloodline of the Hydra. Tianlong, you have garnered the king's favor due to your lineage of the crimson-kissed Xianjiao. However, you must understand. Chapter 223, The Meat Grinder. Upon receiving this command, even the composed Zuling Tian turned pale. The order bestowed upon the Ling Tian Legion was, astonishingly, to fill the pit. Chapter 224, Conflict. The original sovereign gazed with a stormy expression at the continuously updating battle loss statistics and the electronic simulation hologram of the battlefield dynamics. The starry sky trembled amidst the flames of war. Chapters 225, The conflict persists. As the conflict continued, Xiao Yu munched away, her eyes sparkling with delight. Long Zheng could no longer endure and quickly pulled out a small handkerchief. Chapter 226, Suspicion. Not everyone possesses the ability and pride to withstand the pressure from the Su family, like Zhao Shiji. The Su family is indeed a colossal entity within the Federation. Chapter 228, Golden Glimmer. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Fengyi's face manifested a peculiar blend of sorrow and fury, entangled in conflict, pain, and rage. Sister, Jiang Fengyu Jiangda. Chapter 229, Chapters 363 to 364. The Yinling Formation. Chapter 230, Yan's Lethal Strike. The eerie black light relentlessly struck the swallow, and upon the slightest contact with the dark radiance, the silver warships plummeted like dumplings. Chapter 231, Chapters 366 to 367. I look forward to crossing swords with you again, O God of War. The swallow soared swiftly. Yet it was besieged by an extraordinary legion. The encolored fleet swiftly maneuvered, regrouping in no time. Chapter 232, The Heartless Little Loli. Faced with the task assigned by her father, Xiao Yu felt utterly disheartened. However, she could not shirk her duty, so she ventured to inspect the warships on the verge of becoming scrap. Chapter 233, Chapters 369 to 370, Farewell, Brothers. Xiao Yu resolutely shook her head. Must it be 3 for 1? Xiao Yu nodded once more. Feng Yunbao pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding. Chapter 234, Professional Rogue. Su Lingxiao's expression darkened. After all, he is a father. Su Lingtian regarded him with a gaze filled with pity. This lad is likely in deep trouble with that scoundrel. Chapter 235, The Overbearing and Impressive Brat. Chapter 236, Facing Reality. However, your selfishness, solely considering yourselves, is unacceptable. This is a grand military exhibition. The entire cosmic port serves 6 legions, not just your own. Chapter 237, A Desperate Gamble. It is simply unacceptable. This time, I shall not acquiesce to your demands. My subordinates are human beings, possessing lives of their own. If they are compelled to work overtime, it could lead to their untimely demise due to overexertion. Qinghe. Chapter 238, Chapters 375-376-377, Kong Shiyu. Although Qing Shuowu is exceedingly assertive, she is a woman of her word, in just 5 or 6 days. Chapter 239, Chapters 378-379-380. The Golden Light Hall has been upgraded to Level 2, resulting in the addition of 2 new subhalls. The palm-sized subhall seals were acquired by Elder Hu. Chapter 240, Chapters 381-382, the 9th level of the Purple Gold Immortal Thunder Tribulation. Regardless of the distribution of profits or military merits, they dare to allocate cultivation resources. Truly, do you wish to incite even greater envy? Your leader truly possesses a remarkable talent for. Chapter 241, Chapters 383-384, the Bronze Ancient Hall. Under the eager gazes of many, Guangyun finally underwent a transformation, manifesting as a rain of imperial liquid. The dense imperial liquid cascaded down upon Xiaoyu. Chapter 242, It fled. The Bronze Ancient Hall emerged from the earth like a burrowing insect, forcefully breaking through the ground. Just as it surfaced, the entire planet's surface. Chapter 243, The Blood Feast Hall. Xiaoyu clutched a miniature bronze palace with her tiny paws, droplets of saliva cascading down. This is indeed the Blood Feast Hall created by a certain Tunshin mouse. Otherwise, what could this be? Chapter 244, Unfilial Son. Why do you say that? Brother Su inquired, perplexed. If it cannot be subdued, how can it serve as a warrior clan's retainer? That is because, dear father, you are not well acquainted with the origins of the warrior clan. Chapter 245, A Crisis. Su Hongdao's expression flickered with surprise. Then why did he betray the clan and defy you, his father? Because he should never have been born. Chapter 246, The Demon's Offspring. In the surveillance team, Han Zhaosong hastily remarked, even adopting a pose that suggested he was sweating profusely. Su Lingtian shot him an exasperated glare at such a significant matter. Chapter 247, New Divine Talent. Young Master Changzheng has been confined. It is said to be in an isolated room, containing merely a single bed and a small table outside. Little Yu brought a bundle prepared by her father. The battle mouse is certainly not a biochemical weapon. It is far more effective than any biochemical weapon. Little Yu pouted, gravely observing her father. Chapter 249, Long-Standing Grudge. In recent days, everyone seems to want to sing, "You are so bad, you are so bad." Su too, you are so bad. It is easy to transition from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to revert from extravagance to frugality. Stringent supply. Chapter 250, Chapter 394-395, Ferocious having harmed Qing. She presumptuously desires to extricate herself and lead a comfortable life. I shall not permit her such an effortless departure. Chapter 251, Wealth Dictates Influence. Su Lingtian is the collective idol of the 4 military regions. Yet, this is predominantly manifested in the affections of the numerous rank-and-file soldiers. As for the senior and mid-level officers accompanying the Lingtian Legion this time. Chapter 252, Fruition concomitant with the maturation of Changzheng and Xiaoyu. Sugo perceives a shift in his own mentality. Formerly, his heart harbored no expectations, remaining stagnant within the military entirely. Chapter 253, Conspiracy with the strength of a single legion at the cost of nearly a quarter of its warships and personnel. They annihilated the equivalent of 19 fully staffed federal elite legions, a heaven defying. Warships are incessantly diminishing, and personnel are drastically dwindling along with them. Among the 3 divisions of the Lingtian Legion, the Eagle Division fares the worst. Their warriors are predominantly neophytes, hence the Chapter 255, The Fall of the Federation's Premier Family. Let us depart from this place forthwith, if vengeance is desired. It must be pursued in concert with the other members of the Su family. Su Tsangxiong concurred with the rationale and, together with Su Hongdao, proceeded towards. Chapter 256, Sibling Su Lingtian abruptly clenched his fist, then stated woodenly, I always envisioned a day when I could confront him and utterly vanquish him. Chapter 257, Dignity. Sister, what are you saying? It is you who has changed. Do you no longer care for me? Zhao Fengyi choked with a mix of grievance and sorrow. Chapter 258, Lighting the Candle. Zhao Fengyi's aura surged fiercely, overwhelming Zhao Fengyi, who staggered back a few steps, pale and shaken. Are you truly going to kill me? Chapter 259, Dying so soon would be too lenient for her. Su Sanxiong gathered the last remnants of the Su family's direct lineage, totaling fewer than 500 individuals. Although this number was modest, they represented the essence of the Su clan. The elderly white-haired man from the Li family gazed at Chang Zheng in astonishment. I did not expect you to be so concerned about the family. Well, just a casual inquiry. Chapter 261, Willfulness. This was something our little by painstakingly uncovered. Old He, transformed into a robust man, expressed his discontent and grievance. Wah, if my ancestor Xiaoyu does not accept, you are no longer a child. Ling Tianxiang is already contemplating the sorrow of tears. How can this be so incomprehensible? He is of considerable age, one can never know when he might depart. Chapter 263, The Troublesome Thunder Tribulation. If he cannot succeed, how could he possibly engage in a duel? Xiaoyu innocently remarked, one must possess strength to fight. Without it, battle becomes mere abuse. Chapter 264, The Transformation of the Thunder Tribulation. The sky roiled with flashes of lightning and thunder, heavy storm clouds gathering ominously. On the ground, a tremor emanated from the depths of the soul. A sudden crash. In Chapter 265, a wretched serpent emitted a mournful howl as it plummeted into a pool of blood. Another cry of agony followed. The blood pool. Yes, it seems likely. For serpents are inherently depraved. The blood of dragons and serpents carries such side effects. Little you spread her tiny paws. Otherwise, what would have become of my father? Of course. In Chapter 267, her heart was filled only with hatred. Alone, Su Sanxiong carried his long sword upon his back and arrived at the small planet of his choosing. He stood quietly atop a stone peak that resembled a magnificent pagoda. However, every cause has its effect. In years past, you incurred numerous debts, and I am the fruit of your own making. Su Lingtian gazed at Su Sanxiong, observing his countenance. In Chapter 269, a critical moment approached. Did you employ some secret technique to forcibly elevate your cultivation? Su Sanxiong finally voiced his doubt. No. Then, Su Sanxiong's complexion turned ashen, and his body bore numerous ethereal lines. He gasped for breath, his eyes filled with incredulity as he looked at Su Lingtian. How could this be? In Chapters 417 to 418, The 100 Flowers and Fruits, Insects, and Sweet Dew, a plea was made. Stay, your Lingtian legion must remain. The Federation is now counting entirely on you. Upon hearing this, Chang Zheng was rendered speechless. It dawned on him that the naval fleet, under the immense support of supplies, was advancing rapidly. Chapter 273, Tomb Visit. The Empire dispatched formidable martial arts masters, and it was said that the prestigious families in the Central Star Zone were effortlessly swept aside like mere paper. Chang Zheng was on the verge of breaking through to his second major realm, the Pure Yuan realm, which also indicated that he was about to face his second lightning tribulation. Li Yunshang was currently in the 4th Military District. Chapter 275, New Recruits. Zhou Tai's family had actually escaped from the spirit blood black market. At that time, they were a family of 5, father, mother, and 2 sons, likely leaving behind a trail of familial discord. Brother, Zhonan shouted in anger. What are you yelling for? You only see them returning in glory, yet neglect the many who have not even found their remains. Chapter 277, The Mysterious Visitor. Qing Ho stood silently beside Chang Zheng. The more he accompanied this young man, the more he admired him. Initially drawn by his bloodline, he had grown to appreciate him even more. Chapter 278, Why don't you ask anything? When Bo Jin entered, he was accompanied by another middle-aged man, who took the lead, with Bo Jin slightly behind him. You all possess interstellar teleportation arrays now. The interstellar teleportation arrays. How Xiangdong remarked with the tone of a jilted spouse. What is the cost of interstellar teleportation arrays? Chapter 280, The Golden Ball. Xiaoyu led her brother into her chamber, where the disassembled body of an antique brass crane lay upon her desk. Just in front of the crane's abdomen, a golden. Chapter 281, The Gift of Peach Blossoms. Indeed, the green-eyed golden monkey is a servant race specifically cultivated for various spiritual fruits and plants. However, is it not the primary duty of a servant race to attend to their masters? As for cultivation, That is a special chapter 282. Intimidation, why do you not like me? I am truly a divine beast. My entire family comprises divine beasts. The young man named by Fong spoke, his gaze filled with eager anticipation as he looked at her chapter 283, the desolate abyss chapter 284, and encountered the youth at the forefront of the group, fell silent. From the very beginning, Xiao Yu and her companions had arrived under suspicious circumstances, and now she surprisingly commanded a retinue of battle rodents. Chapter 285. Reunion. After hearing the other party's words, Xiao Yu pondered that what she truly needed was the corpse of that demon saint. When it was unnoticed, it was simply left as it was. However, Chapter 286. Spatial storm, especially with the presence of Xu Mingyi, who possessed an even more delicate appearance. The two of them, resembling ethereal youths straight out of a comic, exuded an aura that was both striking and Chapter 287. Demon vines. Just consider. First, it was the corpse of the demon saint that I desired, and you rejected it. Now, it is merely a solar crystal core that I seek. And you again deny me. Chapter 288. Whimpering. The collective assault was akin to a relentless onslaught. The battle mice wielded their blades, cleaving through the air, accompanied by the sound of shattering echoes, approaching the edge of the canyon. Chapter 289. A bountiful harvest. The warriors gazed wide-eyed at the crimson banyan tree and the vine that seemed to grow in close proximity to it. Chapter 290. The Duke of the Abyss. Indeed, since its days as the 4th military district of the Federation, the various benefits and privileges afforded to soldiers and their families have been exceedingly enviable. Back then. Chapter 291. The Prince. Most of the lower-tier spiritual herbs, aside from those sold, were collectively packaged and sent to the Silver Tower to earn points. Silver Tower points? If you don't tell me, I shall linger here indefinitely. The 11th Prince resorted to stubbornness. Dear, please maintain your royal demeanor and appearance. Chapter 293. Dispatch. Come now, speak up. According to the Empire's constitution, the new territories we have developed are to be divided equally with the Empire. But why should that be the case? We fought fiercely. Chapter 294. Return. Who would have thought that this Duke of the Abyss would be so domineering and difficult to deal with? Bentley exclaimed in astonishment. Originating from a once great federation, a distinguished family faces an unexpected predicament. Chapter 295. In a moment of embarrassment, Xiang Mingfeng shook his head, regretting his inability to fulfill the requests of Xie Zifei and Xie Zixian. What shall we do once we arrive at Yochi? You are familiar with the situation. Chapter 296. Observing this scene from a distance, Chang Zheng snapped his fingers, and a soft pop resonated in the air. A peculiar scent of charred material wafted through. Chapter 297. Fei Fei, Xiang Mingfeng called out mournfully. Xie Fei Fei remained silent, her gaze averted, suggesting that my daughter was still. Chapter 298. Misplaced anger, Mingfeng. Listen to me. You are not useless, not at all. I am aware of his resentment towards my perceived irresponsibility and evasion of responsibility. In his eyes. Chapter 299. Offering advice, Mingfeng. We are all deeply saddened by your sister's situation, but both Chang Zheng and Xiao Yu are innocent. They are merely children. Xiang Ming. Chapter 300. Imperial Secrets. I am sincerely discussing this with you. Xiang Mingfeng feigned a look of grievance. I must insist that this is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 301. As the situation grew tense, Bentley swiftly made his exit from the room. Upon his departure, the Imperial Royal Guards led by Bo Jin firmly secured the door, preventing anyone from approaching. Chapter 302. Hearing the words of his confidant, the 11th Prince found himself momentarily speechless. Your Highness, it should be abundantly clear to you that you are now aligned with the young master of Changzheng. Chapter 303. A staggering 10,800 stone sculptures? Zhan Yi and Sun Jia gasped in disbelief. Particularly, Sun Jia hastily inquired, Master, how could there possibly be so many stone sculptures? Chapter 304. Yunming's Cave Heaven. As Bai Shifan uttered these words, he sensed a flicker in the gaze of the leader, followed by an inexplicable chill enveloping him. Oh dear. Chapter 305. The Ape. The Yunming's Cave Heaven is a void domain where the Bai Zhe congregate. The benefits lie within the elusive treasures of this ethereal realm, which are exceedingly rare to obtain, let alone the void cave itself. Chapter 306. Hee. As the golden ape opened its eyes, a fierce aura erupted from its being. However, this energy dissipated as it reached merely a foot away from its form. Chapter 307. You are doomed. Chapter 308. Deception. You are finished, you little wretch. The golden-haired ape roared, lunging towards Xiaoyu. Zhang Yi suddenly surged forth, engaging in battle within the fray, gripping his battle blade ever tighter. Once again, the monkey was upon them. The golden-haired monkey bared its sharp teeth, revealing a savage expression, clutching. Chapter 310, chapters 463 to 464. Xu Mingyi noticed the peculiar expression on by Shengfan's face and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Trembling, he stammered, "What is that expression of yours?" Chapter 311, a pursuer. The 11th prince observed Chang Zheng's silence, his face instantly transforming into a kaleidoscope of emotions. After a prolonged moment, he gritted his teeth and remarked, "Brother, it isn't that I relish speaking of you within the Eastern domain." Chapter 312, the beauty trap. What person? What beast? What marriage? Xiaoyu listened in astonishment to the 11th prince's words. Am I at the age for marriage? Surely not, even if I were close to it. Chapter 313, breaking free. Shun Lao still lamented the lost opportunity, reflecting on the time when he let it slip through his fingers in a hasty manner. He had been overly confident back then regarding Xinjia. Chapter 314, be considerate. Xinjia stood quietly on a small path in front of an apartment, surrounded by fragrant grass that wafted into her senses, leaving her somewhat unsettled. She awaited. Chapter 315, expecting. Upon awakening, Xinjia Ning found herself staring at Xiang Mingfeng's panicked face. She thought, if it weren't for her own dismal state lying in bed, that man. Chapter 316, we are done. What can I not do? Xiang Anqing narrowed his eyes dangerously, gazing at his son. Xiang Mingfeng's qualifications pale in comparison to those of Xiaoyu and Zhang Zheng, particularly Zhang Zheng. Chapter 317. Is this explanation truly satisfactory? Zhang Zheng stealthily led the reluctant Xiaoyu to a certain hotel room. Within, there were two. Chapter 318. The bothersome little rascal. Does that permit one to inflict harm upon others? Are you not aware that Xiang Mingfeng has already found a beloved? Xie Feifei exclaimed in frustration. Did you not decide? Chapter 319. The round, watery eyes. The abyssal domain has finally opened the passage connecting the eastern altar region to the realm of the unconscious. At this moment, they have yet to realize the significance of this passage for them. Chapter 320. The arrival of the elders of humanity. Very well. Even if you continue to cast flirtatious glances my way, alas, you are not to my taste. Thus, I shall not cultivate a relationship beyond mere camaraderie with you. Chapter 321. The prodigious Xiaoyu. In the central area of the new city, numerous edifices have already risen, with several buildings completely finished. In this era of interstellar advancement, as long as the structures do not exceed 10. Chapter 322. The disgruntled Emperor Porter. Ahem, greetings, young Zhang. The long-tailed fox smiled sweetly, nodding in a manner both clever and polite. Chapter 323. Little White returns. Emperor Porter felt a profound ache in his teeth, contemplating the elimination of the cumbersome nobles who constantly called upon him, and the abolition of the current shared governance between the empire and its aristocracy. Chapter 324. Turbulence. Qingho never imagined that the Qingpeng clan would choose another Qingpeng to replace him. After much contemplation, he could not fathom why, as Xiaoyu and Changzheng were. Chapter 325. Chapters 479 to 480. The brother-in-law is not adorable. This black-faced man is a core formation expert. Changzheng's smile remained serene, even in the presence of a formidable opponent within the opposing ranks. It was as if. Chapter 326. The adorable Little White. What does it mean to be a pet? Little White is more than willing, and she relishes it. Xiaoyu cast a disapproving glance at that certain Ning and remarked, I also raise pets. Chapter 327. The worst class. Xiaoyu indicated her actual bone age as 12 years. While Little White glanced at Xiaoyu's entry and noted that the actual bone age, when converted to a human equivalent, was approximately. Chapter 328. Chapters 484 to 485. That evening, they gathered to agree on a meeting at the Martial Academy the following day, unaware that an unforeseen incident would transpire. Xiaoyu, in a state of confusion. Chapter 329. Chapters 486 to 487. If you are unwilling, I shall compel you to submit. Chapter 486 to 487. If you are unwilling, I shall compel you to submit. If I were in your position, I would refrain from recklessly engaging in conflict here. This establishment is owned by that individual. Chapter 330. The irate headmaster. Xiao Bai, observing the transaction between Xiao Yu and Teacher K, wore a grave expression as she remarked, Yu, that fellow is evidently ensnared by some devious and insidious method. Chapter 331. Even if one must pay, one ought to choose the right person. Despite her efforts to lower her voice, Xiao Bai's countenance shifted dramatically, her gaze turning icy. Upon receiving a glance from Yuan Wan, she too felt a chill. Chapter 332. Who has stirred this trouble? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yu furrowed her brows. In truth, she genuinely wished to distance herself from the erratic Yuan Wan's affairs. However, having learned of it, especially while in the company of her peers. Chapter 333. Reducing to a pulp. Although there are nearly 3,000 new students in Yaoguang, the actual number of battle platforms available amounts to only about 1/3 of the total. That is to say, approximately 30 battle platforms. Chapter 334. A disgrace to the entire academy. In the once empty arena, the clear and melodious voice of a young girl suddenly resonated, and the content of her exclamation was both straightforward and amusing. The audience. Chapter 335. Chapters 492 to 493. Brother. The laughter of a good friend serves as a catalyst, provoking the grievances of his foolish younger brother, who shamelessly clings to his waist. Chapter 336. Are these the claws of a beast in the true refinement stage? It seems they are imbued with a considerable amount of essence blood. This is indeed a valuable find. Little Yu instantly salivates. Unnamed Peak, which serves as the entrance to Qianong Peak, is nestled within the jurisdiction of the AO Long Martial Academy. It remains inconspicuous on ordinary days, ignored by all. Chapter 338. The entire spirit liquid lake appears quite splendid. Our esteemed principal did not deceive me. Little White and Little Yu chose a shallower area within the liquid, sitting beside a colossal. Chapter 339. Little Yu was roused by a cacophony, the lamentations of a sentient being on the brink of death. The chessboard trembled slightly, and after a few quivers, the cries ceased. Following that, a mass of flesh. Chapter 340. 7 Life Demon Tree. Let us give it a try. Little Yu is not particularly fond of studying formations. The knowledge he acquired in the past was either from the battlefield or forcibly imparted by the old man. Chapter 341. Nothing substantial remains, as all tangible elements have been siphoned away by the chessboard's power. A collective gasp arose. My heavens, how is that possible to lock? Chapter 342. The forthrightness of Qinshingzhou garnered Little Yu's earnest agreement. Since he shares such a profound bond with his brother, it would be better for them to endure hardships together. Chapter 343. The lure of insects. The innocent Bao Mang Xiao Bai faced the reproachful expressions of the companions brought by Sita Yu. They had arrived here first. Yet after several days, they had scarcely captured a few ethereal blue creatures. Chapter 344. Disturbing the insect nest. First and foremost, there was the matter from last time. Chapter 345. Chapters 508 to 509. In response to Situ and the others' bandit-like behavior, Xiao Bai rolled his eyes. Oh, Xiao Yu, why are you all setting up a pod at the cave entrance? Is it specifically for? Chapter 346. Chapters 510 to 511. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai dashed out like a little bull, eagerly joining Situ in a game of rough play, likely due to pent-up frustration. Chapter 347. The sin of the mouse. In the era of cold weapons, swords and spears ultimately evolve into more lethal firearms and artillery. The battlefield has always belonged to the most deadly instruments of war. Chapter 348. The inconsistent mouse. Suddenly, the little mouse stood upright, its pointed head gazing intently in a certain direction. Unfortunately, its diminutive size and the numerous obstructive humans nearby made it difficult. Chapter 349. Chapters 514 to 515. Due to the imperial flowing sap, I carry its scent. With a stumble, Situ exclaimed, You possess imperial flowing sap? Chapter 350. I am aware. Yet within the entirety of Qianong Peak, aside from the trials of breaking through, there are only a handful of open locations. These few places yield but a meager output. Chapter 351. A cataclysmic 9-3 Golden Thunder Tribulation. Is it truly the case that within the academy there exists such an exceptional environment for cultivation? Xiao Yu and Xiao Bai. Chapter 352. Each one more extravagant than the last. The old dean gritted his teeth, feeling a profound sorrow and frustration. That is genuine blood, real blood. A single drop transformed into the sea. As long as it is not the blood of a grand sage. Chapter 353. A complete set of opposing 5 elements flags and array instruments. A set of crystalline column array instruments. Chapter 354. Encountering a kidnapper. Changzheng purely believes that his younger sister is still too young, unwilling to let Xiao Bai effortlessly take her away. It must be said, the brother-in-law and the little. Chapter 355. A thief accusing another. Return my child to me. How dare you abduct my child? You band of little thieves possess quite the audacity. As she spoke, the alluring woman lunged forward, intent on reclaiming. Chapter 356. The hidden hand. The young man, mockingly referred to as Little Black Face, chuckled. Very well, I have suddenly changed my mind. I shall hand you over to the city police, regardless of who you are. Chapter 357. A shockwave. Snap, crackle. Various vividly illustrated reports surged onto the internet like a flurry of snowflakes. Exciting news seemed to take flight with remarkable speed. Suddenly, someone discovered that the person seated opposite him had vanished. Followed by exclamations of surprise, a young man clumsily rose from the ground. Chapter 359. Where does the credit come from? What did old Zhu mean by that? How could he possibly not understand? Old Zhu implied that among those who fired upon the children, there were likely individuals from their city. Chapter 360. The Great Purge. St. Fong City was merely a small, remote town. When St. Fong City first emerged, it was still a modest marketplace. Only through several reconstructions did it evolve into. Chapter 361. A Pie from the Sky. Chapter 362. Brother Su is a bit idle. Dongtan Domain, Abyssal Main City. In the Lord's residence, Yuxia Hall. Su Ling Tian, the magnificent Su Beauty, had gathered with a few old friends today for a casual meeting, also to discuss. Chapter 363. Chapters 532 to 533. The officer stood dumbfounded. I am aware that both Wang Shui and the child born of Wang Shui are descendants of Wang Shui. But is it not the case that only offspring of the same lineage can? Chapter 364. Chapters 534 to 535. Perhaps it would be better to let Xiaoyu have a try. It is certainly preferable to watching the little one perish. Changzheng's voice was low. His gaze filled with pity and regret as he looked at the little leopard on the large bed. Chapter 365. Chapters 536 to 537. The officer stepped into a room that was arranged with a fresh and elegant ambience. A poised and graceful woman sat quietly, cradling a cup of water in her hands. Chapter 366. Unconscious misconduct. Xiaoyu could hardly believe that she and Xiao Bai had been abducted, forcibly tossed into a pitch-black sack. The most detestable part was that this sack. Chapter 367. Turning point. Xiaoyu extended her tiny paw, straining to tear it open. To no avail. She decided to infuse her claw with spatial power and continued. Chapter 368. Trouble arises. The little cat arched its back, eyes gleaming with caution and danger. Had it entered battle mode? Both Xiaoyu and Xiao Bai curiously observed her. Chapter 369. The appearance of Captain Sun, while not conventionally handsome, possessed an extraordinary masculinity, particularly accentuated by his prominent nose, which gave his features a striking definition. Chapter 370. The dungeon. Zhou Qian had not anticipated discovering a member of a lineage here. Possessing the blood of the sky-devouring rat, its presence was palpable. Chapter 371. Be my wife. After selecting his offerings, the masked man departed without delay. As soon as he left, the insects that had been confined in the pit surged forth like a tide. Chapter 372. Unfamiliar. Xiao Bai quickly responded. However, just before its near demise, it had given me a signal. Proclaim yourselves as its successors. Chapter 373. Collection. Chapter 374. The flow of light and shadow. Do you all wish to perish? The masked man spoke with a voice laced with a chilling malice. The 4 fiends confronted his blatant murderous intent, momentarily stunned. Al opened his eyes, astonished, exclaiming, Where am I? How could this be a vast prairie? Chapter 376. Chapters 551 to 552. Changzheng emitted a sound akin to a coo. Observing the surrounding onlookers stifling their laughter, he felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet the sound was undeniably memorable. Chapter 377. Mysterious Fire. Al's little face turned crimson. Oh, he had completely forgotten that his mother could fly. Moreover, she possessed blank sheets of paper. With mother, it is said that this bone's spirit cold fire delights in devouring vitality. Once a living being is consumed by it, Both life force and essence are stripped away, leaving behind mere remnants of the body. Chapter 379. I have fur too. Brother, why are you staring at me? Little Yu tilted her head, only to catch Chang Zheng gazing at her, causing her to tremble her paws. Ouch, another one burned away. Chang Zheng awkwardly patted. Chapter 380. Spirit Sand. Battle armor? Chang Zheng's eyes widened in disbelief. You possess battle armor? Naturally, Little Yu replied, followed by a series of soft rustling sounds as she revealed the attire she had previously donned. Chapter 381. Spirit Stone. The underground caverns interconnected in a labyrinthine fashion, large and small, a chaotic network. Xiao Yu and Chang Zheng searched for a long time without success. Chapter 382. Difficulties. Chang Zheng and Xiao Yu swiftly excavated the high-quality spiritual stones within reach. Upon discovering a dense concentration of superior stones, they would also delve deeper into the rock layers. Chapter 383. Blood Essence Pill. Although Feng Yin was also a scion of a prestigious family, having received an excellent education since childhood, he did not possess the typical tendency of such individuals to succumb to setbacks and easily relinquish their pursuits. Chapter 384. A Path Revealed. As soon as Xiao Yu conveyed this to Chang Zheng and the others, Chang Zheng immediately realized that their current mission was nearing completion and that they would soon need to change maps. Thus, he decided to inform everyone. Chapter 385. Game. When opportunity collides with the peril of death, not everyone possesses the courage to seek their fortune, especially when the majority of experts are engaged in battle. Chapter 386. Black Fur with White Spots. Consequently, everyone followed one another, entering the cave in single file. Wei Gu, take care of the brothers down below. Let us proceed together, someone shouted. Chapter 387. Dragon Liver. Uncle, which faction do you belong to? Xiao Yu retorted upon hearing the Black Mouse's words. What does it matter what you call me? Chapter 388. Blood Curse. You dare to demand 3 drops of my essence for a mere fragment of dragon liver? Xiao Yu realized that this individual had targeted her intentions from the very beginning. In their celestial clan, there exist 10 blood curses known as the 10 Forgotten and 10 Withered. Although these curses hold a respectable rank among the blood curses, they pale in comparison to the renowned top 10 ancient 7 injuries blood curses. As for the subsequent chapters, they depict a scene where the Black Rat, feigning regret, laments the loss incurred by allowing them entry. Did you truly suffer a loss? Wait, exclaimed Miss Rabbit, her youthful visage contorting momentarily. An elder, in a fit of frustration, noted that the overseer, Du, was utterly oblivious to the unique blood curses of the Purple-Boned Golden Crystal Minx. However, he was aware of their dwindling numbers. Upon receiving a reward, the character mused on the peculiarities of social interactions, questioning the purity of one's bloodline upon first acquaintance. Uncle, should the Purple-Boned Golden Crystal Mink be purebred, then? Brother Holy Knight, I have heard that the Duke of the Abyss is merely a commoner. He seized the opportunity to exploit the conflict between the Federation and the Empire, thus achieving his current status. Lastly, Lady Bethaphyn presented a confidential letter to Her Highness, who wept upon reading its contents, glancing up helplessly at Lady Bethaphyn. You cannot be so heartless. The child is innocent, the young princess exclaimed, her fury echoing through the air. How could you be so shameless? Chapter 397. My uncle said. Do you know me? Xiao Yu exclaimed in surprise as she gazed at him. Of course, my uncle replied, as long as you have set your sights on someone. Chapter 398. The second ritual of the battle mice. However, the truly precious items lie in Xiao Yu's possession. She now held 4 miniature shops, intending to keep one for herself while the others. Chapter 399. Chapters 577 to 578. Ascending to Immortality. The golden crimson is the finest, while the white mist is the least desirable. The colorful radiance signifies the emergence of spiritual treasures, not the ascension of living beings. Chapter 400. The Great Sage Who Devours Heaven. Are you the legendary battle mice? Battle Starry Sky inquired, observing the battle scars upon their faces. Chapter 401. Indigenous. Tai Yi and the opposing 7-Kill Legion have become quite the rivals. This time, they have entered the Eastern Altar Domain to eliminate the smaller factions on this side, completing their military operations, allowing the 2 armies. Chapter 402. Silver Blades Like Snow. The battle mice surged to the front lines, beginning to form a foundational blade formation. The human warriors retreated, likewise forming a basic blade array. The lengths and appearances of the blades varied. Chapter 403, Caught Attention. Xiao Yu was the first to leap directly over the defense wall of the camp, and behind her, the humanoid battle mice followed suit, springing forth like a flurry of jumping beans, each one vaulting directly from the outside. Chapter 404, Chapters 583 to 584. Su Lingtian's first reaction was one of discontent. The child is still too young. Regardless of their age, children are perpetually viewed as small in their parents' eyes. Chapter 405. The junior camp his face was filled with. Chapter 406. Roar to the heavens. Xiao Shi, accompanied by her squad of 6 members, first collected the keys and took possession of their team's base, a courtyard comprised of single-story buildings, including a small conference room and a martial arts practice area. Chapter 407. Inside information. New recruits are entitled to receive complimentary, reliable weapons and equipment. The standard issue gear from the Tai Legion has consistently been of excellent quality. Xiao Shi instructed Chang Zheng to collect his, which he naturally did. Chapter 408. A sprained ankle. The main battle commenced with the fierce Tiger Legion engaging the Black Demons. Moya's adversary remained his old rival, Cloud Leopard, though this time Moya hesitated to advance. Chapter 409. A hidden hand. A single mount with a sprained hoof might merely unseat its rider. However, a cohort of mounts with sprained hooves would spell disaster. Chapter 410. Fierce struggle. The frenetic battle quickly garnered the attention of numerous onlookers. Su Ji's old comrade, Lei Dong, was so taken aback that he slumped into his command vehicle, pointing at the screen. Chapter 411. Flash freeze. Xiao Shi, observing Su Lingtian retreating into the Yanshi Mountains with the aid of his wings, was immediately filled with excitement. Here he comes. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Chapter 412. Devouring the heavens and oceans. Even the resounding laughter of the robust male voice, echoing above them amidst the ceaseless battle, was particularly exuberant. Yet at that moment, a small Chapter 413, including the commander, vice commander, and chief of staff of the 7 Kills Legion, along with the elders of the Legion. They all placed their hopes upon Lao Ding. Unlike Chapter 414, troubles in Xiao Yu's heart, whoever captured the prey had the right to consume it. Whether in her past life or the present, she had never quarreled over the ownership of food. Chapter 415. Adorable Yuchu's attire had directly brought her to tears. Have I truly become someone you despise? Can I not change? She whimpered pitifully. Then what about? Chapter 416. Imprint. Xiao Shi's gaze had shifted, glinting with a chilling light. The commander hastily restrained Xiao Shi to prevent her from acting impulsively. Xiao Shi. That is from the Chapter 417. Black bag. Being recognized by the primordial great sage, a mark fell upon her at the moment of her birth, merging with divine might. Such a bloodline is undoubtedly extraordinary, deemed essential by the primordial great sage. Chapter 418. Little Shishi Xiao Shi, astonished yet adorned with a faint smile, stood atop a height clutching her battle blade, her gaze fixated intently on Zhong Lin as he was struck. Her expression was imbued with regal elegance. Chapter 419. The secret mission. Xiao Yu, do you know the name of our organization? Xiao Shi inquired, setting down her spoon and wiping the corner of her mouth. Xiao Yu. Chapter 420. You are powerful. Isn't this a combat mission? What are we actually doing? Are we handling logistics? Or are we merely acting as a support unit? Xiao Yu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Chapter 421. During this meeting, Wang Shijia was not summoned, which came as no surprise to anyone, for Wang Shijia had declined to participate in this covert operation. However, the sudden addition of Qing Sheng raised eyebrows. Chapter 422. Old Jiao, are you joking? Her battle mice had recently been refined with the blood of her former true spirit, the great saint. It is possible that remnants of her celestial essence still linger within their veins. Chapter 423. If we consider Xiao Yu's first demon treasure, the battle knife, and her second demon treasure, the mustard seed space, they would be classified as top-tier equipment within their faction, should this information reach other high-ranking individuals. Chapter 424. Xiao Yu swiftly approached one of the rotund men and severed his little finger with precision. Once the digit was removed, Chapter 425. Song Yi pressed her lips together tightly, her gaze fixed on the opponent with increasing calmness. The man wielded a cold weapon, yet it was not a regulation saber, but rather. Chapter 426. Chapter 611 to 612. Xiaoxi's countenance shifted, a grave expression settling upon her face. The man and the giant hound coordinated with each other, swiftly encircling Xiaoxi, Xiaoyu, and Changzheng. Chapter 4:27 Formidable. Upon witnessing this, Xiaoxi retrieved a small object from her person, aiming it at the shimmering light. Chapter 4:28 Inciting enmity. How did you come to possess such a thing? Xiaoxi exclaimed softly, her voice laced with surprise. I am of the spatial element, Xiaoyu elucidated. Chapter 4:29 Igniting. What do you mean, duped? That's merely a reflection of your own ineptitude. This was unequivocally an invitation to be pummeled. Chapter 4:30 Chapter 616 to 617 As soon as Xiaoxi departed for the communications room, Changzheng proactively approached Xiaoyu, with Xiaobai tailing close behind. Chapter 4:31 Right for the taking. Unruly tears cascaded from her eyes in an instant. Xuanji was inwardly incensed, yet she dared not erupt in Qingluo's presence. Chapter 4:32 Utterly baffled. Xiaoxi was elusive, often avoiding others when departing the team's encampment, making her difficult to encounter. Conversely, Xiaoyu was far more accessible than Xiaoxi. Chapter 4:33 Stone Orbit. Transpired that this diminutive old man was none other than a demon emperor of the soul condensation realm. In certain minor realms, the formidable beings of the transformation origin realm can easily become the sovereigns of their territories. Thus, within the transformation origin realm. Chapter 4:34 The Wealthy. Moreover, if magical artifacts are refined using secret techniques, akin to other bone implements and demon treasures, they require the demon race to periodically utilize their own essence blood for maintenance and nurturing. Chapter 4:35 Who asserts that I have not made any contributions? The old man glared at his granddaughter, Star. What do you seek her for? Grandfather shall bestow upon you some contributions. Star. Chapter 4:36 Farewell, old Jiao. With a flick of her hand, Xiaoyu withdrew the last morsel of flesh from her palm. As soon as she retracted the morsel, the pig dragon emitted a hissing sound of indignation. Chapter 4:37 Ancestor. Upon Xiaoyu's explanation, old Jiao was left astounded. The immortal lineage's blood talent, coupled with the illusionary blood powers, indicated an immense potential for future development for Changzheng, which could not be overlooked. Chapter 4:38 The Jade and Golden Codices. Indeed, kinship through bloodlines exhibits profound intimacy. Closely related bloodlines convey friendliness, while those without any blood relation are often adversarial. Xiaoyu elucidated this to Changzheng. Chapter 4:39 The fat old man felt an array of pent-up frustration. His imposing head resting on Xiaoyu's petite shoulder trembled involuntarily. Xiaoyu is from my eldest son's lineage. Chapter 4:40 Entrance. Xiaoyu was left speechless. That old man appeared to be suffering a significant loss. Hurry up. In the depths of turmoil, the young girl exclaimed with joy upon discovering something unexpected. She swiftly dashed to the spot where the white figure had once stood, retrieving the unconscious form of a diminutive being. Memories flooded her mind as she recalled the small black orb key she had previously acquired, leading her to ponder the relentless pursuit by those who sought it. What are you doing? Echoed various furious voices in her ears. The little girl, taken aback, absent-mindedly rubbed her ears, reflecting on who had suggested she volunteer as a test subject. In the vastness of deep space, a crimson wave surged defiantly amidst the thunderous strikes and the raging flames of the supernatural, unabashedly reaching out into the distance. Yet, she had no time to dwell on it. In the expansive rocky plaza, a colossal gray statue loomed, resembling a slumbering beast as grand as a hill. Oh, where do you hail from? Who is your master? She Dongli inquired with newfound interest, perched upon a mushroom, directing her questions towards Changzheng and the others. Perhaps it ought to be termed a taboo. The human race, a species that even many demons regard with trepidation, possesses a fragile physical form, yet possesses intelligence that awakens immediately upon birth. Chapter 448 All I Want is a Child. Although Xiaoyu appeared hesitant to approach, her gaze subtly lingered on the few children nearby. Just a handful of little ones. Do you intend to go over and engage with them? Chapter 449 The Divine Temple of the Main City. Changzheng, through the Ma brothers, amassed a considerable collection of minerals, inciting envy and covetousness in Shidongli. He decided to privately seek out Changzheng, unaware of the nature of their conversation. Chapter 450 Divine Powers. Xiaoyu rolled up her sleeves, prepared to initiate the first move, casting forth demonic script. Waves of rippling water-like fluctuations immediately surged around her, as if the very fabric of space had become ensnared. Chapter 451 You're quite ruthless. What shall we do next? she dumbly inquired. Chapter 452, The Black Cat. Just as the little mouse tumbled and laughed maniacally, an enormous black paw suddenly swooped down. The mouse emitted a terrified squeak, a sound of sheer panic. Chapter 453, This cat is truly unhinged. Let us first discuss the drawbacks, so I can brace myself. Xiao Yu pouted, her small face displaying irritation. Captured by a quasi-holy being, this. Chapter 454, Quasi-Holy Team. Then you must first provide me with true blood. The true blood here, and in the tomb, has not reached the protection period. According to imperial decree, it is forbidden for anyone to steal it away. Chapter 455, The cat speaks. What will happen to my brother during the tribulation? He inquired, unable to endure any longer. Little Yu let out a couple of chirps and called out. The earth viper released her from the cat's grasp. Chapter 456, The flirtatious glance. In truth, Brother Su was rather reluctant to attend. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Brother Su felt that his true daughter and son were incomparable, a matter of 1,000-fold. Chapter 457, The Empire. Chapter 458, The Monkey Principle. A lean, monkey-like boy crouched at the exit of the spaceship, scratching his head in confusion. Upon seeing the cat and her companions emerge, he immediately sprang forward with exuberance. Chapter 459, The Notorious Flaw. 1 rustic bumpkin, 2 rustic bumpkins, 3 rustic bumpkins. Poor and miserly, and the last one was utterly consumed by thoughts of food. It was simply. Chapter 460, The Aerial Space Orb. How about this? I will generously gift you a batch of seeds commonly used by the Academy's students. A large bag indeed. The beautiful cat gritted her teeth, expressing her reluctance. Chapter 461, The Earthy Yellow and Stone Orbs. With a thud, a basketball-sized space orb fell to the tiled floor. I nearly dropped the jaw of the enchanting feline beauty. Her tail suddenly revealed itself. Chapter 462, The Source of Water. Nevertheless, the exquisite timepiece indeed possesses its worth. At the lower center of the watch face, 3 buttons are elegantly aligned, one of which serves as a storage function, and the watch boasts an area of at least. Chapter 463, Intelligent Planting Specialist, Generation 6. Such. Chapter 464, Special Merit Points and Internal Network. I inquired, how did your little mind come to be? Can't you be a bit more convoluted? The feline beauty responded helplessly. If only she were like other humans. Chapter 465, Steamed Little White Toad. Very well, I shall heed your words. Upon receiving the subtle cues from her brother and father, Xiao Yu readily agreed to the feline beauty's special merit point transaction. However, Chapter 466, Esteemed One. Xiao Liuzi sends her regards. I am the little sister, declared Xiao Yu unabashedly. Well, little sister, could you possibly refrain from? Chapter 467, The Solitary Lu Yi. Xiao Yu instantly grinned upon seeing her. You call yourself Xiao Liuzi, quite commendable. Your vision is sharp. Even if she appears diminutive on the outside, indeed, she. Chapter 468, Esteemed One, her father. The number of dragon-eating sparrows is not exceedingly high, only amounting to several tens of thousands. Indeed, the entire Azui River basin, encompassing 5 or 6 expansive lakes, 400 to 500 peaks, and spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. Chapter 469, The Water Gate Beneath the Azui River. Well, the magpies herald good fortune today. What a joyous sight to behold you two, Dugu Liuya exclaimed upon catching sight of a group of 5 or 6. Chapter 470, A Trace of Baizé Bloodline Disrupting Matters. No wonder my elder brother instructed me to seek clues in the Azui River, Luo Jingting murmured to himself. His teammates, one by one, wore embarrassed expressions, as their leader had revealed their origins. Chapter 471, Meteorites and Void Flowers. Yu. Mentioning the Baizé bloodline reminds me of little Bai, Changzheng sighed, adding, although he can be quite a handful at times, I miss him when he's not around. Chapter 472, Senior Weasel. That's all there is. I took these few pieces because their aura was the most concentrated, among the meteorites containing something. Only those 2 were vying for that particular one. In reality, just 1 piece is sufficient for tracking the mystic realm. Chapter 473, Impressive. My esteemed Senior Changzheng inwardly praised. Senior Weasel truly possesses an admirable disposition, but even more commendable is his fortitude. As Xiao Yu's cultivation deepened, her unique bloodline. Chapter 474, Casually Opening a Gate Regardless of its size, or whether it has an owner. Any mystic realm discovered by a multitude of individuals is bound to attract hordes of ambitious individuals and formidable expert seeking. Chapter 475, A plump chicken. What is that? Xiao Yu's keen eyesight caught a glimpse of a white figure soaring above her head. Could it be a white bird? Su Ba remarked. Chapter 476. Reporting the loss of a young weasel. What is this? Chang Zheng casually grabbed an empty bowl nearby and directly placed the small creature inside. It barely filled the bowl, still covered in fur. Chapter 477. The mysterious sealing ground. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu immediately adopted a defensive posture, asserting, "Even if it's your pet, I shall not compensate you." It wasn't the first time she had encountered trouble due to her insatiable appetite. Chapter 478. Isn't this a swallowing sky mouse? Xiao Yu couldn't help but smirk inwardly at the remark. Recalling how her master would often deceive her into engaging in mischief with similar claims, promising delightful surprises. Chapter 479. A wise mouse avoids immediate loss. Are you certain? Huang Shengzhong looked at her in disbelief. I distinctly remember that your swallowing sky mouse clan often engages in excavating their own kin's nests. Chapter 480. The young bone crystal mine. Xiao Yu found Huang Shengzhong's words utterly perplexing. Those items were carelessly strewn about, as if inviting anyone to take them. Who wouldn't feel inclined to discreetly move a few? Chapter 481. Princess of the Swallowing Sky Mice. What secrets does this young bone crystal mine hold? Upon seeing it, you mentioned it was a grand venture, concealing valuable treasures? Chang Zheng inquired. My liege. Chapter 482. The imposter rat. Was it within my power to dissuade her from coming? Huang Xingyu yearned to profess his innocence. Yet under the stern gaze of his comrade, he hastily amended his words. Chapter 483. Little Yu, the Great Devil. Nay, I have yet to finalize matters with Little Yu, the Great Devil. Huang Shizhong pursued with utmost urgency. Little Yu, the Great Devil, approaching. Chapter 484. Depleted resources. Diminished ascension. Thus, the young duke is affiliated with the empire's aristocracy, while the palace academician is exclusively subservient to a member of the royal family. A flash of insight illuminated Chang Zheng's mind. Chapter 485. The bullied whimperer. Should the young duke be privy to Little Yu's thoughts, he would likely be infuriated to the point of hemorrhaging. Who is truly naive? Little Yu appears to be the younger of the two. The prodigious whimperer adamantly refused to rise from the ground, weeping profusely, while Little Yu staunchly declined to relinquish the whimperer's repast. Huang Shengzhong was at his wit's end. Chapter 487. The secret of the devouring heaven true blood inheritance. What is it? The little princess inexplicably felt vexed. Were they not discussing how these individuals were, in essence, of devouring heaven mixed blood? How did the conversation digress? Chapter 488. Open the gates, guaranteeing persons, but not possessions. Most crucially, his true blood was inherited, not of congenital origin. Hence each tribulation under the thunderbolts was a perilous gamble with survival, though he initially inherited true. Chapter 489. The Void-Worm, such an incorrigibly capricious little sprite. Defy her, and she'll leave you between laughter and tears. The spatial winds buffeted the party into a state of near ecstasy, inducing an involuntary. Chapter 490. Benevolence of you, didn't you assert that upon our departure, they would also be swept away by the spatial turbulence? If their kin weren't waiting nearby, how would they dare to roam about? Chapter 491. Grandfather Rooster, go on, smash it. You coaxed. Humph. Then I shall truly smash it. Huang Xingyu brandished the great hammer and brought it down. As a result, the hammer descended, and Chapter 492. The master of the sealed land thrives in the upper realm. You was utterly speechless at the Grand Rooster's prodigal behavior. Grandfather Rooster, why have you remained within this sealed land? It appears you've been. Chapter 493. The Bronze Hall revisited. This is the genesis of the restriction. Chapter 494. A split soul of Su Jiuchang. Upon hearing this, you immediately wore a bitter expression. I have no desire to inherit you, truly. I vow. I merely wish to obtain those few drops of true blood from my ancestor. With those. Chapter 495. Grand Rooster, hurry into the bowl. Why should I toil? You immediately retorted. Even if you are the ancestor's ancestor, you cannot conscript laborers. Su Jiuchang paused momentarily before saying, Hello you. Chapter 496. Su Jiuchang, you have truly put me in a predicament this time. She was simply yearning for a drop of true blood, unable to wait for her uncle to bring her one. Su Muji's expression changed drastically, recalling how he had obtained his own true blood. Chapter 497. The inheritance of the Bronze Hall and the crossing vessel. Xiao Yu had always believed herself to be quite adept at refining artifacts. However, upon entering the control hub of 06077, she suddenly felt overwhelmed by the sights before her. Chapter 498, The Pendant of the Ancient Bronze Hall. The primary question remained. What was the item that the devourer had brought out from within? Coughing, someone remarked with a knowing smile, hinting at something beyond just true blood. Chapter 499, The Semi-Finished Solar Altar. This ancient hall was a space artifact of inheritance, remarkably well preserved, and held immense value. In other words, if you wish to take it away, you must present an item of at least equivalent worth. Chapter 500, A Piece of Snakeskin. As the onlookers, both prominent and lesser known, lingered, and the aerial vehicles of the Special Tax Department prepared to depart, a certain little princess insisted on following a particular young lord. Chapter 501, Shaking Fur. The academy remained unchanged, though the black cat teacher had gained a bit of weight, particularly noticeable in its rounder belly, which was evidently larger than before. The feline recently consumed. Chapter 502, A Temporary Shop on the Intranet with a Crestfallen Demeanor. Xiaoyu leaped back to her father, seeking solace for her wounds. Alas, it was all due to that detestable black cat, who, despite claiming to be a quasi-sage grand director, couldn't even handle a minor squabble. Chapter 503, Stardust Gems. Hello? Ah, a buyer. Yes, the items displayed in the shop are all for sale. Making us sellers, indeed. Yes, we are. Chapter 504, Stirring Up a Hornet's Nest. 500? Are you consuming Stardust Gems? Besides, anyone who finds such things would immediately refine them into equipment. Who hoards that many Stardust Gems? The black cat retorted. Chapter 505, The Bridge to Heaven. What on earth do you lot intend to do? The dean inquired, exasperated. Whatever you intend to do. That's precisely what we intend to do, one of them replied, echoing the dean. Chapter 506, Grand Gems transformed into petite gems. Dean Monkey had to concede that the old man's thinking was quite astute and reasonable. We don't seek anything from her, nor do we expect her to assist us during our ascension. Chapter 507, An Old Man Named Zicheng. This is not difficult to comprehend. Chang Zheng also grasped a Stardust Gem, scrutinizing it meticulously before adding, if we possessed such rare and precious treasures. Chapter 508, Could we perhaps receive a slight discount on the exchange? Xiaoyu inquired with wide, innocent eyes. Jean Sijia paused in silence for a moment before speaking. Regarding your request. Chapter 509, The Flames of Void. Are you certain it is the void insect? Such creatures are exceedingly rare, even in the upper realm. Moreover, it is said that they are on the verge of extinction. It has been quite some time since such insects have been seen in the upper realm. Chapter 510, The Essence of the Five-Colored Blessed Land. That is indeed a fortunate occurrence. Although I do not fully comprehend the true strength of my innate demon fire, awakening it is undoubtedly a positive development. That is, Chapter 511, Resource Quotas for Students. Cough. The somewhat puzzled rooster cleared his throat twice before inquiring. I have previously witnessed my friend retrieving various items from the void. You must also be associated with him. Chapter 512, The Plum Calligraphy of the Great Sage Wumei. However, even if we enter, we must pay a tax to bring items out, Xiaoyu said with concern. Even with the tax, it is still advantageous for us, as many items. Chapter 513, Please wait. Esteemed leader, this is the inaugural mission for the new class. Here is a task card for you to acclimate. Henceforth, all notifications, announcements, and related tasks from the Academy will be sent directly to you. Chapter 514, A Fortuitous Encounter. Dugalia urgently communicated with his family, urging them to swiftly procure books and blueprints related to the design and crafting of flying vehicles for the esteemed leader. Subsequently, the Dugu clan promptly assembled a. Chapter 515, A Troublesome Bloom. Over a span of 4 hours, the Dugu brothers meticulously trussed up over 100 wild oxen, subsequently dragging them into the hypnocrates within the speeder. Chapter 516, Efflorescence. However, with your blossom yielding 9 blooms, he alone couldn't possibly utilize so many fruits. The simian dean remarked, scrutinizing Chang Zheng's diminutive frame. He is. Chapter 517, Epical Restriction. The floral fragrance instantaneously permeated the surrounding throng, inducing a collective, involuntary inhalation. The scent coursed through their beings, permeating every organ. Chapter 518, An Ocular Offense. The sycophant hastily contacted young Master Xiong's father, perhaps due to the oppressive atmosphere, or perhaps due to the gravity of young Master Xiong's injury. He feared being implicated. Chapter 519, Fox Mountain. Just as Li Tianzhou entered, Eager to converse with a young lady who possessed knowledge of Fox Mountain, he encountered this visually offensive buffoon. With a mere flick of his sleeve, he summarily dispatched him. Chapter 520. The Quinticolored Great Sage and the Enneachromatic Great Sage. Yet, the lineage of the Void-Winged Sky-Devouring Rat had never been devoid of a true spirit Great Sage. Ever since the first mutated Void-Winged Sky-Devouring Rat advanced to true spirit Great Sage and bequeathed this. Chapter 521. Why does Fox Mountain perpetually drift in deep space? You are actually the Enneachromatic Great Sage? Why are you still in the lower realm? The old man finally realized who the magnificent rooster was standing before him. Chapter 522. The Maturation of the Celestial Fox Fruit. Have you left your mark on Fox Mountain? The director, with a disdainful and shameless gaze, looked at Xiaoyu. Of course, if I were not present at Fox Mountain. Chapter 523. The Thunder Tribulation of Changzheng. Changzheng began to shed his skin. On his face, hands, neck, any visible area was shedding large layers of skin. After the molting, Changzheng. Chapter 524. Assembling and selling secondhand cars. With Xiaoyu's exemplary demonstration, everyone understood that employing the secret method could hasten the ripening of the celestial fox fruit, even though this technique was considerably taxing. Chapter 525. Proficient, indeed, a true expert. At a glance, Changzheng understood that his sister's laziness had flared up again. You truly possess no sense of profit, he remarked in jest. Chapter 526. The Financial Struggles of the Black Cat Director. Chapter 527. The Foolish Son is always amusing. Congratulations. Congratulations. I just overheard our Black Cat Director securing a colossal order for you. 200 flying vehicles. Dugu Lu Yi immediately expressed. Chapter 528. The Iron Wall. Regarding the matter of his foolish son recently befriending a prominent figure, how could he, as a father, not pay attention? That individual in this reincarnation is likely. Chapter 529. The Second Pass. Enough said. Expeditiously, Changzheng interceded, expressing his own aversion to such matters. Let us hasten to the Golden Light Palace forthwith. Chapter 530. Wings of the Void Captain, inquired the ever-humble Su. What duties does garrisoning entail? What duties, you ask? Come, I shall conduct you on a tour, and all shall be revealed. Chapter 531. Feigning ignorance of parasitic entities, what manner of objects are these? Changzheng queried. His curiosity piqued. The ebony stones are soul essence stones, which, when absorbed and refined, augment one's own divine soul. As for the other, Chapter 532, assuredly. Our people shall establish a foothold here, however. Elder brother, your diminutive Huan should possess some degree of perception. I would advise against releasing it during your sojourn within the Second Pass. The capacity for autonomous transformation. Chapter 533. The return of Xiang Anqing indeed. Why was Su Lingtian conscripted to partake in that conflict? A matter of no consequence to them, if not for his relative weakness. A mere decree sufficed. Chapter 534. A native of the upper realm, A.M. Xiang Anqing, heeded the counsel of all parties, yet refrained from hastily proposing reforms. In the words of the venerable elder, reform? But all is already in impeccable order. Chapter 535. The grand enterprise favored by Jean Seizure the upper realm is not devoid of its tribulations. Else, why would I have descended? Jean Seizure remarked with a sardonic smile. Chapter 536. The Way of Heaven, what does that mean? The youthful-faced captain of the team and Lord Swallowing Heaven instinctively inquired. We intend to engage in a modest business venture to earn some military merit for our purposes. Chapter 537. Why grant such powerful gifts to the unsightly alien races? In essence, the Way of Heaven here has already approached the twilight of existence. Its life ticking down toward an inevitable conclusion. The ancient clans inhabit a realm so. Chapter 538. The formation crafted by Xiaoyu despite the futile roars of the portly man. Xiaoyu's plan to harvest crystal corpses commenced punctually in a secluded square within the second checkpoint. Since early. Chapter 539. 11 Pinnacle Semi-Saints, a certain military leader, derogatorily referred to as a weakling, let out a disdainful snort before retorting. If you possess the capability, then step forward. I shall gladly relinquish my position to you. Chapter 540. The Box and Fortune. This intricate trap consists of a formation with no fewer than 9 layers. Should the first 4 layers collapse, then none shall continue to play today. We shall await the reconstruction of the formation for tomorrow. Chapter 541. The schadenfreude of Xiang Xiaoyu Yangzheng's fortuitous path finally invigorated the stagnant atmosphere surrounding him. Armed with the secret methods to advance, Yangzheng merely needed to acquire the means to comprehend further principles. Chapter 542. The large lobster clutched in the claws of the Dragon A band of fools. A thunderous sound suddenly cleaved the heavens, its concussive force rippling outwards in successive waves. Chapter 543. In her heart, Xiaoyu mused, I've already secured 10 billion contribution points. When Xiaoyu's divine consciousness entered the golden light hall, she beheld Jean Sish clutching a lobster, a contented smile playing on his lips. A cyan circlet adorned the lobster's head. Chapter 544. The corpulent gatekeeper. Very well, but you must urge those inscribing the formations to hasten their work. What can I accomplish with incomplete formations? Xiaoyu blinked innocently. Chapter 545. Xiaoyu fancied herself an astute darling. Suit yourself. You don't want this fire crow? May I have it then? It could fetch a decent price. Xiaoyu gestured towards the golden crystalline orb. Chapter 546. Xiaoyu. I alternate my gains. Following a fresh round of apportionment, the remaining crystalline corpses were once more sealed away. When nothing else remained to be salvaged, these crystalline corpses could be offered to those aspirants who had yet to acquire suitable attributes. Chapter 547. Xiaoyu. Tell them to seek me in the upper realms if they dare. Xiaoyu could not possibly continue to retrieve corpses for them indefinitely. However, the Void-Winged Sky-Swallowing Rat clan was not limited to a single member. They could enlist the aid of their kin and acquaintances. Chapter 548. Xiaoyu hastily covered her mouth. I shall breathe not a word, even if it costs me my life. What? I merely salvaged a few crystalline corpses? Has the royal family become so impoverished that they covet even these? Xiaoyu retorted with a hint of exasperation. Cough, cough, cough. Monkey. In chapter 549, the old man appeared in a dream to Xiaoyu, incessantly murmuring about his furnace. Are you truly unwilling to give it to me? If you persist in your refusal, do not expect me to offer you any favors in the future, the irate director monkey declared. Then first tell me what you can provide for me. In chapter 550, Xiaoyu lamented, I personally dug the pit and buried my furnace. Oh, my pitiful furnace, my dear alchemical stove. That dreadful, haunting sound reverberating in my mind is enough to keep me awake at night. In chapter 551, Xiaoyu thought, even if we are struck by lightning, we must hold hands. What on earth are the two of them doing? The monitoring personnel were utterly bewildered in their seats. Xiaoyu led her father and brother along, casually. In chapter 552, Xiaoyu sighed. I truly miss my master. In chapter 553, Xiaoyu mused, the little furnace must be outsmarted. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet and, with a flurry of activity, delivered a thorough thrashing to the small alchemical furnace, producing a cacophony of sounds. In chapter 554, Xiaoyu stated, the water gate is the entrance to the territory of the aquatic tribe. By the way, before I proceed with alchemy, there is something I must tell you. Suddenly, the furnace transmitted a surge of its own mental energy into Xiaoyu's mind. This was there. In chapter 555, Xiaoyu exclaimed, my fruits. This water gate is, in fact, a high-speed passageway leading to the various territories of the aquatic tribe. With a cheerful grin, she spoke to her brother. Chapter 556, Xiaoyu. Oh, I've encountered a familiar face. As the vehicle approached the vicinity of the War God Academy, it gracefully glided into a smooth arc under the watchful eyes of the Academy's security personnel before veering off in a different direction. Chapter 557. This is none other than Xiang Xiaoyu, renowned for her remarkable achievements. Hello everyone. It's so delightful to see you all again. Are you all gearing up for a fight? Rest assured, I shall not hinder your duel in the least. Chapter 558. Han Shizi. How is it that Xiang Xiaoyu possesses such extraordinary spatial talents? A substantial negotiation table was occupied by three parties, one led by Han Shizi, another by that fellow Luo Jingtian, and the last comprising Xiaoyu and her companions. Chapter 559. Xiaoyu. This is the spatial vessel harbor. Xiang Xiaoyu found herself at the bottom of a riverbed, her foot striking against an initial boulder, and then she vanished. Could it be that this dark, submerged rock? Chapter 560. Xiaoyu. This is a specialty of the primordial conch. This gesture is truly heartfelt from the leaders. They have exerted their utmost for us. We cannot afford to bring shame upon them. Lei Dongren, brimming with excitement. Chapter 561. Xiaoyu, follow me, and do not make a sound. Not only can we nurture aquatic creatures, but we can also stimulate their reproduction. Xiaoyu said with a cheerful smile. As long as I gather a few more sources of water, the proliferation of this spiral pillar. Chapter 562. Xiao Yu. Prepare a brew of dragon's blood for my father. Shortly after the immense pressure on Su Ba and Chang Zheng dissipated, Xiao Yu discovered what she sought, a pair of peculiar little antlers curving gracefully. Chapter 563. Xiao Yu. The pocketbook has been exchanged for nectar. Such a precious item should not be wasted on me. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, Su Ba was somewhat displeased. In his eyes, Xiao Yu remained paramount. Chapter 564. Xiao Yu. I've encountered a little trickster who wishes to devour me. Do you dare approach? A diminutive fairy adorned with 2 pairs of translucent wings and crowned with blossoms flitted before Xiao Yu, her anger palpable as she pinched. Chapter 565. Xiao Yu. The water Yaobei maidens are nurtured by the ancient beings of the aquatic clan. Do not overly rely on such notions as killing intent. Whenever I hunt for sustenance, I am driven solely by hunger, devoid of any murderous inclination. Xiao Yu shrugged her small shoulders. Chapter 566. Xiao Yu. A certain relic is about to emerge. As for the specifics, I am uncertain. I only know that the once mighty aquatic clan raised the water Yaobei maidens. Regardless of what I wish to uncover, there is no need to seek the aid of others, nor. Chapter 567. Xiao Yu. The heavenly path has devised a means of survival for itself. How shall we discern its forthcoming appearance? The little princess, upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, inquired further. Follow me, Xiao Yu. Chapter 568. Xiao Yu. Are you all prepared? What is this path to survival? The little princess interjected. Sure, we cannot speak of it. It may overhear. Xiao Yu gestured for silence, yet this. Chapter 569. Xiao Yu. Our family of 3 is soaking in the hot spring. Xiao Yu had previously reminded you all. Yet brother and father still fell in. Xiao Yu. Chang Zheng gritted his teeth. Chapter 570. Xiao Yu. Little Bai, you have returned. Xiao Yu was savoring a piece of braised pig trotter, relishing every bite, when she looked up to see a face that was strikingly familiar. Who are you? Chapter 571. Xiao Yu. Father has even purged toxins while refining his bloodline. By the way, Little Bai, since you have already transformed, does that mean you can no longer revert to your previous form as that adorable little dumpling? Chang Zheng inquired with curiosity. Chapter 572. Xiao Yu. Feeling guilty. Those matters from years past should be put to rest, shouldn't they? Ahem. How did you come to know, big brother? Jean Xija exclaimed in surprise, nearly stuttering. The high-end customization service for your ascension elixir may be temporarily suspended. Chapter 573. Chang Zheng. Hence, I have long secured the favor of the esteemed Xiao Yu. Despite the weight on her heart, Xiao Yu displayed considerable obedience, as her father solidified his cultivation at the initial stage of the true refinement realm. She too successfully elevated her own prowess. Chapter 574. Xiao Bai. It is entirely my fault, an unnecessary worry. Xiao Yu retorted, Brother, look at my appearance. My noble lineage, my temperament, everything is commendable. Will I ever lack a partner in the future? No. Chapter 575. Xiao Yu. Is the treasure of fortune so easily obtained? Chapter 576. Xiao Yu. Everyone has their own backing. What is this mysterious treasure? The little princess inquired in astonishment. You have come from the palace. Surely you have encountered treasures of fortune before? Chapter 577. Xiang Xiao Yu must indeed be the reincarnation of the great sage of true spirits. Luo Jingting momentarily paused, then casually brushed off by Mingyi's hand that was tugging at his sleeve. However, their connection was quite profound, at least in Xiao. Chapter 578. Xiao Yu. I possess an abundance of heavenly thunder from the upper realm's thunder workshop. If she is not the reincarnation of the great sage of true spirits, it would be inconceivable for her to achieve such feats. Luo Jingting's confidant reluctantly nodded in agreement, though he had his reservations about Bai Mingyi. Chapter 579. Xiao Yu. This is the pinnacle of physical cultivation techniques in the lower realm. However, her reliance on fortune is intangible. Mere words cannot instill trust. Moreover, such matters are utterly unpredictable. Chapter 580. Xiao Yu. I simply adore thrashing the little furnace. Yet, it is excessively arduous to refine. Without the bloodline of the phoenix, cultivating it becomes an even more formidable challenge. If one wishes to achieve the phoenix's rebirth, one must rely on external substances to accumulate. Chapter 581. Xiao Yu. Jean Xija. Have you located the time treasure pearl for me? Consequently, they still need to go fishing. What was the point of all that previous talk about the moon pass? Xiao Bai, in a state of exasperation and conflict, reluctantly accepted the task. Very well, let it be. Chapter 582. The Ancestor and Xiaoyu. Jean Sija wore a face of utter despair. Wasn't it agreed upon that there would be 3? Why are you so inept? Xiaoyu retorted with irritation. Chapter 583. Fortune Treasure Pearl. Youngster, do not speak so carelessly, do you understand? The ancient voice resonated with boundless authority, heavily weighing upon Jean Sija's soul. No. Chapter 584. Xiaoyu. The little furnace claims we no longer need to eat fish. We can consume pills instead. But what if a phoenix fire carp of inferior quality is caught? The man who spoke was one of Xiao Bai's associates. As per usual, 50,000 special. Chapter 585. Xiao Bai. Dad, my uncle is bullying me. I understand. Yet Xiaoyu is not inclined to heed her brother's counsel. Long Zheng helplessly gazed at the determined Xiaoyu, whose eyes sparkled with fervor and defiance. Chapter 586. Xiaoyu. 100 pieces. After several days of fishing, Xiaoyu finally declared that there was no need for everyone to continue. The nut water space had long been delivered to the little stove. Chapter 587. Xiaoyu. Lao Jin, I believe in your capabilities. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai immediately expressed her annoyance, complaining, you only absorbed one more than I did. What is there to be proud of? Chapter 588. Xiaoyu, you can recruit others. I've come to realize that you are taking advantage of my time down here. Jean Sija remarked irritably. What do you mean by taking advantage of your time down here? Chapter 589. Xiaoyu, back to the academy. Jean Sija silently scoffed. What kind of demeanor do you possess? No wonder you wish to win over granduncle. The investment is indeed substantial. Chapter 590. Xiaoyu, are you encouraging me to steal? The academy remained as lively as ever, with the flying car they collaborated on becoming increasingly popular. However, even within the academy, Xiaoyu still. Chapter 591. Tian Tower Mountain. Ahem, are you certain that the other Void-Winged Devouring Mice are willing to have you? Long Zheng stared in silence at Xiaoyu, who wore an expression of entitlement, and sighed. Chapter 592. Divine Travel Platform, Type 4. I know this. It is one of the highest peaks on this continent. Chapter 593. Jean Mingzhi. He must have lured Xiaoyu into the Dragon's Denver. My esteemed client might request something new at any moment, leading to unexpected developments. Jean Mingzhi uttered a remark that sent a chill down Brother Jin's spine. Chapter 594. The Ancient Path. These two individuals approached from disparate directions, landing simultaneously. Their coordination was remarkably seamless. Su Ba and Changzheng quietly heightened their vigilance. Chapter 595. The Rodent's Nest. Bang! A golden-hued stone pillar violently erupted from the depths of the celestial tower mountain, piercing through its entirety with relentless force. Still surging forward as several blinks of an eye passed. Chapter 596. Su Ba. My daughter is truly remarkable. I am aware that the elder indeed stated such things, and until his final moments, he vehemently insisted that the path did not exist. However, if that path genuinely does not exist. Chapter 597. Sand Excavation. Xiaoyu is wonderful. Are you tired? Perhaps I should indulge in some delicacies before we proceed? Changzheng inquired with a radiant smile. Xiaoyu immediately perked up. Chapter 598. Xiaoyu, I cannot return from Fox Mountain without merit. Having excavated merely over 2 zhang of sand, the young man in black directly unearthed something. Brushing aside the sand, one beheld a sizable, carapace-like structure, reminiscent of some insect or arthropod. Chapter 599. The unexpected rise of Father Su. Why would it be deemed improbable? If such were the case, what purpose would bring us here? Xiaoyu retorted, her tone laced with exasperation. You may not fully comprehend, but along our journey, Father Su, who initially lagged behind in cultivation, has now demonstrated the most rapid advancement. He has brazenly confronted the tribulations of lightning with the Phoenix Nirvana Grand Art, ascending to the realm of true refinement. Chapter 600. At least it was your master's beloved little furnace. Chapter 601. Xiaoyu, my foundation is profound. Jean Mingzhi. Why are you gazing skyward? Xiaoyu challenged, her eyes blazing with indignation. And nothing at all, Jean Mingzhi stammered, inwardly protesting, I was initially no match for you. Chapter 602. Use father's pranks. How am I to discern when my tribulation is imminent? I merely sensed its approach and hastened to seek your assistance. Xiaoyu asserted with unwavering conviction. Chapter 603. The enchantress serpent. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Xiao Yu was consumed with such fury that she nearly vomited blood. Vile old man, you are doomed. Your perpetual lack of concern. Chapter 604. The long march across the 29th illusionary god annihilation, lightning tribulation, ha ha ha. You have been deceived. It's a fabrication. That so-called serpent beauty is utterly false. You are a dragon, she is a snake. She may be reluctant to invite trouble upon herself, hence deliberately. Chapter 605. What an oddity from Hongdong Palace while Su Ba and Xiao Yu anxiously fret over Chang Zheng's tribulation in the outside world. Chang Zheng experiences a whirlwind of emotions, frowning at times, wearing a dark expression at others, caught in a tangle of thoughts, and then suddenly joyous. Chapter 606. 20 drops of the sacred blood of the great saint of the Void-Winged. The middle-aged man's face resembled the bottom of a black pot, as he coldly regarded the poised beauty seated on the ground. Lu Xian, please inform me which cabinet the client is seeking. Chapter 607. The blood transformation realm. Jean Mingzhi nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. What did you say? He actually offered you 20 drops of the sacred blood of the great saint of the Void-Wing? Is he intending to lose his trousers over this? Chapter 608. The great saints cast out from the lower realm. Oh no, this is bad. Xiao Yu suddenly recalled the purple orb she had consumed. Is it too late to regurgitate it? The transformation of true essence. Chapter 609. The thrill of the 6-9 purple gold celestial thunder tribulation. To comprehend the terror of undergoing tribulation in the sea of void, one need only witness the monstrous entities that dwell within. These are the colossal beasts of the void, along with numerous strange creatures. Chapter 610. The return of the new emperor's fluid at last. The 6-9 thunder tribulation has concluded, and Xiao Yu's bones begin to slowly sprout threads of flesh. However, this process is somewhat sluggish. Following the tribulation. Chapter 611. The challenges of extracting from Fox Mountain once more the emperor's fluid. The white-clad fox was nearly frightened to death by Xiao Yu's remarks. It is no longer the case that one can transcend tribulations and shed the emperor's fluid. Please do not deceive. Chapter 612. The desolate lower realm. Those who wish to flee. Perhaps everyone is lurking over there, if that is the case. It would indeed be challenging to emerge and assist her in delaying the Fox Mountain. After all, in such a place, formidable combat prowess is also a form of self-preservation. Chapter 613. The battle between the upper and lower realms. However, it seems that the upper realm does not particularly welcome us. The old fox lamented. Xiao Yu thought to herself, indeed, old age brings about a decline. Chapter 614. The tail as a weapon of attraction. Thus, a beautiful tail may indeed facilitate finding a partner. Perhaps it should be so. Hence, is it not rather inappropriate for you to continually distance yourself from our Sui clan? Chapter 615. The Fox Den's response. You cannot blame me for this. I shall not bear this burden. The Brown Fox clan members should swiftly step forward and speak. Have you not long since been on amicable terms with the White Fox, to the point of sharing a pair of trousers? Chapter 616. The interruption. Uft. Uft. Laughter and muffled chuckles echoed around. The silver-haired elder fox was infuriated, exclaiming, You are you, and he is he. My son, I can still. Chapter 617. Once ascended, we are all fellow countrymen. What can I do? Without you, one must contact 2,100 great saints and 60,000 quasi-saints. This may not even suffice, and you must also reach out to some reserves. Chapter 618. The perfect partnership of nine-tailed beasts. Early the next morning, Yu Yihong was the first to arrive. His father would need a few more days before he could join the other foxes of the nine-tailed clan. Upon seeing the young one. Chapter 619. Renting Fox Mountain for the Nyonyo's relocation. By the way, Sister Jinsei, have you explored the new lower realm? Xiao Yu inquired eagerly. I have yet to reach adulthood, so I have not traversed the lower realm. I am. Chapter 620. Medicinal bath. Isn't it the duty of the elder nine-tails in your clan to handle this? Xiao Yu retorted. Yu Yihong suddenly realized, indeed, this task was not meant for him. Chapter 621. The effects of the sky-mending liquid. Xiao Yu's father had wrapped various precious items in his essence beads to present to his daughter, and he urged her to retrieve her long-stored treasures from years past. Chapter 622. A refreshing transformation. Ah, how delightful. I feel as if I am being reborn, exclaimed Chang Zheng, brimming with excitement. Chapter 623. Cultivation journey. All right, then I shall mention the Golden Light Palace, Yu Yihong stated. Previously, Xiaoyu's life revolved around seeking resources to cultivate. Now, her existence has transformed into. Chapter 624. The Audacity of the Celestial Pung. Why have you not heard of the medicinal bath packets that accompany the sky-mending liquid? With our meager strength, how could we possibly consume it directly? You are concerned about the potential consequences of consuming the celestial restoration liquid. Chapter 625. The Wealthy Bull. Chapter 626. The Little Fox. Xiaoyu hastily tossed the medicinal package to the individual, swiftly collecting 100 pieces of celestial jade. Oh, she has struck a considerable fortune this time. Chapter 627. The Family Repository. As you are aware of my circumstances, I possess no support apart from Xiaoyu. Upon ascending to the higher realms, I must rely solely on my own endeavors. However, I can assure you that as long as I possess the cultivation resources. Chapter 628. The Initiation of Fox Mountain. Xiaoyu's thoughts turned to the repository of their lineage, instantly filling her with joy. My maternal grandfather, the rat, is indeed quite benevolent. Witnessing Xiaoyu's delight. Chapter 629. Concerning the weasel and fox rats. Consequently, everyone focused their attention on Enluo, the current leader of the Su-Yi clan. Enluo has recently uncovered some clues regarding the complications. Chapter 630. The Small Medicinal Package. Observing this thrilling scene, numerous beings widened their eyes in astonishment, gasping in unison, all fixating intently on the movements of Fox Mountain. Chapter 631. 1,000 packages as the limit. Although this transaction is rather niche, the individuals capable of exchanging celestial restoration liquid with her for high-quality celestial jade are few. Nevertheless, 500 pieces of high-quality celestial jade would suffice for her needs. Chapter 632. Restoring the Celestial Pillar. Therefore, if you are expecting that a single vial of celestial restoration liquid will propel you into the realm of true spirit great sage, I suggest you temper your expectations. Nyo too, upon hearing these words, felt a twinge of concern. Indeed, the news relayed from our clan confirms this. To restore the celestial pillar, the clan is poised to utilize the reserves from the ancestral treasury. I have heard that many clan divisions have coordinated their efforts for this purpose. After Xiaoyu conveyed this information, she proceeded to manipulate the Grand Formation, forcefully pulling Fox Mountain down from the void. It is noteworthy that, at this juncture, the great saints, quasi-saints, and the guardians of the sea were all fully engaged. As a leader of your clan, it is unseemly to depict your situation in such a woeful manner, Xiaoyu remarked with exasperation. By the way, regarding that previous matter with the purple, at this moment, Fox Mountain represents a vital resource that is not readily available to every great saint or quasi-saint, as many arise from humble beginnings without the backing of a clan. Of course, in the end, utilizing the imperial flow essence allowed her to be reborn even more splendidly. It is rather peculiar. The tribulation seems excessively severe, as if the thunderous trials are intent on. And Luo finds herself in a similar predicament. Upon reaching the upper realm, everyone may start on equal footing, but at that time, they will indeed become rivals. However, Enluo possesses a certain confidence, believing in her own capabilities. Changzheng observed Xiaoyu as she stowed away the small pool, curiously inquiring about its nature. It appears as though it has absorbed the lightning that fell from the heavens. Chapter 640. A terrifying sacred ground for cultivation. Changzheng's expression turned solemn. Are there any precautions to be aware of here? Indeed, everything you see around you comprises your fellow disciples and seniors. Chapter 641. Gourd Hall. Xiaoyu. Observe how I am on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage of concentration. I have only practiced for a single night. This progress is astonishingly swift. The most remarkable aspect is the rapid advancement of my cultivation. Chapter 642. Carving Bricks. Just as she accepted this task, a young girl rushed over, casually completing the task related to the spicy spirit soup, and then ran off without a backward glance. Chapter 643. The Pillar of Heaven is half-carved. Although everyone's first brick carvings were rather lackluster, they were nonetheless heading in a seemingly promising direction. The originally simplistic clay bricks. Chapter 644. Sedimentation. The elder couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. As a being of wisdom, he had come perilously close to death on several occasions. Fortunately, this young girl revealed some truths to him, otherwise. Chapter 645. Reforging the Foundation. After leaving the library, Xiaoyu directly led Su Ba and Changzheng to carve out a spatial passageway for their departure. I possess a uniquely refined talisman of supernatural powers. Chapter 646. Your old companion, the shadow, has resurfaced. The final push towards the great sage realm rests upon Xiaoyu, who has brought forth the essence of the great sage blood from her family's treasury, prepared to act decisively should the need arise. Chapter 647. The final preparations. Who considers it an old companion? Xiaoyu was immediately incensed. Speaking of which, how did that thing reappear? I had dealt it a fierce blow last time. How is it still so? Chapter 648. The small pool. This branch of trade resembles an independently operated subsidiary, capable of establishing new branches while maintaining connections with the headquarters and other subsidiaries. Chapter 649. The conclusion. Indeed, the small pool has overindulged. The Nine Heavens' true thunder liquid proved overwhelmingly potent. It became satiated after consuming just 1,000 pounds for the first time. The small pool circled around the storage of the Nine Heavens' true thunder liquid. Chapter 650. Epilogue. At the commencement of life in the upper realm, within the resplendent and magnificent palace, numerous spiritual pools are densely scattered, with several formidable guardians stationed by each pool, designated specifically for